In the ruined desert city of Prehinipal, Desser faces the dragon of destruction, Boromir Napolitan, at the very end of humanity's 10-year nightmare. A sun-like mass of hellfire burns overhead as Boromir roars that mere humans should never have challenged him. Desser answers without hesitation that this is the dragon's end, and the survivors hold their ground instead of breaking. For Desser, this last battlefield carries every death from the Shadow Labyrinth, including friends, juniors, and the girl he once liked. After endless days of slaughter and nights of the Shadow Army pouring in, only 100 survivors are left to finish what 150 million people started. One survivor shouts that they will finally kill the dragon here and put an end to this hell, reigniting everyone's last bit of fighting spirit. Boromir's fire breath and draconic spells tear through Prehinipal so brutally that the city is almost ground back into sand. Even as shields shatter, artifacts break, and veterans die, the survivors keep fighting because failure here means the world ends. In the middle of the chaos, Desser finishes analyzing the dragon's spell Absolute Zero, and yells that he can seal it in 8 minutes with the Island system. At the same time, the frontliners spot that the dragon's bone armor is gone and call for everyone to focus on its exposed back. Furious at being cornered, Boromir unleashes his strongest trump card and the battlefield erupts in another massive explosion. But the blast is weaker than before, and Desser realizes the dragon has finally started to run out of unstoppable power. Desser seals the dragon's 13th spell, Solar Storm, and the survivors finally start turning the fight around. Zod immediately orders the mages to disperse an incoming breath attack while frontliners fall back to the dragon's blind spots. As Desser keeps analyzing draconic magic by the tens of thousands, one sealed spell after another strips Boromir of his offense. Horrified, Boromir cries out that he cannot be losing to humans as his advantage collapses in front of him. Desser finishes the final analysis and announces that every draconic spell is now sealed. The moment they have bled for finally arrives when Yahello roars for the attackers to charge and kill the helpless dragon. Unable to believe the humans he looked down on have reduced him to this, Boromir can only scream in panic. A few moments later, the dragon of destruction crashes to the ground at last, and everyone thinks the nightmare is finally over. Relief floods the battlefield, but when the dust settles, the victors realize only 6 of them survived, gathered around the dragon's corpse in stunned disbelief. They collapse where they stand, overwhelmed by exhaustion and by the impossible fact that they somehow stayed alive. Yahello praises everyone and says they really did save the world. Donaf unsettles the mood by pointing out that no clear message has appeared, even though killing the dragon was supposed to be the Shadow World's objective. Yahello admits this labyrinth has never followed normal Shadow World rules, so all they can do now is wait and see what happens. Zod quietly reduces their victory to numbers and notes that only 6 out of 150 million people survived. Priscilla snaps at him for doing useless calculations when none of it can bring the dead back. Zod still argues that someone has to organize what happened, especially now that nearly all the continent's mages are dead. Desser cuts the argument short by reminding them that whatever the cost, they did save the world. Once that truth finally sinks in, the survivors start loosening up and talking through the battle they just endured. Ajess stays apart from the rest, silent and unreadable, listening without joining in. Priscilla thanks Yahello for being there for everyone, but he brushes it off and says Desser played the bigger role. Donaf agrees without hesitation, because Desser saved him more than once during the Shadow World. Zod admits he thought Desser would have died long ago, then bluntly questions how a mere third circle mage could reverse-analyze draconic magic when even he could not. Put on the spot, Desser says his talent was wasted because as a commoner he was denied proper education at the academy while nobles and commoners were kept apart. He says that simple bigotry costs countless lives, and that with equal chances they could have won much earlier with far less sacrifice. Even Zod can only admit that if the Tower of Magic had gotten someone like Desser sooner, that talent would not have gone to waste. Trying to pull everyone out of the past, Yahello asks what each of them will do once they finally return home as heroes. Donaf says he will visit the homes of his fallen comrades and return their belongings so their honorable deaths are never forgotten. Priscilla vows to return west, support the families of the dead, and build memorials so the fallen will be remembered. Zod says he will devote his research to Shadow Worlds so another labyrinth on the scale never appears again. When Yahello asks Ajess about her plans, she only stares at him for a long moment and turns away without answering. Yahello awkwardly shifts to Desser and starts listing the places that would gladly welcome him after everything he has done. Desser begins to answer, but a sudden surge of mana rips through the area and instantly puts all 6 survivors back on edge. Panic spreads at once as Zod wonders what they missed and Priscilla screams that the labyrinth was supposed to be cleared already. Donaf wonders if the dragon somehow was not fully dead, but Zod rejects that and says he personally confirmed the kill. Then Zod goes still and mutters one chilling word to himself, the heart. Pressed to explain, Zod says a dragon's heart works like an enormous mana engine that keeps pulling in power even after the dragon dies. Because nobody is controlling that mana anymore, the heart has overheated and is about to go critical. Priscilla demands a simpler answer, and Desser cuts straight to it. The overheating engine is about to explode. A violent rumble answers him from inside the corpse, and the overflow of raw mana turns every face pale. When someone asks why they never knew this risk, Zod gives the cruel answer that humanity has never defeated a dragon before today. Zod estimates the blast will be beyond mortal reckoning, impossible to dodge, impossible to block, and not even something mages can hijack. Realizing there is no answer left, Raffaello stares blankly into the gathering storm while Priscilla can only start praying. At the center of it all, Desser stands in pain and despair, asking himself if this is really the end after everything they endured. He closes his eyes against the oncoming mana storm, and that becomes his last memory of the ruined world. Then Desser opens his eyes somewhere else entirely, staring at his own outstretched hand in stunned confusion. As excited voices fill the air, he looks up and finds himself inside a grand hall with a sapphire chandelier, banquet tables, and rows of students in black uniforms. When Desser looks into the glass in front of him, he sees not his scarred war face but his own school-age reflection staring back. He reels from the impossible thought that he definitely died, yet somehow he is young again in a place he remembers. A bell rings, and a beautiful woman in a black professor's uniform steps onto the stage and introduces herself as Professor Bridget. Desser stares at Bridget with strange familiarity as she thanks the applicants for coming from many countries. Bridget tells them not everyone will be admitted, because the entrance exam will decide which 600 applicants can enter Hebrian. Before she even says it, Desser mutters that the test will be clearing a shadow world, and Bridget confirms he is right. Bridget explains that this exam world is an academy-made imitation rather than a real shadow world, and that the test begins in 2 hours. The hall breaks into applause, but Desser just looks down in disbelief because he knows exactly where and when he is. He realizes this is Hebrian Academy's entrance exam in the year 3613, which means he has been thrown 13 years into the past. The timeline hits him hard. The Shadow Labyrinth begins in 3616, so this return has placed him 3 years before that disaster, and 10 years before its end. Relief at being back collides with crushing guilt, because in his memory 10 years of suffering and 150 million deaths still ended in total failure. He briefly wants to believe it was all a nightmare, but the battle experience and impossible magic knowledge in his head feel far too real. A red-haired girl suddenly approaches, introducing herself as Redoria von Dorich, a second-year Hebrian student who will mentor him for today's exam. Desser politely answers, but meeting the same genius fire mage from his past life in this moment feels deeply unnatural to him. When Redoria asks what he is thinking so hard about, Desser hides the truth and says he is just nervous. Redoria laughs and tells him not to be scared, because the Academy's fake shadow world is nothing like a real one. She still adds that the exam is meant to test whether applicants are really fit to fight shadow worlds at all. While preparing his paperwork, Redoria notices Desser is a commoner and bluntly warns that even if he passes he will likely be shoved into beta class. She tells him Hebrian barely cares about its commoner half and does not give beta students proper education. That casual warning reminds Desser of the segregation he once blamed for wasting talent and costing lives. Redoria leads him down a long corridor, and after a quiet stretch she suddenly asks whether he really knows what a shadow world is. Desser casually says he knows more or less, but Redoria grows suspicious because anyone joining the fight against shadow worlds should understand them perfectly. Still unconvinced, she decides to test him with a few questions right there. Her first question comes with a mocking edge. What exactly is a shadow world? Desser answers smoothly that shadow worlds are the most dangerous phenomenon humanity faces, countless separate worlds with strange rules appearing every year. He explains that each one is a glimpse into the past, and that the Magic Society ranks them into 10 classes based on danger. Then he names the worst part. An encroachment can cover land in black fog so deadly that nobody who enters ever comes back alive. He finishes by saying that this is exactly why humanity has no choice but to fight the shadow worlds. As they walk, Desser takes over the explanation and lays out exactly how a shadow world mirrors past events and how clearing it stops that world from eroding reality. Redoria is impressed enough to stop teaching and jokes that Desser clearly does not need the beginner explanation. They arrive at Hebrian Academy's dazzling main building, and Redoria flashes her pass to open the entrance. Inside the grand hall, Desser hides a wave of nostalgia because this is not just similar to his memories, it is the exact same place. When Redoria expects him to be shocked, Desser brushes it off and claims he has seen something like this before. As they move through the maze-like halls, Desser quietly recognizes familiar faces from his past life and keeps his emotions hidden. The mood sours when Redoria suddenly stops and points out the pair ahead, Elhim, the water mage she hates, and his silent mentee. Redoria vents to Desser that Elhim is arrogant and unbearable, while Desser remembers that the two are opposites in both magic and personality. The man opens with a sneering jab about Redoria's short legs, and she fires right back without flinching. Their insults escalate fast, with Redoria reminding him she beat him recently, and the smug water mage insisting he had only gone easy on her. The two mages crowd into each other's space until even Desser instinctively steps back from the sparks flying between them. Unable to win by arguing, the smug water mage finally turns away from Redoria and asks Desser if he is really her mentee. Desser answers politely, and the man briefly praises his manners before asking for his name. The moment the man checks the academy data and sees Desser as a commoner, his contempt turns obvious. He openly mocks Redoria for mentoring a pathetic commoner and boasts that their coming contest will not even be close. When Midoriya demands to know what contest he means, Elhim flips his tablet around and shows that they are all in the same D group. He twists the knife by staring down at Desser and saying there is no way a commoner survives a group with that lineup. Midoriya refuses to back down and claims her side could still win even with Elhim in the same group. That confidence gets crushed when he proudly reveals the silent girl beside him is a spell's word. Midoriya cannot believe it, because a spell's word is a near unmatched genius gifted in both swordsmanship and magic. At his smug challenge, Midoriya pulls out her own tablet, checks the silent girl's information, and asks her name. A Jest King's Crown answers in an ice-cold voice, and the tablet confirms the worst. She is a twin attribute spell's word with ice and lightning talent. Seeing proof that a Jest is already a third circle mage whose swordsmanship exceeds a pawn-rank swordsman leaves Midoriya stunned speechless. The water mage enjoys the win, walks past them, and leaves Midoriya frozen in angry silence while a Jest follows without a word. Before leaving, the smug noble leans into Desser's face and warns the commoner to give up, saying Beta is the best he could ever hope for. Later in the waiting room, the exam announcement begins as Desser stands before an advanced shadow gate and studies it with curious nostalgia. Romantica snaps at Desser for embarrassing the group, making it clear that the other test takers already see him as dead weight. Desser recognizes Romantica at once and remembers that in the future she becomes a brilliant chantless wind mage before dying too early. Instead of arguing, Desser politely apologizes and plays the harmless first-timer who is simply impressed by the gate. That only makes the snobbery more obvious as Romantica and Trevery dismiss Desser as an uneducated commoner who is not real competition. Once they notice a commoner in the lineup, Romantica and Trevery relax and treat the exam like a friendly duel between themselves. The exam details finally appear, and D Group learns their shadow world is an 8-kilometer race where magic and attacks are fully allowed. With the danger sounding lighter than monster-filled exams, Trevery and Romantica are relieved that this one looks like a simple race. When the gate opens, examinees line up in order and step into the bright light one group at a time. Desser and the others enter next, and the gate drops them into a peaceful artificial world of grass, flowers, blue sky, and a river cutting across the plain. A starting line appears with a 3-minute countdown, and the 4 competitors step into position beside one another. By chance, Desser ends up beside a Jest, and his cool composure slips into awkwardness when she catches him staring. Desser manages an awkward little greeting, and a Jest answers with nothing but a blank stare before turning away. Looking closer, Desser spots a Jest's unusual sword and remembers the ruthless battlefield legend she will become. A Jest suddenly breaks the silence just to tell Desser one blunt truth: he is weak. When Desser shrugs that he already knows, a Jest coldly proves she has judged him in detail, from his low spell level to his below-average body. The air turns sharp enough that Desser thinks she might attack him on the spot, but a Jest calmly says she has no interest in bullying someone this weak. That merciless answer feels painfully familiar to Desser, because even now a Jest is exactly the same cold woman he remembers. The final countdown hits 0, and all 4 competitors explode off the line the instant the race begins. As expected, a Jest in Trevery sees the lead through raw physical ability, while the 2 mages fall badly behind almost immediately. Running side by side in the rear, Desser needles Romantica by pointing out that at this pace both of them are headed straight for elimination. Romantica tries to snap back, but the truth lands because she is already struggling to breathe and cannot deny they are losing badly. Desser keeps prodding until Romantica finally explodes, furious that a commoner is talking down to a second circle mage. To prove herself, Romantica thrusts out her arms and casts a high-speed wind spell toward the frontrunners. Up ahead, Trevery is already convinced the race belongs to the swordsman, and only grudgingly respects the Jest for keeping pace with him. Then the wind direction shifts, and Romantica's spell rips across the course hard enough to turn the calm race into a sudden gale. The blast hits Trevery so hard he has to draw his sword and jam it into the ground just to avoid being blown away. Even with heavy armor anchoring him, Trevery realizes this has to be Romantica's magic and burns through all his strength just to endure it. Once he stabilizes, Trevery smugly decides the spell cannot actually send him flying and starts to look down on it. That confidence vanishes when he looks ahead and sees a Jest charging through the storm with her sword drawn, slicing the gale apart to force her way forward. Trevery cannot understand why a Jest is pushing so desperately instead of simply waiting out the wind. Then he finally notices what a Jest noticed first. The gale is ripping at the shallow-rooted trees ahead until one of them tears loose with a roar. Trevery realizes too late that a Jest and Romantica planned this from the start, and now he is trapped in the middle of Romantica's wind-driven forest attack. He knows that if he lets go of his sword to dodge, the magic currents will sweep him away too, so he can only curse and brace for impact. A brutal slam cuts Trevery's scream short, and the Shadow World announces that he has been eliminated, leaving only 3 racers. Across the torn-up course, Romantica smugly notes that Desser somehow survived her last attack. She proudly shows off as a second circle mage, and Desser calmly praises the trick behind her spell, saying the real danger was the flying trees, not the wind itself. Pleased by the compliment, Romantica immediately turns ruthless and tells Desser his turn has come to be eliminated unless he resigns. Desser refuses without a hint of fear, and Romantica instantly feels insulted that a commoner still seems to be looking down on her. Angry now, Romantica unleashes a point-blank second circle wind strike and boasts that even a stronger mage could not block it. Romantica thinks she has won, but footsteps behind her reveal Desser running out of the dust cloud almost untouched. While closing the distance, Desser casually explains that her spell traded too much control for speed and power, so he only had to nudge its trajectory to make it miss. When Romantica demands an explanation, Desser bluntly tells her he used magic hijack on her spell. The idea that a commoner hijacked her magic sends Romantica into a furious spiral, and she starts casting her strongest single-target spell. Romantica fires Wind Venom, a sharp chain-like blast of wind, and Desser tells her to watch closely this time. He pinches a few key air currents out of place, and the whole spell tears itself apart before it can touch him. Romantica finally understands the gap in pure skill, while Desser says he wants to end this quickly because there is someone ahead he absolutely wants to beat. Desperate not to be left behind, Romantica argues that Desser still cannot win because only she can keep attacking with magic. Desser stops just long enough to raise 3 fingers and says she has missed 3 things. First, Desser proves he can still use magic at all by forming his own weak but real spell circles. Second, he reveals that Romantica was never his real target to begin with. Desser casts Grease, and Romantica braces to slip, only to realize the ground under her feet is normal. Desser drops his 3rd finger, and reminds her that this shadow world is not a magic duel at all, but a race. Then he adds a fireball beside himself, and Romantica is shocked that he is casually multicasting on top of everything else. Desser finally explains the trick. He put grease on his own body, making himself frictionless. When he walks her through action and reaction, Romantica follows his logic right up until she notices the fireball position to blast him from behind. Desser calmly says he will use the fireball's blast to launch himself fast enough to catch a jest, even if it means hurtling through the course like a missile. Romantica blurts out that the stunt is suicidal, but Desser throws her own words back at her. Inside this shadow world, they cannot die. The fireball detonates, and Desser is blasted forward so violently that he vanishes from Romantica's sight in an instant. Left alone on the course, Romantica gives up the chase and can only stare after him, wondering where that lunatic came from. Desser hurtles through the shadow world at insane speed, skimming past obstacle after obstacle as the changing terrain flashes by. Far ahead, Ajest senses him coming and immediately concludes that he must have beaten Romantica despite only being a first circle mage. Ajest dismisses the idea that Romantica was just weak and decides the more dangerous truth is that Desser's skill is abnormal for his circle. After comparing their speeds, Ajest realizes he will overtake her in under a minute and weighs whether to boost herself or eliminate him first. She instantly throws out the idea of self-acceleration and decides the only practical answer is to take Desser out right now. Guessing that Desser won through analysis, Ajest chooses to overwhelm him with a spell so massive that analysis itself will become the problem. In only seconds, Ajest fills the sky with hundreds of magic arrows, creating a beautiful but terrifying formation on a completely different level from Romantica's spells. Even Desser is impressed by Ajest's talent, but he immediately sees that hijacking every arrow is impossible in the time he has. Instead of panicking, Desser smirks and starts analysis anyway, because taking a fraction of the arrows will be enough. His thoughts accelerate, he tears through Ajest's formulas at absurd speed, and roughly a third of the magic arrows suddenly switch to his control. Ajest notices the stolen arrows and is forced to admit that Desser's analysis speed is monstrously high, so she fires before he can take even more. Hundreds of shrieking arrows crash down like a magical tidal wave, and Desser shouts for trajectory adjustment instead of trying to stop them all. Using the arrows he hijacked, Desser knocks away only the lethal shots and carves himself a narrow moving path through the storm. The defense is not perfect, and stray arrows punch into Desser's arms, shoulders, and legs, slowing him with real pain. Ajest is stunned that such an overwhelming attack failed to finish him, but she shuts down the panic almost instantly, and starts reading his method. She works out that Desser is surviving by redirecting the most dangerous arrows, and with only a few arrows left and less than 200 meters between them, she changes tactics again. Ajest merges part of her remaining volley into fewer, stronger arrows until 10 blazing shots remain, each far more dangerous than before. Then she lines those arrows up head to tail like machine gun fire aimed at a single point on Desser's path. Desser sees at once that if even one of these enhanced arrows gets through, he is done. He fires all 4 of his controlled arrows to intercept, and only manages to wipe out 2, leaving 8 lethal shots still coming. Even then, Desser stays calm, because he had intentionally left analysis room in reserve for exactly this kind of last-second change. He hijacks 4 more arrows on the spot and realizes Ajest made the wrong call. By concentrating power instead of numbers, she gave him a single target he could break apart. As Desser rushes through Ajest's final attack, he finally confirms the truth he was testing for. This Ajest is not the battle-hardened returner he once knew, just a gifted younger version of her. Desser hijacks the lead magic arrow with a trajectory adjustment, turning Ajest's own barrage into a chain of collisions that blows itself apart in front of her. Ajest reaches for her sword too late, and before she can answer, Desser has already slipped past her. When the dust settles, Desser is already standing at the finish line, looking back at Adjust with a faintly amused calm as the shadow world declares his clear complete. Elsewhere beneath Hebrian, the professors gather in a cold stone chamber, and the mood is already ugly as they note that no commoner has reached Alpha again. Professor Pugman smugly praises that result and openly says Alpha belongs to nobles, drawing a stiff, disgusted look from Bridget across the table. Dean Justin cuts the room quiet and brings up the final candidate by name, Desser Armin, a recommended commoner who just beat Adjust. When Justin asks who vouched for Desser, Bridget raises her hand and firmly claims him as her recommendation. Bridget explains that she found Desser in an orphanage in ruined Ielida and respected his long study of magic enough to nearly take him in as her personal assistant. The supervisor answers with the official numbers instead. Desser is only a tentative first circle mage with unstable and pure mana, and on paper he looks talentless. Justin answers that report by ordering the exam footage shown, forcing the whole committee to judge Desser with their own eyes. After the video ends, the room is left staring in shock because even the non-mages can tell Desser's control and combat sense were far beyond what his rank should allow. The professors start breaking down what they saw, calling Desser's grease trick impossible for his level and praising the veteran-like tactics that let him control the whole fight. Then Justin drops the real issue. Bridget wants Desser placed in Alpha, and the room instantly turns cold again. Pugman hides behind Academy rules and argues that a first circle mage simply does not belong in Alpha, no matter how impressive one exam looked. Bridget fires back that his logic stinks of bias, because a boy who beat a third circle spells word should not be dismissed just for being a commoner. When Pugman insists he is being objective, Bridget tears that apart by reminding everyone that he was bragging about keeping commoners out only moments ago. Justin finally slams the gavel and forces a vote, ending the argument with cold procedure instead of justice. The tally comes back 18 to 22, and despite admitting Desser should be in Alpha by rights, Justin assigns him to Beta because Pugman's side wins. Bridget protests that Beta will waste him, but Justin brushes her off and says if Desser is truly exceptional, he can prove it in the promotion exam. The torches snuff out as the meeting ends, and Bridget is left in the dark, forced into silence after failing to stop what they just did to Desser. When spring arrives and the results go public, Desser finds his name exactly where he expected it, the Beta list, even after taking first place. He is not surprised, but seeing it in writing still stings, because Hebrian's class system has stopped being about talent and started protecting noble privilege. Desser reflects that Alpha students get the Academy's best training while Beta students, mostly unsupported commoners, are left to rot before they can ever reach their potential. Because he lived that future himself, Desser remembers how Beta buried talent and helped lead countless students to useless deaths in the Shadow Labyrinth. That memory hardens into a plan. He will gather the hidden gems in Beta, build a party around them, and push them up into Alpha where they should have been all along. The first person he targets is Romantica Eru, the talented wind mage from the exam, because he knows how strong she can become if someone helps her grow. In the shabby Beta classroom, Romantica sits alone looking miserable, stunned that someone of her skill and noble birth got dumped into a room this rundown. 3 Alpha students approach her desk, and the one in front, Donetta Haddon, opens with polished manners and asks if she is Romantica Eru. Donetta quickly reveals why he came. He thinks the Academy made a mistake by putting a skilled noble wind mage like her in Beta. Then his real attitude slips out as he sneers at the Beta classroom, and its commoner students like they are filth beneath him. Romantica forces the conversation back on track, and Donetta proudly offers her a place in Blue Moon, one of the Academy's strongest Alpha parties. Before she can even respond, Donetta grabs her hand and adds the condition with shocking bluntness. He wants her to date him too. Romantica pulls back and asks if they have ever even met, but Donetta just calls it love at first sight from the exam banquet. She does not accept, but with a sweetly sharpened smile she buys time, pushing him to act like the polite gentleman he claims to be. Trying to seal the deal, Donetta gives her a kemibin, a carved wooden dagger case that opens to reveal a gold chain meant as a love token. Once Donetta finally leaves, Romantica goes limp in her seat like a storm just rolled through her classroom. She barely gets a second to breathe before Desser appears at her side and casually notes that she seems very popular today. Romantica, embarrassed and annoyed, snaps at him to get to the point, and Desser does. He came to invite her into his party. She rejects him immediately, and when Desser jokes that at least he is not asking her to date him, Romantica is too irritated to laugh. When he asks why, Romantica opens her hand and shows him Donetta's gold chain, making the gap between Desser's offer and Blue Moon painfully obvious. Romantica spells out the choice in blunt terms. Why would she pick a nameless Beta party over a powerful Alpha party that promises success? Desser can already see that Blue Moon would ruin her, but Romantica insists the deal is still worth it, even if dating Donetta is part of the price. She tells Desser the conversation is over and tries to send him away, convinced her answer is already decided. Instead of arguing more, Desser quietly hands her a letter and says she should be careful with it, because it contains all of her secrets. That one line wipes away Romantica's confidence on the spot, and she sits frozen with the letter in front of her, suddenly unsure what Desser really knows. Romantica reads Desser's letter once, twice, then a third time, and every line confirms the secret she most wanted buried. Shaking with panic, Romantica rips the letter to pieces, but the damage is already done. When Desser quietly asks if she wants to talk now, Romantica can only whisper how he found out. Desser refuses to explain himself, and that makes Romantica realize he has all the leverage. She blurts out the question that matters most, whether he told anyone else, and Desser says the professors already knew enough to place her in beta. Romantica protests that Hebrian is far from her homeland, and Desser bluntly tells her the Academy's intelligence network is better than she thought. Then Desser lays out her history in cruel detail. Romantica's family bought a title after making money as merchants, so her noble status began with bribery, not blood. Desser twists the knife by reminding her they were both born commoners, so her refusal to join him now sounds painfully hypocritical. He warns her that Blue Moon's professor, Niflika, knows the same secret and hates commoners, making that supposedly safer party look dangerous too. Romantica tries to cling to Donetta as protection, but even she knows how he looks at commoners, and the thought terrifies her. As Desser calmly picks up the torn scraps, he asks what she will do next, forcing Romantica to answer instead of just panicking. Romantica snaps that a party built on blackmail will be a disaster, so Desser offers a limit of 1 month and says she can leave after that. She realizes she is still being cornered, but compared with the alternative, 1 month is the only deal she can live with. Even while agreeing, Romantica grumbles that Desser looked like a total scumbag during the entrance exams, and he cheerfully admits it. Romantica finally shakes Desser's hand, sealing their uneasy alliance. The next morning in the beta cafeteria, Romantica stares at a miserable breakfast and finally feels how low the class has been pushed. She struggles to break the bread apart, while Desser has already finished eating like this is nothing unusual. When Romantica asks how he can eat that garbage, Desser casually says it still beats orc meat. Desser tells her to soak the bread in soup, and the simple trick is just enough to make the meal edible. As she eats, it hits Romantica that she really is tied to Desser now, and his half-built party still doesn't even qualify as a proper one. After losing her appetite, Romantica leaves the cafeteria with a dark face and follows Desser at a wary distance through the cold night air. Desser says the party will be fine, but Romantica immediately points out the obvious problem. They still need a third member and a professor. She keeps listing why no one would join some rookie beta party, only for Desser to grin and point out that she suddenly sounds invested in making it work. Embarrassed, Romantica loudly insists she only cares because a failed party would make her month more annoying. Desser finally explains that he already knows a professor who will authorize the party and already has a third member in mind. That only annoys Romantica more, because now it feels like Desser let her worry just to toy with her. As they head toward the training hall, Romantica finally asks for the name of this mystery recruit, and Desser answers with Pram Schneezer. At the joint sparring session, the glass-roofed beta training hall looks as neglected as everything else in their class. The room itself splits the students in two, with plain beta students treating the decay as normal and polished alpha students openly sneering at it. Romantica sits beside Desser and complains that this miserable place is exactly why she wanted to reach alpha in the first place. When she asks if Pram is here, Desser scans the sparring floor and says the boy is the strongest swordsman in beta class. Then Romantica actually spots Pram and instantly forgets everything but how absurdly cute he is. Romantica spirals into nonsense about buying one with her whole fortune, while Desser looks on in disbelief at her sudden obsession. On the fourth stage, Pram surprises Desser by reaching past the lighter practice weapons and choosing a wooden greatsword. His opponent is Percival Oseganitz of Alpha class, a trained knight student who doesn't even think a beta student deserves an introduction. At the signal, Pram charges hard and actually drives Percival backward with a string of heavy greatsword blows. But Desser can tell something is wrong, because Pram should be a rapier fighter, and every blunt swing with that oversized weapon is wasting his real talent. Once Pram's stamina starts to drain, the entire flow flips, and Percival finally gets the opening he was waiting for. Pram twists his wrist trying to block, loses his grip, and the greatsword goes flying as the match ends in a flat defeat. Romantica's interest cools fast, and she tells Desser that no matter how cute Pram is, recruiting deadweight would be pointless. Desser is still watching Pram when the trouble starts, and suddenly he jumps up and shouts for it to stop. Percival has already thrown the first punch, and when Desser demands to know why, the boy only answers with more bullying. Pram makes the mistake of saying the quiet part out loud, that Percival got angry because a beta student pushed him around even for a moment. Enraged, Percival swings his wooden sword straight at Pram's head with real intent to hurt him. The blow never lands because Desser throws himself in front of Pram and blocks it with his own arm, splintering the weapon and tearing up his hand. Desser's voice stays eerily calm as he tells Percival the match is already over and asks what more he wants. That dead, veteran-like stare shakes the alpha student so badly that Desser barely has to mention the professors before the boy backs down and leaves. Afterward in the infirmary, the damage to Desser's right arm looks ugly but not broken, and Pram carefully bandages it himself. Pram is so guilty he nearly cries, convinced he has made Desser's life harder with a wounded sword arm. Desser keeps telling him it was his own choice to step in, but Pram still can't settle down. What finally amazes Pram is that Desser knowingly made an enemy in Alpha class just to protect a stranger. Pram thanks him in earnest and says he will never forget it, while Desser shrugs the whole thing off as nothing. Then the tension breaks when Pram realizes they never even exchanged names. Pram introduces himself properly, Desser returns the favor, and the two finally move from awkward strangers to something warmer. When Desser speaks too formally, Pram shyly insists he should just call him Pram and speak casually instead. Desser gives in and calls him Pram, and that one small concession lights the boy up with genuine happiness. In the infirmary, Desser awkwardly tells Pram to stop calling him Mr. Desser, but Pram stubbornly insists on keeping the respectful title. When Desser notices it is already lunch, the treatment finally ends and the two head out together. Outside the infirmary, Pram stops Desser with a deep bow and vows he will never forget the debt he owes him. When Pram promises to help with anything, Desser immediately turns serious and asks the one thing he actually needs: join my party. Pram lights up and accepts on the spot, giving Desser the final member he needed to complete his party. With Romantica and Pram beside him, Desser brings his new team to Professor Bridget's office to make the party official. They step into Bridget's polished office and find 4 teacups already waiting, a quiet sign that she expected this meeting. Bridget greets them with easy warmth, and Desser thanks the professor who once changed his life by helping him enter Hebrian. Bridget openly praises Desser's entrance exam performance, and reminds him he even beat the favorite jest. When Bridget jokes about how hopeless Desser used to be under her teaching, he freezes so hard that even she has to tell him it was only a joke. Once the mood settles, Bridget asks the real question: why is Desser creating this party at all? Desser answers without flinching that his goal is to climb from beta class to alpha through the promotion battles. Pram admits he does not even know what that means yet, so Bridget explains that Hebrian's promotion battles are the Academy's ranking tournament and midterm exam. She lays out the brutal structure. Students fight through a tournament, the top 30 enter a Class 5 Shadow World Battle Royale, and only the last 9 standing become single rankers. Bridget makes it plain that Desser is not just aiming for alpha class, but for all 3 of them to win single ranker titles. Romantica finally explodes, saying top 30 is already unrealistic and any beta party that advanced would just get hunted immediately. Bridget backs that fear with facts, pointing out that alpha class elites dominate the rankings every year and no beta student has ever cracked the top 30. Pram realizes that if they really try this, alpha class students will probably target them first simply for being a small beta party. Desser agrees with every ugly part of the plan, which is exactly why he says they have to aim even higher and become single rankers anyway. Then Desser finally reveals the deeper point. If 3 beta students win single ranker titles, the Academy will lose its excuse for treating beta class as worthless trash. After a long, heavy silence, Bridget accepts the idea and agrees to authorize the party. But Bridget stops Desser from celebrating too soon and says she still needs direct consent from Romantica and Pram themselves. She warns them that joining means accepting Desser's ideals, obeying him as party leader, and staking their futures on his path. Pram does not hesitate for even a second and immediately declares that he will join Desser's party. Bridget slides over the contract, and Pram signs it without reserve, leaving only Romantica undecided. Now all eyes shift to Romantica, and she weighs Desser's impossible goal against the confidence and talent she has already seen from him. In the end, Romantica exhales, gives in to that faith, and asks where she needs to sign. With the party finally formed, Desser leads Romantica and Pram toward Hebrian's enormous training sector. Inside, the training sector looks absurdly luxurious, and Romantica is left staring at facilities grand enough to make anyone want to train there forever. That wonder crashes into anger when they see the sign marking all the best training areas as alpha class only. After climbing up to the top level, they reach the beta training room and find something that looks less like a facility and more like a forgotten attic. The moment the door opens, dust and rot pour out, and the room is so foul that their motivation dies on the spot. Then Pram suddenly yelps that something just ran across his foot, and Romantica panics before she even knows what it was. When the lights come on and Romantica spots a mouse hole, she is instantly ready to abandon the room forever. Desser flatly refuses, calling this abandoned dump the perfect place because nobody else will ever come here. The room gets even worse when the struggling light dies, and a whole field of tiny red rat eyes suddenly appears in the dark. When the rats charge, Romantica screams and launches herself onto Desser like the floor has become lava. Even after the rats scatter again, Romantica refuses to touch the ground, but Desser only gives in halfway and orders her to help clean instead of escape. 6 exhausting hours later, the impossible happens and the beta room is transformed into a bright, spotless space they can actually use. They collapse from exhaustion, only for Desser to announce a short break and immediate training, which hits Romantica like a personal betrayal. When Romantica protests, Desser reminds her that she signed up knowing party members must obey their leader, and her regret starts setting in fast. After the break, Desser begins with Romantica and says the first thing she must improve is her casting speed. Romantica proudly argues that her casting is already fast, but Desser cuts through that confidence and tells her alpha class standards are far higher. His solution is not small improvement, but a whole new ability, and he tells her she will learn chantless casting. Romantica flatly says that is impossible, and Desser needles her with the ugly reminder that the alternative is staying in beta class and eating stale bread forever. That cheap but effective threat works, and Romantica reluctantly agrees to try. Desser places a blue ball on the floor, draws 2 circles several meters apart, and sets a strict rule: move it with air alone, without touching it, moving, or speaking. Romantica strains to create wind without a chant and gets nowhere, because silent control of air feels like trying to use a body part she never had. Instead of giving technical theory, Desser tells her to remember the feeling from cleaning, when she used magic and moved like she was pushing dust away with the wind. That advice clicks just enough for the ball to finally twitch, and even though it moves the wrong way, it is her first real step forward. Desser praises her first progress, and that small bit of approval is enough to make Romantica bury her excitement and keep practicing harder. Once Romantica is absorbed in practice, Desser turns to Pram for his turn, and Pram looks up expecting instruction. But Desser shocks him by saying he has nothing at all to teach Pram. While watching Pram train, Desser bluntly tells him the truth. Pram already has the senses and skill of a real swordsman, but he is wasting that talent on a great sword. Desser even says Pram could challenge for promotion right now and would outclass most alpha students if he gave up the great sword and returned to a rapier. The moment Desser mentions the rapier, Pram drops his gaze and clutches the great sword like a shield, making his reluctance impossible to miss. When Desser presses him, Pram quietly asks him to come along, signaling that the answer is tied to something much deeper than fighting style. By dusk, Pram brings Desser to his dorm and starts opening up about the father he never knew, a noble who left Pram and his commoner mother living in the shadows. Pram explains that his mother always praised that absent man, and Desser waits in silence as Pram goes to fetch the only thing his father supposedly left behind. Pram returns with a leather sheath, and when Desser draws the weapon, he finds a strangely light rapier with a fine oak grip and a blade that already feels wrong. Pram says his mother gave him that rapier when he was 6, and he spent years learning the sword so his father would be proud when they finally met. But his mother never revealed the noble's name, not even on her deathbed, because she knew a bastard child would never be welcomed by that world. Even so, Pram came to Hebrian chasing any clue he could find among the gathered nobles, and this rapier was his only lead. Then the real wound comes out. After having the weapon inspected, Pram learned the blade was just rusted cheap iron, and that discovery felt like betrayal from the father he had built up in his heart. Pram finally says he cannot bear touching that rapier anymore and angrily throws it aside, choosing the great sword instead. As Pram goes back to drilling basic greatsword swings, Desser can see the problem clearly. Pram's body and instincts were built for a rapier, not a crushing heavy blade. Desser realizes switching so late has trapped Pram in the worst possible style, and teaching him like this would be almost pointless. Still, Desser refuses to give up because one fact from the future does not fit. The Pram he remembers became a legendary rapier master, so something must have changed his heart later. The next day, Desser asks to see the heirloom again, hoping that hidden clue is still there. Pram's face tightens, and he drops a surprise Desser did not expect at all. He already sold the sword. They head into Hebrian's crowded business sector, and as they walk through the noisy avenue, Pram calmly explains that after their talk he decided the old sword was useless to him. That answer rattles Desser, because he realizes his meddling may have pushed Pram even farther away from the rapier path he was meant to take. Even so, Desser keeps chasing the lead and follows Pram into a darker, emptier alley where the buyer's shop sits far from the main crowd. Pram says the place also deals in illegal goods, which explains why the antique shop looks more like a fortress than a store. As Desser reads the harsh no-refund warnings and the threat about thieves not surviving, he knows exactly what kind of merchant they are dealing with. Pram warns again that he still will not use the rapier, but Desser walks inside anyway because the sword matters more than that vow right now. Past a narrow hall and a chandeliered passage, the boys reach a heavy steel door, and the whole route feels designed to trap intruders as much as welcome customers. A towering giant opens the steel door for them, and when it slams shut behind the boys, the shop stops feeling like a business and starts feeling like a cage. Inside, Desser finds a cramped customer lane boxed in by wire screen shelves, while the old merchant Yujikin watches them from behind a protected counter. Yujikin immediately recognizes Pram as the boy who sold him something days ago, and Desser cuts in before the merchant can dodge the point. When Desser makes it clear they are not asking for a refund but want to buy the item back, Yujikin's mood flips at once from sour to eager. After a long wait, Yujikin returns and lays the same rusted fake sword on the counter like it is nothing special. The merchant casually reveals the trick Pram never knew. This is not a sword at all, but a kemibin, a hollow keepsake used by warrior families to hide gifts for their lovers. Then Yujikin names his new price as 40 silver, and Pram realizes he was tricked into selling away his father's heirloom for almost nothing. Pram explodes at him, but Yujikin coolly insists he never lied because Pram sold him a sword, so he only paid for a sword. Desser hates the scam, but one thought matters more to him now. If this heirloom is what brings Pram back to the rapier, 40 silver is worth paying. So Desser pays the full amount on the spot, ignoring Pram's protest and forcing the merchant to hand the heirloom back. Now that the kemibin is in his hands, Desser studies it more carefully and notices the mismatch that Pram missed, a superb handle attached to a worthless shell. Feeling along the handle, Desser finds a tiny hidden indentation and realizes this heirloom was never empty at all. He hands it to Pram and tells him exactly where to press, but Pram still recoils because he cannot trust this thing not to hurt him again. Desser pushes through Pram's doubt and tells him to trust him, insisting that something weightless is hidden inside the false blade. At last Pram opens the hidden catch, and the rusted shell releases a glowing rapier from within. Desser recognizes the metal immediately as Blanccume, and even Yujikin loses his composure because a nearly weightless unbreakable blade is far beyond ordinary treasure. Pram can only stare at the weapon in silence, because the worthless scrap he hated has just become the miraculous rapier from his father's hidden legacy. Satisfied that he found the truth, Desser turns to leave with Pram before the merchant's greed has time to become a problem. He is one step too late, because the giant guard suddenly drops a weapon toward Desser's head and Yujikin openly demands the sword back. Desser refuses flatly, reminding Yujikin that they bought a Kemubin fair and square and throwing the merchant's own dirty logic back in his face. Yujikin admits the truth without shame. If he had known it was Blanccume, he never would have sold it, and now greed matters more to him than fairness. When Desser points out that Pram also never would have sold it if he had known the truth, Yujikin has no answer left except force. The giant blocks the exit with his glaive at Desser's throat, and Yujikin retreats behind iron bars before signaling his guard to kill them for the sword. Before the giant can reach Desser, Pram steps in front of him with the restored rapier raised, and his stance suddenly looks exactly right for the first time. Pram warns the giant not to come any closer, and the little boy with the slim blade suddenly gives off enough pressure to stop him in his tracks. The giant answers with a roaring charge, mixing brutal glaive swings with bare-knuckle brawling the way a northern warrior would. Pram parries the glaive but gets forced backward when the giant slips in a punch from the other side, turning the duel into a cramped survival fight. Pram rolls away just in time, and the giant's fist smashes the wooden wall hard enough to shred it into splinters. The guard storms after him with a furious barrage, and now Pram has to dodge, roll, and parry over and over as the tiny room fills with steel and panic. The giant starts to realize that at this pace he will lose, so the pressure on Pram turns even more vicious and desperate. Then the giant suddenly closes the distance and brings his glaive down in a straight execution strike, trapping Pram with nowhere left to go. Pram slips past the giant guard's killing swing, and the stunned barbarian realizes his glaive blade has been sliced clean off. The guard drops the broken weapon and charges barehanded, but Pram dodges the punch with acrobatic ease and flips behind him. When the giant twists to block, Pram's rapier slips around the guard and strikes his solar plexus, ending the fight in one precise exchange. Desser calmly calls the fight over, but Yujikin laughs that the massive Kichlian steel door will trap them until more guards arrive. Pram answers by cutting through the steel door's hinges, and the impossible door crashes open under the hidden Blanccume rapier. As they make their escape, Desser throws Yujikin's own words back at him and leaves the merchant staring in shock. A few minutes later, Desser is already out of breath from running, but he stays upbeat because they recovered the sword. Pram instinctively touches the revealed rapier, still amazed by its weightless feel and by the fact that he used it again. Pram admits he only picked up the rapier because the situation was urgent, and he still cannot understand why his father hid something so precious inside that worn Kemubin. Desser tells him his father was protecting him, because a Blanccume sword would have drawn endless vultures like Yujikin. When Pram worries he might never have discovered the truth, Desser insists his father trusted him to find it someday. Desser points out the hidden words on the grip, now complete in the rapier's true form, and Pram finally sees his father's message. The scene shifts to the Alpha-class private restaurant, where Romantica sits in an expensive high-floor dining room she could only enter because Donetta invited her. A waiter sets down Romantica's meal, and when she looks up, Donetta is already seated across from her, greeting her with practiced warmth. They eat in awkward silence until Donetta finally asks what she wanted to discuss. Romantica puts the decorated wooden Kemubin on the table and says she came to return it. Donetta keeps his noble mask on and says he saw no reason she would refuse him, but Romantica cuts him off before he can frame the rejection for her. Romantica reveals the real reason. She joined a nameless beta-class party made of the commoners Donetta looks down on. Donetta slams his fork down and asks if she was blackmailed, unable to accept that she chose that path herself. Even after opening the Kemubin to reveal the gold necklace inside, Donetta keeps pushing, but Romantica says she does not regret her choice. Romantica explains that Desser's party became fun, that Desser trains them seriously, and that she is growing stronger there. When Donetta argues that his party could improve her skills too, Romantica reminds him that he called beta students worthless trash. Romantica seals the break by admitting she is a commoner herself. For one ugly instant, Donetta's disgust shows plainly before he forces his noble composure back into place. Donetta insists a real commoner would have quietly used him to enter Alpha, and Romantica answers that Desser's party accepted her without that kind of contempt. Romantica openly says the nobles fear talented commoners because the old order is crumbling and another republic could rise from that fear. Donetta hears the word republic and immediately drags the conversation into old bloodshed, asking if she wants to start one again. Romantica says she is not suicidal, only angry at nobles who still treat commoners as enemies more than a decade after the republic fell. Donetta finally explains the depth of that hatred by revealing that a commoner graduate of Hebrian led the republic's revolt against the kingdom. He says the republic tore the country apart, ruined noble families, and nearly captured the capital before it was crushed. The wound turns personal when Donetta reveals that his own family was slaughtered during the attack on the capital, including his parents under the guillotine. Donetta says many nobles carry the same trauma, and as long as remnants of the Republic remain, they will never trust commoners. Romantica argues that blaming every commoner for a rebellion is absurd, but Donetta coldly answers that the Revolutionary Army was made only of commoners. Realizing the argument is hopeless, Romantica bluntly names what they are now, enemies competing for alpha status from opposite sides of the divide. She leaves with a warning that they will meet again in the Shadow World, and Donetta answers with a threat that commoners like her will never survive the tournament. Back in the Blue Moon party office, shattered glass and spilled ink set the mood as Professor Neflika explodes over the news that beta students reached the top 30. The paper links the upset to criticism of the alpha-beta system, which only makes Neflika rage harder at this humiliation. Neflika blames one name above all others for stealing prospects from Blue Moon and dragging Bridget's side into the spotlight, Desser Armin. That name hits Ajess very differently, because instead of sharing the anger, she feels the old fire of her first defeat flare back to life. Ajess realizes Desser forced his way back into her reach, and the rematch she thought was impossible is suddenly real again. Meanwhile, Neflika orders the entire Blue Moon first-year group to use any method necessary to crush Desser's party before they can become single rankers. He follows that by naming a leader on the spot and turns to the one student who has already fought Desser once. When Ajess says she has already thought of ways to deal with Desser, Neflika eagerly appoints her as the Blue Moon first-year leader. Ajess accepts happily, because this is no longer about looking down on Desser at all, but finally defeating the rival she could never forget. Later in the library lounge, Desser congratulates Romantica and Pram for getting this far and drops a stack of thick books onto the table. Romantica blurts out what this is all about, and Pram quickly hushes her because they are still in a library. Desser casually announces that from today on, they are not training anymore, which instantly shocks both of them. Before they can celebrate, Desser reveals the real plan. They are switching from combat drills to studying history. Romantica is openly unimpressed, but Desser explains that understanding the original history of a Class 5 Shadow World is essential if they want to clear it. Desser breaks down the rule behind higher Shadow Worlds. From Class 6 upward, they recreate real historical settings, so preparation matters as much as power. He adds that the promotion battle is using a Shadow World that has already been cleared before, which means its conditions can be controlled with safeguards in place. Pram immediately connects Desser's explanation to the Shadow World from their entrance exam, showing he understands why this research matters. In the library, Desser explains that Shadow Worlds can be manipulated in parts, but their core history and objectives stay fixed, so studying past events is the only reliable way to prepare. Romantica realizes Desser's massive book pile is supposed to help with the promotion battle and immediately looks horrified by the workload. When Romantica bluntly asks if these exact books are definitely relevant, Desser calmly admits he is not certain and shuts down her protest anyway. Desser presses harder, saying these are the events most likely to appear and that if she dislikes his method, she can try reading the entire library instead. Unable to tell them he already knows the coming Shadow World, Desser orders both teammates to read everything he chose and write short summaries. Romantica mutters that Desser is a sadist, but Pram defends him, which only annoys her more because she knows he really is helping them. Since she cannot focus on the book at all, Romantica starts whispering to Pram and accuses him of getting strangely close to Desser without her. When Romantica teases that they might have gone on a date, Pram flinches and tries to bury himself in his book instead of answering. Romantica keeps poking at him until their horseplane knocks a book off the desk with a loud crash. Desser immediately shuts them down and orders them back to studying, and both of them offer quick guilty apologies. As Romantica reaches for the fallen book, an elegant hand picks it up first, and she looks up in shock at Ajess King's crown. Seeing the blue moon crest on Ajess' chest, Romantica instantly treats her as the enemy and demands to know why she came. Ajess ignores Romantica completely, walks past her, and sits directly across from Desser as if he is the only person she came to see. After 2 months apart, Desser praises Ajess for joining Blue Moon, but she coolly reminds him that his rise already knocked her party from the top spot. Ajess mentions that she heard Desser's team pass the tournament, and Desser knows exactly what that means for their next meeting. Before Desser can finish the thought himself, Ajess says their next meeting will be on the Shadow World battlefield. Desser reads her perfectly and asks if she came to declare war, turning the whole encounter into an open challenge. Ajess admits he understands her too well and says it plainly at last. She now sees Desser Armin as her rival. She even apologizes for underestimating him before, bowing her head with knightly seriousness despite her princess-like beauty. Ajess promises she will use all her strength to defeat him, and the slight tremor in her voice reveals just how fiercely she wants this win. Desser quietly welcomes that fire, because making Ajess his rival was part of his plan from the entrance exam. He had crushed Ajess on purpose back then so she would target him, grow stronger, and become the key he needs for the future Shadow Labyrinth. Out loud, Desser simply accepts the challenge and says he looks forward to an honorable duel with Ajess King's crown. Then the promotion battle day arrives, and Hebrian's main building roars like a coliseum packed with spectators around the Shadow Gate. The event is treated as both spectacle and business, with elite students about to fight in a safe shadow world while a worldwide crowd watches for blood and brilliance. Before entering, Deser quickly assigns Romantica her role, long-range sniper using detection magic to find enemies and drop them before they can react. Romantica worries that sniping alpha students will fail, but Deser reminds her their practice was built exactly for this job. When she admits she still cannot judge the right power for a human target, Deser reveals the reason for her strange training drill. That blue practice ball was meant to match a person's head. Deser moves to Pram next and gives him the role of their only frontline fighter, half-damage dealer and full-time protector for the two mages. Pram accepts the role with cheerful seriousness, and his cute little salute almost makes Deser smile in spite of the tension. Asked about himself, Deser sums up his own job as anti-mage, the one meant to create the openings that decide the fight. The announcement finally sounds, and Deser steps into the opening shadow gate as blinding light swallows him. He opens his eyes inside an autumn forest at 11 a.m., and the Shadow World's mission appears: find the enemy base, with lethal damage causing ejection instead of real death. Realizing everyone was scattered to random starting points, Deser barely has time to note his luck before an enemy mage attacks from behind. A vicious ice bolt screams past Deser's head and buries itself in a tree, and when he turns, a smug blue moon mage his age is waiting behind him. The two exchange names almost like a formal duel, and both begin casting at the same time. Lapras launches Ice Blast, but Deser counters with a precise fire road straight into its path. Lapras cleverly adds Aqua Wave, using water to smother the fire and freeze the attack into a waiting pillar that traps the spell in place. When the pillar shatters, a storm of ice fragments rips through the forest and tears into Deser hard enough to make him stagger. Lapras seizes control of the scattered fragments and cages Deser inside a tightening whirlwind of ice knives, certain the fight is over. Instead of panicking, Deser calmly tells her the idea was not bad, which only makes Lapras sneer harder before she closes the trap. Then Deser steals control of every shard, pulling the whole storm into a single floating sphere and leaving Lapras shocked. Deser calls it a bad matchup, grabs the orb, and throws it back as the legendary Ice Orb spell. The orb bursts into countless ice bolts that punch through Lapras again and again until she vanishes into ash and the field count drops. Elsewhere in the forest, Romantica pours mana into wide-range wind detection, determined to find Deser even if it burns through her reserves. The moment she senses targets, she fires a chantless wind bullet without hesitation, putting Deser's sniper training to real use. A distant hit confirms the shot worked, and an elimination announcement proves she just dropped one contestant from extreme range. Pram has already found her, so the pair keep searching for Deser together, with Romantica scanning again and again through the woods. This time her next bullet does not kill the target, and instead slips out of her control, which tells Romantica she finally found Deser. Before they can move, a two-man enemy team appears behind them and mockingly points out that Romantica's detection spell keeps broadcasting their location. Romantica is not worried at all, and Pram backs her up, because the attackers walked straight into perfect range for a counter. Pram closes the distance before the enemy swordsman can even finish speaking and drives his rapier straight through the man's heart. At the exact same moment, Romantica fires into the stunned enemy mage, and both opponents crumble into ash from the clean team combo. With the path clear, Romantica shrugs off the fight, calls Deser their stupid party leader, and the two head out to regroup. Later, under a sky turning stormy, the whole team reunites as wind rises and the temperature starts to drop. Romantica immediately boasts that she took down two enemies and waits smugly for Deser to praise how well she performed. Deser rewards that confidence with an absent-minded pat on the head, praising her practice, and Romantica instantly explodes in flustered protest. When Deser pulls his hand back, Pram immediately slips between them, claims his own kill, and quietly places Deser's hand on his head too. Romantica looks away and mutters at stupid Deser, leaving the reunion on one last petty, awkward beat before the battle moves on. After finally regrouping, Deser, Romantica, and Pram drop onto a sheltered patch of forest ground and take a badly needed rest. They open the academy rations, and even Deser has to force down the awful energy bar because they cannot afford to be picky. Deser and Pram notice Romantica quietly softening the hard ration in her mouth instead of complaining, which says more than she wants it to. When they keep staring, Romantica snaps in embarrassment, and Deser teases that she has gotten tough enough to survive beta class now. Deser catches the packet, hides the rest of their trash under the ground, and turns the short break into a strategy meeting. Drawing lines in the dirt, Deser lays out their two paths to Alpha class: survive among the last 9, or somehow clear the Shadow World quest and place first. Romantica pushes back because Deser already called first place impossible, and he calmly agrees that chasing the quest head-on while fighting everyone else would crush them. Deser shifts the goal from winning to cutting the survivor count, explaining that if other parties weaken each other first, his team only needs to eliminate enough people to reach the top 9. Pram immediately gets the plan, but the moment of relief dies when the drizzle suddenly turns into a pounding storm. A bell rings through the storm from the northeast, and Deser asks the time because he knows something deadly is starting now. A mission announcement reveals that previous clock tower creates a demon every hour, and the first one at 1 o'clock is the Kildra mouse. Desser orders everyone back as the earth starts buckling under them and the smell of rot and blood gushes out of the wet ground. Romantica recognizes that horrible smell from the training grounds and realizes the first demon might be exactly what she dreads. Her worst guess is confirmed when a red demon rat bursts out and Romantica screams at the sight of rats. The system identifies the monster as the two-star Kildra mouse, a demon that commands rats and never stops hunting its chosen prey. When the Kildra mouse shrieks, the ground explodes again and a black tide of countless rats pours out behind it. Romantica freezes so badly that Desser has to grab her arm and drag her into a desperate retreat before the swarm crashes over them. As they sprint through the rain, Romantica nearly breaks down because the squealing swarm is right behind them and devouring everything in its path. Romantica fires a wind spell into the swarm, but it barely slows the wave because every blown-back rat is replaced instantly. Their escape almost ends when a huge fallen tree blocks the path, and Desser realizes it is the same tree shattered during his earlier fight with Lapras. Pram clears the tree easily, but Desser and Romantica have to risk one all-or-nothing jump with the rats nearly on their backs. Desser makes it over, but Romantica catches her leg and slams face first into a puddle on the other side. The tree explodes under the pressure of the swarm, and now the party is only a few steps from being swallowed whole. Desser blurts out the only winning condition left: kill the Kildra mouse itself, even though it is buried somewhere inside that living nightmare. With rats already climbing onto them and biting into their skin, Desser realizes he has no time left for anything except forcing the boss to reveal itself. Desser bites his thumb and flings his blood into the air, betting the demon's hunger will drag it out of the swarm. The trap works instantly when the Kildra mouse rockets out of the wave with its jaws open for Desser's blood. Romantica fires a wind bullet at the exposed boss, but the shot only cracks its armor instead of killing it. The failed shot lets the Kildra mouse drop back into the torrent, and for one awful beat it looks like their plan just died with it. Before anyone can react, Pram sprints past them and dives straight into the rat swarm himself. Thousands of rats tear at Pram's skin, but he stays focused and waits for the blood-crazed boss to come to him. The instant Pram spots the Kildra mouse moving through the mass, he drives his rapier through it in one clean strike. With the boss dead, the swarm loses control, hesitates in confusion, and then scatters back into the forest. A survival success message appears as Pram finally collapses, and Desser moves in to brush the last rats off him. The battle ends so suddenly that only the cold rain remains, leaving Romantica soaked, shaking, and miserable. Desser points northwest toward the looming clock tower just before the quest updates into a much bigger mission. The new objective reveals the truth of the tower. It keeps summoning demons every hour until someone destroys its power source at the top. Elsewhere in the same storm, Ajess slices apart her own Kildra mouse and secures survival for the Blue Moon Party too. Her teammates cheer, but Ajess stays unreadable as she counts the losses and sees that their once 10-member group is already down to 8. Percival steps up to say Blue Moon now holds the lead and can lock in first place by crushing the remaining scattered parties. Ajess's eyes snap open when she feels a sniper-level wind detection spell sweep over them from far away. She throws up an ice barrier in front of Percival just in time, and an unseen shot slams into it hard enough to shatter the pillar. Ajess immediately identifies the attack as a sniper and realizes that if she had reacted even a beat later, Percival would have been eliminated. Because that casting speed should be impossible for an ordinary freshman, Ajess treats the hidden wind mage as a real threat and starts commanding a full defensive response. Tankers move up, mages start disrupting air currents, and Blue Moon braces for another invisible shot that never comes. Even without a second shot, Ajess refuses to relax and orders Blue Moon north toward the sniper while detection magic sweeps the way every 100 meters. On the third floor of previous clock tower, Romantica watches Blue Moon from the window and fumes that her perfect shot still failed. Desser reveals the miss was deliberate in a different sense, because he never expected a real kill as long as Ajess was guarding them. What he wanted was pressure, not a body, because forcing Blue Moon to fear a hidden sniper drains their focus, time, and detection magic. Romantica points out that the failed snipe exposed their location, and Desser answers that exposing it was the real point of the attack. His next order sounds insane at first: keep sniping every party, not to kill them, but to tell everyone exactly where Desser's team is waiting. Desser explains the trap: if every surviving party converges on the clock tower, they will all gang up on the overwhelmingly strong Blue Moon team first. In that chaos, Desser's small team plans to stay on the edge, finish off openings, and keep tipping the balance until the survivor count drops to 9. Pram sums it up as making the other parties do the work for them, and Romantica can only think that Desser is terrifyingly shameless when he wants to win. Desser ends the briefing by reminding them that every party has to come here eventually anyway, so all Romantica has to do is keep firing until the whole forest turns into a mud fight. At the top of the clock tower, the final quest finally becomes clear: destroy the power source and stop the clock. When Ajess leads Blue Moon inside, they find 13 survivors already gathered and glaring at each other instead of clearing the quest. Ajess quietly counts the field, notices 2 have already been eliminated, and realizes the missing wind mage must be Desser's sniper. The 2 weaker parties instantly stop sizing each other up and join forces, because fighting Blue Moon alone would be suicide. Adjust answers by ordering Blue Moon into perfect formation, and the room turns into a full standoff. Then Gabriel Igenti calls out Blue Moon as the source of the deadly sniper fire that has been harassing everyone. His accusation makes Adjust connect the pieces. Desser found the tower first, but instead of clearing it, he used sniping to hurt every party here. The moment she understands the plan, Adjust moves first and cuts Gabriel down before anyone can react. Panic erupts, but Adjust doesn't even look rattled as she decides Blue Moon will stop Desser's sniper while she handles the 5 enemies here by herself. Up in the corridor, Desser's team learns just how monstrous that choice was when Adjust arrives alone, bloodied and carrying victory with her. Desser admits his trap should have worked, but Adjust shattered it by personally crushing the other survivors while Blue Moon kept his party pinned. With the downstairs hostages making escape impossible, both sides accept that this has become a straight fight between their two parties. Adjust opens with Frozen Jail, but Desser reads it mid-cast and hijacks the spell before it can touch his team. Adjust instantly cancels the spell into a wall of thick fog, turning the whole corridor into a blind close-quarters battlefield. Inside the fog, Pram cleanly reads Donetta's approach, slips a killing swing, and drives his rapier toward Donetta's stomach. Romantica follows that opening with Wind Strike, but Percival barges in behind his shield and mocks her weakened spell power. Percival rushes Pram expecting an easy win, but the fog and Pram's footwork keep turning his own aggression against him. As the duel stretches on, Pram's tiny, efficient movements start quietly pushing the stronger swordsman backward. Cornered by that slow loss, Percival makes a desperate gamble and hurls his shield straight at Pram. The hit lands hard, and Percival instantly crashes in to turn the duel from finesse into raw strength. But Pram stays calm, lets Percival's momentum slide off his blade, and turns the stumble into a perfect opening. Pram's counter tears through Percival's armor and shoulder, proving he has surpassed the boy who looked down on him weeks ago. Percival demands to know how Pram changed so fast, and Pram only answers with a teasing smile that makes him even angrier. Elsewhere in the same fog, Donetta realizes Romantica is using the mist and wind itself to track him while sniping him from changing angles. Donetta finally reveals why he stayed so smug by activating a gold necklace artifact that blows the fog away. He follows with another artifact, trapping Romantica in a ring of fire and pinning her under his sword. Romantica keeps her nerve long enough to bait Donetta into looking away, and a giant boulder from Desser slams into him from the side. Donetta survives, furious that his noble appearance is wrecked, while Desser tells Romantica to go support Pram instead. Donetta tries to stop her with Breath of Earth, but Desser steps into the attack and lets the rising stone entomb him instead. When Donetta swings into the stone shell and can't cut through it, Adjust arrives with a sharp warning not to use magic on Desser. Adjust dives straight through the rubble to strike Desser, but he bursts the stone apart and blasts her back with Stone Break. Even after landing cleanly, Adjust nearly loses a wrist to Desser's follow-up Earth Trap and has to freeze it apart with Winter Fist. Then the two of them unleash spell after spell, and Desser keeps neutralizing everything until Adjust is forced to admit he owns the pace of the duel. Adjust is rattled less by losing mana trades than by the impossible experience gap behind them, and she can't stop wondering who Desser really is. Donetta tries to jump back in, but Adjust coldly refuses help and orders him to go save Percival instead. That order lands hard when Donetta realizes Percival is actually losing, so he rushes off and turns that side fight into a 2-on-2. Left facing Desser alone again, Adjust finally says the humiliating part out loud. In pure magic combat, she cannot beat him. So Adjust drops the magic duel, settles her hand on her sword, and commits to beating him the old-fashioned way. Adjust lunges, and Desser shocks her by instantly stacking support spells, drawing a short sword, and meeting her blade head-on. Adjust stares in disbelief that a mage blocked her, and Desser calmly reminds her that close combat isn't one of his weaknesses either. Adjust answers with brute force, shoving Desser backwards so hard he slams into the wall, but he rises looking barely hurt at all. Adjust realizes Desser even prepared for sword combat, and he calmly admits he can only keep this boosted melee style up for 5 minutes. Adjust does not trust him blindly, but she sees his mana really is burning away and charges in anyway. To Adjust's surprise, Desser meets her head-on and survives her heavy sword pressure by reading her swings a step ahead. While blocking her third strike, Desser suddenly asks the one thing Adjust is not ready to hear, whether she is actually enjoying this fight. Desser presses deeper and says Adjust hates losing so much that she deliberately forced this duel because she finally found someone she truly wants to beat. Adjust finally admits he is right. She wants to defeat him with everything she has, even if she does not understand why he is making her say it out loud. Desser answers with respect instead of mockery and tells Adjust not to hold back against him either. The fight shifts to the top of the clock tower, where Adjust and Desser stand far apart in a stark white room before her real trump card appears. Adjust casts Frozen Throne, and an ice throne erupts as towering hexagonal pillars spear up through the room. The spell grows into Frozen Palace, covering the summit in frost until it becomes a grand ice hall fit for a queen. Adjust reveals the palace's advantage. Inside this space she can fire ice magic without calculation, and hundreds of spells bloom in the air around Desser. Desser simply raises a hand and shatters the entire barrage, proving that endless formulas still mean nothing if he can hijack all of them. He warns her that even this palace has a cost, because sustaining such a field will burn through her mana fast no matter how gifted she is. Ajest keeps casting anyway, not because she expects a hit, but because each failed spell buys her one more moment to think. As her mana falls under 10%, Ajest finally pinpoints the problem. Every spell loses because Desser can read and hijack the formula itself. That realization pushes her to a new answer. If the attack is not a formula at all, Desser should not be able to steal it. Ajest draws her blade and decides to combine raw magic power with swordsmanship instead of casting a normal spell. The sword flares blue as Ajest creates magic sword on her own, years earlier than Desser ever expected, driven purely by her need to defeat him. Desser recognizes the impossible technique instantly, and is genuinely stunned that Ajest manifested magic sword by herself. Ajest rushes in at once, collapsing her own palace as she pours every last drop of mana into one final attack. Her finishing move, Magic Sword Ice Wave, turns the freezing air around the blade into part of the strike, and Desser instantly knows hijacking cannot stop it. Instead of trying to meet the blow, Desser suddenly lets his short sword fall and raises his empty hands as the world seems to slow around them. Ajest's blade reaches Desser's neck and draws blood, but his face shows no fear at all, only a quiet smile of victory. Before Ajest can understand it, everything freezes and fades as the shadow world ends from a different cause entirely. The result window reveals Desser secretly hijacked the demon summoning formation at the top of the tower, clearing the mission and taking first place over Ajest and Pram. Later, spring settles over Hebrian Academy, and Romantica walks under the flowering buckthorn trees in a rare good mood with Pram beside her. Pram quietly explains the trees symbolize progress, grounding the peaceful campus moment in one of Hebrian's old traditions. Their stroll is cut short when rain starts tapping through the leaves and the sky turns dark. Soon both of them are soaked, and Romantica grumbles about her wet clothes even as the rain reminds them of the promotion battle. They share a knowing smile over how different the same rain feels now that they are safe and walking home as winners. The two hurry into Starling Dormitory, where Desser is already waiting in the nearly empty lobby with an unexpected guest, Ajest. Desser explains the real reason he won. He hijacked the tower's demon summoning device itself once the gears should have stopped, because that mechanism was built on an advanced magic formula. He tells Ajest her biggest mistake was getting trapped inside their duel and forgetting that the battlefield still had an objective beyond defeating him. Ajest accepts the verdict with unusual bluntness and admits she lost decisively. Desser brushes that off and says the result was not absolute, because if his analysis had been slower or her sword a little faster, he would have lost. Pram and Romantica cut into the conversation, joking that they would have avenged Desser anyway because their side had basically already won. Once they all sit together, Romantica immediately gets prickly about finding Ajest here at all. Ajest snaps back that if they were weak enough to lose over that, they were never fit for Alpha class in the first place. Before the mood can blow up, Desser reframes Ajest's jab as awkward praise for the fact that they earned promotion. Desser follows that up by thanking Romantica for her sniping, and her irritation instantly melts into red-faced embarrassment. Pram asks for his own praise next, and Desser rewards him with a pat that makes him cling to his waist like a happy puppy. Romantica hopefully asks if that means training can finally pause, and Desser crushes that dream on the spot. He flatly declares training is every day, and Romantica erupts because they barely survived the promotion battle yesterday. Ajest quietly stands to leave, but before going she shows a blue moon party summon proving she cannot stay longer. At the door, Ajest hesitates and makes a surprisingly humble request. She wants to join Desser's training sessions. Desser agrees without fuss and gives her the schedule, and Ajest leaves in the rain with the faintest grateful smile. After she leaves, Pram asks what comes next, and Desser makes it clear their party is not finished just because they reached Alpha class. His next goal is bigger than their own promotion. He wants to break the discrimination against Beta class and open a path for talented students still trapped there. Pram loves the idea. Romantica complains that it sounds exhausting, and their usual bickering snaps right back into place. When Desser teases that she can leave if she wants, Romantica instantly backpedals and insists she is obviously staying to help. While his friends argue, Desser quietly looks past the joke and remembers his real target, building enough strong allies to survive the coming Shadow Labyrinth. That serious thought is interrupted when Professor Bridget arrives and announces she has very important news. Instead of answering right away, Bridget conjures a giant luxury cake onto the table, and Romantica recognizes it on sight. Bridget is so delighted by their success that she suddenly grabs Desser in a tight, trembling hug. Romantica and Pram explode in protest at the same time, making the already chaotic celebration even louder. Then Bridget finally reveals the news that matters most. All three of them have been officially formalized as Alpha class single rankers. The chapter ends with Desser, Romantica, and Pram bursting into pure excitement now that their hard-fought promotion is finally official. In a Hebrian lecture hall, a Tower of Magic guest lecturer warns that humanity is still at war with the Shadow World, even if the threat feels distant to most students now. As the lecturer explains that shadowfied land is swallowed by dark fog and lost to civilization, Desser quietly remembers that humanity will keep losing far worse than these students realize. The lecturer says humanity only turned the tide less than 50 years ago, when researchers learn how to use magic crystals instead of treating them as useless stones. He breaks down the crystal's trick. The hard outer shell blocks access, and if you smash it open, the valuable interior mana just leaks away. Then he explains Enchant, the Tower of Magic technique that drills a tiny controlled path into the crystal and made the whole magical revolution possible. Magic-powered screens flash examples of the new age, from long-distance communication to lifts and trains, while Desser admits the world really is enjoying a rare prosperous stretch. But the lecture turns grim again when he says the same crystal boom also created the Outers, criminals willing to attack the Tower of Magic and the Western Kingdoms for illegal power. To wake the room up, the lecturer suddenly calls on Romantica by name, catching her half asleep and completely off guard. Her chair crashes backward, the class snickers, and Desser quietly feeds her the answer before she blurts out Zod Exarian just in time. With the answer accepted, the lecturer wraps up by calling the Shadow World a double-edged sword that both devours land and supplies the crystals modern society depends on. After class, Desser deliberately leads Romantica and Pram against the flow of students and introduces their little three-person party to the lecturer. Prelude assumes Desser is about to beg for a late sponsorship from the Tower of Magic, and he politely starts shutting that idea down before Desser even finishes. Desser says the real problem is that his commoner-heavy party was blocked from applying fairly, and Prelude realizes this must be the famous beta-class rookies everyone has been talking about. Even so, Prelude sticks to procedure and says the sponsorship window is already closed, so if they missed it, they will have to wait for next year. Desser coolly pivots and says he does not want sponsorship anymore. He wants the tower to hire his party through an official request instead. He puts a written request form and pen in Prelude's hands, and the whole party bluntly tells him to fill it out and request them himself. Prelude finally pushes back and calls Desser unreasonable, and Desser answers with a calm, dangerous smile that signals he is about to reveal something much bigger. Desser quietly reveals that the Outers will attack the tower's early branch in 10 hours for the second-tier Crystal Originals tear, and Prelude is stunned that a student could know that. That threat ties back to 3 days earlier, when Desser's party had just been promoted and started settling into their much nicer new single-ranker office. Buried in paperwork and eating Pram's homemade cookies, Desser gets sidetracked admiring how absurdly capable Pram is at cooking, cleaning, and everything else. Pram interrupts that dangerous train of thought by arriving in a light blue apron with fresh tea, innocently asking what Desser has been staring at for so long. Before Desser can answer, Romantica mocks him for obviously thinking something stupid, and Pram instantly leaps in to defend his honor. Faced with Pram's shining trust, Desser lies that he really was thinking about something important for the party, and Romantica reluctantly buys it. Desser escapes the topic by praising Pram's tea, and Pram happily goes to write down the recipe, leaving Desser alone with the real problem on his desk. Once the others are not looking, Desser shifts the paperwork aside and checks the hidden timeline sheet he has been using to track the future. The sheet lists key upcoming events, and Desser zeroes in on two that matter most right now: the Tower of Magic sponsorship deadline and the attack on the Airly branch. He thinks through what the sponsorship really means. The Tower of Magic only backs one party a year, and getting chosen would give his team elite gear, prestige, and momentum. His thoughts turn personal when he remembers that the tower's head, Zod Exarian, fought beside him in the doomed future and was one of the few people who reached the end with him. Desser remembers that Zod's magic was overwhelming, but his real genius was the equipment that kept the final expedition alive far longer than it should have survived. That settles it for Desser. He decides to secure the tower's sponsorship first, and use that opening to contact Zod later about another plan he is already hiding. He heads to Professor Bridget expecting her to handle the paperwork, but something already feels off because no official forms ever reached his party. At Bridget's office, she welcomes him in and reveals the first surprise: she is not handling the tower's sponsorship applications this time. Professor Niflika is. Desser immediately realizes the future has shifted, and before he can adjust, Bridget drops the second blow. The application period already ended yesterday. When Desser insists the deadline should have been July 5th, Bridget explains it was moved up to July 3rd because Niflika had to go overseas. Desser says that cannot be right because his party never received any announcement at all, despite checking every document that came in. That makes Bridget go still, because if Desser is telling the truth, his party may have been the only one deliberately skipped. Bridget rushes outside to verify it, calling staff from the hallway while Desser waits inside in a tense silence that already feels like bad news. She comes back flushed and furious with the answer. Staff claim Desser's party was not notified because of an administrative error. Professor Bridget explodes in anger when she realizes Professor Niflika likely sabotaged Desser's Tower of Magic sponsorship on purpose. Desser keeps his composure, but the missed deadline leaves him knowing complaints will not fix anything now. Bridget quickly promises to look for a way around the sabotage, and tells Desser to rest for now. Back at his own desk, Desser decides Niflika moved first because the Tower of Magic schedule is too rigid to undo easily, and that thought finally makes him angry. Instead of giving up, Desser opens his old timeline notes, finds one key date, and smiles when he realizes he can hit back just as cheaply. On a late summer night, a huge mustached man named Kryken walks through the foggy streets toward his real target. A shabby bread boy crashes into Kryken, and Kraken casually stops the flying bag with magic before pretending to be kind. The boy says the bread is for his little sister at home, and Kraken keeps acting like a concerned adult. Then Kraken shows his real nature by dumping the bread into the dirt and crushing it underfoot for fun. After leaving the boy behind, Kraken reaches the giant gate of the Tower of Magic's early branch and drops the harmless act. With one command, Kraken summons 80 masked raiders out of the dark and begins the assault. The first wave of spells slams into the gate, but the tower's barrier activates and wipes the magic away exactly as Kraken expected. Kraken immediately switches tactics and has brute force fighters hammer the gate before its enchantment can adapt. The gate finally gives way, alarms scream through the branch, and guards and mages pour out to meet the invaders. While the raid turns into open war below, Kraken slips away with 6 men under invisibility because the real mission is higher up. Seeing the tower commit its forces to the lower floors, Kraken relaxes because his decoy worked and the top floor should now be exposed. On the 20th floor, Kraken reaches a heavily protected safe and starts breaking the layered traps around it. His spell tears the protections apart and reveals Ruginal's tear, a blue crystal so valuable he reaches for it in greedy triumph. Before Kraken can enjoy the win, Pram steps out and orders the outer to surrender in the name of Hebrian's single rankers. Kraken instantly realizes someone predicted the raid in detail, but he refuses to back down and puts his hidden 6 men in front of him. As the enemy starts casting, Pram calmly reads their strength and judges that none of them should match him one-on-one. Pram proves it immediately by slicing a fireball in half and letting an ice spear break harmlessly off his anti-magic blade. The intruders panic at the anti-magic sword, and Pram uses that hesitation to rush straight for the mages. Even their sword line cannot hold him, and Pram slips past them fast enough to drop the first mage with a single clean strike. Then Pram's foot suddenly catches an entangle, and he realizes too late that a hidden caster stayed outside his view. That hidden caster is Kraken himself, and he follows up by smashing Pram in the back with a heavy earth spell. Pram forces himself upright again, but Kraken starts mocking him as a skilled fighter who still lacks real battlefield experience. Kraken feints with bind, baits Pram's dodge, and springs a raised wall trap that boxes him in on 3 sides. With no room to escape, Pram is forced into a desperate defense, shredding fire, ice, and wind spells one after another just to stay alive. Kraken decides the boy is too dangerous to leave alive and starts charging a stronger spell to finish him himself. Before Kraken can fire, one of his own mages is suddenly blasted into him by unseen sniping support from outside the room. More men keep dropping to that hidden sniper, and Kraken finally realizes the support mage is not strong enough to pierce armor cleanly, but is deadly enough to collapse his formation. Desperate to recover, Kraken orders everyone to protect him and begins pouring his mana into a final escape plan. As Kraken's walls decay, Pram finally breaks free and ignores the frontliners, cutting straight through the mages while the unseen sniper cleans up the rest. Within moments, only Kraken and one terrified swordsman are left standing against Pram. The last swordsman begs for help, and Kraken ignores him completely because the spell he finished was never meant to save anyone else. Pram backs off in alarm when the floor itself rises around Kraken, because this is not an attack but a high-to-earth escape spell. Kraken coldly sacrifices his own trapped man as the moving stone compacts into a smooth hexahedron around him. The damaged floor collapses away, Pram barely catches himself on the rails, and Kraken's stone hexahedron drops out of sight. Far from the branch, the earth opens in a sewer and Kraken emerges alive with Ruginal's tear still in hand. He is rattled that the tower somehow predicted too much, but he still thinks the mission counts as a success because he escaped with the crystal. That confidence vanishes when a voice in the dark tells him the mission only succeeded if he can still get out of here. Desser steps out, reveals he tagged Kraken with his mana, and the fake bread boy meeting suddenly clicks into place. Kraken tries to kill Desser with magic on the spot, but his formula collapses because Desser is hijacking the sequence in real time. The bigger shock is that this impossible interference is coming from a boy whose mana feels only first circle, and Kraken can see defeat closing in. Desser reminds him about the bread he crushed, making it clear this is personal as well as tactical. Cornered, Kraken threatens to smash Ruginal's tear, hoping the hostage value of the crystal will stop Desser from advancing. Desser calls the bluff instantly, because a man who sacrificed so much to steal the crystal cannot bring himself to destroy it. Kraken gambles on brute force instead, letting Desser come close and throwing a sudden punch he thinks will beat magic at point-blank range. Desser casts faster than the punch can land, and gravity control slams Kraken onto his knees under crushing pressure. The spell keeps increasing until Kraken is flattened face down into the reeking sewer floor, completely subdued under 8 times normal gravity. Pinned under Desser's crushing gravity spell in the sewer, Kraken can only scream as his bones start cracking and his body finally gives out. Kraken stares up in disbelief because his magic is gone, his body is broken, and a first circle student just beat him with a 4th circle spell. Desser casually kneels down and pries Ruginal's tear out of Kraken's helpless hand. When Desser starts drawing mana straight from the unenchanted crystal, Kraken is shaken even more because the technique should not exist yet. Desser removes Kraken's mask, meets his eyes, and teasingly offers to explain the secret technique. Greed crushes Kraken's pride, and he nods desperately because that knowledge feels worth more than the whole fight. Desser smiles, says Kryken should pay for that bread first, and slams the gravity down even harder until Kryken blacks out. With Kryken beaten and Original's tear recovered, the Outer's July 7th attack on the Tower of Magic comes to an end. Later in the Tower's reception hall, Dr. Prelude thanks Desser's party in full because they prevented a disaster and saved the crystal. Pram can barely hold back a laugh because the same man who doubted Desser yesterday is now treating him like a savior. Thinking back on how insane Desser's warning sounded, Pram admits to himself that Desser predicted the impossible and cleaned up the whole raid exactly as promised. That moment seals Pram's faith, and he silently decides he will never doubt Desser again. Desser skips the hero talk and immediately asks Prelude to discuss compensation. Prelude offers 120 gold, and Romantica nearly jumps out of her chair at the size of the reward. Romantica excitedly points out that this much money could carry the whole party for years, and Pram agrees at once. Prelude explains he even stretched the amount from 100 to 120 gold because Desser's party missed the sponsorship deadline. Desser shocks everyone by refusing the money outright and saying he wants something else instead. Prelude assumes Desser is still asking for sponsorship and quickly says even Zod cannot bend the deadline rule. Desser corrects him again and says he is not asking for pulled strings, only one simple request. His real request leaves Prelude stunned. Desser wants to play a game of chess with the Tower Master. The story shifts to Altair, the heart of magic engineering, where the Tower of Magic rises over a city packed with giant buildings and magic-powered traffic. Inside the Tower headquarters, Prelude escorts Desser through the elegant lobby while passing staff stare at the odd pair. In the elevator, Prelude still cannot understand why Desser traded 120 gold for a chess game. Desser only says everyone wants different things, hinting that the strange request is completely deliberate. When Prelude wonders why Zod even accepted, Desser coolly guesses the Tower Master was interested because the request was so unusual. They enter Zod's private study, a sealed world of books, formula-covered blackboards, and crystal lamps that shows just how deep the Tower's research culture runs. At the center of the room sits Zod Exarian, looking almost unchanged from the man Desser remembers from another life. Prelude presents Desser, and Zod immediately dismisses him so the meeting can proceed in private. Zod points Desser to the ivory chessboard and bluntly warns that he only has 27 minutes before his next meeting. Desser politely accepts the limit, and the two drop all small talk because chess is the real point of the meeting. When Zod asks which rules they should use, Desser surprises him by choosing the North Sea style. That choice lands immediately because the rules come from Zod's homeland, and the atmosphere between them loosens at once. Zod flips and expands the board into the wider North Sea layout, with extra pieces and warships replacing the queen. At 4 o'clock the match begins, and in the opening both of them keep pace with each other. Zod's side quickly looks flawless and coordinated, while Desser's pieces seem messy and badly arranged on purpose. Desser breaks the deadlock first by shoving a pawn into Zod's line and forcing the opening exchange. The trade escalates fast, and although Desser loses material, the exchange tears a real gap open on Zod's western side. Desser immediately drives a warship through that weakness and smashes Zod's defense hard enough to make even Zod look surprised. Zod quickly sees the flaw in Desser's attack, uses a knight to shred his supply lines, and turns the whole position around. Desser cannot stop the counterattack, and his overextended warship is finally surrounded and sunk. Because sinking a warship grants another move in North Sea rules, Zod uses the bonus to launch a disciplined full offensive. Zod secures a massive diagonal supply line, and that single structure starts giving his whole army frightening mobility. Desser fights back with strange-looking positioning that somehow keeps holding, even though the board now favors Zod. Zod stays methodical, breaks through anyway, wrecks Desser's pawn structure, and picks off more of his remaining knights. Even Desser's retreating warship looks badly outnumbered now, and Zod quietly decides the game is almost over. Right when Zod is ready to finish the match, Desser finally breaks his silence and proposes a wager. Desser raises the stakes to one fulfilled request from the loser, making it clear this whole game was aimed at something bigger. Zod accepts the idea and asks what Desser could possibly offer him, amused by the nerve of a student making that bet. Desser pitches himself as top talent, and Zod instantly names his price. Desser must join the magic engineering department after graduation if he loses. Before Desser can name his own request, Zod cuts him off and firmly refuses sponsorship in advance, still guarding the rules. Desser agrees that rules matter and says once again that sponsorship was never his goal, which only makes Zod more curious. Zod lays out the whole pattern he has noticed, from the raid warning to this homeland rule set, and openly admits he wants to know what Desser is really after. Desser refuses to reveal it yet, and says the best gift is the one opened last, so Zod agrees to let the suspense ride. Even with the board heavily against him, Desser still does not waver because he already knows from another life just how monstrous Zod is at this game. The reason runs deep. In the Shadow Labyrinth, chess was one of the few hobbies Desser and Zod used to stay sane. Back then Zod insisted on North Sea rules until Desser had no choice but to learn the brutal format properly. Desser eventually mastered the rules, but for 6 straight years Zod never let him win even once. By surviving that endless punishment, Desser learned Zod's patterns well enough to stop being crushed outright and barely hang on against him. Back in Zod's study, Desser snaps out of his memories and realizes this younger Zod is cornering him with a calmer, more defensive style than the war-hardened man he once knew. Desser has been sacrificing pieces on purpose to study Zod's habits, but even after figuring him out, he knows he is still short on material for a normal comeback. When Zod tells him to move, Desser pulls his warship back to shield the king, stubbornly choosing to survive instead of conceding. Zod says the result is already decided, but Desser calmly insists that a game is never over until the end. On his turn, Zod plans a slow, careful break through Desser's defense, but one glance at the clock tells him he does not have 30 turns to spare. Pressed by the upcoming meeting, Zod abandons the safe plan and lunges with his knights for a quick kill. Desser smiles because this is the trap he wanted all along. The real winner was decided the moment Zod admitted he only had 27 minutes. Desser starts making strange-looking repositioning moves, and Zod quickly realizes he is trying to rebuild his entire formation. Zod dismisses the switch as too late, but Desser knows that misread is about to cost him the game. In just a few moves, Desser snaps his scattered army into a tight encirclement and suddenly cages Zod's knights from 3 sides. Desser piles his remaining forces into one brutal counterattack, and Zod finally blurts out in shock as the comeback becomes visible. The rush works perfectly. Desser wipes out Zod's knights, flips from defense to offense, and storms into his territory before Zod can reset. Just before Zod can meet him head-on, Desser swerves west and exposes another habit he learned long ago. Zod is too reluctant to use his warship aggressively. Desser sinks the warship, takes the bonus turn, and steals the supply line Zod spent the whole game building. With his western side collapsing, Zod tries to counterattack Desser's supply line, but Desser's warship is already waiting there to shut him down. A chill runs through Zod when he realizes he is trapped by his own committed moves and is now losing the pawns his whole army depends on. In desperation, Zod shoves all his remaining forces toward Desser's king, but the rushed push only leaves more pieces hanging. Desser calmly picks apart the overextended pieces one by one until Zod's last warship falls and the board is finally his. At 4:25, Desser delivers check, and Zod quietly tips over his king and admits defeat. Before they can talk terms, Zod's pad buzzes with his secretary warning that the meeting starts in 3 minutes. After the call, Zod admits the game surprised him, then pushes the board aside and tells Desser to state his request. Desser does not ask for plain sponsorship. He asks for a deal, offering an idea in exchange for support at the Tower of Magic's level. Zod rejects the idea on principle, arguing that one student's idea can never match the value of backing the greatest magic corporation in the Empire. Even so, Zod offers a huge consolation prize instead, a reward equal to the second-tier crystal plus 120 gold a month until Desser graduates. The offer is enormous, but Desser refuses it anyway and insists that he still wants the deal. Zod stands to end the meeting, but Desser stops him and points out the real issue. Zod is not unwilling to deal, he is unwilling to do it at a loss. Desser openly admits the exchange looks absurd on the surface, then reminds Zod that impossible-looking results are exactly what built his life. When Desser says he can prove the deal is fair right now, Zod gives him one last chance and tells him to prove it. Desser walks to the desk, picks up an unused magic crystal, and starts surrounding it with his mana instead of using enchantment. The crystal starts humming and spinning as Desser finally tunes each mana particle's frequency, showing control that should not even be possible by Zod's theory. When the internal mana settles into a perfect loop, Desser simply says it is over and tosses the crystal to Zod. Zod barely has time to ask what Desser did before the crystal suddenly speaks in his secretary's voice like a live transmitter. Desser explains that he linked the crystal through mana resonance, tuning particles to the same frequency so the crystal's stored mana could be controlled from outside. He goes further and reveals the real breakthrough. Once the mana forms circles, the crystal can activate spell after spell without the old enchant method. Desser lays out the consequences fast: stronger layered defenses, fuller use of powerful crystals, and a complete rewrite of magic engineering. Zod asks if Desser discovered this, and Desser dodges the truth, saying only that he knows of it. Inwardly, Desser knows this technique belongs to the future Zod, but bringing that hard-won knowledge back early is exactly why he came. Then Desser finally flips the power balance. He is not begging for help at all, he is offering the Tower of Magic a revolution. Desser offers every technique he knows for the Tower's products, asking only that his party be sponsored with the items built from them. That is enough for Zod to instantly call his secretary back and cancel every appointment on his schedule. With 2 hours suddenly carved out, Zod turns back almost hungry for more and makes it obvious that the time limit is gone now. When Desser asks if that means the deal is accepted, Zod laughs at himself and offers his hand. Later, the mood flips completely when Desser joins Pram and Romantica at a lively ice cream shop in Altair. Romantica instantly turns to her guide and proudly declares that nobody should leave Altair without trying this famous place and its favorite flavors. After ordering, Desser reassures Pram that the tower meeting went perfectly and everything is settled. Romantica cannot let that slide, so she bluntly asks why Desser threw away 120 gold just to play chess. Desser explains that chess was only the excuse to meet Zod, and what he really secured was support on the level of a full sponsorship. Pram bursts with joy, but Romantica gets even more suspicious and decides Desser must have uncovered some terrible weakness and blackmailed the Tower Master. Desser loudly protests, only for Romantica to call him a sadist and drag Pram into agreeing that blackmail is exactly the kind of thing he would do. Pram finally reveals he is teasing, and Desser collapses in mock despair while all three end the scene smiling together. Romantica finally accepts that Desser did not sell them out, because Pram backs him and Desser says the Tower sponsorship came from a deal, not a free favor. Desser tells a half-true version of what happened with the Tower Master, carefully hiding the fact that he returned from the future. When fresh ice cream arrives, Desser smoothly changes the mood and gets Romantica to let the issue drop for now. Once the tension breaks, Romantica complains that Altia's shopping was great but she forgot her money, and Pram sadly admits he found a theme park he also could not afford. Desser decides they will go shopping and hit the theme park after dessert, and Romantica immediately asks the obvious question about money. Desser pulls out the Tower Master's black and gold card, and his two teammates explode with joy at finally having spending money. Romantica demands the clothing store first, Pram insists on the theme park, and their argument instantly turns into a noisy, happy fight. The second Desser tells them to finish eating first, the other two attack the ice cream at full speed and rush for the door. Outside the shop, Romantica and Pram wait impatiently like kids on a field trip, while Desser lingers behind to pay with a quiet smile. After paying, Desser borrows a pen and updates his secret timeline list, crossing out the Tower sponsorship and attack because both have already happened. He underlines the real disaster still ahead, the emergence of the Shadow World on July 20th, and realizes they only have 2 weeks left. Desser looks out at his laughing teammates, and decides to spare them one free day before putting them through brutal training. While Desser's party enjoys the city, Hebrian Academy hosts a lavish ball to celebrate Blue Moon winning the Tower's sponsorship for the third straight time. Professor Neflika basks in the applause and turns the celebration into a noble supremacist speech, bragging that Blue Moon stands above every commoner. Ajest watches the speech with cold disgust, already exhausted by Neflika's noise and the crowd's fanatic response. A swarm of admirers closes in on Ajest, praising her as Blue Moon's future until she is visibly fed up and trapped. A refined noble named Elhim Triquincy steps in with perfect timing, politely claiming he had a prior appointment with Ajest and giving her a clean escape route. On the terrace, away from the ballroom, Ajest finally relaxes enough to admit she hates this kind of party, and Elhim quietly agrees. Ajest is surprised that even Elhim, a noble who favors the crown, thinks Neflika's public extremism is too much. Ajest reads Neflika's real game immediately. He is whipping alpha-class nobles into a loyal bloc so he can win the headmaster election. The idea shocks Elhim, and Ajest explains that Neflika already has almost everything he needs except the current dean stepping down. When Elhim wonders how she understands Neflika so well, Ajest falters, and he instead warns that a Neflika headmaster could revive the blood-stained cruelty of Duke Neflika's era. Professor Neflika suddenly appears at the terrace door and smoothly orders Elhim back inside, pretending it is just social courtesy. As Elhim passes, Neflika grabs his shoulder and drops the mask, warning Triquincy to know when to keep his mouth shut. Once they are alone, Neflika scolds Ajest for speaking out of line and reminds her that their families are too closely tied for her to act freely. He pushes even harder by calling her Ajest Row Palace and lecturing that family determines everything, including power, status, and marriage. Ajest's mana turns the terrace air frigid when Neflika nears the subject of marriage, forcing him to retreat and change tack. Ajest stops humoring him and bluntly says this whole celebration is meaningless because Blue Moon beat a rival that never even got to apply for the sponsorship. She openly accuses Neflika of changing the application window to shut Desser's party out because he was terrified of losing to commoners. Neflika snaps and blames everything on Ajest's loss, screaming that Blue Moon has no need for a loser. That tantrum kills Ajest's last hesitation, and she realizes she never truly chose this party in the first place. While Neflika insists she cannot leave, Ajest calmly reaches up and removes the Blue Moon badge from her chest. After Ajest walks away, Neflika is still seething when the Tower of Magic suddenly calls him during the party. The caller says the tower must leave early, but Neflika brightens again when they promise to attend his next event. Then the caller casually asks whether Neflika knows anything about the tower's new technical advisor from Hebrian, and he immediately grows interested. His excitement spikes when he learns the advisor is not an alumnus but a current student, and he starts pressing for the name. The answer hits him like a slap. The tower's new technical advisor is Desser Arman, the commoner he tried to suppress. The next day, with only 13 days left before the Shadow World emerges, Desser gathers his party in the training room for a serious review. Desser tells them the tower battle exposed their weaknesses, and Pram braces himself as the debrief begins. Pram's problem is experience, because in the real fight he focused only on the enemies in front of him and missed the high circle mage threatening his flank. Pram accepts the criticism immediately, which tells Desser that the weakness is real but fixable. Romantica tenses for her turn, only for Desser to say she already did everything she could at her current level. For one brief second Romantica puffs up with pride, thinking she just got praised. Desser immediately punctures that idea by saying her limit is exactly the problem, because a second circle sniper is too weak and she must reach third circle. Romantica protests that breaking into third circle is not something a mage can do on command. Desser traps both teammates with a deceptively simple chain of yes or no questions about fixing weaknesses through training. The moment they answer, Desser cheerfully announces daily held training before and after class until further notice. Romantica shrieks that exams are coming, but Desser ignores the protest and the era of mercy ends on the spot. Desser puts the party on a brutal daily schedule: dawn training, regular classes, and more training every evening for weeks. By the time the routine settles in, Romantica is begging to skip evening training, but Desser coldly refuses. Desser separates their evening lessons, turning them into personal training built around Romantica and Pram's individual weaknesses. At the open roof wind training ground, Desser starts Romantica's lesson with a basic question about what makes a wind mage strong. Romantica answers correctly that wind magic is fast and long-ranged, and Desser says that is exactly why wind mages are unmatched snipers. Then Desser gets blunt and tells her the real problem. As a second circle mage, she still hits too weakly to matter against stronger enemies. Romantica silently remembers how useless she felt when a fourth circle mage appeared and her sniping stopped mattering. Desser raises the bar even higher and says she must break through to third circle and build enough power to pierce fourth circle defenses. Romantica protests that reaching third circle normally takes long, careful growth, but Desser cuts her off and claims he knows a shortcut. She is irritated that a first circle mage is saying something this absurd, but she still agrees because she trusts Desser completely. Desser answers her trust with the strangest first exercise possible. He pulls out an empty Coke can. Without touching it, he uses mana and air pressure to slowly crush the can inward with eerie precision. The can finally collapses into a tight little metal sphere, proving just how exact his control is. Desser explains that this is advanced ball control training. Romantica has to shape air pressure so carefully that the can becomes a true sphere instead of just getting smashed. Romantica immediately realizes how insane the assignment is, because changing air density is easy compared to controlling every angle with that much precision. Even so, Desser makes her try it on the spot. Romantica focuses hard, carefully bending the can little by little, and for a moment it looks like she might actually pull it off. Then she gets excited too early, her control slips, and the can collapses into a flat saucer instead. Desser walks over with a teasing smile and reminds her that a circle and a sphere are not the same thing. Elsewhere in the sweltering drill hall, Desser starts Pram's lesson by telling him he needs real combat experience, not just speed. Pram guesses he will be sparring Percival again, but Desser says a fellow knight rank is no longer enough. Desser reveals a tougher instructor instead, Kairak, a veteran second circle mage and knight rank spells word from the Tower of Magic's Airly branch. Pram realizes this trainer came through the Tower of Magic's support, the same backing that already helped Desser before. The veteran trainer looks Pram over, mistakes him for a girl, and dismisses the match before it even starts. When Pram snaps back, the trainer bluntly apologizes for the mistake, but the damage is done and Pram is now furious. Pram immediately asks to begin, and Desser stops them only long enough to hand over special lapels that will decide the duel. Desser explains the rule clearly: the first body contact from a training sword triggers that fighter's shoulder lapel alarm, and that fighter loses. The trainer laughs off the challenge, while Pram's mood hardens from cheerful to razor-focused. At Desser's signal, the duel erupts into a fast, brutal exchange that rattles the entire drill hall. Pram's speed is frightening, but the veteran trainer's experience keeps shutting him down with efficient parries and calm counters. The veteran trainer calls out Pram's biggest flaw in real time: he gets too excited and leaves openings everywhere. Pram barely twists away from a decisive strike and retreats a few paces, hoping to reset the fight. Instead of chasing him, the veteran trainer shows why backing away from a spell's word is a mistake and raises a hand to cast magic. His eyes blast homes in on Pram, explodes into freezing mist at close range, and robs the boy of his movement. With Pram slowed and off balance, the veteran trainer calmly rests his sword on Pram's shoulder and ends the lesson with a clean defeat. 10 days before the Shadow World event, Desser's non-stop training is still grinding the whole party down. Outside the cafeteria, Romantica finally explodes and accuses Desser of trying to kill them with training. Desser defends himself by listing the breaks in his running plan, which only makes Romantica even more offended. What Romantica wants is not another time break but a normal teenage life for a while, with shopping, desserts, and somewhere fun to go. Desser feels bad, but because he knows the Shadow World is close, he refuses to ease up and only promises a real break after their weaknesses are fixed. Romantica makes him swear over and over, squeezing every promise she can out of him before finally settling down. Then the mood shifts when Ajest walks into the cafeteria area and every nearby student starts reacting to her. Ajest calmly joins Desser's party, and he explains that even as rankers they still eat apart because the commoner stigma has not gone away. Romantica nervously warns that Ajest's presence is drawing too much attention and bluntly tells her to go sit somewhere else. Ajest agrees to leave the table, but before going she drops a loaded request and asks to visit Desser's room so they can speak alone. Later, Desser lets Ajest into his neat but modest room, and the private meeting begins much more quietly than the cafeteria scene. He opens the window, brings out warm plum tea, and the two settle into an unexpectedly calm evening conversation. Desser quietly complains that she phrased her request in the most easily misunderstood way possible, and Adjust admits that was not entirely accidental. Once the teasing passes, Adjust gets to her real question and asks how Desser managed to cast grease over a three-dimensional body. Desser demonstrates the normal version first by greasing a flat sheet of paper and flicking it so it slides cleanly across the table and away. Then he shows the trick by tearing another sheet into tiny pieces, sticking them across a teacup, and turning that curved surface slippery too. When the greased cup slides smoothly across the table, Adjust instantly grasps the answer. Treat the body as many small polygons and calculate each one separately. Before Desser can finish his warning, Adjust stands up and tries the advanced version on herself immediately. The spell works, but losing normal friction throws off her balance so badly that she starts to topple. Desser reacts in time and catches Adjust as she falls, ending up underneath her in an awkward tangle on the floor. Desser, red-faced, explains that this was exactly the problem he was trying to warn her about. Adjust notices his reaction, presses down on him with one thumb instead of getting off right away, and casually drops a far bigger revelation. She tells him she left the Blue Moon party. That jolts Desser upright, because in the timeline he remembers Adjust was supposed to remain Blue Moon's ace even inside the Shadow Labyrinth. When he presses her, Adjust confirms she left after learning what the professor really did, and Desser realizes his own actions changed her future. Desser apologizes, feeling responsible, but Adjust does not understand why he is blaming himself for her choice. Adjust lights a lantern, looks him straight in the eye, and makes it clear she has no sadness or resentment toward him at all. Instead, she says Desser was the victim, and because of him she simply saw her professor's true nature clearly enough to leave. Once Desser settles, Adjust explains the principle she believes in: a real party should win by skill, stay righteous, and remain humble. After measuring every party against that standard, Adjust says only one group came to mind. Then Adjust asks the question that changes everything next: will Desser accept her into his party? After a full week of failures, Romantica finally steadied her mana control enough to crush an empty can into a true metal sphere. Proud of the result, Romantica showed Desser her success and expected the miserable drill to be over. Desser shut that down immediately and told her the real goal was still ahead. He wanted to help her build a third circle right now. When Desser said he could fine-tune her mana directly, Romantica agreed at first because she had no idea what kind of contact that would require. The moment she realized he meant touching near her heart, Romantica recoiled, covered her chest, and exploded at him for being shameless. Desser insisted he was asking for consent because the process really did need direct contact, but that only made Romantica more suspicious and furious. Then Desser clarified that he meant her back, and Romantica's outrage collapsed into embarrassed relief because that option was far less awful than what she imagined. Desser could not resist teasing her about the misunderstanding, and Romantica snapped at him to shut up before he made it worse. He teased her one last time by saying the front was technically possible too, and Romantica instantly accused him of doing the whole thing on purpose. Once they finally settled down, they agreed to go through with the third circle construction after Romantica got herself under control. For the breakthrough, they sealed the room in darkness, and Romantica nervously loosened her dress and turned her bare back toward Desser while covering her front. As soon as Desser's hands touched her back, Romantica trembled and asked the question underneath all her nerves: could she really do this? Desser steadied her with clear instructions, telling her she already had enough mana and only needed to calm down and circulate it properly. Romantica drew pure mana out from her second circle, and when she panicked that it would scatter, Desser caught it and held it together for her. Using the same control she had learned from the can exercise, Romantica shaped the mana into a clean sphere around the forming circle. Then Desser began the brutal fine work inside the sphere, carving and rotating tiny sections of mana until the new circle overheated and sent pain ripping through her. Desser knew there was no room for error as he calculated the right size of her source mana, because too little would weaken the circle and too much would break it. The pain kept climbing, but Romantica refused to let go, enduring on sheer will even as sweat poured and her breathing turned ragged. When Romantica started to black out and could barely hold the mana together, Desser pushed faster because finishing the circle had become the only way to save the attempt. The instant the third circle finished, Romantica dropped to the floor from exhaustion and Desser fell back too, but they had done it. The next training payoff came on the practice field, where Pram and Captain Karak were locked in a blistering duel that had become nearly even. Karak adapted first, switching to a freeform style that twisted unpredictably enough to seize control back from Pram's raw speed. Then Karak trapped Pram's ankles with earth magic and launched in for what looked like the finishing strike. Pram had baited the whole thing, shattered the ground under himself, slipped past Karak's vision, and cut off the captain's lapel in one instant. Karak praised the trick as a real technique, but Pram just scratched his head and called it luck because he had only improvised the idea of attacking while evading. From the bench, Desser confirmed he had seen everything, and Pram lit up the second he realized his leader had been watching his win. Desser patted Pram's head in quiet approval, genuinely impressed that Pram had grown far enough to beat a second circle spell's word outright. With training over, Karak even apologized for how harshly he had treated Pram before, and Pram accepted it without holding a grudge. Then Kairak ruined the dignity of the moment by bluntly asking the question everyone probably wondered: was Pram really a guy? 3 days before the Shadow World appeared, an early morning academy broadcast ordered every student party to prepare for deployment and emergency training. Classes were postponed, Runger was issued for the coming battle, and Desser brought 3 tailored combat uniforms back to his party. Desser explained that this Runger was specially adjusted for their weak points, even if its baseline defense matched what the regular students wore. To prove the new protection worked against both kinds of damage at once, Desser put an egg inside the coat and hit it with a smash and a fireball together. When Desser unfolded the coat and revealed the egg still perfect inside, Pram was instantly amazed. Desser moved on to Pram's customization and had him wear the Rundir and picture putting his sword away. The rapier vanished in a flash of light, and Pram panicked for a second before Desser explained that the uniform had stored it in a subspace pocket. When Pram pictured drawing it again, the blade returned in gathering light, giving him a faster setup by removing the weight of a scabbard. Then Desser handed Romantica what looked like a flat iron rod, and the moment she touched it, her badge reacted and the weapon unfolded into a strange new shape. Desser revealed the weapon was a sniper rifle, a tool inspired by knowledge from his past and built with Zod's help to suit Romantica's future role. He carefully taught her how to aim brace, and used the rifle to amplify spells and extend detection, enough to make her fight like a fourth circle magician from cover. Hearing that she could become the solid support behind the party, Romantica blushed and promised to do her best. Looking at Pram and Romantica fully equipped at last, Desser felt proud of how far his party had come and set his sights on the fight ahead. On July 20th, Hebrian opens its Shadow World season in a packed auditorium, with nobles watching rows of students in matching ringgear that make the whole school look like an army. The dean uses the ceremony to remind everyone how badly humanity once suffered, saying kingdoms fell, people died, and division nearly doomed them before Hebrian became a hope for the future. He raises a fist and declares that shadow worlds were conquered before and will be crushed again, turning the speech into a straight challenge to the threat hanging over humanity. Right on cue, the Academy detects fresh dimensional cracks, and the Shadow Gate system hums to life behind him. The dean explains that modern space magic now lets students enter shadow worlds from anywhere, and thousands of active worlds appear on their devices for teams to choose from. As teams break formation, the Academy's hierarchy shows immediately. Alpha students browse freely, while Beta students are limited to easier worlds. Elsewhere, Tashid gathers Hebrian's 27 single rankers and bluntly tells them their missions are on another level, where war, murder, and real death are all possible. The room goes quiet, but none of the single rankers flinch, and Tashid looks openly satisfied that Hebrian's elite are ready to risk their lives. Tashid adds one more hard rule: the people inside a shadow world are not real, so students are warned not to hesitate if killing becomes necessary. When the exclusive mission list appears, the elite students get options that include a risky unknown Class 3 to 5 world at the North Sea. Tashid orders them to submit their choice for approval and reminds them that crystals are theirs to keep, but any other loot must be reported or punished under Academy law. As soon as Tashid leaves, the room erupts into planning talk, and Pram quietly watches Desser to see which mission he will really pick. Romantica confidently guesses that Desser wants the hardest option, the Class 3 world, because that is exactly the kind of reckless target he would chase. Desser shuts that down immediately and says they are not strong enough yet, pointing out that only veteran parties packed with high-rank fighters could even get approval for a Class 3 world. Instead of overreaching, Desser reveals he already picked a Class 4 shadow world in Orain province because it fits their current level. Romantica's face falls when she spots the catch: Orain needs at least 4 party members, and as far as she knows, they only have 3. Desser casually drops the real surprise and tells them Ajest already joined their party. A confirmation alert arrives right away, officially approving Desser, Pram, Romantica, and Ajest for entry through Shadow Gate 2. On the way to the gate, Ajest simply falls into step with them like she has always belonged there, which only makes the tension around her sharper. Pram asks the obvious question, and Ajest confirms without hesitation that she completely left the Blue Moon party. Romantica still cannot accept Ajest after their recent clash, while Desser quietly decides Ajest is exactly the strong 4th member this plan needed. As he walks, Desser thinks ahead to the real reason he wanted Orain so badly. It may hold Toa's armaments, the artifact that once covered for his weak mana pool. He remembers that in his ruined future he eventually inherited Toa's armaments, and used its larger mana pool to make his analysis ability indispensable, so this time he wants the artifact before that tragic chain of events. The party reaches the gate platform, and Desser steps forward as leader when the gatekeeper checks that they are the team entering Orain province. After Desser confirms the terms, the gate opens and a blinding transfer light swallows all 4 of them. When Desser opens his eyes inside the shadow world, he finds himself alone in a huge hot stone kitchen instead of beside his party. Seeing no sign of Ajest, Pram, or Romantica, Desser quickly realizes the shadow world must have split the party into different roles. Before he can investigate further, an angry plump chef storms in and immediately starts berating him like a useless kitchen hand. Jeffrin even smacks him, but Desser keeps his cool, bows his head, and apologizes instead of provoking a fight he clearly cannot afford here. That choice works, because Jeffrin calms just enough to shove Desser into the job and demand help with an urgent dinner for distinguished guests. A quest window finally explains the setup. Desser is the chef's assistant, and the success of a full 13-guest dinner service will affect the entire shadow world. Desser proves he is paying attention by repeating the appetizer orders back perfectly, and Jeffrin's attitude immediately improves. Jeffrin snaps at him one more time for forgetting the proper title, so Desser switches instantly to a crisp yes, chef, and keeps the goodwill going. Now fully enroll, Desser starts washing filthy vegetables and notices that beneath all the abuse, Jeffrin is a genuinely brilliant chef. Desser watches Jeffrin crack open scallops with frightening speed and realizes this loud bully is the real deal in the kitchen. Once Desser matches that pace by prepping olives and salad ingredients on time, Jeffrin moves him to the hardest support job and orders him to keep the huge soup pot from sticking. The soup is brutally thick and the kitchen heat is miserable, but Desser grips the ladle with both hands and keeps stirring through the pain. Jeffrin notices that stubborn effort, and Desser earns more trust simply by refusing to quit under pressure. The appetizers finally go out, and the kitchen rolls straight into the main course for all 13 guests. Jeffrin orders Desser to start the potatoes fast, only to discover Desser already anticipated the timing and had them cooking ahead of schedule. When Desser calmly says he saw the need coming and acted like a real assistant, Jeffrin grumbles at him but clearly accepts that he has found someone useful. In the middle of a hectic dinner rush, Jeffrin switches to the steaks and sharply tests Desser on the order. Jeffrin carves the tenderloin with effortless skill and orders Desser to pull the potatoes, peel them, and crush them fast. While the steaks hit the skillet, Jeffrin finally teaches instead of scolding, explaining how to time the well-done and medium cuts so every plate stays hot. Desser listens like a student, because every tiny cooking detail might be the clue that clears this shadow world. Once the steaks are done, Jeffrin finishes the plates at full speed and pushes the kitchen towards service before anything cools. With a burst of rhythmic chopping and a ring of the bell, Jeffrin sends the main course out and calmly briefs the servers dish by dish. When Desser asks what comes next, Jeffrin reveals he already made the cake earlier and orders him to sit down for a break. During that rare break, Desser finally notices a basket of fresh green plums that never appeared anywhere in the meal. When Desser asks about them, Jeffrin says the plums smell good but taste bitter, so he was about to throw them away. That offhand complaint is all Desser needs, and he realizes the quest item is not the taste but the plum's fragrance. A hidden EX quest appears, confirming Desser must guide Jeffrin into using the unfamiliar plums or risk angering the Earl. Desser immediately asks if tea still needs to be prepared with dessert, opening the door to suggest the plums. Jeffrin hesitates over the unfamiliar fruit, but his favorable view of Desser wins out, and he tells him to name the ingredients for the tea. Using the plum tea recipe he learned from Pram, Desser gathers what he needs and quietly promises himself he will repay that favor later. That night, after the guests are fed, Desser is back in the quiet kitchen washing dishes while Jeffrin checks the next day's stock. Jeffrin abruptly asks if Desser can make that tea again, and Desser teasingly guesses the Earl could not let it go. Jeffrin smacks him for the smart mouth, then admits the Earl really did ask for more of the tea. The EX reward lands on the spot, and Desser is officially granted the assistant position with future quest hints. Jeffrin makes it clear the tea was not extraordinary, but its novelty mattered, so Desser's real job is to keep improving what he serves. Satisfied, Jeffrin sends him to bed and says they will personally pick fresh plums from a merchant in the morning. By the next morning, Jeffrin's recommendation has upgraded Desser's position, and he rides out with more freedom as the Earl's assistant. On the ride out, Desser sees a lively, well-kept city and starts thinking the unseen Earl must be a capable ruler. But as the carriage gets farther from the center, the life drains away and the outskirts turn cold, dirty, and worn out. When Desser asks, Jeffrin explains the huts belong to wanderers the Earl has taken in for the winter, even though their numbers have swelled. Jeffrin respects the Earl's mercy, but he bitterly adds that food is already tight and many locals blame the wanderers for theft. Desser immediately recognizes the pattern, because the split between townspeople and wanderers mirrors the Academy's own class divide. Farther out, Desser notices the region's broad fertile farmland and realizes the Earl's decision to support so many people was not impulsive. At the city border, they stop at a shabby but solid inn, and Jeffrin heads inside to arrange a room while Desser waits by the carriage. As Desser stretches outside the inn, he looks down and finds a starving little girl begging him for spare change. Desser finds nothing in his pockets, and the girl's crushed reaction makes it hard to just let her leave hungry. Instead of money, Desser offers dried plums, and the girl's face lights up before she tears into the first one. Seeing how desperate she is, Desser offers more plums in exchange for answers and starts asking about the wanderer settlement. Lilica says she lives in the shantytown with her mother and little brother, and that nobody will tell her where her father went. She says bread is handed out every morning, but the ration is only a tiny piece, so she stays hungry anyway. When Desser asks who Lilica is, the girl proudly points to herself and grabs another plum as fast as she can. To repay his kindness, Lilica proudly offers Desser a beautifully embroidered handkerchief that her mother made. Desser realizes her mother's sewing could earn money, but Lilica says the locals threatened to beat her mother to death if she came near the market. Lilica repeats that people keep calling them thieves for what others did, and Desser sees how deep the hatred runs. Jeffrin calls him back from the inn, so Desser gives Lilica his last plum and quietly tells her to meet him at the castle's back door for more food. As Desser jogs back toward Jeffrin, the system confirms he has uncovered the domain's second major problem, the vagrants. Back at the castle, Desser serves tea in the Earl's office and finally meets Wilhelm Evernatten, a scarred old ruler buried in work. The system marks Wilhelm as the key figure, and Desser learns he must reach trustworthy with the Earl before the main quest will start. Desser quickly figures the main scenario must be tied to fixing the domain's problems, so he starts looking for a way to earn the Earl's trust. He tries awkward small talk about the cold, and Wilhelm answers flatly while barely sparing him attention. Desser changes tack and offers to help with the paperwork, but Wilhelm's only request is that he stop talking while work is in progress. That blunt reply drops the Earl's impression to neutral and makes Desser realize ordinary friendliness will not work here. Over the next few days, Desser keeps trying with tea, desserts, and preemptive cleaning, but Wilhelm never warms to him. 4 days in, Desser is back in the kitchen chopping onions alone when the scenario finally starts to shift again. A mischievous eye peeks through the cracked door, and then Pram bursts into the kitchen and launches himself at Desser. Desser is stunned to see him, and Pram excitedly explains that becoming a guard let him search the castle until he finally found him. After apologizing for losing contact, Desser catches Pram up on the Wanderers, the locals' hostility, and the hungry girl Lilica. Once he hears the story, Pram starts connecting the clues and asks if this shadow world is built from the Holy Empire. Desser confirms it, and says he recognized the city's Holy Empire architecture when he slipped out of the castle earlier. He goes further and says the rest of the Holy Empire has already been swallowed by disaster, leaving only this region behind. Pram admits it feels deeply strange to stand inside a country that, in their own time, has already met its end. Desser gives him a small reassuring smile and says that kind of disorientation is normal in a first shadow world. Then Pram innocently points out that it should be Desser's first time too, catching him completely off guard. Desser dodges the question on instinct and abruptly gets up to bring Pram something to eat. Back with warm tea and dried fruit, Desser gets Pram talking, and Pram admits his shadow world started rough because he was left alone and kept stumbling through his first quest. Pram says his current mission is to earn merit in the yearly war against the barbarians so he can be knighted. When Desser asks what that means, Pram explains that starving northern tribes raid Evernatton's fertile land every year. A system message pops up for Desser and confirms that the barbarians are the second big problem threatening Evernatton. Pram grimly admits he is stuck too, because despite his war quest he has not seen a single barbarian. Pram says the scouts found nothing, and the knights already decided the barbarians simply gave up raiding this year. Desser almost laughs at that idea, because to him there is no chance starving barbarians would walk away from food behind a wall. He reminds Pram of the barbarian he met before, and pushes him to remember how fierce and warlike that man felt. Pram reluctantly admits that one barbarian alone felt like war-made flesh, which only strengthens Desser's suspicion. Drawing on years of fighting beside Dawn Ape in the Shadow Labyrinth, Desser says a stronger fortress would only provoke these people to hit harder, not retreat. Desser lowers his voice and warns that the barbarians may be hiding their real strength on purpose so Evernatton grows careless. Pram pushes back, arguing that such a sneaky trick does not fit the barbarian's blunt warrior nature. Desser agrees partly, then points out that this odd behavior means another force is shaping the attack. He explains the logic of narrative shadow worlds. There should be an opposing key figure on the barbarian side, someone clever enough to lead them differently. Thinking it through out loud, Desser realizes a hungry enemy would not need an army if their real target was the food warehouse inside the castle. Desser bluntly concludes that a small strike force will ambush the guards and raid Evernatton's rations. The system immediately rewards that insight by starting the hidden quest raid and warns that the barbarians will infiltrate the castle in 3 days. The warning spells out the stakes too. If the food is lost, morale will crash, people across the territory will starve, and the hatred between locals and barbarians will deepen. After that, Desser and Pram move to the castle walls and start surveying the region by firelight, sketching the terrain and the guard posts. After combing the defenses for hours, Desser narrows the danger down to 3 likely entry points: behind the watermill, the thinly watched south wall, and the west gate nearest the food stores. Pram reports that his attempts to get extra patrols failed, because none of the soldiers believed his warning. Desser guesses the real issue is affection level, because the knight's official claim carries more weight than Pram unless the soldiers trust him deeply. With no time left to build trust, Desser decides the two of them will have to handle the threat themselves. They start cutting into their sleep to patrol those weak points every night after their regular work. What they find is worse than expected, because the wall guards are lazy, undisciplined, and half asleep instead of ready for an ambush. Desser can only sigh that without a visible enemy, the soldiers feel no urgency at all. Before long, Desser and Pram are not just patrolling but literally waking the guards themselves. On the second day, heavy snow finally starts falling, and by the time they finish checking the watermill side, the storm has already buried the ground in deep white. Desser warns that the blizzard makes the next patrol even more dangerous and checks that Pram is still wearing his ring gear. They hurry to the south wall through long stairs and a narrow passage, only to find the patrolman missing again. Pram assumes the guards wandered off to chat somewhere, but Desser suddenly feels that something is badly off and breaks into a run. What Desser reaches are not sleeping guards at all, but bodies slumped against the wall under a fresh sheet of snow. Desser turns one body over and finds an arrow buried through the guard's stomach, with fresh blood proving the ambush happened moments ago. A system notice confirms the barbarians have already infiltrated the castle, and Desser realizes almost nobody else even knows the attack has started. Pram instinctively turns for the nearby tower to raise the alarm, but Desser yanks him down just before a volley of arrows slices through the blizzard overhead. While Pram reels from the impossible accuracy in this weather, Desser casts all vision and peers through the gaps in the wall. Through the storm, Desser spots a hidden barbarian force and locks onto their leader, a white tiger-clad archer carrying a monstrous bow. The system identifies him as Bloody Talon, the brilliant Hawk clan chief who united the southern barbarians and became their greatest archer. Desser stays unnervingly calm, calls the enemy leader a titan, and watches grappling hooks bite into the wall as roughly 100 barbarians begin climbing. Faced with impossible odds, Desser has one fleeting thought that a jest would have helped here, then forces himself back to the real problem, sounding the alarm. The bell at guard post 13 should have warned the whole castle, but the man meant to ring it is already riddled with arrows. While the wall is left unguarded, the barbarians swarm over it, and the complacent soldiers are cut down so fast that their massacre makes almost no sound. Bloody Talon scans the fortress, finds the food storage through the snowfall, and gives the order to move on the real target. He sends most of the strike force toward the warehouse but leaves 10 warriors behind to watch for any surviving guards. Some of the guards left on the wall start grumbling that this sneaking around is cowardly and beneath their tribe. A much larger barbarian with a lion-like mane shuts them up fast, warning that Bloody Talon's orders are absolute because he is smarter than all of them. Even after backing down, one feathered barbarian still thinks the chief is being paranoid as he patrols the bloodied wall alone. That confidence kills him, because the moment he hears a rustle and turns, Pram bursts from beneath the bodies and drives a sword straight through his heart. Desser climbs out of the bodies right after him, confirms his prediction was right, and counts down that 9 enemies are still left. Pram suggests warning guard post 14 instead, but Desser rejects it because the distance and storm would make help too slow. With seconds slipping away, Desser settles on the only plan left. The two of them will punch through to guard post 13 and ring the bell themselves. Pram accepts instantly and asks to take the vanguard. Desser casts haste, and the pair burst forward through the blizzard toward guard post 13. The barbarians spot them at once, and the two sides collide on the wall in a desperate close-quarters clash. Pram's broadsword gets blown out of his hands on the first exchange, proving he cannot match a barbarian's raw strength head-on. The barbarians laugh as Pram dodges for his life on the narrow wall, waiting for the opening they think will finish him. Instead of backing off, Pram dives in and kicks one barbarian off balance so hard that the man tumbles over the castle wall to his death. At Desser's shout, Pram immediately ducks again as barbarian spellcasters try to blast him at point-blank range. Desser finishes hacking their formulas, and the barbarian mages suddenly find their spells refusing to activate at all. That instant is enough for Pram to rush them barehanded, summon his rapier in a burst of light, and cut the nearest barbarian down. Desser urges him toward the bell tower, but at the stairway they find the last 7 barbarians already grouped up and blocking the way. Seeing Pram brace to fight again, Desser stops him and says this round is his. Desser quietly starts with 2 simple utility spells, melting the snow under the barbarians and drying the ground around himself and Pram. Knowing first circle tricks alone will not stop 7 enemies, Desser draws hard on the mana stored in his rungear until warning alarms say its defenses are nearly spent. The barbarians charge down the wet stairs anyway, convinced 2 exhausted students cannot possibly stop them. Desser tells Pram to close his eyes and releases a heavily modified summon lightning into the soaked stairway. The current tears through the water and explodes across the group, charring the barbarians in one hideous flash that lights the storm like daytime. Pram stares at the aftermath in disbelief, because whatever Desser just cast was far beyond the summon lightning he thought he knew. Desser casually explains that he rewrote the formula to overclock the spell through the melted water, then checks the rungear and realizes one cast nearly drained it dry. With the way now open but his mana nearly gone, Desser grimly decides he needs Toa's armaments and a 3rd circle breakthrough as soon as possible. In the snow outside Evernaton's food storage, Bloody Talon's raid begins perfectly as 3 arrows kill the guards before they can ring an alarm. A barbarian with antlers on his helm smashes through the locked door, and the raiders finally break into the storehouse. Torchlight reveals chest after chest of supposed rations, and the starving barbarians light up at the sight of all that food. Bloody Talon orders them to haul away everything they can carry and burn whatever is left so the enemy gets nothing. As they drag out chest after chest from the storage's deeper levels, Bloody Talon starts soaking the leftovers with oil to set the place on fire. Just before he drops the torch, Bloody Talon notices something spilling from a chest, and his confidence suddenly turns cold. He cuts open the pouches inside and finds nothing but sand, realizing the enemy baited the entire raid with fake supplies. He orders every box opened, and panic spreads fast when the whole horde learns the treasure room is packed with sand. The failed ambush cracks the barbarians' morale, and some start calling it divine punishment and the end of their tribes. Bloody Talon forces them to steady themselves and decides their only chance now is to leave quietly before anyone notices. That hope dies the moment alarm bells start ringing across the city, telling Bloody Talon his outside men have failed too. He gives up on the food completely and orders a full retreat, planning to vanish north through the storm. But halfway to safety, an explosion tears up the snow in front of them and stops the entire column cold. When the snow clears, Ajest is standing alone in their path, calm, pale, and carrying a sword like she already owns the battlefield. Asked if she is the enemy, Ajest simply confirms it and lets killing intent freeze the air around her. Bloody Talon fires straight for her eyes, but Ajest answers with rising ice and turns his opening shot into nothing. Then Ajest slams her sword down and unleashes Frozen Palace, trapping the barbarians inside a giant hall of ice built from her mana. Seated on her conjured throne at the center, Ajest coolly offers them one last chance to surrender. The barbarians roar back instead, so Ajest lets the palace start killing them. Ice arrows rain down, blades burst from the floor, and a growing snow golem turns the palace into a one-sided massacre. Ajest watches the slaughter without mercy, because these raiders killed her side and, in this shadow world, they are only disposable enemies. Then the tide jerks unexpectedly when Bloody Talon fires an aura-charged arrow and blows apart the palace golem's core. Realizing he can break her stronger magic, Bloody Talon orders his men to cluster behind him while he handles the dangerous spells himself. Ajest pulls her sword free, locks onto Bloody Talon, and meets his next aura arrow head-on. She deflects it, and the collision erupts into a blinding explosion that fills the battlefield with icy mist. Bloody Talon tries to read the fog and line up another shot, but Ajest bursts through it with frightening speed. Her rush should have cut him down, but a metallic clash reveals Bloody Talon can switch from bow to blade faster than she can track. A moment later he is behind her, calmly leveling a wolf-fang sword wrapped in crimson aura. Ajest commits to an all-out melee exchange, but Bloody Talon's aura blade keeps batting her strongest swings aside. Each clash punishes Ajest harder, and the accumulated shock starts tearing through her body even when she blocks. Bloody Talon suddenly changes rhythm, knocks her offline, kicks her in the stomach, and smashes an elbow into her back hard enough to break her armor. He follows with a killing blow to her head, and Ajest barely survives by throwing up a top-tier defensive spell at the last second. That tiny pause is enough for Ajest to escape and raise ice lances from the ground to stop him chasing her. Now several steps back, Ajest spits blood and sees her battered ringer, warning that its mana has dropped below 20%. Bloody Talon mocks her as a monster, correctly judging that maintaining Frozen Palace while fighting him has pushed her near the edge. Ajest could leave now and still count this mission as a success, but one thought keeps her rooted in place. She refuses to fall behind Dronzer Armin again. So she forces more mana into her sword even as parts of Frozen Palace start cracking and melting around her. Her final gamble is Magic Sword, Ice Wave, turning her blade into a freezing judgment strike inside her collapsing palace. When Bloody Talon meets that blade, the cold crawls into his weapon and even into his hands. Then his sword shrieks, freezes through, and shatters into fragments that rip back into his own face and body. Mutilated and stunned, Bloody Talon crashes to the floor and can only stare up in disbelief at the girl who beat him. As his vision fades, Bloody Talon can't accept that the glorious destiny he imagined for himself just ended here. The story of the raid spreads through Evernaton, and people quickly start praising the unknown heroes who rang the bell and helped stop Bloody Talon. Rumors grow even stranger as some talk about a maiden knight and a lord's servant, while others swear a knight captain fought the barbarian horde alone. Elsewhere, Lord Wilhelm Evernaton reviews the official report in his stern office and summons the young men who raised the alarm. Ajest is absent because of her injuries, so only Dronzer and Pram are sent in to kneel before the Lord. Wilhelm asks if they were the ones who rang the bell, and Dronzer answers plainly that they were. Wilhelm praises their courage and quick thinking, making it clear their part in the knight's victory counts as real merit. Dronzer and Pram answer politely, but the quick grin they exchange says they both know this praise is a big step forward. Dronzer quietly realizes this should clear Pram's meritorious deed requirement, and push Wilhelm's trust closer to what they need for the main scenario. Then Wilhelm starts with, "If I had my way," and Dronzer instantly feels the mood in the room turn tense. In Lord Wilhelm's chamber, Dronzer calmly admits that he also helped switch the city's food stores before the barbarian raid. When Wilhelm asks how only 3 people managed it, Dronzer explains they only replaced as much food as the raiders could realistically steal. Dronzer lays out the trap: leave real food near the entrance, fill the deeper crates with sand, and drill holes so the barbarians would think the whole stockpile was fake. Wilhelm realizes it was a double bluff that denied the barbarians both food and arson, and he openly approves the strategy. But when Wilhelm demands to know how he predicted the invasion, Dronzer bluntly says the Lord would not understand, and the room turns dangerous at once. Dronzer covers himself with a lie, claiming he only inferred the attack from barbarian behavior and acted on expectation alone. Wilhelm reminds them that tampering with military provisions is treason, and if the barbarians had not attacked, Dronzer and Pram would have been hanged. Dronzer answers that he would have accepted that risk, because he has seen what starvation does and could not let the city face it. Pram silently backs him with a firm nod, and Wilhelm finally sees that both boys truly risk themselves for the people. The snowfall outside eases as Wilhelm's mood shifts, and he decides he no longer wants to punish them. Before the moment can settle, Jeffrin crashes through the door in a panic, ready to beg for Desser's life. Jeffrin blurts out that moving the food was the right call and insists he should be punished too if Desser is condemned. Wilhelm dryly tells his old friend to calm down, because the feared execution is not happening at all. Once Jeffrin notices Desser's awkward smile and Pram's flustered face, he realizes he barged in for nothing and retreats in embarrassment. After the door closes on Jeffrin's shouted apology, Wilhelm asks everyone to pretend that never happened. Wilhelm's real decision follows at once. He appoints Pram as a knight of Evernatten. Pram swears his allegiance on one knee, accepting the new bond with the estate. Then Wilhelm turns to Desser, apologizes for dismissing him, and says his intellect and courage are too useful to ignore. Wilhelm promotes Desser to personal aide and asks him to start advising on formal matters from now on. The quest rewards confirm the promotion, and Desser and Pram share a relieved smile at how far the hearing has turned around. A guard announces the captain of the knights, and the next arrival instantly catches Desser's eye with a streak of platinum hair. Desser and Pram blurt out Ajest's name in surprise, revealing they already know the woman Wilhelm was about to present as his captain. Right after Ajest's arrival, a new main quest appears and makes the larger situation plain. Evernatten still has 2 unfinished problems. Later, Desser heads alone into Evernatten's basement prison, descending through a heavy door into stale darkness with a torch in hand. At the end of the basement cells, Desser finds Bloody Talon chained like a beast, a huge scarred chief with a gag and 3 gold earrings catching the torchlight. Desser reads the meaning in those earrings and realizes Bloody Talon is descended from the infamous Khan bloodline, which makes Ajest's victory even more staggering. Thinking through the quest, Desser decides Bloody Talon is the core of the barbarian problem and that this capture is too good a chance to waste. Once his plan is set, Desser opens the cell and steps inside to speak directly with the barbarian chief. Bloody Talon answers with pure killing intent, but Desser still removes the gag and tells him not to bite. The second the gag drops, Bloody Talon spits in Desser's face, and Desser wipes it off without reacting. Instead of threatening him, Desser shocks Bloody Talon by offering to spare both him and his 80 captured men. Desser goes further and invokes Ayleid, a sacred barbarian mercy granted by the victor, proving he knows their traditions. That jolts Bloody Talon into speaking seriously, and he demands to know who Desser really is. Desser identifies himself as Lord Evernatten's attendant, but Bloody Talon snaps that only the blonde woman who defeated him has the right to offer Ayleid. Desser answers with a sly twist. He has the same right, because he was the one who replaced the rations with sand. The chains creak under Bloody Talon's rage, but he forces himself to calm down and hear the terms anyway. Even after calming down, Bloody Talon refuses the offer outright, correctly guessing Desser wants a promise that the tribe will stop invading Evernatten. He explains that yielding now would mean admitting defeat before a hated enemy and betraying the long-held pride of the Hawk tribe. Inside, Desser is relieved, because this confirms that simply executing the chief would have pushed the remaining barbarians into a revenge war. So Desser changes the angle and calls Bloody Talon's stance selfish, saying a chief cannot think only as a warrior when his tribe depends on him. Desser drives the point deeper by asking whether Bloody Talon will abandon his people and their survival just to protect his own honor. When Desser warns that the tribe could be crushed without him if Evernatten sought revenge, Bloody Talon hears it as a threat and erupts. Desser immediately shifts the blame away from himself, insisting he is trying to secure the fairest possible deal before others decide the tribe's fate. Bloody Talon tries one last defense by claiming other warriors can lead in his place, and Desser quietly presses where that argument is weakest. With the chief finally wavering, Desser offers the final push. Evernatten will even provide part of the food the tribe originally came to steal. Desser reframes the retreat as a truce between rivals instead of a humiliating defeat, giving Bloody Talon a way to preserve his pride. Bloody Talon laughs at the crafty wording, but he knows this is the only path left and finally accepts the truce on his honor as chief. The moment Bloody Talon swears it, the system confirms that Desser has resolved the barbarian problem. Romantica slammed her quill down in frustration, furious that this shadow world had dumped her into the role of a struggling merchant boss. She had already revived the failing company in just 4 days, but after that the quest stopped giving her anything new. What really rattled her was that 8 days had passed and she still had no sign of Desser, Pram, or even Ajest anywhere in Curvin territory. Left with no clue and no follow-up quest, Romantica sagged onto the desk and admitted to herself how uneasy the silence felt. When she caught herself wishing Desser were here to sort this out, her face instantly went bright red. Then Emil burst in shouting for his boss, and Romantica yelped so hard she toppled backward off her chair. Rubbing the back of her head with tears in her eyes, Romantica scolded the clerk for barging in again, while he folded immediately into frantic apologies. The clerk reported that the woven fabric price had spiked exactly as she predicted, and Romantica coolly reminded him that market moves could be read if he learned to analyze the data. His awkward joke about her praising herself earned him another glare and another terrified apology. Then the clerk brought up the Holy City, warning that despite its huge market, the place had turned bad for business. He explained that taxes were crushing the population and fear was spreading because of rumors that a demon was abducting and skinning people at night. Romantica laughed the demon story off at first, but the clerk insisted people really were vanishing and families were begging for help. The report got uglier when he added that the empire was using fear of divine punishment to justify heavy taxes and arresting anyone who spoke against the Pope. When he said people were fleeing the capital as vagrants, Romantica immediately stopped laughing and wrote the word down. She wanted to track that wave of displaced people into nearby territories, only to learn their own lord had ordered everyone to refuse vagrants at the border. The clerk defended that cold decision as the safest way to preserve order, and Romantica held back her anger when she realized that was simply how this era thought. Then he mentioned one northern territory that was accepting every vagrant anyway, and the name was Evernaton. He described Lord Evernaton as a famous man of integrity, a war hero who had been exiled to the barbarian frontier after offending the Pope. Romantica demanded the map, and the second she found Evernaton on it, the Shadow World finally triggered the main quest. The quest window showed that the barbarian problem was already solved at 100% and the vagrant problem was partly solved at 30%. Romantica instantly understood that her missing teammates had to be in Evernaton, because nobody else could have pushed the quest that far already. She sprang to her feet and ordered the clerk to get ready for business in Evernaton at once, ignoring his baffled protest about investigating first. Elsewhere in Evernaton, a crow's cry dragged Desser awake for another rough morning 8 days into the Shadow World. He swallowed the fall water anyway and washed up, reminding himself that in real time only 8 hours had passed outside. Looking back, he had climbed from assistant chef to Wilhelm's personal aide by impressing the Lord with his cooking and his use of a rare plum ingredient. With Pram's help, Desser had also stopped the barbarian raid on Evernaton's food stores and secured a peace treaty with Bloody Talon, clearing half the main quest in one stroke. That left only the vagrant problem, so Desser headed through the castle to begin the day with that issue on his mind. On the way, he spotted Lilica outside happily building a snowman and greeted her like an older brother. Lilica proudly showed off the tiny snowman she wanted to decorate the kitchen with, and Desser had to remind her they still had work to do. As they walked together, Desser revealed he was still bringing tea to the Lord even though Wilhelm had technically said he didn't have to. At the kitchen, Jeffrin fussed over Lilica for playing in the cold, and Desser could only stare when the old chef treated her far better than he ever treated him. Jeffrin bluntly told Desser that Lilica got special treatment because she was cute, which shut him up on the spot. Desser brewed the tea and reported to Wilhelm's office, where a new desk now marked his place as the Lord's personal assistant. As he sorted the territory's paperwork, Desser realized this position gave him a far clearer view of Evernaton than any map from the modern era ever could. The records showed that tiny Evernaton was the holy nation's shield in the north, holding a military force far larger and stronger than its size should allow. He pieced together Wilhelm's method too. The Lord used Evernaton's elite knights to defend neighboring lands for pay, turning military strength into the territory's lifeline. That strategy had rescued Evernaton from years of chaos, but Desser saw that one threat still remained unresolved: the flood of vagrants. Wilhelm had accepted every displaced person into Evernaton, and the result was overcrowded slums where criminals could vanish among the desperate. Food was barely still holding, so Desser turned his attention to the crime reports, knowing public order was the real pressure point now. There he noticed something odd. Crime had dropped sharply starting the exact day their party entered the Shadow World. Desser immediately realized that kind of clean, forceful result could only be a jest's work. He left the castle, crossed the drawbridge, and headed straight for the knight's headquarters to find her. The guards welcomed him by name and led him up through the building, making it clear a jest was already expecting him. Outside the captain's room, Desser stopped when he heard a furious female officer arguing that the vagrants had to be driven out before they ruined Evernaton. A jest answered in a cold, cutting voice that keeping order was the knight's job, not an excuse to trample the Lord's decision. When a jest called her out for overstepping Wilhelm's authority, the officer finally backed down and apologized. Ayelin stormed out past the door, recognized Desser's name, and muttered with open contempt that a filthy vagrant like him should wipe that smug look away. Once she was gone, a jest welcomed Desser warmly, and the sudden softness in her face made the whole room feel different. Desser joked that her captain role was unfairly convenient compared with his brutal start as an assistant chef, and a jest met him with an easy smile of her own. She teased him about the rumors of his excellent tea and admitted she had missed it, leaning on the table with a soft look that caught him off guard. Shaking off the moment, Desser asked how far the quest had progressed on her side. A jest said the progress was decent, then decided that instead of explaining it, she would show him directly. A jest led Desser through Evernaton's winter market, and the locals greeted their captain with open warmth instead of fear. When the stall owner tried to give a jest free cookies as thanks for protecting the streets, a jest still reached for money out of habit. The woman spotted Desser trailing behind and teasingly handed him a share too, calling him a jest's boyfriend. Before Desser could deny it, a jest coolly thanked the woman for looking after her lover and stole the whole exchange for herself. Desser protested in embarrassment, but a jest shut the argument down at once and treated the misunderstanding like a harmless kindness. A jest snapped one of the rough unsweetened cookies in half and casually offered the other piece to Desser like the matter was settled. As they crossed the town, more residents pressed food into their hands until even Desser had to admit they needed a break. They sat in the central plaza beneath clear winter skies, and it just quietly asked what Desser thought of the streets she had been managing. When Desser praised the town as lively and kind, it just let out a small relieved breath that showed how much his answer mattered to her. Adjust finally explained her quest's progress. She split Evernatten into districts, stationed knights across them, and crushed major crimes fast enough to restore public order. But even with the streets calmer, Adjust admitted the quest had stalled at 30% because the petty crimes never really stopped. Almost on cue, a vagrant lunged from that alley and snatched a woman's bag in broad daylight. Adjust reacted instantly, casting ice at the thief's foot and dropping him hard before he could escape. Knights swarmed in to arrest the thief, and Adjust moved in after them like this kind of cleanup had become routine. Desser promised to return if he found a clue, and Adjust left him with a simple promise that she would be waiting. On his way back, Desser reminded himself how shadow worlds worked. History repeated itself unless someone corrected the choices that had gone wrong. That made Wilhelm the key figure, so Desser decided he needed the Lord's private history, not just his public reputation. That night, Desser slipped into the castle kitchen to question the one man who knew Wilhelm from long before Evernatten, Jeffrin. Jeffrin dodged the question at first, chopping meat with brutal speed while Desser pushed him to stop pretending. Before Jeffrin gave in, Lilica bounced over proudly with chopped onions and instantly got dragged into the kitchen chaos too. Jeffrin made Desser haul a heavy pot, and quietly arranged the room so only the two of them would stay for the real conversation. Once Lilica left, Jeffrin exacted his price by putting Desser back to work and ordering him to stir the soup while he listened. Then Jeffrin dropped the first shock. He had met Wilhelm years ago in the Holy City, when Wilhelm was still a cardinal. Jeffrin remembered Wilhelm as nothing like the cold lord Desser knew now, but a bright man who drank, laughed, and even trained with his knights. More than that, Wilhelm had been a hero of the old holy nation, leading men against the judgment, and never losing a single battle. Jeffrin explained that even now, many of Evernatten's knights had followed Wilhelm all the way from the holy city out of sheer loyalty. The fall came when new rulers wanted to accept the judgment as divine punishment, and Wilhelm stood against them for the people's sake. Because Wilhelm refused to abandon ordinary people, he was stripped of his honors, banished from the capital, and left with only the loyalty of the men who chose to follow him. Jeffrin ended with a blunt request. If Desser understood any of this, then he needed to take good care of Wilhelm. Later, Desser watched Wilhelm work through another long night, and saw the stern lord differently now that he knew the man behind the title. Thinking it through, Desser felt even more impressed that Wilhelm had once cleared shadow worlds with none of the knowledge or tools people had in the future. But that admiration only made the holy nation's collapse feel more maddening, especially when Desser compared its fatal doctrine to the very different Church of Artemis he knew in his own era. Even after sorting through Wilhelm's virtues one by one, Desser still couldn't see how a man so devoted to his people had gone wrong on the vagrant issue. That line of thought broke when Ayelin arrived to make Adjust's monthly crime report in person. Ayelin knelt formally before Wilhelm, while Desser remembered all too clearly that she had never liked him. Her report was ugly. In 1 month alone, Evernatten had seen 7 major crimes and 50 lesser ones. Then she made her real point by stating that nearly all those offenders were vagrants. Ayelin even delivered a public statement demanding that criminals be exiled, effectively handing Wilhelm the people's anger in written form. Wilhelm answered with restraint at first, insisting that criminals would still go through proper law instead of mob punishment. Ayelin pushed back anyway, arguing that Adjust's policing had limits because the slum-born vagrants themselves were the problem. Wilhelm dismissed her for the moment, but only after hearing her out completely. Once Ayelin was gone, Wilhelm actually read the statement, and Desser knew exile in this weather would be little different from a death sentence. Wilhelm then put the question directly to Desser and asked what he thought of Ayelin's harsher proposal. Desser admitted the idea was reasonable, because even he could see that improved security alone had failed to move the quest forward. Wilhelm agreed the current crimes had gone too far, but he framed the choice as a painful duty to protect his own people from the cost of his mercy. Trying to soften the damage, Desser suggested exiling only those who deserved death, hoping a limited example might be enough. Wilhelm said he had already planned exactly that, and the instant he confirmed it, Desser's alarm spiked. A Shadow World announcement hit right then, revealing that this decision belonged to the fallen hero Wilhelm Evernatten and that it still failed to solve the real problem. That told Desser the truth immediately. Removing the vagrants was the wrong path, because history had already tried it and still collapsed. From there the whole chain became visible to him. Wilhelm had sheltered the vagrants out of principle, but he never knew the barbarian attack was coming. In the real timeline, the barbarians would have stolen food, burned the rest, and dragged Evernatten's full military into war at the worst possible moment. With food gone and knights pulled away, the vagrant crisis would have become impossible to manage, and Wilhelm would have been crushed into abandoning the ideals he came home to protect. In Evernatten's bitter winter, Desser met Pram and Adjust in the crowded soldiers' cafeteria and learned that Romantica still had not appeared in this territory. Desser stayed calm and told Pram that Romantica was strong enough to survive on her own, especially now that she had reached the third circle. He added that Romantica was clever, the quest was still moving, and he had already asked Wilhelm to send riders into nearby lands to search for her. Once the room quieted down, Ajest asked why Desser had gathered them, and he revealed that he had finally figured out how Evernatten handled the vagrants in history. Desser explained that when Wilhelm previously agreed to Ayelin's idea of deporting vagrants, even only the criminals, the quest's progress had dropped instead of improving. To make his point, Desser showed Ajest a beautifully embroidered handkerchief from a vagrant mother who was banned from the marketplace just for being a vagrant. Desser asked if that blind judgment felt familiar, and after Ajest hesitated, Pram realized it was just like the prejudice they faced as beta-class commoners. He spelled it out. People had already decided every vagrant was a criminal, just like Professor Neflika had written off commoners before ever giving them a chance. Desser argued that criminals should be punished, but condemning an entire people for a few cases was still wrong, especially when society had cornered them in the first place. When Pram asked if this was tied to the clear condition, Desser said yes and guessed the Shadow World rejected Wilhelm's historical choice because it came from prejudice. Because they had saved the food supplies and stopped the barbarians, Desser believed they still had enough breathing room to find a better answer. That fragile calm ended when a knight rushed in and urgently told Ajest and Desser to come see something for themselves. Moments later, Desser, Pram, and Ajest reached the castle wall and froze at the sight below. Outside the sealed gates, more than 3,000 ragged vagrants had flooded in and were now begging, screaming, and pounding for entry. The sight terrified even the soldiers, because letting that many people in at once could destroy order and burn through Evernatten's last food. As the crowd turned angrier and shouted that Evernatten had promised to accept them, Desser felt those accusations hit straight into his conscience. Then a messenger arrived with Wilhelm's order to accept every one of them for now. Ajest pushed back immediately, warning that accepting them all would wreck public order and could doom the territory itself. With soldiers waiting on his command, Desser hesitated for a painful moment before finally ordering the gates opened. He put Ajest in charge of controlling the flood of people, and she moved at once to organize the soldiers into a path. Left alone with the decision, Desser hated himself for preaching compassion so easily and still freezing when the real cost appeared in front of him. Pram quietly backed him anyway, telling Desser he would follow his decision no matter what. The chains finally rattled, the gates opened, and the vagrants poured into Evernatten in a controlled stream under Ajest's command. As soon as the last person entered, the system punished that choice anyway, and the vagrants' quest dropped by another 15%. Soon after, Evernatten began to choke under the numbers, with theft, murder, fear, and failing trade driving the quest down to a grim 12%. In a cold strategy meeting, Ayelin argued that the vagrants had become ungrateful, dangerous, and too costly to keep feeding. Desser shot back that expelling them would betray Wilhelm's own belief that a lord should protect his people. Ayelin refused that idealism and insisted Wilhelm's first duty was to the residents already starving because of these strangers. Desser kept insisting there had to be another way, but Ayelin demanded a real answer and hammered him with the fact that he did not have one. Wilhelm finally ended the argument and admitted that the dream of saving everyone belonged to a past he could no longer afford. He thanked Desser for reminding him of those convictions, but chose reality over ideals and ordered Ayelin to tell the vagrants they would no longer be accepted. Ajest could see that history was about to repeat itself, and for the first time she had no argument left against it. Then Desser shocked everyone by stepping forward and dropping to his knees in front of Wilhelm. Putting aside his pride, Desser begged for just 2 more days to find a real plan that could save the vagrants. After a long pause, Wilhelm granted him those final 2 days. With the clock running out, Desser threw himself at the food crisis, but every path he tested still led back to the same brutal conclusion that expelling the vagrants was easiest. He even considered helping skilled vagrants earn their keep through apprenticeships and exports, but the plan would take at least a month they simply did not have. Realizing how vicious this 4th-level shadow world really was, Desser still forced himself forward because failing here would wreck everything he had planned. As he walked from the deserted residential district into the vagrants' shantytown, the city's old life gave way to a harsher kind of activity built on hunger and cold. There he found an endless ration line under military watch, with exhausted vagrants silently waiting in the snow for less food than before. The soldiers saluted when they noticed him, but Desser only waved them back to work and kept staring at how much worse the line had become. Then Lilica called out to him, and Desser turned to find her waiting beside Ajest with her small ration of rye bread in hand. Lilica said Ajest had kept her company in line, and Ajest's heavy armor made it clear she was supposed to be monitoring the crowd but was really watching over Lilica too. When Desser apologized, Lilica only thanked him and admitted she still did not understand why she had been thrown out after Jeffrin suddenly went quiet. She asked if she had done something wrong, and Desser could only tell her it was not her fault without exposing the cruelty behind it. So instead, Desser promised that one day she would be able to come back. Lilica accepted that answer with childlike trust and asked only one thing. Until she returned, Desser had to watch over the snowman she had named Carlos. Evernatten's streets had turned into a desperate feeding ground, with vagrants everywhere and even prams sweating through the chaos as soldiers tried to control ration lines. The soldiers were openly bitter, saying it made no sense to feed outsiders when the territory itself was already running short. Ajest came to Desser, ready to comfort him, but one look at his face told her he was drowning in the same helpless despair he thought he had left behind. Dresser silently begged for any clue at all, because right now he had no way to save the people counting on him. Ayelan walked over while supervising the rations and pressed Dresser for a solution with the kind of tone that made it clear she expected him to fail. Ayelan said the only realistic answer was to deport every vagrant, and she stressed that when the order came, there would be no exceptions. She went even further and mocked Dresser's past plea for mercy, saying he had only knelt to save himself like every other selfish vagrant. It just nearly struck Ayelan on the spot, but Dresser grabbed her arm and quietly told her not to lose herself over the insult. Before the argument could go any further, a fresh disturbance broke out in the vagrant crowd and soldiers rushed in to stop someone from pushing through. At first Dresser thought it was another ration fight, but the voice breaking through the soldiers sounded strangely familiar. Then it clicked for both Dresser and Ajest at once, because the loud stubborn voice belonged to Romantica. Romantica was indeed at the center of the scuffle, furiously yelling that she was not a vagrant, while the guards refused to believe her. Dresser stepped in and told the guards to release her, and Romantica instantly dropped the outrage and greeted him with her usual swagger. Romantica proudly announced that she had survived on her own, cleared her local quest in Curvin, and followed the main quest all the way to Evernatten. Once she heard how badly Evernatten had spiraled, Romantica cut straight to the real issue and asked whether fixing the food shortage would settle most of the crisis. Dresser was still buried in the problem, but Romantica was suddenly all smug, because unlike him she already had an answer. Then Romantica finally said it outright: she could solve the problem herself, because she had brought the food. Ayelan jumped in to sneer at the claim, but Romantica turned ice cold and refused to let a knight talk down to her. The clash escalated fast, with Ayelan roaring in outrage and Romantica calling her an old hag to her face without backing down. Only when Dresser looked closer did he realize why Romantica was so fearless. Because she was dressed like someone with real status and money. Romantica kept pressing the advantage, mocking Ayelan's rudeness and making it obvious that the knight had blundered into insulting someone important. When Dresser quietly asked what role she had drawn in this shadow world, Romantica finally revealed it with perfect timing. Romantica whistled for a youth in the crowd, took a black leather ledger, and handed it to Dresser as proof that she was a merchant, not a stranded refugee. Romantica announced that she would solve the vagrant crisis the merchant way, and then she led the stunned group toward the nearby forest. In the forest, the answer hit them all at once. Wagon after wagon packed the trees, a full merchant convoy big enough to save the territory. The guild workers all greeted Romantica with respect, leaving no doubt that this entire merchant operation really was hers. Romantica explained that she had built a strong merchant group dealing in medical goods, then switched hard into food the moment she predicted Evernatten's shortage would explode. When she pulled open one wagon, it was crammed with food, including sacks of wheat, and suddenly her outrageous promise looked completely real. She admitted she had gone all in, selling off major assets to buy food before the market spiked, because her read on the situation was that strong. The trip had even drawn bandits, but Romantica casually noted that her own strength, as a third circle mage, and her rifle had kept them from stealing the shipment. I just carefully checked the inventory, and her conclusion changed everything. With this much food, Evernatten could survive the whole winter. Relief finally reached Dresser, and he sincerely thanked Romantica for pulling them back from the edge. Romantica tried to play it cool and enjoy the compliments, but she was still ready to hand over everything just to help him. That idea got checked immediately when a worried guild worker protested that giving the food away for free would bankrupt the guild. Romantica felt the weight of that warning at once, because these workers had trusted her, and she could not throw their future away just because she came from outside this world. A new sub-quest appeared on the spot, making the next rule clear: the food had to be traded in a way that protected both Evernatten and Romantica's guild. Dresser immediately moved into negotiation mode and offered 6-month payment plus Evernatten's name, and trading rights in the territory. A panicked guild worker objected that they were trading a mountain of food for the name of a fallen noble, but Dresser and Romantica stayed slyly calm. Romantica calmly explained the real value of the bargain. Evernatten's name still carried prestige, protection, and room for the guild to grow for years. With Emil speechless, Romantica added one more demand and locked in her place as Evernatten's main merchant group with resident rights in the territory. Dresser answered with a theatrical bow, and Romantica matched him with an equally playful noble act as the deal was sealed. The subquest cleared at once, the food crisis was finally broken, and the vagrant problem surged forward with Evernatten's progress jumping to 71%. As refugees pour into Evernatten in numbers too big to ignore, Wilhelm digs for the cause and learns they are fleeing from the holy city of Gaheim. The rumors are even worse than Wilhelm expected. People in Gaheim whisper about an evil spirit that kidnaps victims and peels off their skin. Wilhelm's man confirms the church is crushing the holy city with taxes, mass seizures, and disappearances, all while the king does nothing. When Wilhelm quietly asks if these vanishings are sacrifices, the answer confirms his worst fear. The Church of Artemis is offering people up to stop the goddess' judgment. The thought of the Holy Kingdom trying to appease judgment with blood instead of confronting it leaves Wilhelm shaking with helpless anger. Then the report turns urgent. Many children disappeared just before the refugee surge. a sign that a massive judgment may be about to descend on the Holy City. When Carlos relays another lord's request to march on Gaheim, Wilhelm refuses and sends him away, still shackled by the oath he swore to serve the Holy Kingdom. Later, Desser walks the snowy garden thinking hard. Romantica bought them time on food, but with only 1 day left, the refugee crisis itself is still unsolved. He considers training and employing the refugees, then immediately realizes Wilhelm would have thought of that already, and the estate simply cannot afford it for everyone. His thoughts break when he finds Lilica happily building yet another snowman now that the food panic has eased. Desser teases her about always making snowmen, and Lilica fires back that they are her friends, not some childish fantasy. Then the banter turns sad when Lilica explains that Carlos, the friend she once asked Desser to protect, did not leave normally at all, he just vanished. Romantica joins them and names the rumor outright, the skin-peeling evil spirit that people whisper about on the road from the Holy City. One simple answer changes everything. Lilica says she and the other refugees all came from Gaheim, and Desser is stunned that he never traced the crisis back that far. As Romantica points out how little he knows about the Holy City, Desser finally sees the real mistake in history. Exiling refugees never fixed the source, because Gaheim itself was rotting. With the path finally clear in his head, Desser turns to Romantica and asks her to tell him everything she knows. 2 days later, everyone gathers in Wilhelm's cold office, where success or failure will be decided in one final meeting. Wilhelm opens by publicly thanking Romantica for easing the food shortage, giving the room one brief moment of warmth before the harder problem returns. Ireland cuts through the polite mood and reminds everyone that security is still collapsing, forcing Wilhelm to demand Desser's real answer. Desser kneels and lays out the trap they are in. Any quick fix, from food aid to education, will only buy time while more refugees keep coming. He admits the cold logic too. If they banish the refugees, Evernatin's burden vanishes almost overnight, just like other estates have chosen. Then Desser turns the knife, calling exile what it really is, not a solution, but a death sentence that hides the suffering instead of stopping it. Desser says he wants a real answer instead, one that attacks the root of the crisis in the Holy City before that same rot reaches Evernatin too. Because Desser already knows the Holy Kingdom's future ruin, he finally says the unthinkable aloud. The twisted ideals ruling Gaheim must be changed. The Artemis priest explodes first, denouncing Desser's plan as rebellion and treason. Agest immediately shuts him down and orders him not to interrupt the Lord, freezing the priest's anger in place for the moment. Wilhelm does not reject Desser outright. Instead, he asks the question that matters to him most: how a man who once swore himself to the Holy Kingdom could justify starting a rebellion against it. Desser answers by steering Wilhelm back to the vow beneath the oath, why he first picked up his sword in the first place. He pushes the point home. If Wilhelm took up that sword for the people, then he should be willing to do it again for those same people now. That lands, and Wilhelm admits it himself. From the very beginning, his life and sword were always meant for the people. But Wilhelm is not won over yet, because he knows war also devours innocence, and he demands to know whether Desser can honestly call that the better path. Romantica tries to speak up for Desser, but Ireland snaps that outsiders should stay silent. Agest takes the opening instead and argues that doing nothing guarantees the people's suffering will only get worse. She reveals the key military danger too. The Church's sudden hunger for sacrifices likely means a judgment of terrifying scale is coming. Desser jumps on Agest's point and warns that if they delay, the entire kingdom could be swallowed before anyone in Gaheim can stop it. Ireland still resists, arguing that even if rebellion is justified, Evernatin and the other territories are simply too weak to beat the Holy City in war. Wilhelm reveals another clue he has been sitting on. Another lord already proposed joining forces against Gaheim, though he still doubts that alliance would be enough. Desser answers that Evernatin already holds the moral high ground, because Wilhelm took in the very refugees everyone else rejected. If Evernatin exposes the Holy City's crimes, Desser argues, other lords and ordinary people alike will rally behind that cause. By the time Desser finishes, he has offered Wilhelm everything at once: justice, public support, allied strength, and a desperate reason to act now. The office falls into a suffocating silence as everyone waits for Wilhelm to choose between oath and conviction. At last Wilhelm decides, ordering Pram to send word to the knights and Desser to draft letters to every lord. Evernatin will rise against the Holy City's corruption. In that moment, the fallen hero truly returns, reclaiming the heart that once fought for the people instead of hiding behind old vows. A system window flashes beside Desser to confirm the fallout. Wilhelm has advanced into an epic hero, the vagrant issue is resolved, and the main quest is cleared because history changed at its root. On October 15th, Hebrian threw a full celebration for clearing every shadow world, and the Academy party hall was already loud with music, dancing, and victory fever. Agest slipped into the hall almost unnoticed, but the few people who saw her still froze at how striking and untouchable she looked. She brushed off polite small talk and kept moving, because she had only come for one reason: to find Desser. She finally spotted Desser sitting with Romantica and Pram, right as they were teasing him about how hopeless he was at dancing. Agest stepped in without hesitation and told Desser he should at least learn the basics, instantly joining the table's little argument. After a few quick greetings, Agest took the last seat across from Desser, and he immediately offered her a drink. Desser thanked Ajest for how much she had done in the shadow world, but she quietly felt he was the one who deserved the real credit. Watching him now, Ajest privately raised her opinion of Desser again, because he had won not just with magic but by reading people, breaking plans, and steering events his way. Her thoughts drifted to Wilhelm Evernatten too, and she admitted to herself that his choice to rise again for his people was the kind of ruler she still needed to learn to become. Then Ajest tasted the drink and paused, because this was not party wine at all but plum tea. When Desser casually admitted he brewed it himself because she once wanted to try the tea he made in the shadow world, Ajest was thrown completely off balance. She could not even name the feeling that hit her, so all she managed was a flustered admission that the tea was good. Romantica caught the awkward chemistry immediately, looked annoyed, and nudged Pram to break the mood before it got any worse for her. Pram jumped in by asking about the artifact, pulling Desser's attention down to the armament of Toa on his hand. The reward split had already been settled, with Desser keeping the armament of Toa because the mana-boosting artifact helped him most, while the others took the money instead. Desser said he still had not tested higher-grade magic with it yet, but he was confident the artifact would work. Romantica shifted the talk again, and wondered what history might have looked like if the Holy Kingdom had never fallen so miserably. Desser answered that nobody could know for sure, but if Wilhelm had turned the kingdom around, half the continent might have avoided being swallowed by shadow worlds. That thought stung even more because a surviving Holy Kingdom might also have preserved its knightly strength long enough to help in the war still waiting in Desser's future. Pram added that he still could not believe the Church of Artemis had such a buried past tied to the Holy Kingdom's collapse. Desser smirked and said the Church had probably hoped that whole disgrace would disappear with time, which only made their discovery more explosive. Romantica finally pushed back, reminding everyone this was supposed to be a celebration, not another history lecture. She awkwardly hinted that they should actually do something at the party, glancing straight toward Desser and the dancers. Ajest moved first again and invited Desser to dance for a song, cutting directly across Romantica's plan. Pram was stunned silent, and Romantica looked like the color had drained right out of her face. Desser tried to refuse again, but Ajest coolly argued that someone as famous as him could not keep dodging dances forever. Romantica made one last desperate protest, but even Desser had to admit Ajest's reasoning made sense. Once Desser accepted, Ajest felt an unexpectedly giddy thrill and silently thanked all the royal dance lessons she used to hate. She warned him she would lead, and Desser reluctantly agreed to study hard even if dancing felt nothing like his kind of fight. They stepped into the crowd together, and in the middle of the waltzing couples, Ajest and Desser finally took each other's hands. Ajest counted them in, Desser matched her first steps, and the new song began just as their eyes met. The story then shifted to Althea, where the Magic Tower stood at the center of the world's magical power and business. Inside one of its most secret labs, Zod was back to carving and testing a magic crystal with the obsessive focus only he could manage. Priscilla's voice came through a communication pad to tease him, but Zod barely looked up because he was more interested in the experiment than the saintess herself. He launched into a lecture about how thrilling magical technique really was, sounding delighted by the logic of spellcraft in a way Priscilla found completely dreary. A spark jumped from the crystal. Zod muttered that the 5th grade crystal seemed capped at 3 uses, and Priscilla gave up trying to drag his full attention back. Priscilla had called mainly to confirm whether he would skip the Grand Council again, expecting the usual answer. Instead, Zod casually shocked her by saying he would attend this time because a new magical technique expert wanted to sit in. Priscilla immediately guessed he meant some famous archmage, only for Zod to reveal the expert was Desser Armin, a first circle mage. She burst out laughing at the absurdity of it, but Zod did not budge and flatly insisted that Desser really had the qualifications. The real problem hit her a moment later. Desser was Hebrian Academy's single ranker, and inviting someone with that background into the council would provoke half the room. Zod brushed past the old hostility between Hebrian and the Western Kingdoms and said Desser would come not as a student, but as a member of the Magic Tower. Then Zod tightened the trap by reminding her that Desser's party had uncovered records about the Holy Kingdom's fall, the exact history the Church had wanted for years. That finally broke Priscilla's composure, and after one startled yelp she accepted that she would have to meet Desser in person after all. The next moment, the tone crashed into one of Desser's nightmares, where the world was already ending under explosions, smoke, ash, and endless screams. Desser could only stand there drained and helpless as red fire swallowed the landscape and the dead kept piling up around him. Then he saw a dying girl in the rubble, and when their eyes met, he recognized Romantica in one of the cruelest memories he still carried. She mouthed that she did not want to die, but blood stole her voice, and her eyes went empty in front of him. Even before he could break, another soldier looked into the distance in despair, because something far worse was waiting beyond the battlefield. At the end of that gaze stood Dadanov, the devil of ruin, a living calamity with hellfire around his neck and runes carved into his teeth. The human army answered with a storm of spells that blotted out the sky, but the devil took the bombardment without a scratch. When Dadanov roared back, even elite magicians collapsed bleeding from their eyes and ears as the battlefield turned into pure panic. Then the ground split, the sky burned, and Desser could only scream soundlessly as the nightmare escalated into total annihilation. He jolted awake in bed with his arms flailing, and the burning war vanished into creamy white walls and the ticking of a grandfather clock. Even after realizing it was only a dream, Dessler could not stop shaking, drenched in cold sweat and trapped again in the scars his old world left behind. On the last hot Friday before summer break, Dessler walks into magic class and finds Agest and Romantica already waiting. Romantica spots the dark circles under Dessler's eyes, and he admits he got up early because of a nightmare. Romantica jokes that Dessler keeps showing up in her nightmares as the Devil King, and he just dryly accepts it. She hands him a mint to keep him awake through Professor Bridget's lecture, and the sharp, cool taste finally wakes him up. With a few minutes left before class, Dessler asks what Agest and Romantica are doing over summer break. Agest says she plans to stay at the academy, while Romantica says she is finally going home to visit her parents in the Prileka kingdom. That is exactly what Dessler wanted to hear, because he has already decided their party is going to Prileka for the Golden Ocean tournament. Romantica protests that she just said she was going home, but Dessler barrels ahead and names the famous tournament as their summer target. Romantica worries they will be crushed by talented fighters from all over the world, but Dessler reminds her that a third circle mage her age is already exceptional. His praise makes Romantica puff up for a second, until he immediately knocks her back down by pointing out that Agest is also third circle and Zod did it even younger. Dessler says a strong showing at the tournament will raise their party's reputation, and that finally wins both girls over. Romantica gets excited at the thought of winning and no longer being dismissed as a commoner's party, while Dessler says they still need Pram's answer before the deadline hits. Romantica happily declares that at least they can rest for now, and Dessler instantly kills that dream by announcing more training after class. She argues that they already cleared the Shadow World, but Dessler pulls rank and reminds her their contract says the party follows the leader's orders. Romantica calls him a dirty scammer, sounding playful, but the words trigger a brutal flash in Dessler's mind of her body torn open and bleeding. Romantica's voice pulls him back, and Dessler silently hardens himself with one thought, this time definitely. Then he coldly doubles her punishment, and announces double training for the day. Romantica scrambles to apologize and stop him, but Dessler just gathers his books and moves to the seat next to Agest at the front. Professor Bridget walks in at exactly the wrong moment for Romantica, leaving her stranded with only pathetic puppy eyes from across the room. By noon, students and teachers pack into Hebrian's sweltering stone auditorium for the final summer break ceremony. Headmaster Justin quiets the room and gives a short speech praising great magicians like Rockhilt and Zod before telling the students they could become the next legends. The moment Justin officially declares summer break open, the auditorium explodes into motion as students pour out like a broken tide. After the ceremony, Dessler's party gathers looking worn out, and Romantica is the only one hauling a big suitcase because she is leaving right away. Romantica thanks them for the week, and Dessler bluntly says all that brutal training was for her sake. Pram warns that Romantica will miss her train, so the goodbye can only stretch so far. Dessler tells everyone to rest and meet again in Prileka, but Romantica turns away without answering and starts rolling her suitcase off in sulky silence. After walking a long way, Romantica finally turns back, sees Dessler still waving, and shouts that he is dead if he shows up late. 4 days later, Dessler, Pram, and Agest finally board a train to Prileka after slogging through the kingdom's tedious entry permit process. Pram is excited by the trip, Agest quietly opens a book, and Dessler uses the long ride to think about what he is really going there for. The tournament is only his cover story, because Dessler's true target is the Western Kingdom Alliance Grand Council meeting he can enter thanks to Zod. He is especially thinking about Priscilla, because her influence in the Alliance could become a major piece in preparing for the Shadow Labyrinth. As he remembers how humanity ignored the Shadow Labyrinth's warnings and failed to unite in time, the old nightmare weight settles over him again. A knock at the compartment door breaks his thoughts when an elderly silver-haired traveler politely asks to share the room. The party lets him in, and the old man introduces himself as Dmitri before recognizing Dessler's name almost immediately. Dmitri excitedly grabs Dessler's hand and praises him as the commoner who shoved Hebrian's nobles down a peg. He says plenty of people doubted Dessler's promotion, but clearing a 4th-ranked Shadow World proved commoners can stand equal with nobles. For Dessler, that overexcited handshake is a small but real sign that his effort to lift commoners' hopes is starting to work. Before getting off halfway through the trip, Dmitri spots Dessler's whole party and asks them to clear the Shadow World again next year. The next day, the remaining 3 cross the border quickly under Zod's name and step into the dazzling capital of Deltaheim. Beyond the rich streets, the sunset ocean glows gold, and the sight leaves Dessler's party quietly mesmerized. Then they notice a well-dressed attendant holding a sign with Dessler's name on it, and Pram jokes that Dessler might be famous across the whole continent. Dessler goes over to ask, and the attendant politely explains that Romantica sent him from the Era Trading Group. That is when it finally hits them that Romantica's family is absurdly wealthy, not just comfortably rich. The trading group's wagon carries them to an Ocean View residence, where Romantica herself rushes out to greet them in a frilly dress. She greets Pram warmly, barely bothers with a jest, and checks Dessler first to make sure he actually kept his promise and arrived on time. Romantica tells them dinner will be prepared and casually reveals that this enormous place is only a vacation house, not her family's main home. After settling in, the The party shares a rich dinner, and then relaxes in the living room with dessert and the night ocean beyond the windows. Romantica reveals she already registered the whole party for the Golden Ocean tournament, so now they only need to wait 6 days for it to begin. Desser immediately turns that extra time into more training, and Romantica's face falls on the spot. Romantica quickly switches to charm and argues that after all their hard work and this beautiful trip, they deserve at least one day to enjoy themselves. Pram joins her side at once, saying they may never get another chance like this, and together they press the attack. When Desser asks Jess for backup, she calmly says a party leader should consider the members' need for recreation too. Realizing he pushed them hard before the break, Desser finally sighs and gives in to exactly 1 day off. Romantica and Pram celebrate with a delighted high five, while Desser quietly watches the starlit waves outside and lets the moment rest. On a packed midsummer beach, Desser waits under the blazing sun for his group to arrive. Romantica sneaks up behind him in a bikini, instantly throwing Desser off even though he tries to act unfazed. After a quick bit of teasing, the two rent a parasol, spread out mats, and settle into their beach spot together. Once they sit down, Romantica nervously asks what he thinks, but she clearly means the swimsuit, not the beach. Desser finally compliments her swimsuit, and Romantica proudly reveals she designed it herself. She goes further and boasts that she even picked swimsuits for Pram and a jest, which makes Desser suddenly very curious. A few minutes later, Pram arrives in a long coat over his swimwear and looks embarrassed before he even reaches them. When Pram loosens the coat and reveals the fitted rash guard beneath, Desser is stunned by how absurdly good Romantica's pick turned out. Desser immediately apologizes for doubting Romantica's taste, and she soaks up the praise like she knew this would happen. When Romantica and Desser tell Pram he looks cute, he lights up instantly without realizing what just hit them. Then the crowd's attention shifts down the beach, and everyone realizes a jest has arrived. A jest appears in an elegant swimsuit that flatters her so well even the beach around her seems to fade out. Desser is about to praise Romantica again, but Romantica goes stiff when she realizes a jest is not wearing the swimsuit she picked. Desser smoothly compliments a jest anyway, trying to keep the moment normal. A jest apologizes to Romantica and hands back the original swimsuit, explaining it was too tight and uncomfortable to wear. When a jest starts to say exactly where it was too tight, Romantica cuts her off before the wound can go any deeper. A jest still does not understand the issue, and Romantica silently realizes she has been defeated without a fight. The four of them move on to a beach volleyball match with a harsh rule: the losing team has to cook dinner. As the score tightens, it becomes obvious that Pram and Ajest are carrying their teams while the two mages struggle to keep up physically. Romantica misses a high ball and crashes backward into the sand, pushing the score to a dead-even final point. Teased for being helpless like proper wizards, Desser and Romantica grumble that things would be different if they could use magic. Pram proposes a sudden twist for the last point: let the two mages use magic, as long as Desser does not rely on inversion. Desser and Romantica both accept immediately, and the harmless beach game turns into a real contest. For the serve, Desser layers body enhancement spells onto himself and hammers the ball with far more force than before. Ajest cleanly takes Desser's empowered serve, and the ball starts flying back and forth at a pace only she and Pram can really handle. Seeing the ball risk bursting from the pace, Ajest switches roles and sets Romantica up instead of forcing another smash. Romantica answers with wind magic, driving the ball like a smash and then bending its path in midair so Pram nearly misses it. Desser barks a warning that Romantica can control the ball's movement, helping Pram recover before the point slips away. With Ajest feeding her the ball, Romantica takes over the attack, and even Desser can tell her mana control has gotten much sharper than before. Romantica gets carried away and throws a full 3-circle storm spell into the rally, determined to win this beach match with everything she's got. Even under that pressure, Pram keeps his focus and saves a ball that was about to hit the ground, dragging the rally on. Desser starts reading Romantica's thinking and calls out the incoming path, turning her trick shots into something Pram can answer. Pram finally sends the ball back at Romantica, but Desser quietly layers his own wind magic into the play. The ball suddenly stops dead in the air in front of Romantica, completely ruining her timing. Desser's headwind kills the ball's lift, and Romantica freezes for a split second, convinced the point is over. But Ajest tears past Romantica at blistering speed and saves the ball with a superhuman last-second return. Desser and Pram are too stunned to react, and Ajest's save drops into their court for the winning point. Romantica breaks the silence by loudly claiming victory and reminding Desser that the losers are on dinner duty. Desser accepts the loss with mixed pride and bitterness, impressed by Romantica's growth even while it costs him dinner. The rest of the day passes peacefully under the parasol, with the sea sounding calm instead of competitive. That evening at the villa, Desser and Pram work together in the kitchen, and Pram's cooking skill quickly takes the lead. Desser is not a great cook, but old survival experience lets him support Pram smoothly enough to turn out an impressive meal. Their dinner wins praise from Romantica and Ajest and even leaves the villa's chef impressed. After dessert, Desser steps outside alone for fresh air and finds the beach below glowing in the last gold of sunset. Romantica joins him in a frilled dress and quietly shares how the East Acre Sea still amazes her every time she sees it. When she asks why the sea looks gold instead of blue, Desser answers correctly that mana in the water reacts to sunlight. Still determined to show him something new, Romantica leads Desser along the shoreline to a better viewpoint. She brings him to a half-collapsed acropolis whose melted-looking stone already feels wrong for a normal ruin. As they climb the broken ruin and hop across a missing section of path, Romantica starts telling an old local story about a city destroyed by a massive eruption. Desser admits this is one history lesson he never heard, and Romantica enjoys finally surprising him. Then Romantica reveals the mystery. Experts say no magma ever flowed under this land, so the evidence of an eruption should not exist at all. At the top of the ruin, the mystery widens into a local legend about a great devil that scarred the land and gave the Eastacre Sea its name. Desser quietly adds that Eastacre is an ancient rune meaning disaster, and Romantica is stunned that he knows even that. He says he heard it from someone long ago, but the source nags at him until an old memory starts clawing its way back. As the light fades, Desser suddenly remembers this coast from his past life and realizes the Perleka Kingdom was his old home. That memory turns ugly fast when he recognizes Eastacre Sea as the site of the future Shadow World quest called Gigantic Devil. He realizes with a sick jolt that this is also the place where Romantica dies in that future, making the coincidence feel unbearably cruel. Romantica sees how badly he is spiraling and, alarmed, asks if he needs to go to the hospital. Desser forces himself to breathe and reminds himself that this future has not happened yet. Then he turns to Romantica and, with real fear in his voice, warns that one day a danger beyond her imagination will come. He tells her that if that day comes and he orders her to run, she must obey no matter what. Romantica first tries to brush it off like a strange joke, but Desser's expression is far too full of loss to dismiss. When Desser asks for a promise, Romantica cannot understand the reason, but she nods anyway and gives him her word. In a dark hidden tavern, the 4 biggest outsider leaders gather because their network is suddenly getting crushed from every side. They confirm the damage is serious, with lower cells and even planted spies being exposed as if someone already knew their plan. Pierrot immediately blames the revolutionaries' failed theft from the magic tower and needles him for getting a man captured alive. The revolutionary snaps and fires instant space magic, but Pierrot stays lounging while only the floor under his chair shatters. Pierrot keeps mocking him, saying a 7th circle interrogation may have ripped through the dead underlings' memories and exposed them all. Before the room explodes into a fight, the old Skullmask leader cuts in and drags the meeting back under his control. He quietly condemns the revolutionaries' plan as too reckless, reminding everyone that outsiders survive by staying in the dark. Then the old man flips the setback into a new idea and says this is exactly when they should strike harder before the kingdom and empire tighten the noose. His target is bold enough to shake the continent, the coming Western Kingdom meeting where many rulers will gather in one place. He orders the revolutionary to redeem himself by leading the massacre and demands that Pierrot hand over a special artifact for the job. Pierrot protests that the item cost his entire assassin guild a fortune to obtain, but he still gives it up under the old man's pressure. The old man makes the mission plain: wipe out the Western Kingdom's assembled rulers, and the revolutionary coldly reminds them Hebrian is next. The meeting breaks up, and the 4 mass leaders step out one by one into a poor damp street just before dawn. Pierrot catches up to the revolutionary outside and starts needling him again, saying they are the same kind of man no matter how noble he acts. The revolutionary rejects that comparison, but Pierrot points at the cube in his hand and says taking that artifact already proves how far he has fallen. The revolutionary answers with brutal honesty: he has things to achieve, no matter what method it takes. Pierrot laughs at his righteousness and says every monster in their circle has a grand reason, including the old man and his creepy faith in the shadow world. When the revolutionary demands to know why Pierrot keeps dragging him down, Pierrot steps in close and warns that if his so-called ideals ever become real, he would kill him himself. The revolutionary refuses the bait, turns away, and says he already accepts small sacrifices for a greater good. Left alone, Pierrot puts his knife away and looks forward to the bloodbath waiting at the Western Kingdom's meeting. On the morning of that conference, Zod personally comes to meet Desser, arriving in a sharp black suit with a cane and casually stunning Desser's whole party. Zod warmly greets them as Desser's technical advisor, and Romantica can barely contain herself in front of the continent's only 7th circle wizard. Romantica blurts out that she is a huge fan, and Zod instantly recognizes her family and starts chatting with her about Matop's magic products. At the same time, Pram quietly laments that Desser will miss the Yellow Ocean competition because this conference takes priority. Desser promises he will at least watch the finals, then teases them by adding that this only matters if they make it that far. Romantica instantly yells at him for that jab, and a little burst of banter cuts the tension before they leave. After the greeting, Desser rides to the palace in Zod's carriage, and Zod finally hands over notes, because he has been eager to discuss Desser's ideas in person. The two fall straight into serious theory talk, with Zod saying Desser's concepts were easy to build from and worth pursuing. They dig into defense magic, agreeing that offsetting the energy of a 6th circle spell could work, but current technology still struggles to make that protection portable. Desser answers that money and interest will come if the results are good, but the real problem is whether anyone has enough experience to block 6th circle magic at all. They arrive at the palace early, and Zod uses the extra time to offer Desser a private talk with Saint Priscilla before the conference begins. When Desser asks if the saint agreed, Zod says she accepted immediately after hearing Desser's warning that the Holy Kingdom could fall too. With Zod's help opening the door, Desser heads into a private stateroom to meet the saint alone. Their greetings stay polite, but Priscilla quickly moves the conversation to the shadow world Desser cleared and asks him to explain exactly what happened there. Desser gives a full account of that shadow world, including the kingdom's collapse, the people he met, and how the quest unfolded. Priscilla is especially struck by Wilhelm, praising him as the hero who made Artemis the kingdom's shield in a far rougher age. Then Desser shares the final message left by the shadow world: the kingdom might have survived if it had cut away the rot inside itself. That conclusion hits hard for Priscilla because it means the kingdom did have the strength to beat that level of shadow world and was destroyed mainly by internal division. She admits this finally explains the mystery that haunted her, how the strongest kingdom could fail both the shadow world and itself. Moved by both the truth and Desser's success, Priscilla praises him and offers a reward for helping her understand the fall. Desser does not ask for treasure or status, and instead asks her to support better relations between Hebrian and the Western Kingdom Union. He argues that hoarding shadow worlds separately is wasteful, and the continent will need cooperation before those disasters grow even larger. Priscilla pushes back at once, reminding him that the Union and the Empire are so hostile that war would not be shocking even now. Desser still presses her, warning that if the relationship stays this broken, the continent will not survive the stronger shadow worlds waiting ahead. Priscilla dismisses that future as imagination for now, and Desser realizes blunt prophecy will not be enough to move her. So Desser shifts tactics and points back to the kingdom's fall, saying even a beatable shadow world became fatal because division hollowed the nation out from inside. Priscilla counters that times have changed and modern powers prepare carefully before opening shadow worlds, unlike that ruined past. Desser answers with one last appeal: even if the danger sounds distant, they still have to prepare for the worst. That finally makes Priscilla pause, and she admits she cannot move the whole Union on his word alone even if she takes his warning seriously. She gives him the most she can for now. The Church of Artemis will seek a path for cooperation with both sides if the shadow world shows signs of changing. Desser accepts that promise with gratitude, knowing it is not everything he wanted but it is enough to open the door. With the private talk finished and the conference about to begin, Desser and Priscilla leave the stateroom together for the hall outside. Security around Feliza Palace is far tighter than usual, because the rulers of the Western Kingdoms and Zod himself are gathering for the Great Council. Desser walks in behind Zod and feels the weight of the room at once as nobles and leaders settle into the Grand Oval Council chamber. By chance, Zod and Saint Priscilla end up seated together, and her casual greeting crashes straight into his painfully exact answer about how long it has been. Just before the meeting begins, King Feliza waddles in as chairman, and Priscilla quietly teases Desser that this is his last chance to run. With King Feliza's opening declaration, the Great Council of year 3616 officially begins. The council grinds through trade, military, technology, and politics, and Desser forces himself to stay patient because every argument teaches him how the Western Kingdom really works. When the topic finally shifts to shadow worlds, the entire meeting sharpens because this is one of the continent's most important and profitable fronts. King Feliza reveals that a level 3 shadow world appeared in Feliza's mountains and the Western Kingdom did not even realize it had been attacked until a month later. That delayed discovery points to a terrifying possibility. The outsiders may have found a way to bypass Western detection technology and clear shadow worlds first. Desser already knows the outsiders are dangerous raiders who steal shadow worlds, ruins, and ore in secret, so this report immediately sounds worse to him than it does to most of the room. King Feliza turns the floor over to Zod, making it clear the Mage Tower has learned something important about the outsiders. At the podium, Zod calmly announces that the outsiders targeted the Mage Tower's second-class magic stone, the Tear of Reginal, during a raid 2 months ago. He explains that the tower was warned in time, stopped the raid, captured a high-ranking outsider, and pulled useful intelligence out of him. That intelligence let the tower stop a larger plan and uncover hidden outsider spies, but Zod warns that many infiltrators may still be buried inside the tower and even the Western Kingdom itself. Zod pushes for open cooperation, offering to share the Mage Tower's information so the Western Kingdom can join a full pursuit of the outsiders. Before that momentum can settle, King Divide rises and politely says Zod's whole premise does not add up. Divide argues that mere criminals should not be capable of defeating technology the Western Kingdom spent 20 years building. Then Divide drops his real point: if someone bypassed that system, the more likely culprit is the Hebrian Empire. His accusation hits hard because the Hebrian Empire is one of the few powers advanced enough to make the theory sound plausible. Desser nearly shoots to his feet, because the meeting has suddenly turned from a warning about outsiders into suspicion aimed straight at his homeland. Divide keeps pressing, saying Hebrian would absolutely risk a covert strike to steal the rewards of a level 3 shadow world from an enemy nation. Other voices quickly back him up, and the chamber turns noisy as fear of the outsiders gives way to open anti-Hebrian sentiment. Feliza calls for calm, but the room stays unsettled, and Desser can only let out a long, frustrated breath. Elsewhere at the Yellow Ocean tournament, Romantica opens her match by unleashing Burst Claw and sends Slicing Wind tearing across the marble arena. Her opponent answers with Wave-like Earth magic, and the two spells collide in a loud cancellation blast. The enemy forms a huge stone lance and fires it at Romantica, but she coolly bends its path away before it can hit her. With a smug flick of her hair, Romantica says trajectory magic does not work on her and starts building a stronger spell. She summons 2 third circle bullets, and the first one blows through the enemy's defense so hard it leaves a crater in the marble floor. Before the stunned wizard can recover, Romantica fires the second bullet and blasts him right out of the stadium. Judges and medics rush to the fallen opponent, while Romantica heads back to the waiting room with another clean win. Pram and Adjust win their own matches just as easily, and all 3 of Desser's teammates make it into the quarterfinals. Since the next round starts at 3, the 3 of them leave the stadium to grab lunch without Desser, who is still trapped in the council meeting. Pram praises Romantica's improvement, and she happily soaks it in because she knows how hard she has trained for this. Then Pram remembers the bad draw. Romantica and Adjust have to face each other immediately in the quarterfinals. Romantica says she actually wanted that matchup, while Adjust agrees in her usual cool, understated way. Even so, Pram asks if fighting Adjust is frustrating, because everyone knows how terrifyingly strong she is for a first year. Romantica answers honestly that she trusts her own skills, but she still cannot afford to underestimate Adjust's speed and mixed magic sword style. The talk ends when hunger wins, and Romantica pushes them on toward the pasta place she spotted earlier. The street is so packed with spectators and tourists that the 3 of them have to squeeze through the crowd. Fans recognize them on sight and shout encouragement that sounds suspiciously tied to their betting money. The attention vanishes from Romantica's mind when she suddenly stops and catches a glimpse of a crow mask under a hood in the passing crowd. At first Romantica brushes it off, but her new third circle senses keep pulling at her because each person's mana now feels distinct to her. Then it clicks for her. That filthy sewer-like mana feels like the one she sensed during the raid on the Tower of Magic branch. She quietly says it might be an outsider, and that one word instantly turns the lunch break tense. Adjust studies him for herself, and immediately notices the way he walks like a man ready to kill at any moment. Worse, the man's mana is hidden so well that even Adjust cannot judge his level, which tells them he is far beyond an ordinary mage. Even with that bad feeling, they have no proof, so Romantica forces herself to drop it and ushers the group into the restaurant instead. Once they sit down and order, the tension slowly fades and the conversation drifts back to the one teammate missing from the table, Desser. Romantica guesses Desser must be suffering through the council by now, because powerful people never stop fighting for their own interests. Pram pushes back right away, because from his point of view Desser always finds a way to handle impossible situations. Adjust backs Pram up, and Romantica admits Desser is not exactly spineless, but she still worries because politics becomes dangerous whenever Hebrian enters the conversation. When the food finally arrives, Romantica sums it up with a grim little joke that there are some situations even Desser cannot solve. Outside, the hooded man slips into a dark alley and mutters Hebrian's name like it means something personal. He realizes the 3 students were from Hebrian Academy, and immediately judges them as talented, but nowhere near strong enough to threaten him. What really catches his attention is Romantica's intuition, because she came disturbingly close to sensing what he is. He even thinks he should kill them for being suspicious, but decides not to bother because he believes they are doomed soon anyway. Then his body dissolves into mist and reappears on a rooftop above the city. From above, he looks out over Felice's crowded streets until his gaze locks on the shining royal palace in the distance. With the palace in sight, he quietly gives a single command: start. At the Grand Council, most of the West Kingdom Union turns openly hostile toward Hebrian, and Desser sits through it in growing frustration because he came hoping to prevent exactly this kind of split. Priscilla quietly apologizes for the ugly anti-Hebrian slander in the room, and Desser tells her she is not the one who should apologize while his mind stays on the larger threat. Zod's plan to deal with the outsiders has already been shelved while the council obsesses over Hebrian, leaving Desser stuck listening while his unease keeps building. As trade talk drones on, Desser suddenly feels the same instinctive dread he used to feel on battlefields, and the warning hits him hard enough to drown out the room. He tries to dismiss it as trauma from the place where she died, but a faint magical ringing starts in the air, and his fear sharpens instantly. Desser abruptly asks about impact defenses, and when he hears the palace barrier only reaches 5th circle, he realizes that may not be enough. A flood of mana suddenly blooms somewhere in the palace, and Desser sees at once that a fully prepared 6th circle spell is already about to fire. Desser knows there is no time left to invert that level of magic, so he shouts for Matop and everyone around him to get down before the blast hits. The spell detonates a heartbeat later, tearing through the palace with a sky-splitting explosion that shatters every window and throws the room into chaos. Flames swallow the palace so fast that people outside the protected room are burned alive, and the layered defenses start breaking apart under the heat. Zod slams his cane down and answers the inferno with freezing magic, barely smothering the fire around the conference room before the whole place goes under. When the fire finally drops back, the conference hall is still wrecked and the palace is actively collapsing around them, sending the survivors into a panic. Desser recognizes the attack as Eclipse, a narrowed sixth circle annihilation spell, and the ugly truth lands fast. The conference room may be the only place left with survivors. He drags Priscilla back to her feet, and with Zod agreeing they move to evacuate before the ruined palace caves in on them. Their escape is cut off when black particles gather in front of them, and a crow-masked mage materializes right in the ruined hall. The masked attacker reaches for another spell, and Zod instantly intercepts him, kicking off a brutal magic duel inside the collapsing palace. Zod tries to change the battlefield by teleporting the enemy away, but the masked man resists even that, proving he is a top-tier great wizard himself. As the Saint stares in shock at anyone surviving Zod's pressure, Desser realizes the problem is them, because Zod keeps fighting defensively to protect the fleeing VIPs. Zod starts trying to break through by analyzing the Crow Mask's magic, only for the masked man to read Zod back and crack his defense instead. While the duel keeps wrecking the palace, Desser reinforces his body with magic and helps the struggling King Perleka down the escape route so the exhausted VIPs can keep moving. King Divide snaps and orders his surviving knights to kill the Crow Mask, even though Desser knows charging a sixth circle mage is suicide. The Crow Mask erases the 7 knights with one fifth circle spell, and that single massacre finally shuts everyone else up. Zod surges back in with fresh spells and keeps the killer occupied long enough for the last VIPs to clear the conference floor. Once the others are nearly clear, Zod finally demands to know who he is fighting, but the Crow Mask ignores the question and keeps pressing his trap. Zod realizes the enemy has been forcing him to hold back and then senses another hidden spell waiting at the palace entrance where the survivors are heading. He understands the ugly trick at once. The Crow Mask likely stored Eclipse in advance with a rare memory artifact and planned to finish the survivors at the doorway. Zod tries to teleport down to stop it, but the Crow Mask grabs his clothes and pins him in place just long enough for the trap to almost close. Then Zod feels the entrance spell vanish on its own, and the survivors start calmly turning back because someone has already analyzed and inverted it. Realizing Desser likely beat the trap first, Zod finally stops holding back, and the Crow Mask retreats the instant that pressure changes. The Crow Mask escapes in a burst of black particles before Zod can stop him, leaving the palace still burning and his attack only half finished. Outside through the smoke-choked passage, Priscilla asks how Desser spotted the trap, and he explains that with only one exit, the ambush was the obvious place to look. Desser lays out the logic plainly. If the attack was meant to kill the gathered rulers, the enemy would never leave the only escape route unguarded. The scene outside is just as bad, with roads torn up, trees burning, and bodies of outsiders and soldiers scattered around the palace grounds after a brutal decoy battle. The surviving rulers rush back into their own knight formations, because after what just happened, only elite protection feels remotely safe. Trying to understand the scale of the disaster, Desser asks a nearby knight for the situation, and Priscilla's authority forces the wary soldier to answer properly. The knight reports that outsider packs are rampaging across Deltime, destroying major locations and splitting the defenders, and most ordinary soldiers are far too weak to stop them. As Desser looks over the burning city, he realizes this is no isolated strike but a continent-shaking act of terrorism that could break the West Kingdom Union itself if even one king dies. With the palace still collapsing around them, Desser realizes the outsiders are finally attacking in force and the kings are the real targets. The kings start bickering instead of moving, and King Divide openly blasts Perleka for failing to keep order in its own capital. When King Divide says he will leave with only his own men, Desser cuts in and warns that splitting up now would let the outsiders pick them off one by one. Desser pushes for the hidden war shelter instead, arguing that keeping the rulers together gives Perleka the best chance to protect them. King Divide flatly refuses, sneers that Perleka cannot even handle trivial terrorism, and decides to force his way to the teleportation gate instead. Even after his commander admits the gate is already in outsider hands, King Divide insists on marching there with his troops. The other rulers refuse to follow him, saying Desser sounds more trustworthy, and King Divide storms off alone in fury. As the others head for shelter, Desser worries the outsiders are hitting the whole city, not just the palace, which makes staying together even more important. Zod teleports in, but when Desser asks about the Crow Mask, Zod admits the enemy wizard got away. After hearing Desser's plan, Zod tells him to stop worrying about the palace and go make sure his own party is safe. Desser accepts, leaves Zod to the kings, and hurries out while calling Romantica on his bracelet and praying they are still alive. Elsewhere in Deltime, masked outsider sees a restaurant, heard the staff and guests together, and threatened to behead anyone who acts suspicious. Romantica, Pram, and Ajes stay still with the other hostages, because charging in too early would get people killed. Smoke and screams outside make the truth obvious to them. This attack is big enough to hit the Great Council itself, so Desser could be in real danger. The outsiders tighten control by using children as shields, making a careless counterattack impossible. Romantica quietly sizes up the enemy and whispers that they do not seem much stronger than the outsiders they fought before. Ajes calmly breaks down the lineup, spots the wizard and the stronger knight, and orders a single synchronized strike to save the hostages. Just as they are about to move, Romantica's bracelet starts ringing at the worst possible moment. The masked men zero in on Romantica, and she instantly switches into a shaky, frightened act to keep them from killing anyone. One outsider comes close to inspect the bracelet, still thinking he is in control. The moment the man stumbles over the word Hebrian on her bracelet, Romantica gives the signal, and Agest coils to strike. Agest kicks the nearest man across the room and shatters the standoff in one brutal opening move. At the same instant, Romantica's wind bullets blast across the room and rip apart the knight who is holding a hostage. The last swordsman rushes in, but Pram draws Blancpain, snaps the iron sword, and drives his thrust straight into the man's shoulder. By the time the dust settles, even the enemy wizard is already down under Agest's boot. The hostages are saved, and Pram quickly urges everyone to run before more enemies arrive. Only after the hostages are out does Romantica finally look at the still-ringing bracelet and realize the call is from Dresser. Across Deltime, the attack keeps spreading because the outsiders had already mapped and seized the city's key facilities before the defenders could react. The defense force turns the Yellow Ocean Stadium into a public shelter and emergency headquarters, but they still do not know the outsiders' full plan. Dresser finally reunites with Romantica, Pram, and Agest, and his relief is obvious the second he sees they made it through unharmed. Romantica immediately throws herself into helping evacuees, furious that her hometown has been set on fire. She says she will fight for Deltime herself, because this disaster is hitting her home, not just some distant city. Dresser answers that he, Pram, and Agest are staying too, because walking away from this now would haunt them later. Romantica tries to stop them from risking themselves for Perleka, but they make it clear this is about protecting her too. Pram gets misty-eyed just imagining Romantica getting hurt, and Agest dryly points out that once Dresser decides something, nobody is changing his mind. That finally breaks Romantica's resistance, and she quietly thanks them for standing with her. The party formally offers its help to the defense force, proving their Hebrian single-ranker status with uniforms and communication bracelets. A brisk officer named Downell is assigned to brief them, and his stiff tone makes it obvious he does not love working with Hebrian people. Downell shows them the city map and explains that most major sites are at least partly stabilizing, except for one critical disaster point. The real crisis is the Teleportation Authority, where the outsiders seized the gate first and are now using it to keep bringing in reinforcements. Downell says the current plan is to retake the site and destroy the gate before the enemy can reverse it into a retreat path. Dresser points out that smashing the gate would also cut off allied support, then calmly offers a better answer. He can reset the coordinates himself. Downell is stunned that a student below 5th Circle still claims he can modify a gate like that, but he accepts the help on the spot. Soon after, the team reaches the front line outside the Teleportation Authority, where the defenders are getting hammered by a smaller but far stronger enemy force. One brutal outsider with a heavy shield and huge hatchet smashes through the line and corners a fleeing defender for an execution. Before the hatchet can fall, Romantica snipes the attacker from long range and blows a fist-sized hole through his chest. With that opening, Romantica keeps sniping soldiers out of danger one threat at a time, and the defender's panic finally starts to break. Pram tears through enemy fighters with Blancpain, his fencing so fast the soldiers can barely follow it. Agest is just as overwhelming, mixing swordplay and magic so cleanly that the outsiders cannot stand in front of her at all. The enemy mages try to answer with concentrated spells, but their magic suddenly blurs out and dies in mid-cast. From the rear, Dresser announces that he already analyzed and inverted the spellwork, so the enemy can no longer use that magic. That single disruption flips the whole battle, and the defenders surge forward behind Dresser's party. The outsiders finally break and retreat into the Teleportation Authority, sealing the building behind them. At the sealed entrance, Dresser tells Agest to be ready because he is about to strip away the building's defense magic. Dresser studies the layered old-fashioned barrier, unravels the formation in minutes, and snaps the building's defense magic apart. The instant the barrier drops, Agest blasts the entrance open and exposes the panicked outsiders inside. The defense force storms the building, and Dresser's party follows as the remaining outsiders are driven backward room by room. They recapture the first floor in a blink and push up to the second floor, where the giant teleportation gate dominates the chamber. Dresser stares at the huge formula he needs to rewrite, but before he can start, the entire gate flashes red and activates. A fresh wave of outsiders pours through the gate, and this time they are an elite force strong enough to start cutting through the defenders. Dresser realizes they will lose if more elites keep coming, so he orders Pram and Romantica to hold the line while he heads for the gate itself. Pram answers first, dropping an outsider in one clean strike and stopping the defenders from collapsing on his side. Romantica backs him up with magic, beating back the outsiders hard enough to keep the defense from breaking completely. With the line barely stabilized, Dresser tells Agest he only needs to reach the center of the array so he can rewrite the gate's coordinates. Agest cuts a path forward while Dresser supports from behind, shredding enemy magic with his fast analysis and counter spells. The outsiders catch on and throw a swordsman-wizard pair at them, stopping Agest only a few steps short of the gate. Dresser decides this is close enough and starts the dangerous 5th Circle analysis, asking Agest to buy him 5 minutes. Agest immediately gives up on using Freezing Palace, because an area spell here would hit allies as well as enemies. So she commits to the simplest answer left, swordsmanship and raw magic, one enemy at a time. The dual-wielding swordsman attacks in a wild rhythm, but Agest answers with sheer power and starts driving him backward. Even after getting blasted back, the swordsman springs up grinning and praises her strength like he is enjoying the fight. Ajes spots the real problem behind him, an enemy wizard quietly finishing a lightning spell while she is tied up in the duel. She shoves the swordsman aside and throws up an ice dome, catching the lightning and hurling it right back at the caster. The wizard staggers with scorched hair, but Ajes loses concentration for an instant and the swordsman slices her hand. That cut ends her patience, and she decides to stop stalling and end both attackers fast. She unleashes Magic Sword, Frozen Wave, and the swordsman jumps back just as she predicted. Her real target is the wizard, who finishes his spell too late and sends an electric sphere straight into Ajes' incoming blade. Ajes simply cuts through the magic, leaving the wizard stunned at how completely outclassed he is. Before he can run, she closes the gap and drops him with one brutal hilt strike to the solar plexus. The last swordsman tries to rush Dresser, but Ajes blocks his path with ice lances and slicks the ground to trap him. She crashes into him, hammers his stomach, stuffs his hidden dagger attempt, and kicks him into a bloody blackout. With the attackers down, Dresser finishes the inversion and restarts the gate under the defender's control. The reinforcement route is cut off, the defenders realize the battle has flipped, and their morale surges all at once. Dresser thanks Ajes for holding the gate long enough, and together they move to clean up the remaining enemies. Even as victory comes into view, Dresser cannot shake one ugly question: Crow Mask never showed himself again. Far from the battle, old legends whisper that the ruined Ferliza castle was built over a sleeping great demon from the Dark Age. Inside those ruins, Crow Mask walks alone through the wreckage, and the debris clears from his path as if the castle itself is obeying him. At the castle's center, he triggers a hidden mechanism and opens a secret underground passage the royal family never knew existed. He descends to the buried seal, certain he has finally found the place where the ancients imprisoned disaster under the sea. At the heart of the chamber, he reveals a black jeweled staff packed with millions of souls and prepares to use it as the wake-up catalyst. He plants the staff into the center of the rune, and blood-red mana starts pouring out as the ritual begins. Back above ground, the Avalon army finally arrives through the restored gate, and the remaining outsiders give up almost immediately. The stadium turns into a noisy relief point, where tired guards and refugees celebrate surviving the attack. Dresser's party gets dragged into the celebration too, awkwardly accepting piles of food from grateful soldiers. For the first time, the Ferliza side treats the Hebrian students like honored guests instead of suspicious outsiders. Romantica can barely contain herself, thrilled that she helped save her own hometown with her own hands. Then Zod arrives with Priscilla, and the whole party snaps back to attention despite the casual mood. Priscilla immediately starts healing Pram and Ajes, and the watching soldiers stare in awe as their wounds vanish. Ajes thanks her politely, while Zod tells Dresser the king is grateful and Hebrian's standing may improve because of this defense. But when Dresser asks about the kings, Zod admits they are still hiding in the bunker because Crow Mask has not made his real move yet. Zod believes the bunker is protected, but Dresser still cannot shake the feeling that Crow Mask is planning something worse than another spell attack. Then a suffocating explosion booms from the shore, and every uneasy glance snaps toward the coast. The sky starts turning black where the golden evening light should be, and Dresser bolts from the stadium before anyone can stop him. As he races through the city toward the shore, Dresser realizes Crow Mask has finally begun whatever he was saving for last. He tells himself they could handle even high-level magic, which only makes the truth more terrifying if this threat is something else entirely. When he reaches the coast, the golden ocean has turned black, and the whole shoreline looks like color is being erased from the world. That impossible sight slams into Dresser like a memory from the future he was trying to escape. The ocean erupts, mountains and cliffs break apart, and something huge begins rising out of the water. Romantica and Pram arrive just in time to see it, and their fear says what everyone is thinking long before the name is spoken. Ajes stands speechless, and even Zod looks shaken as the monster keeps climbing out of the ocean. The nightmare finally shows its full face, a towering great demon with slaughter runes carved into its teeth and a mane of hellfire. Dresser names the thing in horror as the truth lands on all of them. Dadanuf, the demon of destruction, has awakened. The nightmare finally shows itself when Dadanuf, a legendary demon from the highest level of the Shadow Labyrinth, climbs toward Deltheim like a walking disaster. When it reaches the half-melted old castle by the shore, Dadanuf smashes the last of it apart, as if destroying an old enemy from memory. Its roar hits like thunder, and the golden sea and night sky go pitch black under the demon's pressure. On Deltaheim's walls, even veteran commanders and the Avalon army freeze when they see the monster closing in. With civilians trapped behind them and nowhere left to retreat, the commander makes the desperate call to block it outside the gates. Magic, arrows, swords, and spears all fail, because Dadanuf's hide is so hard the entire defense force might as well be throwing itself away. Watching the slaughter from nearby, Dresser and his party realize every demon they faced before was nothing compared to this one. Romantica tries to run in and help her hometown anyway, but Dresser stops her cold because he knows she would only die out there. She argues that she cannot just watch her own people die, but Dresser forces himself to be cruel and reminds her of the promise to run from an unmanageable threat. Pram sides with Romantica for a moment, but even he falls silent when Dresser insists this battle is beyond them. Then Dadanuf opens its mouth, gathers a terrifying amount of power, and fires a heat beam that erases everything in its path. That absurd attack leaves Romantica and Pram speechless, and now only Zod looks like someone who can actually stand against the demon. As Zod prepares to go, Desser quickly tells him the demon's core is buried deep in the spine and its shell will make reaching it difficult. Desser pushes on and gives Zod 2 more crucial warnings. The red rune on the tusk means the beam is about to fire, and lowering the demon's body heat will cut that attack down hard. Zod chooses to trust him and moves to intercept, but Cromask appears behind them and blocks the only mage who can save the city. To free Zod up, Desser makes a reckless call and asks to be teleported away with Cromask so he can stall him himself. Cromask tries to undo the teleport, but Zod secretly inverts the counterspell and sends both of them into Deltheim anyway. Inside the city, Cromask tries to teleport back to Zod, only to realize Desser is now the one inverting his space magic. Once Cromask realizes this is the same boy who ruined the palace setup, he drops Zod as his target and decides Desser has to die first. Cromask crushes the area with gravity, but Desser narrowly escapes by reversing the force in a small space around himself. A space slash comes next, and Desser barely ducks under it as trees behind him are cut down in a straight line. Desser instantly reads the match for what it is. Cromask is overwhelmingly stronger, so his only chance is to stay alive and keep him away from Zod. Cromask escalates to Dimension Burst, and the area around Desser starts collapsing in endless spatial explosions. Desser throws up rough earth walls just to survive, and one shattered chunk still slams his arm hard enough to trigger the clothesline's barrier. Even while getting pushed back, Desser refuses to give ground because buying time for Zod is the whole point of this hopeless fight. When Cromask unleashes Destruction Area, Desser suddenly flips the spell with inversion and shocks him for the first time. Cromask finally understands Desser has been studying his formulas since the palace, and every second now makes the inversions faster. The fight turns into a brutal chess match, and Cromask starts realizing this weak-looking third circle boy is dueling him like someone on Zod's level. Desser catches a tiny opening when a spell blasts a fountain apart, freezing the water around Cromask's feet before he can reset. He immediately follows with Ice Orb and buries Cromask under a storm of ice bolts until the man is almost swallowed by frozen spikes. But Cromask blows through that trap with an unknown spell, and the hit launches Desser across the street hard enough to break bones and nearly black him out. On the ground and coughing blood, Desser hears the clothesline warn that its mana is under 10% and the defense function is shutting down. Cromask steps through the melting ice and forms a bizarre spinning tesseract spell that even Desser cannot recognize. Before Cromask can finish Desser, a long-range sniper spell slams into his defense from off-screen and forces him to react. That opening belongs to Pram, who charges in at supersonic speed and drives his sword into Cromask's side. Cromask tries to escape with instant movement magic, but Desser interrupts it on reflex and traps him in place for a second attack. Desser instantly stacks Freezing Palace on top of that opening, and a storm of ice crashes down on Cromask's position. When Desser looks up through the wreckage, he sees Pram and Ajes standing in front of him together, having tracked his location through the party communicator. Pram's fear boils over into anger, as he calls Desser out for leaving them behind because he thought they were not good enough. Ajes backs him up in her own blunt way, pointing out that Desser is in no shape to lecture anyone about what they can or cannot handle. Then Romantica's voice comes in over the communicator, hurt and stubborn, making it clear the whole party ignored his order and came anyway. Ajes calmly lays out the formation they built under Desser's training, with Romantica sniping from range and the two of them taking the front line, then asks him to trust his own party for once. On Feliza's shore, the Avalon army plants itself in front of Day-Newt and catches the monster's giant nails on a wall of shields. Feliza's regular soldiers back them up with desperate courage, fighting like men who have already survived one nightmare and refuse to lose their city now. From the rear, Avalon magicians pour down volleys of third and fourth circle spells until Day-Newt vanishes inside a storm of explosions. When the smoke clears, hope drops hard because Day-Newt is completely untouched. Then heat rolls out of the demon's mouth so fiercely that even veteran frontliners recoil and cover their faces. At the front, the commanding officer can only stare in shock because Avalon threw everything at the demon and achieved nothing. As more soldiers are skewered by Day-Newt's nails, the line holds only by inches and morale starts to crack. The demon's runes flare red again, and the frontline commander recognizes another breath attack coming before he can call for retreat. Before he can order the retreat, a massive blast smashes Day-Newt's head sideways and throws its heat beam harmlessly out to sea. For the first time all night, the defenders see someone actually hurt the demon, and the answer standing in the battlefield is Zod Xarian. Zod tells the front line to keep fighting because he will hold the monster back himself. When the wounded become the next problem, Priscilla steps in behind the line and says not to worry. Priscilla unleashes wide recovery, and white healing light washes over the entire front until even dying soldiers stand back up. The miracle stabilizes the line, but Priscilla pays for it immediately as sweat pours down and the color drains from her face. Zod quietly warns her not to overdo it, and the battle against Day-Newt grinds on with those two carrying the field. Elsewhere in the ruined city, Romantica watches Crow Mass through her magic rifle scope and sees Desser's team getting forced into pure defense. She figures out Crow Mask's bizarre flame technique is centered on his right hand, a twisting tesseract spell too dangerous to challenge head-on. Romantica knows one failed shot already taught him to guard against sniping, so she forces herself to wait for a better opening. In the ruined street, Desser and Ajest keep probing Crow Mask's defense while Pram's special rapier is the only weapon actually drawing blood. Because of that threat, Crow Mask keeps blowing Pram away to make space, and the whole team works to stop him from ever getting comfortable. Ajest opens Frozen Palace and floods the area with ice attacks, trying to pin him under her strongest magic. Crow Mask answers with Linear Ray and simply melts through her ice, proving raw power still favors him. He follows with spatial rifts aimed at Ajest, and Desser has to stack support magic over her defense just to keep her from being wrecked. Even while protecting both teammates, Desser keeps reading the constantly shifting Tesseract one permutation at a time. That long fight starts to wear Crow Mask down, and Romantica finally sees him slip just enough to take the shot. Romantica fires Storm of Averos through the rifle, turning her loaded third circle spell into a piercing shot with fourth circle punch. The shot slams into Crow Mask and hurls him across the ruins into the broken fountain in a burst of wind. When the dust settles around the fountain ruins, Romantica's hope sours because Crow Mask is still standing. Then a thin crack crawls across his mask, and everyone realizes her shot did more than they thought. The mask finally breaks apart and drops, exposing a horribly burned face hidden underneath. Desser instantly understands Romantica's snipe crippled more than his pride, because Crow Mask is limping and his enchanted robe is no longer protecting him. Crow Mask covers his ruined face with one hand, but the hatred burning through his fingers only gets fiercer. When Desser reacts to the scar, Crow Mask lashes out with spatial magic and blasts the street apart around him. He immediately identifies Romantica as the real threat behind the shot and turns his senses toward the sniper's position. Before he can strike her, Pram dives in and forces Crow Mask to deal with the melee in front of him again. Pram barely dodges the counter, and the near miss leaves his clothes line shredded along one side. Ajest steps in at the same time, and together they start stripping away Crow Mask's momentum. Crow Mask swings another wide spatial attack, but now Ajest reads the pattern and avoids it cleanly. Ajest vaults over him and carves into his leg, turning his loss of initiative into a real opening. He tries to answer by reshaping the Tesseract again, breaking the ground under Ajest's feet and throwing debris into the air. Crow Mask tries to finish her midair, but Pram appears at exactly the right moment to kick her to safety off the floating debris. They land together and rush him again, moving like a practiced pair now that his rhythm is broken. Ajest throws out Ice Lens to lock his attention to the front. While he reacts to that, Pram slips into the blind spot and drives a lightning-fast thrust through his defense. Ajest and Pram press the gap together, piling on so many strikes that Crow Mask can barely respond. Because one hand stays over his exposed face, Crow Mask cannot defend properly, and new wounds start stacking up all over him. Finally he snaps, cursing Hebrian and unleashing the power he had been saving for Zod. Desser sees the danger first, and yells for Pram and Ajest to back off immediately. Then the Tesseract suddenly loses shape instead of detonating, because Desser has finally inverted every permutation of the spell. Desser tells him it's over, and this time it is not bravado because every trick Crow Mask has left can now be read and reversed. Cornered and exposed, Crow Mask finally answers Desser's question by blaming the whole world built by nobles, from Hebrian Academy to the Empire itself. Desser cannot deny the injustice he points to, because the Academy really does crush commoners under a noble system. Crow Mask goes further and says the world itself is rotten enough to deserve collapse, revealing the same creed Desser recognizes from the revolutionary remnant. He openly admits that this massacre is only the beginning of a larger plan to tear everything down and rebuild it in equal ruin. Pram has heard enough and urges Desser to stop talking and arrest him on the spot. Crow Mask only murmurs that they cannot stop them, as if he knows the real disaster is already moving somewhere else. At that exact moment, the dark sky over the city suddenly brightens, and for one brief second the group wonders if Day-Newt has been defeated. Desser instantly knows that is wrong, and the answer comes as a massive eruption throws fire and lava into the sky. Volcanic ash starts falling like snow and burning rain follows, turning the whole scene into the start of eruption phase. Crow Mask laughs that even Zod could not stop the demon unprepared, and before anyone can move, he triggers a memorized escape spell. Pram and Ajest lunge too late, and Crow Mask crumbles into dark particles with one last cold promise that this is not the end. With Deltaheim's rail lines destroyed, the packed harbor becomes the city's only escape route, and nobles board first while the rest of the refugees choke the docks in panic. Then a monstrous roar and shock wave hit the harbor, and the sky suddenly lights up with burning rocks. The harbor is smashed apart as fiery stones punch through ships, set people ablaze, and throw the whole waterfront into chaos. A mother can only hug her child and wait for death when one blazing rock drops straight toward them. At the last second, wind bullets blow the rock apart, and a crown of sea ice rises to shield the refugees. Desser's party has rushed in after Crow Mask withdrew, and they start holding the harbor together by force. Ajest covers the crowd, Romantica snipes down incoming rocks from above, and Pram pushes the evacuation forward until the panic finally starts to ease. Even with their help, Desser sees the truth clearly. The city is still being shredded everywhere, and they cannot save Deltheim by guarding one harbor forever. He knows this is only Daednut's opening eruption, and if the demon fully emerges, Deltheim will be erased. Once the evacuation is nearly done, Desert tells Romantica it is time for them to move too. Romantica agrees, but only because she is running on fumes after non-stop sniping and can barely squeeze out another spell. Desert calls everyone to withdraw, and Adjust finally lets her ice defenses collapse after buying thousands of people time to board. With roughly 2,000 people still left, the four of them spend their last strength smashing only the rocks that would hit the boarding lines and ships. After a few more minutes, Desert says he will go fetch Pram and Adjust from the front and tells Romantica not to wait if he is late. His words hit a nerve, and Romantica snaps bitterly that of course she should run while her hometown burns. Then she swallows the anger, admits she was just grumpy, and tells him to hurry back. Desert disappears into the crowd, and Romantica stays behind alone, still shooting down rocks whenever a little power comes back. When the line suddenly stops because of a fight up ahead, Romantica gets a sick feeling that Desert is involved. Before she can go after him, the Era family butler appears out of nowhere, and somehow knows exactly where to find Romantica in the chaos. The butler explains that this refugee ship belongs to the Era family, and urges Romantica aboard first because her worried parents sent him for her. Remembering Desert's order and her family's fear, Romantica reluctantly follows the butler onto the ship. She passes the same refugee fight near the boarding point, then reaches the deck and still cannot stop looking for Desert. A few minutes later, Pram and Adjust arrive on deck without Desert, and all three realize he never reached them. As the ship horn blares for departure, Romantica's worry finally turns into anger. She activates her communication bracelet and gets a result that makes no sense. Desert is supposedly already somewhere in the ship's cabins. Romantica charges below deck and races through the corridor, shoving past people as she follows the bracelet's vague signal. Because the signal is imprecise, she starts throwing open cabin doors one by one, apologizing to strangers and moving faster as the ship pulls away. In the very last cabin, she finds no Desert at all, only his communication bracelet left behind on the desk. When she tries to call him, the bracelet in her own hand rings back from the one on the desk, and the trick becomes painfully obvious. Romantica storms back onto the departing deck and demands the truth from the butler about how he found her so perfectly. She catches the lie at once. Romantica is covered in ash from the harbor, but the butler's suit is spotless, so he never searched outside at all. When Romantica threatens to jump overboard if he keeps lying, the butler panics and admits a black-haired friend told him exactly where to find her. That is all Romantica needs to hear, and she immediately climbs the railing to dive back into the sea. Adjust catches her at the last second and drags her back onto the deck before she can jump. The two of them tumble across the deck, with Romantica raging to be let go and Adjust pinning her down until she stops thrashing. Romantica accuses Adjust of knowing, and Adjust calmly says yes. Adjust reveals Desert staged that fight in the evacuation line to waste Romantica's time and make sure the ship left without him. And when Romantica demands why Adjust allowed it, Adjust gives the final answer. Desert asked her to stop both Romantica and Pram from following him. Back in ruined Deltheim, Desert runs alone along the coast through choking ash and heat, heading straight toward Daenut. A corpse half buried under rubble stops him for a moment, because this ruined landscape feels horribly familiar to the future he came from. The devastation drags Desert back to the future he came from, where he watched countless people die, and Romantica's death still hurts the most. He thinks back on how Romantica's future was crushed by class cruelty until her talent stalled, and she ended up surviving the Shadow Labyrinth war beside him. That is why Desert tightens his vow again. This time he will not let Romantica, his friends, or Deltheim die. Desert knows Daenut can only be killed by reaching and destroying its inner core, but he does not have the strength to break through the demon's body head-on. So Desert makes his final decision and reaches for the one trump card he had kept in reserve, Proverb. He remembers that Proverb was born from inverting the Dragon of Destruction Bromir Napolitan's power, and using it now may tear his own body apart. With the blast growing hotter and the ash turning savage around him, Desert grits his teeth and keeps advancing toward Daenut anyway. Deltheim's coast is already lost, buried under lava, and more than half the vanguard has been wiped out or left unable to fight. With the line broken and Priscilla exhausted, Zod orders the rest of the army to retreat, and stays behind with her to buy a few last minutes. Now free of friendly fire concerns, Zod finally pushes past his earlier limits and starts a sixth circle spell while still chaining lower magic at the same time. Zod unleashes his freezing spell, and for the first time the giant demon actually stops moving. Priscilla lights up at the opening, but Zod immediately warns her this is only a delay, not a victory. Cracks start spreading through the ice, and Zod admits even this level of magic can only hold Daenut for a few minutes at best. He knows the kind of power needed to kill it, but after fighting all day Zod no longer has enough mana left to cast something on that level and still survive. Looking back at the capo reduced to rubble, Zod quietly accepts that Deltheim's defense has failed. A magical message reaches him with one piece of relief. The kings and most civilians have escaped to the harbor safely. Once he confirms the civilians are out, Zod tells Priscilla it is finally their turn to flee, and she reluctantly agrees. Then the ice starts collapsing far too fast, and Zod spots the reason. Something new is growing out of Daenut's body. A massive pair of wings bursts out, and Daenut reveals a far more dangerous form than before. With one furious howl, the demon blasts out heat so intense it burns even through Zod's protective magic. Zod can only laugh in disbelief as he realizes Daenut has grown stronger again, and will soon be able to fly. What terrifies him most is the direction of its gaze, because Daenut has stopped caring about the ruined city and locked onto the refugee ships instead. A new voice cuts in behind them, and Desser arrives on the wall, ash-covered and wounded from his earlier fight. Priscilla hurriedly starts healing him, but Desser says running now will only let the demons slaughter the refugees and throw the whole continent into chaos. Zod is ready to stay behind alone, but Desser stops him cold by saying he actually has a way to bring Daenut down. When Zod demands to know how, Desser gives one brutal answer: hand over every bit of mana he has left. Zod immediately points out the cost, because if Desser fails, Zod will have no mana left to escape and Desser's own body should break under that load. Desser's answer is reckless but simple. With Priscilla healing him, he thinks he can survive long enough to try. Asked for her judgment, Priscilla admits she cannot be sure of him at all, but she can see he means every word and leaves the final call to Zod. After one last bitter joke about looking insane, Zod chooses to believe him and pours power back into his cane. Then he hands the cane to Desser, offering not just his mana but his full trust in the boy's impossible plan. The moment Desser raises the cane, the air around him starts to twist with a completely alien kind of spell. Desser shuts out everything else and begins building the spell with draconic magic, staking his life on the ancient system he once stole from a dragon. The spell grows so fast and so densely that the sky around the cane turns into a choking storm of black symbols no human mage should be able to control. As Desser chants in an inhuman voice, the borrowed mana starts tearing his body apart from the inside. Priscilla throws everything she has into keeping him alive, forcing his body through seconds-long cycles of collapse and restoration so the cast can continue. Zod watches in stunned silence, because even he can tell Desser is touching a level of magic that stands far outside modern theory. Then Daenut finally breaks free, spreads its wings, and rises toward the refugee fleet it wants to massacre. Its first attack proves Desser was right, because flaming rocks start raining over the city, the harbor, and the escaping ships. But in the middle of that slaughter, the demon suddenly pauses and turns back, because it finally senses the danger gathering on the wall. For the first time, fear hits Daenut, and it answers that instinct by charging a city-killing fire blast straight at Desser. Priscilla's healing is fading fast, her face turning blue with exhaustion, but Desser still refuses to loosen his grip on the spell. As Desser forces out the final words, the scene briefly jumps far away, where even distant people feel something impossible move through the air. A tiny point of ultra-compressed plasma appears, bright enough to outshine reason itself as the spell reaches its true form. The point swells with impossible heat and pressure, splitting the sea itself and forcing light through cracks that rip across Daenut's body. Daenut thrashes in agony over a sea turned gold, shedding magma and stone as the ocean finally swallows the demon whole. When the light finally dies, Daenut is gone, and only ruined land, encircling magma, and the dark sea remained to prove the disaster was ever there. Desser lets his eyes close and falls into darkness, with the last thing he sees being Zod and Priscilla rushing toward him. Weeks after the terror attack in Deltheim, every newspaper is saying the same thing. Desser Armin became the boy who saved the city by defeating the ancient devil Daenut. Romantica knows the fame did not stop with Desser, because she, Pram, and Adjust were dragged into the spotlight too, with reporters even chasing them into the hospital. If this had happened at any other time, Romantica would have loved the attention. But now all she can do is look at Desser lying unconscious after 2 full weeks. She remembers how close he came to death, with shattered organs, a damaged mana circle, and barely enough life left for the Union to rush him through a VIP transfer gate to Adiena's best hospital. Even with Adina Royal Hospital working on him and Priscilla healing him whenever she could, Desser's body stabilized but still refused to wake up. Sitting beside him now, Romantica mutters that she will kill him when he wakes up, but the threat is really just the pain she has been bottling up. Her mind drifts back to the start, when she looked down on Desser as a mere first circle wizard and lost to him anyway. She remembers hating that he blackmailed her into joining his party, yet even then he kept understanding her better than she wanted him to. But the more she looks back, the clearer it gets that Desser was always sincere, always teaching her, covering for her, and pushing her forward without asking for praise. That is why her feelings became impossible to ignore, especially now that the one she relies on is the one lying silent in front of her. Romantica finally breaks and asks why he never thinks about the people left behind, especially her, when he throws himself away to save everyone else. Remembering the promise she kept at the Golden Sea, Romantica confesses that obeying him and running away never made her happy because she never wanted him to die for her. Then she turns that pain on herself and swears she will train harder until she can truly stand beside him instead of being someone he has to protect. All she asks in return is one shaky plea: never do this to her again. A warm hand touches her hair, and when Romantica looks up through her tears, Desser is awake at last. Desser quietly promises her, and he keeps stroking her hair until she finally settles down. The moment Romantica alerts the others through her communication bracelet, the calm room explodes into noise from the hallway. Pram bursts in first and launches himself onto the bed, hugging Desser so hard he looks like a puppy clinging to an injured owner. Desser can only smile and soothe him, letting Pram hang on until the panic finally starts to drain out of him. Majest enters more calmly, praising Desser for doing even more than anyone thought possible, and her arrival instantly reminds the others of the old trick she helped him pull. The tension breaks into light bickering instead, with Romantica exposing how Pram stayed up all night caring for Desser and Pram flushing in embarrassment. Desser takes in the noisy reunion with quiet gratitude, happy just to hear his party acting like themselves again. Then Zod arrives in formal clothes and politely cuts into the reunion, asking to speak with Desser alone. Once the others leave, the room turns tense fast, because the usually unshakable Zod is visibly nervous for the first time. Zod seals the room with a casual silence spell, making it clear that whatever comes next is not meant for anyone else to hear. After a heavy pause, Zod goes straight to the secret Desser hid from his friends and confirms that his left eye will never recover. Desser touches his left eye in shock, and Zod explains that the eye itself is still there, but its sight is gone for good. He forces himself out of bed to check the mirror, and the truth is plain when his right hand covers his good eye and the world goes black. The pain tearing through his body makes the cost of draconic magic painfully real, and Desser understands this blindness is the price of forcing a human body into a dragon's realm. Even so, he decides the price was cheap, because losing one eye is nothing compared to saving everyone in Deltheim. But Zod did not come only to deliver bad news, and Desser can tell from his face that the real issue is still waiting. Zod starts laying out his suspicions step by step, admitting that during the Magic Tower incident he seriously considered Desser an outsider pretending to help. He explains that Desser's excuse about espionage sounded weak, so he originally tried to end the matter with money instead of trust. What changed everything was Desser refusing the payout and demanding a chess match instead, a move so strange that it hooked Zod's curiosity. From there, Desser's impossible magic theory and future-level technology only made Zod more suspicious, because none of it matched the mediocre boy Desser used to be before Hebrian. The line about his background investigation finally shakes Desser for real, because Zod has dug deep enough to compare the old Desser with the one standing here now. Zod does not apologize much either, saying it was his duty to eliminate anything that could threaten the Magic Tower. The mana in the room starts moving before Desser can invert anything, and Zod gives his harshest theory yet: maybe the real Desser died long ago, and an outsider took his place. He pushes the accusation further by implying Professor Bridget would be dragged down with him, then asks the question Desser can no longer dodge: "Who are you, really?" Desser knows that if he stays silent he could be branded an outsider, but telling the truth means exposing the one advantage he has guarded above all else: that he came back from the future. He runs through the consequences in his head and decides he still cannot say it, because changing too many variables could destroy the only weapon that lets him fight what is coming. So when Zod gives him one last opening, Desser only apologizes and shakes his head. Instead of pressing harder, Zod says he would have demanded answers 2 weeks ago, before Desser nearly died trying to save everyone. Now, after seeing Desser sacrifice himself against impossible odds, Zod decides there is no point in calling him an outsider when his actions proved exactly what kind of person he is. With a small smile, Zod admits he chose to trust his own intuition the moment he handed Desser all of his power, because whatever secrets Desser hides, his heart was never in doubt. Desser is left awkwardly speechless when Zod suddenly admits he was only pushing him to see how he would react. Zod drops the threats completely and promises he will stop digging into Desser's identity, admitting everyone carries secrets they cannot share. Matching Zod's sincerity, Desser promises that when the time finally comes, he will tell him everything himself. The tension finally breaks as the two laugh together, and Zod's smile turns unexpectedly gentle, almost grandfatherly. But Desser still has one serious warning left, and he turns the conversation toward the outsiders. Desser remembers how the Great Conference became the moment the outsiders stopped being a nuisance and revealed themselves as a true terrorist force. What unsettles him most is Crow Mask, a hidden Sixth Circle wizard who can even interfere with Zod's space magic. Desser connects Crow Mask to the remnants of the old revolutionary army, and judges the outsiders even more dangerous because they justify mass murder as a righteous cause. He realizes the outsiders have already marked him as an enemy, and he is certain this will not be their last clash. Zod answers with unexpected good news instead, saying the attack has finally forced both citizens and kings to take the outsiders seriously. He hands Desser a newspaper praising the Hebrian Academy wizard who stood against the enemy, making it clear Desser's actions changed public opinion. Zod adds that Desser's stand against the outsiders has improved Hebrian's image so much that the Empire and the Western Kingdom might finally unite their front lines. With the talk finished, Zod stands, tells Desser to take care, and finally lets him go. As soon as Zod opens the door and the silence magic drops, Desser lies back to sort through the weight of the talk alone. The improved alliance is a relief, but Desser knows the outsiders are still not the real disaster waiting ahead. In his mind, the true enemy is still the Shadow Labyrinth, the future catastrophe he cannot explain yet without revealing he is a returner. So Desser settles on a practical answer: train his party harder, strengthen himself, and prepare step by step for the disaster ahead. Far away in a small Perleka Kingdom village, the evening tavern buzzes with hot weather, cold dark beer, and fresh news from the capital. At one table, a local villager finally hears the capital news from his friend. The outsiders attacked, and a boy from Hebrian became the hero who drove them back. All around them, the pub joins in with praise for the hero and loud anger at the outsiders, turning the room into a messy chorus of rumor and relief. Then one villager notices the only calm person in the room, a hooded stranger drinking alone in the corner. A nervous villager whispers that the hooded man has been staying there for days and someone already reported him as a suspected outsider. One bold villager laughs the suspicion off, pulls free from his worried friend, and heads for the bar to bring the stranger the village's famous dark beer. Without waiting for an answer, the bold villager drops into the corner seat, pushes aside the stranger's drink, and proudly swaps in the tavern's stronger dark beer. The stranger finally speaks, coldly ordering the villager to take his friend and leave within 30 seconds. The villager starts to bristle at the warning, but the tavern door slams open behind him and cuts the moment short. A tall man in a fine suit and a Pierrot mask strolls in like a performer, dragging a brutalized captive on a leash and announcing that his show has begun. When Pierrot introduces his captive as the King of Divide, the whole tavern falls silent in disbelief and terror. When one villager finally protests, Pierrot cuts him down so fast the room barely sees the thin wire before blood opens across his neck. With the room cowed, Pierrot orders everyone to grab anything they can use as a weapon against each other. Still grinning, Pierrot lays out the rule of his game: only one person will leave alive, and the Broken King has to compete too. One trapped villager grips a broken glass shard and desperately searches for a way around Pierrot's invisible wire. Trying to stop the panic, one villager lowers his own shard first and begs his friend to put his weapon down too. Fear wins instantly, and the second villager lunges with a raw confession that he just wants to live. The tavern erupts into a screaming massacre as villagers turn on each other, while Pierrot laughs and the hooded stranger stays eerily apart from it all. When the killing stops, the tavern falls silent again, and only Crow Mask and Pierrot remain alive among the corpses. Pierrot jokes about whether Crow Mask was ever going to stop him, and Crow Mask coldly refuses to get dragged into his twisted rhythm. Pierrot enjoys the change in Crow Mask anyway, saying he now clearly belongs with the rest of them. Cutting past the taunting, Crow Mask demands the real report from the failed conference operation. Pierrot admits he failed to kill every king at the conference, but he still crippled Perleka's capital and captured one king on the way out. Pierrot adds that King Divide was easy prey because he split off from the other rulers and trusted too much in his own strength. When Pierrot asks about Day-Newt, Crow Mask bluntly reveals that the summoned devil was destroyed instead of wiping out a kingdom. Crow Mask says the real problem was not Zod at all, but a more dangerous young wizard named Desser. Pierrot scoffs at the article's young hero, but Crow Mask warns that Desser's spell use has already surpassed Zod's and even produced magic he could not understand. Crow Mask goes further and calls Desser the biggest risk in all their future plans, even more dangerous than Zod and worth eliminating fast. Pierrot brushes off the warning and says the outsiders will answer by escalating into even more destructive terror to brand their fear into everyone. Then Pierrot looks back at the king's corpse and reveals the next step: they will dig deeper into enemy territory and destroy their enemies from the inside. October hits Hebrian fast, and the academy opens its fall semester under cool air and bright autumn gardens. When Desser walks through campus in his single ranker clothes, the whispers follow him everywhere because he came back from summer break as a minor celebrity. The attention gets so intense that even random students stop Desser for autographs until the opening ceremony finally ends. That evening, Desser nearly loses his footing on the stairs because his one good eye still makes judging distance difficult. Pram catches the moment immediately and steps in, warning Desser to be careful. Desser tries to wave the help off, but Pram pushes back so earnestly that Desser finally gives in. Pram immediately links arms with him, and Desser realizes a second too late that he got talked into this on purpose. The support is steadier than Desser expected, and he quietly thanks Pram once they reach level ground. At dinner, the whole hall is annoyed because the feast has been replaced by plain salad, rye bread, and vegetable sandwiches. Desser and Pram shrug off the bad menu and join Romantica and adjust at their table. Romantica grumbles that the food is suspiciously bad, and Desser guesses it is not corruption so much as a deliberate change in diet. Ladoria from the Red Dragon Party suddenly appears at their table, excited and asking all four of them for autographs. While waiting for the signatures, Ladoria notices Romantica barely touched her meal and explains the real reason for tonight's stripped-down menu. The simple dinner is a memorial for the people killed in the Western Kingdom Union terror attack, and the table goes quiet when that finally clicks. After Ladoria leaves cheering them on, Pram and Romantica are both stunned that a top Red Dragon student just treated them like stars. Ajaz still hates the spotlight, but Desser sees their fame as a chance to finally advertise the party he built for overlooked talent. The problem is that fame still has not brought in recruits, and Romantica cannot understand why nobody wants to join them. They land on the obvious answer: Desser's training works, but its brutal reputation probably scares everyone off. When Desser cheerfully announces more training tonight, Pram agrees, Ajaz accepts, and only Romantica has to be dragged into saying yes. Professor Bridget suddenly steps onto the hall stage and calls everyone quiet for a serious announcement the opening ceremony did not cover. She explains that after the outsider attack on the Western Kingdom Union, Hebrian has stationed graduate patrols on campus and tightened security to prepare for the same threat. The new rules hit hard. Students now need professor approval to leave campus and a valid excuse to get back into the dorm after 10 p.m. Then she makes it worse with a 6 p.m. curfew and a blunt warning that anyone below 5th circle should forget about sneaking out. As soon as she leaves, the whole hall erupts into complaints about ruined dates, shopping trips, and being trapped on campus. Romantica starts grumbling too, until Desser reminds her what would happen if the same massacre reached Hebrian. That shuts Romantica up fast, and she forces down her bread instead of thinking any longer about the disaster. After dinner, the party heads to their office, where Desser hands out the new semester schedules like everyone already knows they could mean heaven or hell. Pram lights up when he realizes second semester finally gives him several shared classes with Desser. Romantica is more interested in the new sparring professor, Essenblank Testakia, and immediately suspects he is not from Hebrian. For Romantica, the only thing that matters is that this newcomer had better be less awful than Professor Pugman. The next day, second semester starts in earnest, and botany class loses Romantica almost immediately. Desser tells her boring knowledge still matters, but that does not make the day feel any shorter. History class is no better, because Professor Kevin looks young but assigns work like students have nothing else to do. Romantica dumps the history book in her locker and braces for another lecture marathon in Rune class. Then Rune class shocks everyone when old Professor Banquick somehow ends 10 minutes early and the students practically explode out the door. Adjust dryly suggests the miracle happened because Banquick was pleased to see a commoner like Desser succeeding. That quiet moment is cut off when Donetta Hadun from Blue Moon butts in with a sneering rant about commoners leeching off each other. Romantica is ready to fire back, but Desser shuts the whole thing down because he already knows a worse class is waiting. Magic engineering is exactly as bad as expected, and the moment Desser's group walks in, the Blue Moon heavy room turns on them with cold stares. The hostility is personal now, because Adjust left Blue Moon for Desser's party and Professor Pugman never forgave it. Pugman keeps rigging the class against Desser, even docking points from flawless work with excuses nobody buys. By lunch, Romantica and Adjust are openly calling the grading a joke, but that still does not change the score. The mood finally lifts in Magic Theory, where Professor Bridget runs one of the few classes everyone actually wants to attend. Instead of drowning them in theory, Bridget turns the lesson practical and has students work in groups to test and critique altered spells. When class ends, Bridget quietly asks Desser to follow her to her office alone. Her office is as overwhelming as ever, packed with books and rare references that still impress Desser every time he enters. Bridget sets out hot tea and takes Desser back to the day they first met in the public library, when he was a desperate kid with nowhere else to learn. She reminds him that she recommended him to Hebrian because she could see his talent and hated how little chance he had without help. Then her pride turns into worry as she tells Desser she is proud he saved people again, but furious that he keeps throwing himself into danger. Bridget makes him promise to remember that many people care about him, and Desser quietly answers that he understands. At Hebrian Academy's sparring class, the Blue Moon single rankers loudly mock Desser the moment he arrives, trying to humiliate the commoner in front of everyone. Romantica is ready to hit back, but Adjust's low, serious anger shows just how badly the insults are getting under their skin. The room goes quiet when Professor Essenblank Testakia arrives, a scarred ex-captain who immediately gives off the vibe of a hard battlefield instructor. Essenblank tells the class that sheltered students are like plants in a greenhouse, and his sparring course will push them close to real battle whether they like it or not. Then Essenblank singles Desser out in front of everyone and calls him down, making the whole room tense up at once. Instead of putting Desser down, the professor publicly praises him as a rare student who has already reached real combat potential. As Essenblank lists Desser's rumors and achievements with Zod and the Tower, Danetta's bitterness only gets worse. Essenblank suddenly talks as if commoners really are inferior, and the speech is so sharp that even the room itself feels colder. Danetta gets excited, thinking the professor agrees with him, and blurts out that Desser probably made the whole hero's story up. That is when Essenblank flips the trap shut and tells Danetta to come down and prove Desser is a liar in an actual fight. Danetta folds under the pressure and drops back into his seat, proving he only had words. Romantica is delighted, but it just stays uneasy because to her, Essenblank is still feeding noble arrogance even while making Danetta look stupid. Essenblank pushes the point even harder by asking if any noble can beat this commoner, and for a moment nobody dares move. Then one student finally raises his hand, and the room is shocked when he introduces himself as Kelt Pazel Niplika, Professor Pugman's younger brother. The scene shifts outside to a chilly autumn field, where Desser and Kelt step onto the empty stone duel stage surrounded by boulders. Before the duel starts, Kelt apologizes for Danetta's gossip and makes it clear he challenged Desser out of curiosity, not class prejudice. Desser studies Kelt and realizes he is strong, skilled, and unusually fair-minded for a noble, which makes Desser decide to hold back and keep the match close. The two mages shake hands, step apart in their clothes-lined gear, and prepare for a serious spell duel. At Essenblank's signal, both sides start casting at once, and Desser's speed immediately stands out even against a fourth circle magician. They trade spell after spell across the stage, and the stone platform starts cracking under the force of their back-and-forth magic. A few minutes in, Kelt starts to think the rumors were exaggerated because Desser's casting is brilliant, but his raw power still seems lower than Kelt's own. To test Desser properly, Kelt uses Splash and turns his own body into water, vanishing into the flood spreading across the stage. Hidden in the flooded stage, Kelt waits for Desser to use a slow wide-area spell, but Desser appears to start one while quietly setting a trap of his own. Then Desser drops the act and reveals the spell was already finished, turning Kelt's hidden ambush into Desser's trap instead. Desser's summoned lightning crashes into Kelt's hiding place, forcing Kelt to drop the trap and throw up a pure water shield just in time. The defense works, but the blast shoves Kelt to the edge of the stage, close enough to lose that he finally understands Desser is dangerous. Kelt drops the warm-up act and starts pouring out far larger water magic, flooding the stage up to their ankles. He turns that flood into a rushing wave, and Desser answers with gravity reverse just to keep the current from swallowing him whole. Desser quickly realizes the problem. Kelt controls too much water for him to erase piece by piece, and his own circle isn't strong enough to overpower it directly. With no clean answer yet, Desser falls back on defense and keeps thinking while Kelt's currents hammer him from every side. A heavy wave catches Desser from the left and nearly throws him off, exposing the weakness he has been trying to compensate for. Desser realizes his lost left eye depth perception is hurting him badly here, because in a fight this tight, his slower reaction on that side is a real opening. Kelt notices that same blind spot on his own, and once he sees Desser reacting late to left side attacks, he immediately exploits it. Pressing the advantage, Kelt unleashes Aqua Tornado, turning the flooded battlefield into a storm of water pillars strong enough to tear the stage apart. Desser answers with liquid oxygen, spreading freezing mist across the stage until Kelt's water attacks lock solid and slip out of his control. Desser thinks he has shut Kelt's water game down, but Kelt coolly points out that the freezing spread has boxed Desser in as well. Then Kelt reveals his real follow-up by darkening the sky with a reduced weather control spell, something far beyond an ordinary student duel. Rain starts falling over the stage, and within moments Kelt sharpens it into a punishing downpour that hits like bullets. Desser rips off his clothesline jacket and shields his head with it, but Kelt warns that the defense will only hold for a few more seconds. Instead of panicking, Desser calmly praises Kelt's skill, which makes the warning land with a strange pause before the finish. Then Desser claps once, and the whole stage detonates from the frozen liquid oxygen reaction he set up earlier. Kelt is blown clean off the platform, and only his clothesline keeps the sudden blast from turning the loss into an injury. When Kelt gets back up in the smoke, he can only ask what just happened, stunned that Desser turned the entire battlefield into a delayed trap. Desser explains that freezing so much water with liquid oxygen caused expansion and an explosion powerful enough to throw Kelt off the stage. Seeing the stage wrecked and the outcome obvious, Kelt admits defeat with a bitter laugh and notes that Desser never even had to use inversion. Kelt finishes the duel with a genuine smile, accepting Desser's win honestly even after being completely outplayed. After Desser beat top student Kelt in a clean public duel, the Academy's whole mood around him shifted. Back in the party office, Romantica laughs about how pathetic Donetta looks now that he keeps dodging Desser instead of picking fights. The victory does not erase noble prejudice, but it finally cuts down the loudest insults and gives Desser's group a little peace. Then the bigger change starts knocking at their door, because students begin coming to Desser's party for help. The next applicant is Frichel, a timid beta student sent by Professor Van Quick to ask if she can join their training party. When Desser asks why she came, Frichel admits she already knows the party is harsh and hated by nobles, but she still wants in. Desser checks her background and realizes her old beta party was one of the ones forced into serving alpha-class students instead of growing stronger themselves. Frichel shows him the bullying she endured, with photos of wrecked books and broken desks proving how badly she was targeted. She quietly confirms that no one in her party and not even her professor could protect her against noble abuse. Desser first offers to solve the bullying without making her join, but Frichel says revenge alone is not enough and asks to become strong instead. Desser accepts her, and Frichel becomes one of several new beta students joining after his win over Kelt. Looking over the growing roster, Desser sees the pattern clearly. Bullied beta students are finally coming to someone who will train them instead of using them. That only sharpens his bigger resolve, because Hebrian keeps wasting talented commoners every year by dumping them into beta classes with no real education. Desser traces that poison back to the old revolutionary conflict, and decides the only answer is to gather talented commoners and prove what they can do with real training. The story shifts to Dawn, where Jest is already alone in the training facility, driving herself hard through endless sword practice. She is still haunted by the Preleka Empire, because when Desser faced disaster there, all she could do was watch him sacrifice himself. Her frustration breaks her concentration for a moment, and the ice on her sword cracks away as she stops to catch her breath. Then Romantica arrives early in training clothes, blows the fog away with magic, and walks straight up to her. Without any warning, Romantica fires a second circle spell at a Jest and turns the visit into a challenge. Romantica says she wants a real practical match, both to get stronger and to finish the duel. The Yellow Ocean attack interrupted. Ajest reads the challenge for what it is and decides Romantica is the perfect opponent to test her magic sword in a real fight. But Ajest adds one nasty condition: whoever loses has to clean the party office until the result is reversed in a rematch. Romantica hates the idea, but the thought of making Ajest do the cleaning pushes her into accepting. Ajest smiles, raises her mana, and prepares to fight at full strength for the first time in a while. Later, with the party now up to 7 members, the office feels so cramped that even the new couch barely solves it. Frichel notices that even this crowded room feels like heaven compared to the filthy, broken beta-class office she came from. Even so, Frichel is tense around the group, because the other new beta recruits look intimidating and Ajest feels far too perfect to approach. She tries to latch onto the familiar face instead, but Romantica is sitting alone with a nasty bump on her forehead and an even nastier mood. Just when Frichel gives up and decides to sit in silence, Pram appears beside her with tea and effortless kindness. He tells her not to worry, promises to stay with her, and casually calls the party a family, which hits Frichel like pure salvation. Then Desser enters, gathers everyone's attention, and immediately makes the mistake of asking Romantica what happened to her forehead. He wisely drops the subject and announces the real reason for the meeting: the second semester party competition is coming. When Frichel looks lost, Pram quietly explains that this is not an individual promotion test but a team contest where every grade competes together. Desser does not treat it like a maybe, because he flatly tells the room that their party is going to win the entire thing. Frichel goes pale at what that means, and Pram matter-of-factly confirms that yes, Desser intends to beat every party in the academy, even Blue Moon. Pram's faith is simple now. Desser always says outrageous things, and somehow he keeps making them happen. Takiran is the first to push back, arguing that party competition is far tougher than a promotion exam and Desser's goal sounds unrealistic. Ajest follows with a colder question, asking why they should chase a risky result at all when the party already has money, rank, and fame. Desser answers that all those rewards were never his real goal, because he did not build this party just to help its members get ahead. He reminds Pram and Romantica that from the start, this was about proving commoners could perform just as well if the academy ever gave them the same chance. Then Desser says the ugly truth out loud: beta classes are treated as not worth teaching, because nobles assume commoners can never match them. When he asks the new recruits what they actually learned in class, Frichel can only admit it was basically self-study, and nobody else can argue. Desser tells them their weakness is not proof of lesser talent or lower birth, only proof that nobody bothered to teach them properly. And he ends on the promise driving this whole party: if they rise to the top of Hebrian together, they will become living proof that commoners can no longer be denied equal treatment. Desser throws his whole party into real training, because most of the new recruits have never faced an actual battle before. Using what he learned in his past life, Desser demonstrates an aggressive northern sword style to Takiran while the other recruit can stay off-panel. Frichel starts at the basics, and Desser has her build up a real spell list instead of relying on just a few weak water spells. When Desser checks on the older members, Pram surprises him the most by drawing a faint blue aura over his sword. Desser praises Pram's progress toward bishop level and promises to start sparring with him once that aura becomes stable enough. Next he heads to the wind range, where Romantica is drilling sniper shots against metal targets flying through the sky at brutal speed. Romantica fires cleanly, shattering a distant shot put in midair, and the range machine bluntly announces her success. Desser openly praises her range and speed, because her worthless sniper casting is becoming hard for enemies to even notice before impact. But Desser immediately pushes her harder, warning that perfect sniping on one target means very little if several enemies move at once. He yanks the lever twice in quick succession, and the second target flies out before Romantica can even fire at the first one. Romantica starts panicking over which target matters more, and that split-second hesitation wrecks the precision she was proud of. When she finally shoots, she misses badly, and the machine answers with a cold string of failures. She takes the result grimly and accepts that handling multiple targets has just become the next weakness she has to fix. Desser's last stop is Ajest, who admits her growth has started to stall even after grinding away with her magic sword. Desser tells her the problem is not the sword practice itself, but that raw effort alone will not carry her to bishop class and the fourth circle. What she really needs, he says, is a solid heart, because higher tier magic depends as much on inner steadiness as talent and technique. Ajest falls into thought, taking that lesson as homework for the future while the party's long training grind keeps going. That same day, the story shifts to Kelt, who is buried in Blue Moon paperwork because the massive party needs separate leaders just to manage each grade. Professor Pugman suddenly appears across from him, all false warmth, and starts by praising Kelt for being useful. Then Pugman casually brings up Kelt's duel with Desser, and the single word loss instantly turns the room sour. Kelt tries to explain honestly that Desser was stronger than expected and that his old belief that commoners were worthless was simply wrong. That answer disgusts Pugman, because the Niplica family treats failure and sympathy for commoners as something close to betrayal. Pugman launches into the family creed again, insisting that commoners are cruel people who would start another revolution the moment they gain power. He makes it personal by pointing at Desser's growing party as proof that commoners are getting bold again and need to be put back in their place. By the end, Pungman orders Kelp to teach Desser's side a lesson in the upcoming party competition, and Kelp can do nothing but nod. A week into training, Frichel starts to change, because for the first time Academy life feels exciting instead of crushing. She even masters watering, a notoriously difficult first circle water spell, and that small success gives her real confidence. Still riding that momentum, Frichel wanders through the academy wondering what she will learn next, until she notices a disturbed crowd at the lockers. Pushing through the students, she finds Urge in the center of it all and instantly realizes something is terribly wrong. The locker is packed with blood and animal intestines, and the sight hits Frichel so hard because she knows this kind of hazing all too well. Frichel rushes to Urge in concern, but Urge turns on her with raw hatred instead of relief. Urge calls her a hypocrite and says this only happened because Frichel left the party and dumped the bullying onto someone else. That accusation tears through Frichel, because she realizes the abuse never ended at all, it just switched victims after she escaped. Even so, Frichel steadies herself and tells Urge the truth. The real blame belongs to the bullies, not to the person they used to target first. Right then, Lada Idol walks in, and the hallway tension sharpens because Frichel recognizes her as one of the girls who used to torment her. Frichel finally says out loud what she should have said earlier, and calls Lada a coward who only preys on the weak. Lada answers with contempt, insisting that joining Desser's party has not changed Frichel's place in the world one bit. Then Lada breaks school rules without hesitation and fires a second circle spell right inside the hallway. Frichel tries to defend herself with Water Shield, but as a first circle mage she gets overpowered instantly. The blow slams Frichel back into the lockers, and Lada keeps advancing like she knows nobody here will stop her. Lada stomps Frichel down and follows with root binding, wrapping her in crushing branches that threaten to break her bones. Even while trapped, Frichel refuses to repeat Lada's humiliating words and only spits back that she is the worst. Just as the branches tighten further, Desser steps into the hallway and cuts the spell apart with a curt order to stop. Lada backs away at once, because she can feel how much stronger Desser is even before he fully turns his anger on her. After seeing the bruises on Frichel's body, Desser admits he has tried hard not to lash out at students, but this has gone too far. Lada hits the wall behind her, and Desser traps her there with slate and create marsh so the corridor wall itself starts swallowing her body. When she tries to cast her way out, Desser shuts that down too, leaving her helpless and buried up to the middle. Then Desser explains exactly how he could finish the job by sealing the wall's gaps around her, and the threat is so vivid that Lada finally understands she is at his mercy. Lada breaks completely, sobbing through ruined makeup and begging for forgiveness while Desser keeps the pressure on. At the last second, Desser spits her back out of the wall instead of killing her, leaving her sprawled on the floor in pure shock. Desser coldly tells her that is how an apology should sound, making sure the lesson lands before he turns away from her. With the bully broken, Desser immediately goes back to Frichel and helps her stand. He says he will take her to the medical center, and when she asks how he found her, Desser explains he only came because he sensed illegal magic nearby. Desser even apologizes for stepping in so forcefully, but Frichel thanks him anyway, smiling through a pain he can still clearly see underneath. On the first day of the party competition, Desser heads into the orientation hall and immediately sees the same ugly divide as always: alpha nobles on one side, beta commoners on the other. Professor Pelsta opens the meeting and reveals this year's theme: a 3-stage dungeon invasion that scales from Class 6 to Class 4, with each party allowed to surrender if they hit their limit. While Pelsta drones through the scoring rules, Desser knows better than to underestimate this test, because a blind dungeon is far more dangerous than any shadow world you can research in advance. The orientation ends with only 2 hours left before the competition, and Desser hurries off knowing he has to brief his team without revealing that he already lived through this event once before. Before he can leave, Professor Essenblank stops Desser, pulls him into a private corner, and starts talking like this competition could become a turning point in the war between nobles and commoners. Essenblank pushes harder and even brings up the revolutionary army behind the recent chaos, clearly testing whether Desser might cooperate with them. Desser shuts that down on the spot, saying any cause that hurts innocent people has already turned into terrorism, and he will never join it. The tense exchange breaks when Professor Vanquick steps in from behind, making Essenblank back off for now and leaving Desser with a quiet warning that this talk is not over. When the real call goes out, Desser's party gathers at the Shadow Auditorium with everyone present, but Len has to stay out because only one 6-person team can enter. Romantica notices the professor staring, and Desser knows exactly why. Everyone expects his mixed party to prove whether commoners really can stand on the same stage as the nobles. Instead of shrinking under that pressure, Desser tells his team to ignore the noise and win so decisively that nobody can keep dismissing them. Frichel quietly asks if they can really win, and Desser answers by putting a hand on her shoulder and reminding her that she is not the same frightened girl she used to be. Frichel blushes and walks off encouraged, while Romantica catches herself staring at that shoulder touch and immediately gets annoyed with herself. With the last minutes ticking away, Desser gathers everyone for a sharp briefing on the 3-stage dungeon and the rules they need to survive it. As more powerful Alpha class teams fill the hall, Desser can feel just how stacked this competition is, but the announcement comes anyway and all the participants are called to the gate. The moment Desser's team enters Ayambez's dungeon, a quest announcement explains the premise. Break through the wizard's 3-stage dungeon and claim the legacy hidden inside. The first stage starts in total darkness, so Desser casts light and reveals a grim entrance strewn with skeleton bones and walls covered in strange markings. Other parties waste time trying to decode the wall symbols, but Desser remembers this trap from his past life and knows the markings are just meaningless warnings. Because he remembers how every beta class party failed here before, Desser skips the bait and immediately has Romantica map the real route with detective magic. Ladoria's elite Red Dragon party confidently moves ahead on its own route, showing just how fast the strongest teams are already making decisions. Kelt's party appears next, but instead of his usual friendly attitude, Kelt stiffens at the sight of Desser and leaves without a word. Romantica quickly marks the best routes, and Desser chooses the 2 o'clock path without hesitation. Not even an hour in, failure notices start piling up for beta class teams, a harsh reminder of how badly this level 6 first stage crushes ordinary students. For Takaran, those announcements only prove why he switched into Desser's party, because in just weeks Desser has taught him more than his old team did in 2 years. That faith starts paying off immediately when Desser calmly directs Frichel to clear the floor dust and exposes a hidden weight trap before it can catch anyone. Desser immediately turns that obstacle into practice, having a just freeze a safe bridge across so the team can keep advancing without losing momentum. A little deeper in, Romantica senses multiple enemies ahead, and Desser smoothly shifts the formation by putting Pram and Takaran on the front line. When Romantica realizes one of the monsters is actually an ogre, Desser instantly changes the plan and assigns Pram to erase that threat before it can even swing back. With Pram locking down the ogre, Takaran finally gets room to show what Desser has been teaching him and cuts through the goblins with support from Romantica and a jest. After the last enemy falls, Desser calls a quick 5-minute recap, and Takaran looks at his back with a new feeling that winning this whole thing might actually be possible. The team keeps clearing traps and monsters with surprising ease, right up until a heavy crash and a distant scream echo through the dungeon ahead. Desser orders everyone to speed up, and the corridor opens into a huge chamber where a desperate beta-class party is being torn apart by a horned stone gargoyle. One more hit from the gargoyle wipes out another student on the spot, and the already broken party drops from 4 members to 3. Romantica asks what they should do, and Desser points out the cold truth first. In this competition, they have no obligation to save another party at all. But Desser is not about to stand there and waste time either, so he decides they will cut straight through the obstacle by joining the fight. In the first stage of the dungeon, Pram drives his sword through the last gargoyle's forehead and drops the final stone monster for good. The corridor is carpeted with 8 shattered gargoyles, making it obvious Desser's party just crushed stage 1's worst wall with room to spare. The battered party Desser just rescued crowds around in relief, and their leader Edwin can only stare at the easy win in disbelief. When Desser learns Edwin's party already lost 3 members, the mood turns grim fast. Desser tells them to rest here and sort out their party status while his team moves on toward the second stage. Edwin stops him there and admits they are not going any farther. Pressed for an answer, Edwin confesses that his team did not clear the first stage at all and simply ran through it. Edwin bitterly explains that with weak gear and weak skills, throwing people forward one by one was the only plan his commoner team had left. Then more surrender and failure announcements echo through the dungeon, making it painfully clear that beta-class parties all over the test are breaking down. Edwin looks up at Desser with desperate faith, and says he still believes Desser can change this unfair world for commoners. Desser answers without hesitation and promises that he really will change the world and prove it. Trusting that promise, Edwin formally surrenders his party and accepts defeat. One by one, Edwin's team fades out of the dungeon, leaving Desser's party alone with the weight of what just happened. After they are gone, Desser turns to his own team and says this is exactly why they have to win. A ranking announcement follows as Desser's party reaches Stage 2 in 3rd place. Stage 2 immediately feels harsher, with wider tunnels, nastier traps, and monsters that are much harder to beat head-on. Sensing movement under the ground, Desser snaps the team into formation and warns that great worms are ahead. A great worm bursts out of the floor right at Takaran, forcing him to roll clear and counterattack on instinct. Takaran swings back on instinct, but his blade only sparks off the great worm's metal hide and proves they cannot cut this thing by force alone. Desser immediately calls Takaran back before he gets trapped in a losing fight. Romantica blasts the great worm instead, cracking a weak point in its metal shell and drawing out black fluid. Pram slips in at once and drives his sword through the cracked shell, slicing the worm open. Badly hurt, the worm tries to dig back underground and escape to its pack. Ajest reacts first and flash freezes the ground around the worm, sealing the floor before it can dive back to its pack. Cut off from the ground, the worm goes berserk and charges the party head-on with its teeth-filled maw wide open. Desser calmly puts Frichel behind him and tells Romantica he needs oxygen for the spell he is about to use. He fires a third circle explosion straight into the worm's mouth and turns the tunnel into a blast furnace. The heat chokes everyone for a moment, but Romantica is ready and restores fresh air before the spell can backfire on the team. With the worm crippled and suffocating, Takiran and Pram finish it together. Even with the win, Desser can feel stage 2 is slowing them down, and third place is no longer good enough. He gives the team a short 10-minute break, already thinking about how to catch the honor parties ahead. Outside the dungeon, the audience and professors watch the rankings shift as Blue Moon and Red Dragon fight over first place. Among the judges, some professors dismiss Desser's team as a beta-class party that has already gone farther than expected. Pugman deliberately drops into the seat beside Bridget and starts prodding her the second he notices how tense she is. When Blue Moon grabs the top spot on the monitors, Pugman smugly tells Bridget that Desser has hit his limit. Pugman doubles down by claiming a commoner like Desser only got this far by luck and cannot break the ceiling above him. Bridget answers with a sharp reminder that one of his own side already lost to a commoner, and the exchange turns icy. Pugman insists the difference now is party strength, because Desser is trying to challenge elite teams with nothing but beta-class members. But while everyone is focused on the leaders, something dangerous is moving in a corner no one is watching. Back in Stage 1, Oquin's Arachne party strolls through the dungeon without effort because they have been hiding behind Desser's path the whole time. Oquin is openly pleased with himself, convinced that tailing Desser's group is the smartest way for weak students like them to survive. He even says Desser's team would not hurt them if caught, especially after taking Freechel away from their group. The ugly truth of Arachne comes out when Oquin mocks the way they use Freechel as a target for their so-called pranks. When Oquin pressures Allie, she quietly agrees because everyone in the party knows he can turn them into the next victim. Following battle scars and footprints all the way, Arachne reaches the stairs and slips into Stage 2 without fighting a single real battle. Oquin starts dreaming even bigger, convinced they might reach Stage 3 if they keep riding Desser's coattails. 10 minutes later, a heavy thudding in the dark stops them cold. A quick light spell finally reveals the problem. A massive roaming golem is already marching straight down the tunnel at them. The golem scans them, identifies them as invaders, and closes the distance before panic can settle into a plan. Knowing they cannot break a golem with their weak party, Oquin orders everyone to run. When the golem proves much faster than expected, Oquin makes his real choice and casts Seize on Allie. Allie crashes to her knees, and Oquin coldly tells her she needs to be the bait. Nobody helps her, and Oquin only thinks about shaking the monster now and following Desser more carefully next time. That plan dies instantly when another red eye lights up in front of them and a second golem blocks the path. With one golem ahead and the first already closing from behind, Arachne finally sees the trap for what it is. They are completely boxed in. Out of options, Oquin blurts out Arachne's surrender and waits for the usual teleport to save them before the golems can hit. Nothing happens, and the delay is so wrong that the whole party freezes in horror. Then the rear golem swings, smashing one student so brutally that blood sprays through his crushed armor. The system declares the student failed, but his body does not disappear, and the survivors finally understand they can really die in here. Deep in the second stage, Pram gets dripped on by the dungeon ceiling and immediately complains that this place feels awful. After hours in the dungeon, the party stops to eat their miserable packed meal, and even Romantica is fed up with the iron-tasting water and rough food. What really bothers Romantica is seeing Desser and Ajess sitting off by themselves again, talking like they are leading the raid together. Pram bluntly says Desser seems to treat Ajess like the party's sub-leader, and Romantica tries to brush it off even though the comment lands. The more Pram lists Ajess' strengths, beauty, fame, and leadership experience, the smaller Romantica feels next to her. Romantica chews her ration in frustrated silence, startling the others with how hard her mood sours. Once the break ends, Desser starts teaching Ajess how to spot traps by reading the mana flow in the floor ahead. Desser demonstrates that a trap can be neutralized by nudging its mana stream just slightly, then calmly steps on it after disrupting the flow. Ajess admits she is more worried than Desser looks, because the other top parties are still ahead in progression. She points out that they earn strong party scores by training the newcomers, but that kindness cost them precious time in the race to win. Desser answers with total confidence that first place is still theirs if they use the dungeon's structure properly. The party reaches a huge hall where the dungeon offers 3 routes, including the long detour and the deadly shortcut guarded by Tyrantula. Desser immediately chooses the Passage of Suffering, the high-risk route almost nobody dares to take. Ajess questions whether he is gambling out of desperation, but Desser says this is a real plan, not a reckless bet. With everyone watching, Desser promises they will use this shortcut to flip the rankings and steal first place. The shortcut opens with a gruesome warning. Several fallen Alpha-class students lie in the corridor, killed not by deep wounds but by Tyrantula's poison. Then the hidden monster starts feeding, dragging the bodies into silk cocoons that slowly turn transparent until the massacre seems to vanish. When Desser's party enters later, the passage looks almost empty, and he starts explaining that Tyrantula hides itself and everything it catches inside transparent webbing. To prove it, Desser casts Create Water, and suspended droplets suddenly reveal the invisible threads stretched across the corridor. Desser warns that if anyone rushes in and touches the webs carelessly, an invisible Tyrantula will attack before they can react. When nobody knows how to beat that, Ajess correctly reasons that they need to overwhelm the spider's senses instead of avoiding every thread. Desser says she is right and claims they can confuse Tyrantula by striking several webs at once with at least 5-second circle spells. Ajess offers to handle the spell barrage herself, but Desser refuses because the timing has to be perfect, and he says only he can land all 5 hits correctly. His plan is for the rest of the party to sprint through while he distracts Tyrantula from behind, a split that makes Romantica immediately suspicious. Even after Romantica presses him, Desser insists the method is safe enough, so the team reluctantly accepts and gets ready to run. Desser forms 5 spells at once, counts them in, and sends the rest of the party charging into the web-choked corridor. Pram slashes open a path as the team breaks through, and Desser watches until he is sure everyone else has escaped the danger zone. The moment they are clear, Desser admits to himself that he lied, because Tyrantula does not really track movement through random web vibrations. He deliberately grabs one of the invisible threads and reveals the real problem. Tyrantula responds most strongly to living biosignals, especially heartbeats. Desser slows himself into complete stillness, listening through the silence until he catches the slightest environmental shift and realizes the monster is already on him. Tyrantula finally strikes from nowhere with a poison leg aimed at his back, and Desser is already turning to meet it with a spell waiting behind him. A moment later, Desser rejoins the others at the gate, where Romantica explodes at him for taking so long. Desser covers the truth with a light excuse, saying he slipped up, failed to distract the monster properly, and just ran for it in the end. Then the whole party checks the rankings together and sees that the shortcut worked. Desser's unknown party has jumped into first place. The team bursts into celebration, thrilled that they really did overtake Blue Moon. With the lead in hand, they decide to keep pushing, but Desser quietly notices a bloody scratch on his finger that hurts far more than it should. He hides the injury instead of worrying the team, wiping the blood on his lapel as they enter the 5th zone. The rankings suddenly flip, and Kelt stares at his communication pad in disbelief as Desser's party jumps from 3rd place straight to 1st. The point gain is so absurd that Kelt can only think of one answer. Desser must have cleared the Tyrantula passage. At first, Kelt rejects the idea because Desser never seemed like a reckless gambler. Then he corrects himself and realizes Desser would do it if he knew a safe way through. When Kelt shares his theory with Blue Moon, the whole group goes tense because it is the only explanation that fits. The pressure behind Blue Moon suddenly feels heavier, because losing to Desser would mean failing the noble side that Professor Pugman is backing. Then Blue Moon spots Desser's party up ahead, resting after a fight, and the mood flips from panic to hungry opportunity. One Blue Moon member pushes for an ambush, arguing this is the perfect moment if Desser's team really just fought Tyrantula. Kelt shuts that down at once, pointing out that Desser's party looks far too relaxed and uninjured for a team that should be on its last legs. He bluntly warns that they may not beat Desser's group without suffering heavy losses themselves, so the smart move is to leave them alone and keep advancing. Blue Moon accepts that a direct clash would cost too much, but their leader still refuses to let Desser's party keep closing the gap. Then Blue Moon's leader turns cruel and suggests using Great Worms against Desser's team instead of fighting them head-on. Back with Desser's side, Romantica keeps sweeping the dungeon with detection magic while Desser updates their map and says the exit from the 5th zone should be close. Romantica complains that repeated detection magic is frying her focus, but she still takes the map back and casts again. This time her search catches a wide empty cavern and the stairs down to the 3rd stage, and for a second it looks like they finally found the way forward. Her relief dies instantly when she senses what is waiting there, not 1 or 2 great worms, but more than 30. A moment later the cave itself confirms it, as heavy burrowing crashes race toward them and the ground starts to shake. Desser snaps everyone into formation while the party realizes this should have been impossible unless someone deliberately drove the worms toward them. Then the great worms erupt through stone and floor in a full swarm, turning the passage into chaos almost instantly. Desser's team fights back hard, with Takiran's greatsword, Pram's rapier, and a barrage of spells carving through worm after worm. But even for them the real problem is not strength, it is numbers, and the swarm keeps grinding away their control of the fight. In the middle of the worm swarm, Blue Moon walks past with smug faces, making it obvious they set this trap on purpose. Kelt cannot stop Blue Moon, but when his eyes meet Desser's, he at least bows once before following the others away. Once the battle noise fades behind them, Blue Moon relaxes and acts like the worm swarm just bought them a huge lead. Kelt still looks uneasy, and Blue Moon's leader coldly insists this kind of ruthlessness is just practical training for real dungeons. Even after hearing that, Kelt can only swallow his guilt and face forward, telling himself the result had to matter more than the method. Soon Blue Moon reaches the end of the 2nd stage, where the cramped maze opens into a vast hall lined with bright luminous stone. Blue Moon starts across the glowing hall toward the door to the 3rd stage, convinced they reached it first. Then a harsh burrowing roar rips through the hall, and Blue Moon freezes because it sounds like another great worm. Kelt guesses some worms may have broken away from the swarm they led into Desser's team and followed them here instead. Instead, the walls begin to crack so violently that the luminous stone goes dark, plunging the entire hall into blackness. Blue Moon throws up light spells in the darkness, just enough to reveal a huge shadow blocking the hall. As the light spreads, Blue Moon finally sees a colossal creature blocking the hall, far beyond any great worm they know. A system notice explains the disaster. All that spilled great worm blood summoned the colony ruler, and now Blue Moon cannot advance unless they kill it. Back at the earlier battlefield, Pram nearly chases a retreating worm too far until Desser blasts another one apart and pulls him back into formation. Desser's party locks back into its simple but brutal plan, with the front line pinning worms down while the casters and sniper support make sure none escape to call more reinforcements. At last the final worm drops, leaving the floor buried under hacked-up bodies and foul fluids as the adrenaline drains out of everyone. Romantica and Pram are furious at Blue Moon's dirty trick, and even Ajest's icy calm cannot hide that she is angry too. Desser is angry too, but he focuses on something worse and starts burning the carcasses because there were far too many dead worms for this to end cleanly. He explains that an artificial great worm colony must have a leader, and if too many worms die at once, that colony ruler may come out and hunt the intruders itself. That is why Desser is desperate to erase every trace of the massacre, but Ajest looks into the darkness and quietly warns that they are already too late. Argeria refuses to retreat for good and orders Blue Moon to push forward, convinced the Academy's strongest party can break past a single monster. He trusts the numbers on his side, 2 fourth circle wizards, 3 Rick-level knights, and a plan built to pin the Mother Great Worm down just long enough to slip through. Blue Moon re-enters the hall and the opening clash even looks manageable, with shields catching acid while their magic lands cleanly on the giant worm. That calm vanishes when the Mother Great Worm tears its buried tail free from the wall and whips it through the dust cloud at the party. In one brutal hit, Kashu Madhit is decapitated, and the sudden announcement of his elimination makes Argeria snap in disbelief. Argeria tries to keep everyone focused on the fight, telling himself there is still no way this test can actually kill them. Then Kelp points out the impossible detail. Kashu's corpse is still lying on the floor instead of disappearing from the simulation. The whole party realizes at once that the party competition is no longer safe training but a real dungeon invasion with real death. Argeria checks his own wrist and finds a deep bruise throbbing with full pain, proof that even the Academy's pain reduction has failed. Before anyone can regroup, the Mother Great Worm screams and charges again, turning their late realization into instant panic. Argeria finally understands how reckless their attack was, but by the time that thought lands, they are already trapped against a boss-level monster. A direct hit sends Argeria flying, and he crashes down coughing blood with one arm clearly broken. From behind the fallen line, Blue Moon's 2 fourth circle mages unleash water and lightning together in a desperate counterattack. The spells finally burn and crack the Mother Great Worm's carapace, but the damage is only enough to make it pause and shriek. Almost immediately, the monster surges back even faster, proving Blue Moon's best attack bought only a few seconds. Leaning on his sword, Argeria watches his party collapse one by one and realizes they are heading for a total wipeout. Outside the dungeon, Hebrian Academy erupts into crisis as professors realize the party competition has turned into a massacre. They confirm the pattern quickly. Students who dropped out in Stage 1 returned safely, but anyone eliminated after entering Stage 2 never came back. The center monitor shows Blue Moon getting crushed by the Mother Great Worm, and Pugman breaks down because his younger brother is trapped in there. Bridget stays cold-headed and starts counting how many Alpha-class students have already entered the deadly second level. Bridget suspects the magic ore itself was tampered with, and Pelsta confirms someone changed the configuration right before the competition began. The word they are all avoiding becomes unavoidable. This was a terrorist attack from inside or through some impossible breach. When Bridget asks if they can force everyone out, Pelsta gives the worst answer possible. The controls are dead, and the students can only survive by clearing the dungeon themselves. Back inside the dungeon, Desser's party runs for the second stage exit while he quickly explains just how absurd the Mother Great Worm really is. Desser warns them that normal protection won't hold, physical attacks barely matter, and the monster's regeneration erases almost any damage instantly. They reach the chamber and find exactly what Desser feared: a wrecked battlefield, Blue Moon half destroyed, and the Mother Great Worm playing with them instead of finishing them. What shakes Desser's party even more than the battle is the sight of 2 actual corpses still lying on the floor inside a place that should have ejected the dead. Desser quietly checks his own injured finger and realizes the Academy's safeguards, including death prevention and pain reduction, have likely collapsed completely. Because the Academy still hasn't stopped the fight, Desser concludes the situation is out of their hands and immediately suspects an outsider attack. Ajest asks what they do now, and Desser answers that first they deal with the monster in front of them. He weighs the cruel choice plainly: save Blue Moon by fighting a monster that could kill them all, or run now and protect his own party. Desser rejects retreat, because losing Blue Moon here would damage the future and leave every later party marching straight into the same slaughter. He orders everyone to prepare for battle, and the core of his party answers without fear even after seeing what this monster can do. Desser realizes why his core team stays so steady. After surviving Day Newt, even this nightmare is something they can face. Frichel and Takaran are the only ones frozen by the scene, so Desser orders the 2 newcomers to stay in the rear. With one cue from Desser, Ajest steps up and throws up a massive ice wall that splits Blue Moon from the Mother Great Worm. The instant the monster hesitates, Romantica fires a wind bullet powerful enough to punch through its carapace and deep into its flesh. The wound starts foaming shut almost immediately, but that regeneration pause is exactly the opening Desser wanted. Desser and Ajest finish the next step together, freezing the monster solid before Desser smashes into it with Rumble Crush. Pram follows in, and when his first thrust isn't enough, a faint aura finally blooms around his rapier. With aura on the blade, Pram finally carves a deep red line through the mother great worm and spills blood and bodily fluid across the floor. Desser immediately turns that damage into an escape route, and yells for Blue Moon to run before the monster finishes regenerating. Blue Moon stumbles toward Desser's side, badly wounded but alive, while Desser's party holds the line behind them. When the mother great worm tries to chase them, Romantica and Pram shut that down by hammering it nonstop and forcing it to waste every opening on regeneration. Argeria reaches Desser at last, stunned that a commoner is seriously planning to stand and fight the thing that just destroyed Blue Moon. Desser cuts off any small talk and asks the only thing that matters now, whether Argeria can still move. Argeria warns him with exhausted honesty that this is a real boss on the level of a level 3 Shadow World, and charging it now could get them all killed. Pram, Romantica, and Adjust hammer the mother worm with non-stop attacks, but every wound closes before the next hit can matter. Argeria grimly points out the trap. Their mana is running out, and a monster that regenerates forever will win any long fight. Argeria suggests retreating to regroup with another party, but Desser scans the cavern and realizes escape has already become the real problem. The mother worm lets out a shriek, and an entire colony of great worms starts pouring into the hall from every side. With the exit cut off by the swarm, Desser tells Argeria there is no retreat left at all. If they want to live, they have to handle every worm here. Argeria freezes under the pressure, and Desser bluntly asks for control because nobody else has a better plan. After one last look at the hopeless battlefield, Argeria swallows his pride and agrees to follow Desser's command. Desser quickly sizes up the survivors and realizes only 6 of them can still fight, while Frichel and Takaran need protection instead of frontline duty. Then Desser spots the key opening in the chaos. The biggest swarm is bottlenecked through one narrow entrance. He orders the team split in 2, sending Argeria, Kelt, Pram, and Romantica to hold that entrance before the worms can flood the hall. Romantica blurts out what everyone is thinking, because that order leaves Desser and Adjust alone against the mother worm. She suspects Desser is about to gamble with himself again, but he touches his left eye and quietly reminds her he still intends to keep their promise. That reminder is enough, and the group stops arguing because there is no time left for doubt. Desser gives crisp rolls from there, Argeria and Pram hold the line, Kelt trims the front of the swarm, and Romantica protects his casting window. Finally he leaves the mother worm to himself and Adjust, and she answers with a silent nod that says she is all in. The two fronts split apart as the others rush to the choke point, leaving Desser and Adjust alone in the main hall with the boss. The mother worm answers by spitting acid, and Desser and Adjust dive in opposite directions just before the stone under them melts away. Desser tells Adjust to stop conserving mana, and that is exactly the kind of order she wanted to hear. Adjust unleashes her full power, raising an ice palace around herself as pillars surge up and magic fills the hall. Hundreds of ice spears tear through the mother worm again and again, giving Desser the answer he needed. Constant damage is the only way to beat endless regeneration. But the monster still curls up, heals through the barrage, and smashes back with acid that starts breaking Adjust's ice field apart. When Adjust asks if there is any real way to kill it, Desser says the answer is simple and brutal: hit it faster than it can regenerate. Adjust immediately understands the theory, but she also knows a normal third circle caster should not be able to produce that kind of killing blow. Desser tells her he has a plan if she can pin the mother worm down, and she trusts him enough to charge first and ask later. With her magic sword Ice Strike and the palace covering her, Adjust fights like a one-woman army and stalls a monster that had overwhelmed an elite party. Behind her, Desser admits the old limit he used to accept, because without an artifact or draconic support he should not be able to fire off a finishing spell at this level. Then he remembers Crow Mask and realizes those strange lessons gave him the clue to finally break past his past life's ceiling. Desser starts shaping his third circle mana into a complex rotating framework, trying to imitate the Tesseract concept with his own calculations. By blending draconic principles with that mutating spell structure, he forces several lower-level formulas into one impossible new equation. Even by elite standards this calculation should be impossible, but Desser pushes through it anyway while Adjust keeps buying him seconds. When the new spell nears completion, Desser warns Adjust to put everything she has into defense. Without questioning him, Adjust throws up Kajar's Sai, stacking 5 heavy layers of ice shield in front of them. A red ring ignites beneath the mother worm, and Desser calmly names the spell Firestorm even though Adjust knows that should not be enough. The instant it detonates, the shockwave is so violent that 2 of Adjust's 5 shields vanish on the spot. Adjust finally sees it clearly. This is no ordinary third circle fire spell but a controlled inferno hot enough to melt her ice palace and the stone hall with it. Inside the flames, the mother worm thrashes and screams as even its acid evaporates before it can fight back. When the fire dies down, the mother worm is simply gone, erased so completely that not even a scrap remains. Adjust rushes to Desser, shocked less by the victory itself than by the fact that he is still standing after casting that monster of a spell. Desser insists he is fine enough and immediately sends her back to the passage, because the swarm battle is still going on without them. Adjust finally obeys and runs off to help, leaving Desser alone with his spinning head and the smoking remains of his breakthrough. Once the adrenaline drops, Desser realizes the new calculation method exhausted him far more than expected, especially at this higher output. Even so, he is thrilled, because for the first time he has used third circle mana to produce power on the level of a fifth circle spell. He even starts thinking ahead to refining the method into a whole new system, but the battle noise crashes back in before he can enjoy it. With a tired sigh, Desser heads to the choke point and starts casting again to help finish the swarm off. An hour later the fighting finally ends, and somehow nobody else has died in the push against the remaining great worms. They gather the dead in one corner of the hall, and the silence after the battle lands heavier than the noise ever did. Frichel trembles openly, Pram stays beside her to steady her, and even Romantica's brave face cannot hide how badly the whole disaster rattled everyone. Argeria watches Desser from across the hall and finally admits to himself that the rumors were not exaggerated after all. After seeing Desser erase a mother worm with one spell, Blue Moon's nobles can no longer treat him like a commoner they merely tolerated. Pram breaks the heavy silence by asking if the map Desser sent out actually reached the other parties. Desser assures them the transmission went through, and says their next priority is to combine forces with everyone they can before this stage kills more people. While they wait at the third stage entrance for allies to arrive, Ajes suddenly senses someone approaching. More parties pour into the third stage hall, and when Redoria's Red Dragon team arrives looking tense, Desser realizes the crisis has reached everyone. Desser checks the leaderboard and his mood turns cold when he sees an entire Alpha-class party has been wiped out, pushing the death toll even higher. As the room fills with irritated students demanding to move on, Ajes quietly tells Desser that every party seems to have gathered. Desser stands to address the room, but his first attempt is swallowed by the shouting. He uses sound amplification magic and bluntly tells everyone the protection rules are gone now, so this shadow world can kill them for real. The hall falls dead silent as even the loudest students realize Desser is telling the truth, especially after seeing Argeria and Redoria's grim faces. With no rescue coming from the academy, Desser says their only real chance is to stop competing and merge into one raid before more people die. Welka explodes first, furious at the idea of nobles working under commoners and trying to twist the plan into one that excludes Desser's side. Desser fires back that Welka only made it this far because of the safe route map he shared, cutting through her arrogance in front of everyone. Other students start backing Desser too, admitting the map saved them and exposing how selfish Welka sounds. Romantica nearly loses her patience, while Frichel bitterly says nobles always put pride above survival. Pram quietly points out that not every noble is the same, and all eyes shift to Redoria sitting apart from the argument. Redoria says nothing at first, but her icy stare alone crushes Welka's momentum and makes the whole room feel which side power is choosing. Once Welka is forced into silence, Redoria finally speaks and formally agrees to Desser's plan, locking in the raid. With the raid formed, the next problem hits immediately. Nobody wants to volunteer for the burden of commanding dozens of lives. Desser knows he could clear the stages safely with his past life experience, but he also knows the nobles would never calmly accept a commoner leader unless someone else opened that door. A student finally names Argeria as the best commander, and the room immediately turns toward the academy's strongest swordsman. Argeria accepts the role for a second, then shocks everyone by saying the person who should really command them is Desser. He openly says Desser is the better commander, admitting Desser led weaker forces better than he did and even helped Blue Moon survive. Welka panics and grabs Kelt for support, sure Duke's son and Professor Pugman's side will stop this. Instead, Kelt quietly says Argeria's choice is wise, and Welka is left completely blindsided. Argeria makes it official and hands Blue Moon's command to Desser, giving the commoner leader the strongest endorsement in the room. The mood plunges again for a beat, until Redoria backs Desser too and says qualification matters more than birth in a crisis like this. She moves to Desser's side, her whole Red Dragon party following behind her, and the balance of the room flips for good. Once Blue Moon and Red Dragon commit, the other noble parties start joining one by one, deciding survival matters more than their pride. Welka is one of the last holdouts, and even when she finally gives in, she still talks like Desser should be grateful to command her. Desser cuts to her attitude with a smile and says he will reward her tough decision by giving her a special chance to earn fame. Back in the judging room, Professor Bridget and the others watch the raid tear through the dungeon so cleanly that the panic in the room starts turning into cheers. The screens show monsters collapsing and traps getting dismantled almost on sight, making the third stage look absurdly manageable under Desser's command. Desser's voice keeps directing the raid with blunt, precise orders about incoming monsters, poison range, and trap timing, and every call is right. What makes it look almost unfair is that Desser already understands these future elites so well that he places each person's strengths exactly where they matter. He even singles out Harapon for a perfectly timed raise earth on the right flank, showing how detailed his command really is. When Bridget asks Pelstar where they are, he says they have already pushed through the middle of the third stage at more than twice the expected pace. For Bridget, the real shock is not just the speed but the sight of nobles and commoners fighting together again for the first time since the Civil War. The professors who hated the idea of a commoner commander, especially Pugman, are forced into silence as Desser keeps proving them wrong in real time. Inside the dungeon, the mockery turns toward Welka's side because the party that resisted the hardest is now pushing the front so eagerly people joke they are crying from relief. Even the parties that followed Desser grudgingly at first start accepting him for real once every order keeps them alive and moving faster. Bridget finally lets herself believe the students can clear this stage without more deaths, which means the academy side can focus on hunting the saboteur. She reasons that the school barrier would have exposed any outside intruder, so the one who tampered with the shadow world must already be inside Hebrian. Because the sabotage involved the magic stone variables, her suspicion briefly lands on Pelstar, the professor skilled enough to build and alter virtual shadow worlds himself. But Pelstar looks genuinely shattered and self-blaming, so Bridget stops herself from deciding too early and keeps gathering clues. Then the excerpt ends on the hidden threat. Among the cheering professors, one silent man pretends to applaud while nervously twisting the ring on his finger, already afraid the investigation is closing in. The raid finally ends, and the dungeon's clear message fades as the shadow gate reopens. To everyone's relief, the united raid comes back with no new deaths after entering the brutal third stage. The professors can hardly believe it, because a level this dangerous should never have been cleared this fast and this clean. The moment the students are out, medics rush in and start sorting the wounded through the chaos. As the crowd closes in, friends hurry forward to check on the survivors they were sure they might have lost. Redoria comes through the gate alive, but the loss of Patrick still hangs over her party. Then Blue Moon emerges with only 4 members left, making their losses impossible to ignore. Professor Pugman drops all dignity and hugs Kelt on the spot, showing how terrified he was of losing his last close family. When Desser and his party finally appear, the whole room looks at him differently now. Instead of soaking in the praise, Desser goes straight to Professor Bridget and asks the only number he cares about. Bridget quietly tells him there were 14 victims, and the number hits Desser harder than expected. When Bridget explains that a beta-class party got trapped in the second stage, Desser realizes more students were caught in the attack than he knew. That confirms Desser's suspicion that the sabotage was really designed to kill alpha-class nobles, with the beta students caught as an exception. He sees 2 possible motives, and the one that scares him most is that this massacre is only part of something bigger. He asks about the investigation, and Bridget assures him the Academy's top wizards are already tracking the culprit through the tampered stone. Dean Justin praises Desser for saving everyone and tries to send him off to rest, but Desser is already watching the room instead. In the middle of that crush of people, Desser spots one professor quietly slipping away and his suspicion locks in. Elsewhere, Professor Benquick frantically sweeps his belongings into a trunk and prepares to run before the academy closes in. He even pulls secret papers from a hidden space by the window, showing he already knows the investigation will expose him soon. But the moment he grabs the door, it swings open before he can escape. The trunk slips from Benquick's hand, and all the evidence spills across the floor at Desser's feet. Benquick tries to hide behind fake concern and a flimsy story about a business trip, but Desser does not step aside. Then Desser says it plainly and asks why Professor Benquick did this. Benquick drops the act and asks how Desser figured him out. Desser explains that it started as a guess, but once he narrowed the suspects to insiders with skill, access, and a motive to kill nobles, Benquick fit too well. Benquick realizes his panicked escape already gave him away, and he finally admits he was the culprit. Desser immediately locks the room down with magic so Benquick cannot run. Benquick tries to fight back with a spell, but Desser tears it apart before it can even form properly. Once Benquick sees that gap, he is forced to stand there and face Desser's fury. Desser throws the death toll in his face, but Benquick answers with chilling calm that it was a necessary sacrifice. Benquick insists history only changes through blood, and that Hebrian Academy has become a machine for nobles to train commoners into obedient dogs. He pushes even harder, saying the old reason for noble-commoner unity is gone and commoners must attack their enemies to force change. Then Benquick tries one last appeal, telling Desser he should never have cleared the dungeon and should let him go for the commoner's sake. That is the moment Desser finally gives up on him and sees him for what he is, just another outsider. Desser tells him flatly that murdering people for his own cause is not justice, no matter how noble he makes it sound. Benquick bitterly answers that he expected Desser to reject their methods, but still clings to the idea that Desser agrees with their goal. Desser admits the Empire needs change, but says this path will only lead to another hopeless future. He insists the real answer is cooperation, because nobles and commoners still have to understand each other and stand together. Benquick laughs at that dream and sneers that nobles will never truly join forces with commoners. That contempt is only a distraction, and in the next instant Benquick topples a bookshelf at Desser and tries to break the deadlock. Desser blasts the falling shelf apart, but the burst of wood and paper hides Benquick's real move for a split second. As Desser recalculates what artifact Benquick is hiding, he spots the professor touching the ring like a final trump card. Benquick starts praising an unseen leader who will supposedly build a real world for commoners, and Desser braces for whatever comes next. The artifact activates in a flash of mana, and Benquick's body suddenly locks up and twists like a puppet on someone else's strings. Desser immediately recognizes it as long-distance mind control, which means even Benquick may have been just another controlled piece. Before Desser can get answers, Benquick's body starts drying out in front of him like his life is being erased on command. Desser tries to save him, but Benquick dies with a grotesque smirk that makes the intent obvious. Someone silenced him to stop the leak. A moment later, Bridget and several powerful graduates blast the locked door open and rush into the rect office. Bridget demands an explanation, and Desser answers without hesitation that Professor Benquick was the culprit. That answer instantly sets off the nobles in the room, who turn their rage toward commoners as a whole. Desser immediately understands how dangerous that reaction is, because if noble commoner hatred deepens now, the future disaster he fears will become impossible to stop. So even though it sickens him, Desser changes the story and says Benquick did not act on his own. When Bridget presses him, Desser points to the ring and claims it is an artifact that clouds the wearer's mind. The graduates inspect the ring, confirm the artifact is real, and the room's fury shifts into shocked uncertainty. Then Desser seals the narrative, saying the outsiders manipulated Benquick through that artifact and killed him to erase the truth. In Divide, ugly rumors spread through the palace that the king had changed, shut out the queen, and started bringing young girls into his chambers. The gardeners also whisper that the king has started surrounding himself with strange new guards, and the mood turns fearful fast. When the king suddenly walks past with a train of knights, everyone drops silent and pretends to focus on their work. The gardeners think they got away with it, but the moment he is past them, the king coldly orders his knights to kill every servant spreading rumors inside the palace. After dismissing his attendants, the king heads alone through a long marble corridor toward his private chamber. He murmurs a strange password at the door, and it opens like a lock answering a ritual instead of a king. Inside is not a royal bedroom at all, but a dark, corrupted room where a masked woman lounges on the king's bed like she owns the place. Feather Mask purrs that palace life suits her very well, especially the endless supply of virgin's blood being brought to her. That explains why the palace has been emptied out. Maids, servants, and even the queen have all been pushed away from the king's chambers. Then the fake king drops the act, and the broad royal body shrinks away into Clown Mask's leaner frame right in front of Feather Mask. He pulls off the king's face entirely, revealing Clown Mask beneath and grumbling that pretending to be a ruler is giving him a headache. Back in his true persona, Clown Mask says no mask suits him better than the murderous smile he always wears. Clown Mask works a hidden mechanism in the bookshelf, opening a secret passage deeper inside the room. Beyond the hidden door, Crow Mask and Skull Mask are already waiting in a sealed strategy room built around a monstrous surveillance artifact. The mirror that holds shadows updates in real time, showing events and secrets from across entire nations. With that flood of intelligence in front of him, Crow Mask calmly directs scattered outsider cells across the continent through a long-distance communicator. That is what makes the outsiders so dangerous. A brilliant commander paired with an artifact that can see almost everything. Clown Mask breaks in with urgent news. The Western Empire has officially asked Divide for command rights and more troops to wipe out the outsiders. No one in the room is shocked, because they already knew this all-out war with the Western Empire was coming. Clown Mask suggests they should play along for now, because the outsiders already have a grip on Divide and want to spread that control deeper into the Empire. When Crow Mask asks which nation is sending the most soldiers, Clown Mask answers with a sneer. Prichella is leading the charge out of pure hatred. Crow Mask answers with a brutal order of his own. Send double the troops to Prichella. Clown Mask and Feather Mask are caught off guard, because that order could get whole allied outsider groups wiped out. Crow Mask reminds them of the outsiders' true creed. Every member joined knowing death was near, and allies are just tools to be used for personal goals. His full plan is even colder. By sending the most Divide troops into the anti-outsider campaign, Divide can take the lead inside the Western Alliance and slowly dominate it from within. To Crow Mask, sacrificing an ally in name only is just the price of grabbing a bigger opening. Clown Mask approves the scheme on the spot, and his fascination with Crow Mask only grows because this man can send allies to die without blinking. But Crow Mask's attention drifts to one marker on the mirror in particular, Hebrian Academy, where his biggest recent plan collapsed. He remembers how carefully he had prepared the Academy plot around the party competition and a virtual shadow world that his subordinate Benquick took years to master. When that plan failed, Crow Mask instantly killed Benquick himself to erase a subordinate who knew too much about the outsiders. Even after that, Crow Mask expected Benquick's identity as a commoner to inflame the Academy's class hatred even more, but the chaos never came. He quickly figures out why. Desser buried the truth again, just like he did before, and Crow Mask twists with fury at the thought of that dirty hypocrite. Remembering their clash in Prichella, Crow Mask silently vows that he will be the one to finish Desser off. The story shifts back to Hebrian Academy, where the whole campus has fallen into a bleak silence after the party competition deaths. Families of the victims are informed, and every reaction is grief in a different form, from stunned silence to rage to desperate denial. The Academy cannot even return the bodies, because anyone who dies inside a shadow world disappears with it after the world is cleared. There is recorded footage proving the deaths, but the families cannot bear to watch their loved ones die again on screen. In the end, all Hebrian can do is return the students' belongings and wait for the morning to settle. The final count is grim. 14 students are gone, 9 from Alpha, 5 from Beta, along with Professor Benquick. Because Benquick had no family left at all, the professors speak of him with lonely pity, believing he died as a teacher who had only ever lived for the academy. So Hebrian honors him as well, placing Benquick in the national burial ground as if he were an honorable dead. At the funeral, rows of students and professors stand before the coffins as cold red drizzle falls through the autumn wind. Dean Justin begins the memorial speech, praising Benquick as a devoted educator who gave everything for his students. Many beta students break down crying, because they truly admired Benquick and have no idea they are mourning a murderer. Desser stands among them pretending to grieve, but inside he can only see the unbearable irony of a man who murdered 14 people being praised as a martyr. Still, Desser knows why he hid the truth. If the nobles learned Benquick was a commoner outsider, it would explode class hatred all over again and push Hebrian toward collapse. He also knows a terrible secret no one else does. Benquick died because an outsider used the mind control artifact to silence him before Desser could get answers. That death gave Desser room to lie that Benquick had been controlled for a long time, even though it meant covering for a killer. Lost in that thought, Desser barely notices a cold leaf slap into his palm. He crushes the leaf in his fist, and when he opens his hand, the fragments blow away like the last of his hesitation. As Dean Justin's speech continues in the background, Desser faces the ugly question directly and admits that yes, part of him does feel guilty. But when he asks himself if he would choose differently, the answer is immediate and absolute: never. Desser reminds himself that his real goal was never clean justice, but preventing the future disaster and saving humanity by whatever hard choice that takes. If that means carrying guilt, shame, and the label of hypocrite, Desser decides he will accept every bit of it. With that resolve set, Desser looks ahead and notices something important in the mourning crowd. Right now, the wall between nobles and commoners is gone. He even sees Professor Pugman quietly offering his handkerchief to a tearful Professor Bridget, a small sign of that temporary unity. Justin finishes the ceremony, Benquick's coffin is buried, and the bleak autumn funeral comes to an end under the moaning wind. After the party competition, Hebrian Academy falls oddly quiet, with the usual bragging and rematch chaos gone under a lingering dark mood. Even as classes settle down and another professor replaces the missing runic lecturer, the students slowly start healing and life resumes. Desser keeps his party on a strict routine, and Pram's growth is the clearest result as his aura blade finally starts looking like the real thing. Desser realizes Pram is leaning too much on his powerful sword, so he seals it away and makes him train with an ordinary saber instead. His goal is simple: force Pram to master aura itself before teaching him how to reshape it against real aura users. Romantica also keeps climbing fast, polishing her aim and gaining clean control over third circle wind magic. She pushes this hard because Priscilla's destruction shook her badly, and that mix of talent and effort is speeding up her progress. Adjust, on the other hand, hits a wall with image-based casting and starts getting anxious as everyone else moves ahead. Because only Desser can really keep up with her, Adjust asks him to train with her more often, desperate for a breakthrough. Desser agrees without hesitation, and before long the two are seen together almost all the time outside meals and rest. By hanging on every detail of Desser's advice, Adjust finally catches a meaningful hint toward the image she has been trying to build. Frichel is not a prodigy, but her serious hard work convinces Desser she can still climb steadily if she nails the basics. Takaran also changes fast after the competition humiliation, throwing himself into sword training until he rises into the pawn class. Not everyone survives Desser's regimen, though, and Takiran's little brother quietly drops out because he never had a goal strong enough to endure it. Desser is just as relentless with himself, burying his nose in library books to keep refining his new magic system for real combat. Whenever his thinking stalls, he turns to Zod for help, and those talks keep pushing his research forward. Their combined grind pays off, and Desser's whole party starts improving at a smooth, almost scary pace. Soon the shift reaches the academy itself, and Kelp now greets Desser openly instead of avoiding him. Other Alpha class students who fought beside him follow that lead, and commoners finally start getting treated like real classmates. The hostility is not gone, but even nobles who still despise commoners stop showing it so brazenly. The biggest surprise is Professor Pugman, who drops his attacks on Desser after Desser saved his younger brother. To Romantica, even this small change feels huge, because the beta class finally gets a little breathing room. Desser did not fix everything, but by proving commoners could perform under pressure, he forced the academy to shift at least a little. That change even reaches the faculty, with anti-commoner professors leaving and new teachers taking their place. After a sparring lecture, Herson Blanc calls Desser into his office, a room so full of swords it looks more like a knight's den than a professor's study. The dusty chair says plenty about the room, but Herson Blanc skips the small talk and apologizes for testing Desser all this time. Desser barely reacts, because he already suspected this man was no outsider after recognizing the famous Knight of Dawn behind the name Herson Blanc Testakia. When Herson Blanc says we, Desser realizes a larger group has been watching him, and the professor admits they mainly needed to confirm Desser was truly against the outsiders. Herson Blanc warns him to stay careful because powerful eyes are still on him, but Desser refuses to change course just to appease them. Even when the professor hints Desser might rethink that if he knew who was watching, Desser flatly says it would not matter. After Desser leaves, Herson Blanc laughs to himself and starts a formal letter addressed straight to the king of Hebrian. Then winter fully arrives, and a tapping sound at Desser's dorm window wakes him to the first snow of the year. When he opens the window, the academy has turned into a bright white winter scene, and the sight hits him harder than usual because in his old life he almost lost the chance to see it again. Below the dorm, Pram is already running through the snow with red cheeks, beaming up at Desser and shouting that it's the first snow. Pram sweetly invites him to build a snowman, but Desser tries to stay cold and insists he has too much work to do. Pram switches tactics fast and smacks the window with a snowball, splashing Desser's face as he coyly keeps pressing. Desser tries to act above such childish provocation, but Pram launches another snowball so fast it feels sharper than an ice spell and nails him again. Pram teasingly asks how it feels to get hit by a child's snowball, and that finally snaps Desser's patience. Desser tells him to wait there, throws on a coat, and heads out for the rematch on January 1st. The new year leaves the academy relaxed and half idle, but Desser still ends up back at work with the red marks of a serious snowball fight on his face. He starts with the newspapers and sees proof that his interference has already changed history. The Western Kingdom Union is now openly at war with the outsiders, with Zod backing them. Next he turns to confidential letters from Priscilla and Zod, taking their reports as trusted pieces of a much larger board. The reports are a mixed bag. An outsider strike destroyed the Upane branch and delayed Aurora research, but the Preleka silver mine was retaken and allied forces are landing real blows elsewhere. He keeps updating the map by hand, erasing and rewriting positions because tracking the new balance of power has become its own exhausting battlefield. When he finally leans back, Desser is bothered by one question above all: why are the outsiders making such loud aggressive moves now when they stayed quiet before? Still, the broad result is good, because the outsiders have done what peace never did and forced the Western Kingdom Union to actually unite. To Desser, that matters because in his old life those nations stayed petty and fractured until the Shadow Labyrinth crushed them almost beyond recovery. One detail still bothers him though. Divide used to dismiss the outsiders, yet now its king has committed the biggest share of troops. He cannot prove the reason for that shift, so he sets the question aside and counts it as a strong 8 out of 10 in his favor anyway. That leaves the real weak point: the bad relationship between the Western Kingdom Union and Desser's own Hebrian Empire. His fame in the West is only personal, so when he taps the imperial capital on the map, Desser knows the real key is still the Emperor. For once, Desser has almost nothing to rely on, because he knows too little about the Robblaze family to build a confident plan. So even after all his calculations, Desser is forced to admit this part of the board is only a shaky 2 out of 10. Back in his room, Desser finishes his political planning and turns to the problem bothering him most. He still is not strong enough. He judges his new spell system harshly, because one massive strike can burn almost all his mana and leave him helpless if it fails. For 2 exhausting months, Desser cuts into his sleep and meals trying to make the system more efficient, but the research goes nowhere. When he finally admits he cannot solve this alone, Desser reaches for the one person he trusts to understand high-level magic, Zod Xarian. Zod answers already excited to share Aurora test results, but Desser cuts in and asks for help with his stalled magic research instead. At first Zod expects an ordinary question, but as Desser lays out the strange spell structure, the call falls into surprised silence. Zod finally breaks the silence with real admiration, then realizes this is the same overwhelming magic Desser used in Preleka. Even Zod has to admit he cannot improve it, because the draconic principles behind the magic are beyond his grasp. With that hope gone, Desser drops the project for now and shifts his full attention back to the Aurora system, humanity's future shield. Then the Aurora update hits him. Zod says they already built a version strong enough to block 6th circle magic. Zod adds that they even made a portable single-use model, costly but able to barely stop one 6th circle spell. Desser calls the result good enough for now but still only barely practical, and Zod bristles at the understatement. Desser pushes harder and says Aurora should keep evolving until it can stop the overwhelming magic he used in Preleka. The challenge lands exactly as Desser intended, and Zod laughs before promising his own limits will not stop Aurora's growth. Just before hanging up, Zod casually mentions he already sent a New Year's gift for Desser's whole group. After the call ends, Desser checks his inbox and finds dozens of messages from Romantica all demanding to know when he is finally coming. When Desser opens the party office door, Romantica immediately scolds him for taking so long. Inside, Desser is stunned to see mountains of New Year's presents piled through the office. Frichel explains the gifts came from all over, including famous groups and strangers who likely remembered Desser saving lives in Preleka. The kings of the Western Kingdom sent the most, a clear sign that Desser's defense of Preleka made him impossible to ignore. The group admits they waited for Desser before opening anything, but their patience lasts about 2 seconds once he sits down. Romantica instantly breaks the agreed order, Pram joins in, and the carefully stacked gifts collapse into happy chaos. Desser gives up on controlling the mess and settles beside a jest, quietly appreciating that at least one person in the room is calm. The first royal gifts turn out to be serious favors, not cheap souvenirs, and the party realizes just how much influence Desser has gathered. Then they open Zod's gifts, and Takaround lights up the moment he pulls out a black iron greatsword made for real battle. When Takaran demonstrates the sword's built-in shield magic, the whole room erupts in impressed applause. The next box seems underwhelming until Fricho realizes it is a rare original book and almost loses her mind over it. With Zod's gift stealing the show, the unboxing rolls on in a warm blur of laughter, applause, and open packages. Amid that noise, Ajest quietly opens one box of her own and finds a soft wool muffler embroidered with the initials DA. She looks from the muffler to Desser as if moved before she can stop herself. Desser turns and freezes when he realizes Ajest is suddenly right beside him, close enough for him to feel her warmth. Before he can even ask why, Ajest gently reaches up and wraps the muffler around his neck herself. Once the muffler is in place, they lock eyes for one awkward beat and Ajest pulls back in sudden embarrassment. The office that was noisy a second ago goes dead silent, because everyone just saw exactly what happened. Trying to survive the awkwardness, Ajest quietly explains that Desser's name was on the gift, but nobody knows how to respond. Then Professor Bridget walks in, instantly notices the muffler on Desser, and cheerfully says it suits him. The real twist lands when Bridget reveals she knitted that muffler herself, and Desser sincerely thanks her for it. Bridget says she wanted to knit one for everyone but only finished Desser's, and Romantica hurriedly tries to shove the conversation onto safer ground. Bridget finally explains why she came. The Academy's usual holiday festival is cancelled this year, but the school has another plan. The room droops for a beat at the bad news, until Bridget reveals the better part. Students are allowed out into the city to enjoy the festival freely. On January 4th, Dresden throws the Empire's biggest Founding Day festival, and the whole capital fills with travelers, Academy students, and packed streets. Even with outsider threats hanging over the Empire, people still celebrate without much fear because heavy security is in place, including famous Academy-trained agents and the Knight of Light. Desser decides to finally take a real break with his party, treating the festival like a rare reward after non-stop work since his return. Romantica happily stuffs herself with sweets and declares that stepping outside the Academy walls feels like entering a completely different world. Takaran points out they were only separated from freedom by one wall, but Romantica insists that wall divides boring drills from a city where you can eat whatever you want. Fricho studies a visitor brochure like a serious planner and starts mapping out which restaurants to avoid during rush hour. When Lumnia Garden comes up, Desser casually reveals he already knows the place well enough to recommend the cheap steak event and praise the sauce. Pram gets visibly excited at the thought of good food, but Desser steers the group toward festival-only attractions first, especially the famous Hebrian Chronicles play. The group locks onto the plan when they learn the first chapter of the Empire's history play starts at Dawn Star Plaza in an hour. Desser tells everyone to call out anything they want to buy on the way, since the party now has more than enough money to enjoy themselves. Desser notices Ajest looks worn out from being dragged through the crowd all day and remembers she still has not eaten. He gently asks if she wants food and even brings up childhood comfort treats, but Ajest gives him a cool, uncommitted answer. Before that moment can turn into anything, Pram cuts in and hurries everyone toward the theater so they do not lose their seats. Romantica immediately joins the sabotage by grabbing Desser in the opposite direction and demanding food before it sells out. Pram and Romantica silently trade satisfied looks as they keep Desser and Ajest from getting even a second alone. Even as the party wanders past snacks and festival sites, Pram and Romantica keep watching the pair so closely that no private moment survives. By the time they reach Dawn Star Plaza, the streets are already so clogged that moving through them starts to feel dangerous. Romantica spots the source of the madness when she points out the huge line in front of Beth Ward Bakery, a famous cake shop that should not be this packed by accident. Pram guesses the bakery must be about to run an event, and that thought alone gives the whole group a bad feeling. Desser's party tries to retreat at once, but they hesitate for a few seconds too long and the swelling crowd blocks every easy escape route. With no way back, they force themselves sideways through the mass of people, trying to cross to the far side of the street one step at a time. Then the giant cat mascot on Beth Ward Bakery announces 500 chocolate cakes for 1 bronze, and the entire street erupts. The crowd surges like a flood toward the bakery, and Desser's whole party is ripped apart in different directions. In the middle of the panic, Desser grabs the one hand he can reach and clings to it, not knowing who it belongs to. Bruised, half disheveled, and hit from every side, Desser fights his way out first and only stops once he reaches open air. Still gripping the same hand, Desser asks if the other person is alright, and a calm voice answers from just outside clear view. When Desser finally looks up, he realizes the person he dragged out of the crowd with him was Ajest the whole time. Elsewhere on the quieter edge of the festival, a traveling fortune-teller named Divinicon grumbles that their old wagon leaves them stranded far from the profitable crowds. He blames his grandmother's stubborn old ways for refusing trains and teleport gates, but in truth he knows the bigger problem is simple: they have no customers at all. An eerie ancestral song drifts out from inside the wagon, and Divinicon shudders because the sound still unnerves him every time. His grandmother shuts down his complaints, and insists that the strange old song is the sacred core of their fortune-telling tradition. A knock interrupts the argument, and Divinicon instantly drops the fight to put on a welcoming face for what he hopes are paying customers. When Desser and Ajest arrive still linked after escaping the crowd, Divinicon instantly mistakes them for a young academy couple and sees easy money. Back on Desser's side of the story, he has already contacted the others and agreed to meet at the theater, but getting there directly would mean diving back into the same awful mob. For once they completely agree and choose a long detour through the outer district instead of getting crushed a second time. The detour turns out peaceful and unexpectedly pretty, with flowers by the road and faint music drifting over the walls from the festival center. Ajest quietly admits she likes the emptiness, a rare hint that the calmer route suits her much better than the crowd. Then Ajest stops in front of a shabby wagon advertising futures and love readings, and one word catches her heart: couple. Desser tries to hurry her along because the others are waiting, but Ajest unexpectedly pulls his arm and says the fortune-telling will not take long. And with that, Ajest calmly steps into the fortune-teller's wagon first, dragging Desser into the awkward little detour with her. Inside the cramped, overly spooky wagon, Divinicon takes one look at them and confidently declares they must want a relationship reading. Desser instantly denies it, but Ajest cuts him off by eagerly agreeing before he can shut the idea down. After they give their names, Divinicon charges 1 silver, and Desser casually hands over 3, which only makes the swindler more confident. Certain he can fleece them, Divinicon starts his card trick and prepares to rig the reading from the top of the deck. His scam lasts only seconds before his grandmother storms in, catches the trick, and smacks his hands so hard the cards spill everywhere. She furiously denounces him for disgracing their clan's sacred art, then keeps cracking him on the head with uncanny precision while he yelps and tries to defend himself. Divinicon's grandmother drops to her knees and apologizes in earnest for her grandson's trick, glaring at him hard enough to shut down any excuse. Since the money was refunded, Desser lets it go, and the old woman quickly offers a real fortune reading to make up for the insult. When she says their family reads fate through an old song, Desser's interest spikes, and Ajest quietly agrees to hear it. The old woman decides Divinicon himself will perform the reading under her supervision, and she bullies him into accepting on the spot. Once he gives in, Divinicon sweeps aside the fake trinkets and starts setting up a much stranger ritual with incense and symbolic markers. The mood turns serious when the incense flares. Divinicon changes into a red robe, and he brings out old leather cards instead of his flashy fake deck. Divinicon asks for a strand of hair from both of them so he can read the bond between their fates. He knots the 2 hairs together and drops them into the flame, calling it the sign of 2 destinies becoming intertwined. As the smoke spreads over the desk and hides the cards, the grandmother begins the ancestral song, and the room's energy shifts in a way Desser can feel immediately. At Divinicon's instruction, Ajest chooses a card right away, while Desser is so distracted by the song that she has to nudge him to pick one too. The first revealed card shows swords, and Divinicon reads it as a bond or alliance that already carries subtle cracks. He warns that the swords no longer line up cleanly, hinting that their path together will not unfold in a simple or easy way. Then he flips Ajest's card, revealing a collapsed world with a lone pillar still standing amid the ruins. Divinicon explains that everyone falls at least once, especially those carrying heavy burdens, but one of them will remain standing when the other breaks. Looking straight at Ajest, he says their relationship will face many hardships, but each one they survive will only make that bond stronger. That answer finally eases Ajest, and she lets herself smile at the idea of a strong bond, whatever shape that bond may take. When the reading ends, Ajest insists on paying anyway, refusing to leave the apology unpaid. Then Desser suddenly bursts out laughing, startling both fortune-tellers because he looks genuinely delighted. Desser praises the song rather than the prediction and drops 10 gold coins into the box, leaving the whole wagon speechless. After they leave, the grandmother checks the box and realizes Desser really left 10 pure gold coins behind. That shock finally breaks Divinicon's cynicism, and he admits he was wrong to treat his grandmother's song like a useless relic. He asks to inherit the tradition at last, and for one brief moment the 2 generations almost meet in honest emotion. The touching moment lasts about 2 seconds before the grandmother smacks him back down, convinced he only cares about the money. Walking away, Desser keeps replaying the song in his head because the ritual mattered to him far more than the fortune itself. He realizes the melody was plain, but the ancient words arranged in that exact order changed the room's energy and shook him deeply. That insight snaps into place when Desser compares the song to his tesseract magic and sees that spell structure is not just ingredients but arrangement. Desser leaves the street electrified by the idea that if he finds the best combinations inside that structure, his magic could leap forward completely. Later, when Desser and Ajest finally rejoin the others, Pram and Romantica are furious because they missed the first part of the Chronicle play waiting for them. Desser gives a weak excuse about crowded streets, and even though Pram and Romantica accept it, they clearly are not done punishing him yet. Since Desser is still riding the high from his breakthrough, he cheerfully spoils them with snacks, games, and even seats in a packed restaurant. That sudden kindness makes the group suspicious, and Frichel quietly points out that Desser has been acting especially different around Ajest. The second Romantica turns that idea on her. Frichel panics and hurriedly rewrites it as Desser just being happy to spend time with Romantica. In the middle of the festival, Desser's communication pad rings with an urgent voice message from Professor Bridget ordering him to the dean's office immediately. Realizing it is serious, Desser cuts his break short and heads back alone, telling the others to stay and enjoy the festival a little longer. At the dean's office, Desser finds several professors already waiting, and Professor Neplica is dressed so formally that the sight is almost more alarming than the summons. Bridget refuses to explain in the hallway and leads him straight into her office instead. The moment the door opens, Desser sees a room full of hanging suits and realizes whatever this is, it is happening fast. While testing suit after suit against him, Bridget finally explains that the Emperor wants to meet Hebrian Academy's best student at the Royal Founding Day party. Desser points out that the Academy does not even have one simple overall top student, because its rankings are split by grade. Bridget happily reveals the professors already argued it out and chose Desser unanimously over the other top-ranked students, even with Pugman agreeing. Soon after, Desser rides to a Dark's palace in a carriage with Professor Pugman, already dressed for a masquerade version of the royal ball. Instead of being nervous, Desser sees the mask as a gift, because he has been looking for a way to approach the Emperor without public attention anyway. Pugman ruins the quiet by warning him to keep his mouth shut among nobles, pretending it is concern when it is mostly contempt. Desser answers with the same sharp sarcasm he always uses on Pugman, and the two reach the palace still trading barbs. When Desser steps into the palace, even he is briefly stunned by a banquet hall so overloaded with jewels and grandeur that Hebrian suddenly feels plain. Pugman quickly disappears into the crowd, leaving Desser alone with a drink and a warning to leave early if he knows what is good for him. Now on his own, Desser stops admiring the room and starts thinking through why the Emperor made this party a masquerade in the first place. He pieces it together. The masks would hide Desser's commoner status from the room and let the Emperor meet him quietly without turning the ball into a spectacle. Convinced the Emperor is somewhere in the crowd, Desser begins scanning every masked guest with deliberate care. Before he can make the next move, a masked figure approaches him directly and thanks him for coming on such short notice. At the Imperial party, Desser sees a huge man in a plain dark blue suit and white mask walking straight toward him, and he instantly realizes this is Emperor Giltian himself. Desser greets him with only a slight nod instead of full ceremony, and Giltian surprisingly lets it pass with a dry remark about common sense. The Emperor gets straight to it and tells Desser that someone in his position has become a threat to people like the royal family. When Desser tries to play humble and call himself a mere student, Giltian's stare turns freezing cold and nearly crushes the conversation. Giltian calmly lists Desser's real influence, commoner support, growing noble backing, ties to the Magic Tower, and hero status abroad. Then the Emperor drops the real point. After rattling Desser on purpose, he says he wants him for the royal family. Asked why, Giltian bluntly says he needs Desser to strengthen the crown in an empire that still sits on the fault line of civil war. He explains that the old royal bloodline died in the revolt, the Rogfulas family took the throne after crushing the revolutionary army, and that victory never truly healed the empire underneath. Giltian says the nobles still suppress commoners out of fear, but modern magic and technology have made that old balance dangerously outdated. He admits the commoners can no longer be ignored, and if oppression keeps going, another civil war is waiting. The Emperor says he has tried to protect commoners where he can, including letting them enter Hebrian Academy even while nobles and professors resisted. Then he tells Desser that his rise changed everything, because a commoner who topped the academy, cleared a level 4 shadow world, and saved foreign rulers became the symbol the empire lacked. Giltian finally spells it out. He and Desser want the same thing, so he wants Desser beside the throne to keep the nobles in check. Desser accepts immediately, because winning the Emperor's backing is exactly the kind of power he knows he will need later. Behind that polite answer, Desser is already thinking bigger, from building future military strength to getting closer to Yahello through the Emperor. So Desser pushes his luck and says he will serve, but only if Hebrian helps the Western Kingdom Union fight the outsiders. Giltian reminds him that he already refused that alliance, because from the Empire's view it makes sense to let two enemies weaken each other. Desser argues that this logic fails against the outsiders, because if they are not crushed now, Hebrian will face them later at a far worse moment. He makes the condition plain: send troops against the outsiders and reinforce the Western Kingdom Union now. When the sorrowful ballroom music swells again, Giltian drops the act and coldly asks why Desser cares so much about destroying the outsiders. Desser gives the safest truth he can: the outsiders already see him as an enemy, so helping destroy them is also the best way to survive. But Giltian catches the gap in that excuse and points out that Desser framed the problem as humanity's common enemy, not just his own attackers. So Desser reveals his bigger aim and says this is really about reconciling Hebrian and the Western Kingdom Union before a greater threat arrives. He admits the outsiders are dangerous but not yet fatal, and says nations should stop wasting strength on needless conflict before something much worse hits everyone at once. To push the point, Desser hints that even impossible disasters like a sudden jump in Shadow World levels cannot be dismissed outright. Inside, Desser is already using the outsiders as a rallying point, because he wants this small war to become the foundation for humanity's future alliance. After a long pause, Giltian accepts the condition and agrees Hebrian will send enough troops to beat back the outsiders and support the Western Kingdom Union. Desser wisely leaves the exact troop numbers and alliance details in the Emperor's hands, showing restraint instead of trying to squeeze for more. The Emperor seals the arrangement by saying Hebrian will help, and in exchange Desser must pledge allegiance to him from this day forward. Then Giltian gives Desser a gold medallion that serves as imperial identification and opens the teleportation gates to him. Before Desser can say more, the Emperor melts back into the massed crowd and vanishes like he was never there. Later that night, Desser returns alone to the empty party office at Hebrian Academy, brews tea, and finally starts sorting through everything that just happened. He counts the first result as a major win, because Hebrian's support should finally pin down the outsiders and stop their rampage from spreading. The second benefit feels almost unreal to him. With the Emperor's medallion in his pocket, travel by teleportation gate is suddenly open. That new access immediately changes his thinking, because now he can reach distant places instantly, including a visit to check on Zod's research. But the biggest gain from tonight is not political at all, because Desser has finally found a way to improve his new spell by changing the arrangement of its formulas. He knows the work will be brutal, with thousands of possible combinations to test, but right now this is the only path he sees to stronger magic. When he finally relaxes back onto the sofa, snow is still drifting outside, and the nation's founding anniversary is slipping into the winter night. Then he pulls out his handwritten record of future events from his previous life, a crowded sheet he made before those memories could fade. His eyes stop on the line about year 3614 and the appearance of higher-tier shadow worlds, because he knows the first wave is now dangerously close. Founding day ends, winter break begins, and Desser's party starts splitting up for the holiday. Romantica reluctantly boards a train for the Preleka Empire, and Desser firmly reminds her not to slack off on imagery training if she wants a safe path into the Fourth Circle. Frichel and Takaran head home too, but Desser sends them off with assignments, so the whole group keeps improving over the break. Desser, Pram, and Ajes stay behind at the academy because they have nowhere else to go, and they turn the empty break into pure training time. Pram's hard work pays off fast, and his aura control grows strong enough that he can finally fight seriously without relying on his special rapier. At first his control was so rough that ordinary swords shattered the moment he poured aura into them, exposing how dependent he had been on his limitless Blankum rapier. By the end of the break, Pram can finally tune the strength of his aura, and Desser realizes he has pushed his friend as far as a wizard's advice can take him. So Desser turns to the best possible mentor at Hebrian Academy, Herson Blanc Testakia, a top-class swordsman and future Knight of Dawn. Because Desser already works in step with the Emperor, Professor Essen Blanc agrees without hesitation to guide Pram himself. Ajest also breaks through at last, reaching the Fourth Circle in only 3 months, and proving her talent is absurd even by Hebrian standards. That surge from his teammates lights a fire under Desser too, and he throws himself into refining the new magic system he has been building. He has finally found a clue for improving the system, but turning the theory into a real spell means testing countless array combinations. The problem is nasty. To verify a new arrangement he has to cast it for real, and even his experimental versions hit at a level too destructive for Hebrian's training grounds. Instead of backing down, Desser contacts Zod with a clever proposal. Let him test his new spells against the Aurora system and improve both projects at once. Zod approves, and thanks to the Emperor's gold medallion, Desser can use the transport gate freely and head straight to Althea, the Tower of Magic's headquarters. In a vast testing space, Zod activates the Aurora system, and a huge shimmering barrier spreads across the ground like a perfected machine of defense. Desser fires his first reworked spell straight into the barrier, and the impact shakes the ground hard enough to feel like an earthquake. But when the smoke clears, the Aurora system has erased the attack completely, and the shield looks untouched. Zod checks the system and bluntly tells Desser this version was actually weaker, so Desser admits the new arrangement just wasted mana instead of improving the spell. Desser keeps grinding through combinations, but he uses the break for more than magic experiments. He also starts using his memories to quietly prevent future disasters. One of those warnings goes to Zod, when Desser urges him to inspect every magic tower power source before a hidden fault turns deadly. Zod listens immediately, and within days he confirms Desser was right. A leaking power pipe would have frozen an entire branch before the year ended. Working together like that, Desser and Zod quietly erase a whole chain of future magic tower accidents before they can happen. Desser also keeps sending advice through Priscilla to the Western Kingdom Union, where the war against the outsiders is still grinding on. What looked like a deadlock starts to tilt hard once the Hebrian Empire joins the Union, because their shared intelligence and coordinated plans make every coalition move cleaner and faster. By the end of winter break, the outsiders are pushed into a desperate final concentration on the northern plains of Adenia, and the Allies decide this is the moment to wipe them out. The battle does not erupt at once though, and both armies spend their time probing each other through tense skirmishes and a stubborn standoff. To everyone else it looks like the outsiders' last cornered struggle, but Desser cannot shake the feeling that something important is missing. The missing piece is Crow Mask, because the outsiders' strongest wizard has not appeared anywhere, even with the whole faction facing destruction. Priscilla confirms from the plains that Crow Mask is still nowhere to be seen, which only makes Desser more suspicious. Desser cannot solve this with future knowledge, so all he can do is warn Priscilla that the outsiders may be hiding a dangerous plan. As vacation nears its end, Desser finally gets the breakthrough he wanted and creates a reworked spell strong enough to actually damage the Aurora system. Zod stares at the cracks in disbelief and admits Desser has built a top-tier 5th circle level attack from nothing but 3rd circle spell foundations. The real triumph is efficiency, because Desser's new array ordering lets those spells derive simultaneously instead of one by one, cutting mana cost while pushing power upward. He has only perfected one spell so far, but that single success proves his whole direction is right and leaves him genuinely excited for the first time. Spring arrives, the last snow melts away, and a new school year begins at Hebrian Academy. Everyone in Desser's group except Takaran is now a sophomore, and the sophomores have to serve as mentors for the Academy's new applicants. This year's applicant pool looks completely different, with more commoners than nobles and an unusually large wave of international students. When reporters ask why they came, many of the applicants answer with the same name, Desser Armin. Others say Hebrian's old discrimination against commoners has clearly weakened, so the Academy finally feels worth choosing. While the campus buzzes, Desser quietly checks the applicant list himself, and one name makes him stop cold: Rond Fizzlebang. Desser remembers Rond as a gifted fire mage with deadly single-target power, but also as a difficult noble whose personality ruined his school life. Because Rond eventually quit in Desser's past life, Desser decides he needs to steer that talent properly this time and pull him into his own party. He even arranges to become Rond's mentor, despite mentors usually not getting to choose their assigned applicant. After Professor Bridget's guidance session ends, Desser spots Rond right away, a red-haired boy leaning against the wall with hands in his pockets and a face sharp enough to scare people off. Desser approaches expecting a difficult conversation, only for Rond to explode into pure fanboy excitement the second he realizes who his mentor is. Rond eagerly begs for a handshake and autograph and starts gushing about Desser's feats, especially the story of him defeating the Great Demon in Deltheim. He keeps firing off questions about Desser's magic, desperate to know if a student at Hebrian can learn anything that destructive. Desser kills the fantasy for a second by saying Hebrian alone will not teach him magic like that. Then Desser lays the real bait on the table. If Rond joins his party, he will teach him personally. That is all Rond needs, and he instantly promises that if he passes the entrance exam, he will sign up with Desser's party. Rond pushes it even further by asking if he can call Desser brother, and Desser awkwardly gives up and lets him. The gap between this eager admirer and the abrasive Rond from Desser's old memories leaves Desser quietly stunned, but at least his recruitment worked perfectly. Desser checks the rest of the applicants too, but he deliberately avoids micromanaging every talented newcomer because the academy is finally healthy enough for others to grow without him. That change exists because Desser's mostly commoner party won the party competition as first years, smashing the academy's old excuse that nobles were simply born more talented. The proof becomes visible right after the exam, when exceptional commoners are assigned to the alpha class that used to be nobles only in all but name. Now the freshmen face the biggest choice of their new school life: which party they will trust with their future. As the students compare notes, 3 names dominate the talk: Redoria's well-supported Red Dragon Party, the powerhouse Blue Moon Party, and Desser's rapidly rising group. For the first time, Desser's team also has an official name, Starling Party, pulled from the dormitory name they had left undecided for too long. In the final count, Blue Moon still draws the most applications, but a brand new Starling Party pulling in dozens of students is a major success on its own. Desser interviews the candidates himself and only keeps the ones hungry to improve, trimming the list down to 19 freshmen. Those recruits have talent, but they are still raw, so Desser hands the general training of the newcomers to Frichel and Takaran, who have both just advanced themselves. For stronger recruits like Rond, Desser takes personal charge, splitting his already packed schedule to train them directly. He sets clear goals across the party too, pushing beta class members toward alpha and demanding that his alpha members aim for single-rank positions in the coming ranking exam. Once the new semester routine is in place, Desser turns to the next threat on his timeline. The ranking exam is close, but the bigger danger is that higher-level shadow worlds are about to start appearing. He remembers the change clearly, because around this time the average difficulty rises and dangerous high-level shadow worlds start opening in earnest. 2 of those shadow worlds must be cleared, and one of them is a level 5 disaster that killed its team in the past and even spread erosion into the surrounding area, taking hundreds more lives. Desser knows that old failure came from wrong historical information, so with the correct knowledge his own party should be able to clear that world safely. The real headache is the second must-clear shadow world, because handling both at once will be much harder than anything his party is juggling right now. Knowing he will need every bit of preparation he can get, Desser heads back to the Starling Party office to check on his people and start getting ready. As Starling Party kept growing, Desser finally hit a practical limit. Their old office was too cramped to run a serious operation anymore. The Academy backed him immediately and handed Starling Party the entire 4th floor of the West Wing, giving the group a real headquarters at last. With even more recruits coming, Desser realized he could not keep teaching everyone by himself and rebuilt the party into a stricter system. He split Starling Party into 3 layers: a probationary group for raw newcomers, a sub-party for students with some promise, and the main party for the proven core. Frichel and Takaran landed in the sub-party, strong enough to assist but still too green to be trusted as frontline core members. The main party stayed the same 4 pillars around Desser: Romantica, Adjust, Pram, and Desser himself. Ron did not fit neatly anywhere, because his talent was obvious, but his abrasive attitude kept the other freshmen at arm's length. Desser saw that invisible wall forming around Ron, but even he had no easy answer for how to fix it. The tension burst a few days later when Romantica exploded at Desser over a tiny coffee stain on his desk. When Romantica kept jabbing Desser's forehead and insulting him, Ron instantly took it as an attack on his brother's honor. Ron openly challenged Romantica, declaring that he would correct her behavior for insulting Desser. Desser warned him that Romantica was far stronger, but Ron stubbornly begged for the duel anyway. After putting on a show of deep consideration, Desser allowed the match to happen so both sides could settle it properly. Romantica set the terms with a sly smile. If she lost, she would apologize, but if Ron lost, he had to clean the entire office without using magic. Ron opened the duel with brutal firepower, throwing out a blazing flame ring and rapid burst fire like he was already sure he had won. He had convinced himself Romantica was only dangerous at range, so he treated close combat as an easy win. Romantica shut that idea down in one move, using swift the air to create a vacuum and snuff out his flames on the spot. Ron froze when his favorite tactic failed, and Romantica casually made it clear the fight was already over. Before Ron could keep struggling pointlessly, Desser stepped in and called the duel for Romantica. Ron bowed to Desser in shame, still thinking only about how he had failed to defend him. Then Romantica surprised him by apologizing to Desser anyway, because winning did not erase the fact that she had gone too far in anger. A second later, she turned right back to business and ordered Ron to start cleaning, since a bet was still a bet. From that day on, Ron was stuck cleaning the whole headquarters by hand, sweating through work he was not allowed to solve with magic. The younger students finally approached him there, asking why he was doing everything alone and offering to help instead of just watching. Cleaning together broke the ice, and the boy who had stood apart started becoming one of the group. Watching from the side, Desser and Romantica quietly smiled, because the duel had fixed exactly the problem they could not solve directly. Then D-Day arrived, and the Academy announced a world anomaly as shadow gates opened for the full assault of new shadow worlds. Because the first years had not even finished proper mental training yet, the Academy barred unprepared students from level 4 and higher worlds. Desser answered that restriction by putting Frichel in command of the newcomers team, and naming Takaran her assistant. He trusted Frichel's book knowledge and told that team to sharpen their leadership in a lower world before clearing the reserved level 5 Rota village battle all the way through. Desser kept the true core for a separate mission, because Starling Party's strongest 4 were aiming much higher than the rest. He finally said it out loud. Their target would be a level 3 shadow world, the highest difficulty currently appearing. That choice carried real weight, because a student party that could clear level 3 would be recognized like Imperial Knights and gain the freedom to work independently. Desser wanted that independence badly, because the future kept shifting and he needed freedom to carry out the plans he had been building toward. He was confident this particular world would be more straightforward than last year's nightmare, even if he regretted that it probably held no useful artifact for him. He did note one powerful artifact elsewhere in the cycle, but he believed Kelt was still the better person to wield it in the long run. By the time they reached Gate 1, even Romantica admitted the moment felt unreal and Pram's nerves were showing. An official verified all 4 names, read the participation terms, and opened the gate to the Athena region. The next instant, blinding light swallowed the party and dropped them into a completely different world. Desser opened his eyes on the deck of a strange vessel, with cool wind on his face and old military machinery humming around him. When he leaned over the railing, the truth hit him. This was not a ship at sea at all, but an airship flying high above the Padunsa Desert. That single detail told Desser he had landed in a much older age, back when airships still represented living military technology. The quest still refused to start, so Desser knew they were missing some trigger and kept gathering clues instead. Romantica found him next, visibly relieved that they had not been split apart this time like before. Desser immediately turned the reunion into reconnaissance and asked what she had learned. From the airship's route to Altai, Desser pinned the setting to roughly 120 to 140 years in the past, before the fall of the Magic Empire. Romantica caught up quickly, realizing this world was tied to the era when Altai still served as the capital of a magic empire. Before they could dig further, a disciplined officer approached and addressed them as mercenaries, quietly confirming the role they had been dropped into. After a light exchange about the sky view, the officer cut the small talk and escorted them to the major who was waiting inside. Inside the tidy briefing room, Desser and Romantica found Pram and Ajest already there, which meant the full party had reunited almost immediately. But the room held 2 more figures as well, a vacant old man muttering to himself, and a dazzling young swordsman in a white uniform. Then the Shadow World finally named its key player, Grand Master K. Hasmarian, a unique hero whose help could decide how hard this entire scenario would become. Inside K. Hasmarian's airship cabin, he gathers Desser's party and warns them that the route has changed because the Hebrian Empire is forcing an extra interrogation stop. K stays polite and offers extra pay, and Desser smoothly agrees instead of making the tense contract change awkward. As Desser reads the new contract, he realizes this is not a simple ride but a high-stakes escort mission for someone important and hard to care for. The contract details make Desser suspect their real target is the unstable old man lounging in the hammock. Once the party signs, the Shadow World confirms the main scenario: protect Aldin Cepius, because his life is tied directly to Kay's desperate goal. Later, rough turbulence rocks the ship, and after Kay rushes to handle the controls, the Starling party is left alone with Aldin in the cabin. Romantica and Pram treat the shaking like part of the adventure and rush to the window, thrilled by their first real airship ride. While they marvel at the endless scarlet-patterned desert below, Jess quietly entertains herself by skimming rare books about airships from the cabin shelf. Watching his teammates relax, Desser studies the map and decides this level 3 mission should be manageable as long as they support Kay properly. Desser's confidence comes from Kay's title alone, because a Grand Master swordsman should be strong enough to crush anything this Shadow World can throw at them. That calm breaks when Aldin suddenly looks straight at Desser, mutters the name Sagan, and starts talking like he senses something deeply wrong. Aldin ignores Desser's question, rambles about familiar smells and pointless things, then breaks into creepy laughter that chills everyone in the room. The door slams open a second later, and Kay urgently announces that a flock of wyverns has appeared. The sub-quest updates at once, protect Aldin from the attack, and prove their strength because Kay is still judging whether these mercenaries are worth trusting. In the steering room, the crew sees nearly 30 wyverns swarming in from behind the airship, and Kay snaps the whole ship into battle mode. Kay orders the mana cannon fired, and the blast tears several wyverns apart, but far too many survive the first hit. Because the mana cannon is too slow to reload, Kay orders a defensive line, and Desser leads the Starling party out onto the freezing deck to fight up close. On the deck, Desser tells Romantica to thin the flock before it reaches them, and she answers with brutal rapid-fire storm magic. Romantica keeps firing almost without delay, shredding wyverns out of the sky until the survivors finally force the fight into dangerous close range. Once the monsters reach the deck, one soldier is snatched out of formation and ripped apart in the sky, turning the battle gruesome in an instant. The soldiers start to panic, and their spears and swords are nowhere near enough to keep the agile wyverns from breaking the line. When another soldier gets carried off, Pram flashes in and cuts the wyvern's legs clean off before barking at the shaken man to get back into formation. Pram keeps protecting the line, striking wings and limbs with ruthless precision until the flock starts treating him as the most dangerous target on deck. Jess freezes the wyverns long enough to blunt their assault, and buy the battered soldiers a little breathing room. Desser joins in too, dropping wyverns with lightning and quick finishing spells while focusing on whichever soldiers are about to die next. With most of the flock dead and only 2 casualties taken, the deck finally starts to stabilize for a brief moment. Then Desser looks into the dark clouds with magic sight and realizes a transcendent wyvern is diving straight down from above. The crew panics because transcendent creatures are far beyond normal monsters, and even concentrated magic fire cannot scratch this one. When the transcendent wyvern starts charging a breath attack that could crash the whole ship, Desser braces to act, but Kay stops everyone with one calm order. Kay draws his sword, compresses blazing aura into a perfected blade, and reveals exactly why he carries the title of Grand Master. His single slash cuts through the wyvern's breath and cleaves the transcendent monster apart like it was nothing. With the biggest threat erased, Kay leaps into the front lines himself to clean up the remaining wyverns. Just as Desser thinks the fight is basically over, he spots one last wyvern behind Romantica and shouts a warning too late. The wyvern snatches Romantica off the deck and carries her screaming far away from the airship before anyone can stop it. Terrified by the memory of what happened to the soldiers, Romantica cuts off the wyvern's legs with a desperate spell and breaks free in midair. That relief vanishes instantly when she realizes she is now plummeting alone from an impossible height toward the desert. Half panicked and short on options, Romantica forces herself to stay conscious and gambles on levitation magic even though she knows the air currents are too unstable. Her flying spell activates, but the turbulence whips her body around so violently that she loses all control and the magic collapses. With no solution left and her body failing, Romantica finally gives up and closes her eyes, convinced she is about to die from one fatal mistake. Then Desser's voice cuts through the roar, and when she opens her eyes, he is somehow falling right beside her. Desser orders her to cast levitation again, and this time Romantica trusts him enough to obey instead of arguing. As Romantica reactivates Fly, Desser uses wind magic to strip away the surrounding air current and stop the turbulence from tearing her spell apart again. The pair are still falling too fast, so Desser tells her to fire every spell she has downward to create braking force. Romantica empties her mana into a barrage of downward spells, desperately trading power for just enough slowing force to survive. When that still is not enough, Desser pulls Romantica into his arms and prepares one last spell aimed at the sand below them. Desser's spell blasts a crater into the desert and throws up a repulsive force, turning a certain death impact into a violent but survivable crash. After the dust settles, they lie sprawled in the sand, bruised and aching, while the airship keeps flying as a tiny speck high above them. Still lying there, Desser gently checks whether Romantica is injured, and she answers that she is probably fine, ending the fall with shaken relief instead of panic. Under the brutal desert sun, Desser and Romantica keep pushing forward alone, surviving with rest breaks and water magic while the heat and dry air wear them down. Romantica keeps glancing at Desser's back, still too flustered to thank him after he threw himself in to save her without hesitation. Desser stays focused on the mission instead, realizing they were supposed to still be on the airship and that their only real chance to regroup is reaching the city before the ship's planned stop ends. He quickly rules out reaching the city on foot or by carriage and tries to remember the map, knowing they need another way. Then Romantica spots a bizarre man-made structure in the middle of nowhere, and it gives them a lead at last. Desser recognizes the line of poles as Hermes' wing, an old imperial magic network used to link major cities before communication magic improved. Because only a major city would have poles like these out here, Desser realizes they can follow the line straight to Desert Flower City. That matters because Desser is sure a city that large should have a teleport gate, and using it could put them back on track with the airship mission. After the long trek, they finally reach Desert Flower City and pass the guards by using the time-appropriate identification cards they prepared before entering the Shadow World. Inside the city, the carved stone and hardened sand buildings are impressive, but the locals immediately stare at the pair like dangerous outsiders. Their clothes make them even more suspicious, so they stop at a shop to buy proper desert wear with the money Kay gave them. The merchant openly resents them and charges double, and Romantica fumes but swallows it to avoid causing trouble in a hostile city. Once they blend in a little better, they sit down at a nearby restaurant, and Romantica tears into the meal after their miserable march through the desert. Even there, the room keeps its distance, and Desser notices nobody wants to sit anywhere near them. Desser quietly pays an employee for the truth and learns that townspeople have grown paranoid because people have been mysteriously disappearing every night. That explanation makes the city's hostility feel justified, and Desser decides they should finish their business and leave as fast as possible. When Desser asks how to meet the Lord, he gets an unexpected answer. Nobody sees the Lord without first getting approval from a sage. The employee hypes this sage as a miracle worker who can turn lead into gold, and Romantica immediately realizes they are probably dealing with an alchemist. Since using the teleport gate still requires local approval, Desser decides they have no choice but to meet this alchemist first. The sage's residence turns out to be enormous and planted directly in front of the Lord's castle, making it impossible to go around him. A long line of hopeful visitors is already waiting outside, and the pair can only sigh and join the back of it. The man ahead of them starts off hostile too, but once he hears their situation, even he backs off instead of picking a fight. Near the gate, Desser spots mana detectors and realizes the mansion is screening visitors for magicians on purpose. Moments later, a servant peels them out of the line and leads them through a back entrance straight to the master. They are brought into a lab that smells of gunpowder and is cluttered with metals and solutions, and the man inside greets them with an alchemist's formal blessing. Desser tests him by mentioning the city's faith in his gold-making research, and the alchemist instantly starts shoving documents and materials forward as if he expected an inspection. Desser's blank reaction throws him off, and in that awkward beat Desser realizes the alchemist mistook them for investigators and is hiding something. Right then, a system alert cuts in and announces that Desser has found the hint for a second main quest tied to this alchemist. Desser refuses to chase that lead for now, deciding that a risky new quest is the last thing they need while they are cut off from the others. He switches the topic back to business and plainly says they need the teleport gate because a monster attack separated them from their party. Purius warns that teleport gates are not approved for personal reasons, and Desser briefly considers using the Emperor's gold plaque before discarding the idea because it would leave dangerous records. Instead, Purius generously offers to personally persuade the Lord and handle the formalities for them. Romantica immediately brightens and thumps Desser on the back, both of them relieved to finally catch a real break. Purius says it will take a day, asks for names, and the system reacts the moment he introduces himself as Purius Nifshin. That name hits hard because both of them recognize Purius from history as a famous alchemist whose failed search for eternity still changed medicine and magic engineering forever. To stay cautious, Desser and Romantica answer with false names instead of revealing who they really are. Because outsiders are being treated so badly in the city, Purius even invites them to stay in his mansion until the approval is ready. With no good reason to refuse, Desser accepts at once, and servants guide them through the mansion's confusing layout to separate guest rooms. Later, Purius hosts them for a lavish dinner full of preserved desert dishes and easy conversation, playing the role of generous scholar perfectly. After dinner, Romantica marvels at how lucky they were to land near a rare hero who is helping them this much. But the second main quest still nags at her, so she asks Desser what he thinks it is really tied to. Desser figures the quest must connect to Purius and his documents, but he insists they ignore it and focus on reuniting with Pram and Agest instead of gambling their lives on curiosity. Romantica reluctantly agrees, and the two part for the night, still planning to leave this city through the gate, not through a new quest. In the middle of the night, Desser suddenly wakes Romantica and tells her there is no time to panic. His tone is so serious that Romantica drops her complaints and hurriedly throws on her clothesline gear. Desser warns her not to be too shocked, but the warning is useless the moment he opens the door. Sprawled outside is a grotesque slime-covered monster with its chest pierced clean through, already killed by Desser right at Romantica's door. As the corpse comes fully into view, the system declares that they have officially entered the second main quest after all. A new main quest suddenly forces itself open, warning that Purius has been hiding something and is now making his move against them. Romantica panics at the quest starting on its own, and Desser grimly explains that Shadow World characters can trigger major story conditions without them. Desser realizes they have no way to cancel the quest, so before they can reunite with Pram and Adjust, they now have to survive Purius and finish this new objective. Looking over the corpse at their feet, Desser and Romantica finally see how monstrous Purius's creations really are, a stitched-together chimera packed with animal parts and machinery. Desser warns that they only survived because his defensive spells caught the ambush before the chimeras reached them in their sleep. With his warning spells flaring again, Desser cuts the talk short and hustles Romantica through the maze-like mansion before more chimeras can close in. Another chimera crawls into their path on the 3rd floor, its mouth still wet with blood and a servant's mangled limbs visible behind the broken door. Desser notes that Purius's chimeras are terrifyingly refined, because unlike most unstable hybrids, this one moves like a creature that was born in that body. Desser fires electric bolt, but the chimera keeps coming as if the shock barely touched it. The monster suddenly races up the wall and attacks from impossible angles, turning the whole hallway into a death trap. Romantica is thrown off by its speed and nearly loses her arm to a full-force strike, saved only by the protective clothesline she is wearing. Desser yells for her to duck, and the next slash slices off a handful of her hair instead of her head. Desser realizes a big fire spell would be easy, but he refuses to bring the mansion down when innocent servants may still be trapped inside. So instead, he throws up a water wall directly in the chimera's path and lets its own speed carry it into the trap. The instant the chimera commits to breaking through, Desser freezes the water solid and locks it in place. Romantica doesn't hesitate and blows the trapped chimera's head apart at point-blank range. Catching her breath, Romantica suggests fighting outside, where they would not have to keep holding back in the cramped mansion. Desser shuts that down immediately, because if all the chimeras rush them at once, burning their mana and exposing their best spell too early could get them both killed. Romantica quietly accepts the lesson, and from there they keep conserving strength while picking off the chimeras one by one. After another kill, Desser starts to doubt Purius's motive, because this does not look like a panicked man hiding evidence from examiners. He points out that Purius knew they wanted to leave, yet kept them in the mansion instead of sending them away, which means he meant to target them from the beginning. With that suspicion hanging over them, they follow the familiar route to the laboratory and find 2 more chimeras guarding the way. Elsewhere in the musty basement, Purius joyfully tells a hidden ally that with the hardest ingredient finally secured, his research on eternal life is almost complete. When the voice asks how it feels to defy God, Purius answers with pure exhilaration and admits that revenge on the Alchemy Society thrills him even more than the discovery itself. The unseen partner flatters him with fame and recognition, promising his name will be celebrated across the kingdom once the research is finished. After the call ends, Purius is left alone with his obsession, savoring the idea that he is finally about to seize the truth of eternal life. What he still needs is just a little more material from powerful wizards, and to him, Desser and Romantica arriving at his door looked like impossible luck. He remembers holding himself back until they fell asleep, convinced he could quietly turn both third circle wizards into perfect ingredients. That fantasy collapses when alarms start screaming that his chimera units are being destroyed one after another. Even Unit 3, the chimera he considered his masterpiece and strong enough to match an Imperial Knight, goes down, and Purius can barely accept it. Furious and shaken, he slams the desk and finally admits he misjudged them completely. As the pair keeps closing in at an almost casual pace, Purius starts biting his nails and decides he has no choice but to use his unfinished last resort. Back at the laboratory entrance, Desser and Romantica finish off the 2 guards and force their way inside. The room is dark and Purius is nowhere in sight, so Desser immediately suspects a hidden passage. He has Romantica search for airflow with wind magic, and she quickly finds the concealed route behind a closet. Desser strips away the simple security magic, shoves the closet aside, and reveals stairs dropping into darkness. The 2 descend on full alert, and emerge into a huge underground facility far more advanced than either of them expected from a century-old lab. Then a terrified voice calls out from nearby, begging for help and insisting he is trapped inside the black glass wall. Following his instructions, Desser opens the cell and finds a shackled man in such terrible condition that Romantica gasps. Desser checks for traps first, then cuts him free with ice cutter before the man breaks down in relief. Up close, the puncture marks and ruined skin make it obvious that Purius has been using living people as test subjects. The man confirms it, saying Purius drugged and tortured them here, and Romantica turns pale when she realizes there are more victims somewhere in the basement. Desser immediately splits their roles, ordering Romantica to rescue the survivors while he goes after Purius alone. Romantica tries to refuse, but Desser points out that a remaining chimera could slaughter the survivors if she is not there to protect them. Knowing he is right, Romantica agrees and leads the broken survivor away to find the others and get them out. Left alone, Desser walks past the glass cells and sees handwritten age labels ending in X after X. Inside one marked room, a dissected corpse lies on a lab table, and Desser understands exactly what those X marks mean. Deeper in Purius's basement, Desser passes rows of dead test subjects until 2 glass doors stop him cold, a third circle teenage girl and boy listed as unsecured. That sight makes Deser's blood boil, and he pushes on with one thought fixed in his mind: he can never forgive Purius. At the end of the corridor, Deser enters a circular control room and finds Purius waiting beside a coffin and his experiment monitors with a smug little smile. Purius praises Deser for reaching the deepest lab, but Deser answers with disgust and says only someone who threw away his humanity could boast like this. Purius defends every murder as noble sacrifice and raves that just one more third circle wizard will let him finish the truth mankind has chased for ages. Deser refuses to indulge him and silently raises a spell instead of answering Purius's invitation to admire his grand truth. Purius snaps, screaming that Deser should be praising his achievements instead of condemning human experiments. With killing intent leaking out, Deser asks one final question: did a single victim ever choose Purius's experiments willingly? Purius calls that question irrelevant and says people should be grateful their bodies were useful, proving to Deser that words are pointless now. The shadow world itself brands Purius hostile and warns Deser that this man intends to use his trump card and turn him into the next experiment. Knowing talk is over, Deser tries to finish the fight first and fires charged bolt before Purius can play his trump card. The coffin suddenly opens, and a blue-scaled humanoid blocks the lightning with its own body before it can reach Purius. Purius proudly unveils his completed body, and Deser stares at the homunculus in shock as its dead eyes slowly fill with hostility. Deser immediately realizes history said this research failed, so whatever Purius made here should never have become a true success. Purius admits the homunculus is still unfinished without the right wizard material, but he sneers that it is more than enough to kill Deser. The homunculus slams off the ground and crosses the room so fast that Deser barely has time to understand it is even quicker than the chimera. To survive the first swing, Deser stacks body enhancement spells in a rush and throws up Sigh of Kizzard and Fire Shield just to keep from being crushed. As the clash goes on, Deser notices the monster is brutally strong but mentally crude, attacking with simple swings and bites like a child in a monster's body. Once he reads the pattern, Deser stops retreating and turns the fight around. He takes the charge head-on, uses Sigh of Kizzard to blunt it, grabs the homunculus by the head, and slams it into the floor with gravity control. Before it can recover, Deser rains fireballs into the crater and seizes complete control of the battle. Deser locks the creature down with Bind and Ice Crown, pummeling it without mercy until its body is visibly breaking apart. Even while winning, Deser is troubled, because this battered thing feels far too weak to be the true pinnacle Purius bragged about. Deciding to end it cleanly, Deser smashes the crippled homunculus into the wall with Wind Press and follows with a Fire Spear. When the dust settles, Deser turns to Purius and declares the homunculus destroyed. Purius only laughs harder and asks if Deser really understands what eternal life means. Something moves inside the dust, and the homunculus steps back out in perfect condition as if the last battle never happened. Deser instantly doubts simple regeneration and starts wondering if some stranger trick, maybe even a hallucination, is hiding behind this recovery. He decides the only way to know is to crush it again, but the moment he moves, the homunculus vanishes from sight. A burning pain rips through Deser's left arm as the creature lands a hit before his next spell can even fire. Deser blasts it away anyway, but he is shaken because its speed is now on a completely different level. When the homunculus rises again, Deser sees the real problem. It is no longer mindless, and now it is calmly judging how best to kill him. It starts leaving after images, slipping around Deser's attacks and proving it is learning from the fight in real time. Realizing single shots will not be enough, Deser retreats while building Ice Crown, hoping a larger attack will pin the creature down. Instead of dodging, the homunculus crashes through the attack and batters Deser into close-range defense, draining his clothesline in the process. Pinned on the defensive, and with his right side vision badly compromised, Deser falls back on the old chimera trick and builds a wall of water around himself. He instantly freezes the water into an ice prison and catches the rushing homunculus halfway inside it. At point-blank range, Deser finally spends third circle mana and drops Summon Lightning through the ice and water to fry the homunculus from the inside. Even after that brutal hit, the creature breaks free through a storm of ice shards and attacks again, leaving Deser genuinely rattled. Deser can now tell for sure this is not regeneration or illusion, because the homunculus keeps snapping back to a natural untouched state that makes no sense. He throws up a stone wall to buy space, but the homunculus tears through it like paper and proves brute force is only getting worse. Deser uses the collapsing wall as a perch, leaps above it, and hurls another spread of fireballs while the creature tracks the trajectories and escapes cleanly. That brief gap lets Deser think, and the picture is ugly. The homunculus is evolving every minute while his own mana and options keep shrinking. A warning hits him next: clothesline has dropped below 20%. So even his defensive safety net is close to failing. Deser considers dumping all his remaining mana into one overwhelming finish, but he hesitates because he still does not understand the creature's real power. Savoring that hesitation, Purius mocks Deser's confusion and says he should at least understand the truth now crushing him. Purius exults that he did not just create eternal life, but the true pinnacle of alchemy. To force an answer out of the fight itself, Deser blasts the homunculus's entire arm off with a third circle spell and watches the severed pieces crawl back and reattach. Only then does Purius finally say the words that explain the nightmare: the homunculus is controlling causality. While retreating through Purius's basement lab, Desser finally accepts the ugly truth: the homunculus is not healing, it is forcing its body back to an earlier state. The homunculus smashes through Desser's last defense and lunges in, driving home how hopeless this fight looks at close range. Romantica arrives just in time, and her sniper spell blasts through the homunculus's torso to pull the pressure off Desser. Over communication magic, Romantica blurts out what is that monster, and Desser warns her not to chase a kill, only to keep it slowed or pinned. With Romantica's relentless cover fire forcing the homunculus to respect every opening, Desser finally gets a second to think instead of just survive. As Desser studies the fight, one contradiction starts bothering him. If the creature can erase damage freely, why has it been bothering to dodge? Before Desser can finish that thought, Purius casually decides the fight has dragged on long enough and orders the homunculus to end it. The homunculus plants itself like a rooted beast and begins twisting into a more monstrous shape, warping the air with a surge of mana that makes even breathing feel wrong. Desser senses the real horror of its power when the homunculus skips the normal casting process and simply produces the finished result of gathered mana. Realizing a city-killing blast is coming, Desser sprints toward Romantica and shouts her name, but Purius laughs because there is nowhere for them to run. Purius drops all pretense and decides that if he cannot keep his experiment hidden, he will at least wipe out the city with it. The homunculus unleashes a blinding fifth circle level blast that erases the laboratory in one white flash. When the dust clears, Purius is stunned to find only his own mansion destroyed while the rest of the city still stands. The answer appears in front of him. Desser and Romantica are unharmed behind a huge radiant barrier that took the blast for them. Desser knows they survived by the slimmest margin, and the portable Aurora system dies in his hand as its magic stone crumbles into ash. With their only safety net gone, Desser decides this next spell has to settle the fight. He builds a huge, intricate spell with his new magic system, and even Purius recoils because this casting is clearly not ordinary. Purius orders another shot, and the homunculus fires first, but Desser's completed flame storm swallows the incoming blast before it can reach him. Desser's maximum fire spell slams straight into the homunculus and turns the battlefield into a roaring inferno. When the inferno suddenly clears, Desser's stomach drops because for a moment it looks like causality erased his attack again. Then the truth shows itself: the homunculus is still standing, but its body is charred, broken, and no longer returning to perfect condition. Watching the wrecked body closely, Desser finally sees the flaw. The homunculus is running on multiple embedded first circle mana circles, and they cannot keep up with his spell. Desser tells Romantica the monster's recovery is spent, even as he gasps from pouring nearly all of his own mana into that last spell. When Romantica asks if she should kill Purius first, Desser stops her because he wants answers before the alchemist dies. So Romantica finishes the homunculus instead, blasting one leg apart, and proving that whatever recovery remains is weak and failing. When the homunculus tries to gather energy one last time, Romantica beats it to the trigger and puts a shot straight through its forehead. Only after the monster finally goes still does Romantica lower her weapon and let out the breath she was holding. Desser and Romantica walk past the corpse to the half-dead Purius, who still clings to his work and regrets only that he failed to complete it. Desser coldly tells him no experiment built on human sacrifice would ever be accepted, but Purius only sneers that Desser could never understand. Desser presses for the name of the person backing this research, making it clear that Purius could not have built all this alone. When Purius refuses, Desser crushes his remaining leg underfoot until the alchemist screams. Even then Purius insists he will not betray his benefactor, and that slip is enough for Desser to confirm there really was someone behind him. Purius realizes too late that he gave away the truth, and his life ends there in the ruins. A new quest notification confirms the city is saved but warns that the hidden force supporting Purius is still out there. When soldiers rush in and see the destroyed mansion and bodies, they treat Desser and Romantica like criminals and arrest them on the spot. That accusation collapses once survivors of Purius's experiments appear and expose what he had been doing to them. After the evidence of the blocked blast is pieced together, the city flips completely and hails Desser and Romantica as the heroes who prevented total destruction. The Lord of Desert Flower City receives them at his castle and offers whatever reward he can for saving the city. Desser does not hesitate for even a second and asks for one thing only: immediate use of the teleportation gate. While the gate is prepared, the pair change out of their ruined gear and finally get a moment to talk through what just happened. Romantica points out the biggest problem lingering over all of this: the Shadow World's version of history does not match what they learned in the real world. Desser agrees, because in real history Purius's eternal life research was never supposed to have reached anything this close to completion. The follow-up quest makes the implication worse, not better. Someone deliberately buried the truth of this research from history. Desser cannot explain why anyone would cover it up, but he is sure it was not done for a harmless reason. To chase that lead, Desser reveals a broken crystal he secretly salvaged from the lab and says it was used in Purius's experiments as an early mana circuit component. That shard points in one direction only, because at this point in history only the Magic Kingdom could make mana circuits, and it strictly controlled that technology. The clue lines up with their first main quest destination too, so both of them step toward the gate, already bracing for trouble ahead. 5 days later, the story shifts back to the airship, where calm sunlight and routine maintenance make the deck feel almost too peaceful after everything below. It just keeps looking at the empty chair where Desser used to sit, relieved he is still alive but unable to stop worrying about where he and Romantica ended up. Since Desser and Romantica jumped into the desert, Jess realizes the escort mission may have to be cleared by just her and Pram if they want any chance of bringing the others back safely. That leaves her with one plan: finish the quest as fast as possible, because Desser and Romantica's safety may depend on it. Pram handles the situation very differently, trusting Desser so completely that he just keeps training like nothing has gone wrong. Kay has taken a liking to Pram and spends his free time refining the boy's swordsmanship through direct guidance and sparring. With the Grand Master personally polishing him, Pram's skill starts climbing fast as the airship voyage pushes steadily onward. 6 days into the trip, the airship finally descends toward Grinpel, the busy border city where they have to stop for screening before entering the magical kingdom. On deck, Jess notices Pram acting strangely quiet instead of getting excited by a new city, and he admits he wishes Desser were here to see it too. When Jess bluntly asks if he misses Desser, Pram startles so hard that he goes red all the way to his ears. Jess gently reminds him that if they clear this shadow world quickly, everyone goes home and he will see Desser soon, which finally pulls Pram out of his gloom. The ship lands, but when the group starts to disembark, the sailors are all frozen in place and staring at someone below. To their disbelief, Desser and Romantica are already waiting in Grinpel, with Desser dryly complaining about how long he had to wait for them to catch up. Later at a cozy inn, Desser explains that they used a teleport gate after doing a favor for a lord, carefully mixing truth and lies so the shadow world details stay hidden. Kay is impressed that Desser came back even after getting paid, and Desser plays the part of a principled mercenary so well that Kay's trust rises another step. Before turning in, Kay orders Desser's party to guard Aldine for the next 3 days while he handles an important task elsewhere. A new quest warning hits immediately: a strong enemy is after Aldine, and if he dies, they fail. Once Kay is gone, Desser finally tells Jess and Pram the real story, including the hidden second quest to find whoever backed Purius and the homunculus research. When Jess asks what clue they actually have, Desser brings out the old mana circuit fragment he stole from the secret lab. Desser explains that mana circuits were manufactured in the magical kingdom with unique serial numbers, so this one can lead them to the factory and eventually to Purius's buyer. That gives the group a clear plan: endure the escort job first, then reach the magical kingdom and trace the backer through the serial number. The 3-day guard mission turns into pure misery, with disaster after disaster trying to kill Aldine from every direction. By the time they survive all 3 days, the whole party is wrecked from constant rescues, near misses, and almost no sleep. Even so, Aldine survives, and a final escort quest starts as the airship leaves Grinpel with Kay back on board. 2 days later, the airship reaches Altia, the capital of the magical kingdom, and Kay gathers them to formally end their contract there. Pram almost relaxes now that the job looks complete, but Desser quietly warns him that the hidden quest is still alive, and he still has no idea what comes next. Desser also admits to himself that Kay never let anything important slip, so whatever ties this first quest to the second is still hidden from him. When they step into Altia, the capital feels nothing like lively Grinpel, with dark clothes, towering buildings, and a cold silence hanging over everything. A Scarcheat commander comes to meet the airship in Altia, and Desser can tell at once from the man's mana that this is a dangerous high-level mage. The Scarcheat commander immediately sneers at Kay, mocking a sword user as someone who can never compare to a true magician. He pushes even further, jabbing a finger into Kay's chest and belittling swordsmen in front of Desser's whole group. When the commander asks about Desser's group, Kay only calls them airship guards, and Desser instantly realizes Aldine is being deliberately kept hidden from this man. The commander keeps calling Kay's weapon unit expendable, and this time Kay's reply turns cold enough to show he has finally hit his limit. Kay cuts the exchange short and orders an officer to escort Desser's party to the mercenary guild, keeping them away from whatever the commander came to inspect. On the carriage ride, their escort officer explains that the magical kingdom values magical talent above everything and looks down on soldiers who fight with weapons, which is why even Kay gets slighted. The escort officer speaks with obvious pride about Kay and says things only got worse after the king began favoring a foreign magician instead. At the Altia Mercenary Guild, the party submits the signed contract and clears the first quest line, but the hidden main quest still remains unfinished. With only the hidden investigation left, Desser studies the broken mana cluster fragment and the partial serial number still visible on its back. Romantica follows the clue immediately and points out that tightly controlled mana cluster records should let them trace the buyer behind that serial number. Pram points out the obvious problem that outsiders should never be allowed to see records that sensitive, and for a moment the plan stalls. Desser answers with a cool smile that changes the whole tone of the hunt. If they cannot get access politely, then they will stop using gentlemanly means. Late at night, Desser and Pram slip into the state mana circuit factory in masks, hiding their presence with recognition reduction and soundproof magic. While they advance in silence, Pram texts why Desser picked him over Romantica or a jest, and Desser casually says a swordsman and a magician make the perfect team. Pram nearly misreads Desser's meaning and gets embarrassed, but Desser dryly clears it up and keeps walking. At a giant sealed door layered with security spells, Desser places a hand on it and starts inverting the magic. The factory's wards crack apart like snowflakes in seconds, and the supposedly secure door swings open for them. As they move deeper inside, Desser tears through trap after trap and realizes the factory relies almost entirely on outdated anti-magic defenses. Pram calls the security sloppy, and Desser explains it only looks weak because a century of magical progress has left the Magic Kingdom's arrogant old systems behind. Because stronger spells guard more important areas, Desser deliberately follows the heaviest magical security to track the records room. That trail leads them to a huge archive packed with delivery ledgers, exactly where the mana circuit serial numbers would be stored. They search page by page until Pram finds the matching record for the damaged serial fragment from Purius's lab. The missing last digit leaves 4 possible buyers, so Desser copies down all 4 names as the suspect list. Before leaving, Desser carefully restores every broken ward behind them so the break-in is almost impossible to detect. With the suspect list narrowed down, Desser splits the party so each member can investigate one lead at the same time. Desser infiltrates Lon Janakinios' lab by taking over the old assistant's job so he can watch the reclusive magician up close. After watching closely, Desser confirms the numbered mana circuit is still in Lan's lab, which clears that suspect completely. At the prearranged report time, Desser calls everyone in, and the first updates sound frustratingly clean across the board. Romantica says Panya Province looked normal, and the other checks come back clean too, leaving Desser with answers that feel too neat. Just as they start discussing what to do next, Romantica abruptly cuts in and says she wants to revise her report with a live video feed. When Romantica's feed clears, Desser instantly recognizes the man with crew pannier as Commander Darren Aleph from the docks. Romantica confidently starts a wiretap, and this time Darren has no chance of catching her. The wiretap reveals Darren's desert lab was destroyed, but the research is restarting in a new lab on land Crow secretly bought for him. Crow worries the missing mana circuits will expose them, and Darren coolly says not to worry because even the investigators are already on their side. Then Crow admits why he is involved at all. He is desperate to save his daughter before time runs out. Darren promises the theory is already complete, and if the ingredients keep coming, they will still meet the deadline. Crow personally brings out fresh mana circuits for Darren, proving he has been feeding the operation all along. As soon as the feed ends, Desser decides this ties Darren directly to the attack and tells Romantica to hold position until he gets there. Soon after, Crow wakes tied to a chair in a quiet room, blindfolded and gagged, surrounded by 4 masked figures. When the blindfold and gag come off, Crow frantically assumes this is a political kidnapping and tries to buy his way out. Desser shuts that down by saying they value honesty more than money, and he speaks like Crow is about to die anyway. To break him fast, Desser raises a hand and lets brutal cold start freezing Crow's arms and legs right in the chair. Crow finally blurts out what matters most to him. He cannot die yet because of his daughter. Desser presses that wound on purpose, coldly bringing up Crow's daughter until the terrified father starts to unravel. In his panic, Crow blurts out the secret Desser was baiting him for. His daughter will live forever. When Crow tries to take it back, Desser shocks him with electric magic and makes it clear he will trade mercy for the truth. Broken at last, Crow agrees to answer everything if it means he and his daughter might live. Crow confesses that the promise of immortality comes from creating a homunculus, and that promise is what drew him in. From there, Desser confirms the wider network. Pannier's faction used Academy trade routes to move materials, other factions supplied more, and Darren managed the whole effort. Crow also hints that people above Darren are involved, but even terrified, he cannot name the real organizer. So Desser asks the question that matters now most of all: how long until the new homunculus is finished? Crow says the theory and materials are already ready, and the new homunculus should be complete in just 3 days. A Shadow World alert immediately confirms the failure condition. If they do not stop the plan before completion, the quest fails. Guided by Crow's confession, Desser's party reaches the newly built lab disguised as an ordinary residence on Panya land. Outside the house, Desser realizes how close they came to dying without ever seeing the trap, because failing this Shadow World means immediate death. Desser breaks the defensive magic on the building and leads everyone inside. The fake residence opens into a grotesque laboratory full of giant tanks and human test subjects, confirming the new homunculus work is already underway. Seeing the human material in the tanks, Desser realizes the research is every bit as cruel as he feared, and that Crow knowingly supported it. Pram suddenly spots one girl still awake inside a tank, and the whole group jolts toward the first sign of a survivor. Up close, they see the survivor is a surgically altered young magician with fish-like scales growing from her back and shoulders. Pram wants to smash the glass, but Desser stops him because they still do not know whether opening the tank will kill her faster. Then through the glass and bubbles, the girl mouths just 2 devastating words: "Kill me." The room goes ice cold as hope collapses, and even the party can barely process what they just heard. Ajest quietly asks for Desser's word, and when he nods, she draws her sword to grant the mercy the girl begged for. With one clean thrust, a jest pierces the tank and ends the girl's suffering. In the rec lab, a woman in a long coat steps out of the dark and coolly demands to know who broke into her facility. When Desser presses her identity, the woman snaps back that she is the one asking questions here. Desser senses a fifth circle spell gathering around her and realizes this arrogant researcher is probably someone important. Tatlina casually reveals she runs the institute, and decides she can just drag the intruders in for her own investigation. She opens with overwhelming earth magic as hundreds of stone spears erupt from the floor and crash toward the party. Desser fires a burst of instant flame and blasts the entire spear wave apart before it can reach them. Tatlina barely pauses and drops a second spell from above, raining sharp stalactites from the ceiling at high speed. Desser blocks that attack too, and Tatlina finally admits the boy in front of her is no ordinary target. Using the stone lab itself as her weapon, Tatlina makes the walls and floor writhe under her control and turns the whole room into her battlefield. Desser dodges the crushing earth and immediately gives the key order to break through. Pram, open the way. Pram dashes straight at Tatlina, threading through her non-stop spells with speed and nerve instead of hesitating. Tatlina answers with writhing earth whips, a notorious anti-swordsman spell that seals off the path and regenerates as fast as it is cut. Pram slices several whips apart, only to watch them instantly reform, proving brute force alone will not get him through. Remembering Desser's training, Pram stays calm and realizes the spell is built to punish a direct close-range approach. Trusting his team completely, Pram pushes to the right distance and prepares one all-or-nothing throw instead of trying to cut through forever. He hurls his aura-packed rapier so hard that it tears a straight opening through Tatlina's whip wall. The instant the path opens, Pram calls a jest in, and she launches forward without wasting a heartbeat. Tatlina tries to regain space with a thorn-stone barrier, but a jest is already in her face and forces her fully on defense. A jest keeps the pressure on so tightly that Tatlina cannot finish any stronger spell and starts losing ground. A jest even mixes magic into her assault, making it clear Tatlina is being outmatched by a team that does not let up. Shaken, Tatlina realizes she misjudged them badly and can no longer hold the whole party back at once. She abandons restraint, leaps back, and throws up a cube-shaped fourth circle fortress of compressed rubble to buy time for a stronger cast. Before she can breathe easy, heavy impacts crack the cube from outside and her perfect defense starts collapsing. Romantica, now far stronger than before, punches straight through the defensive magic that once felt untouchable. The barrier falls apart, and it just walks through the rubble to mock Tatlina for wasting 5 circles on such a weak showing. With her calm gone, Tatlina scrambles backward and tries one desperate spell after another just to survive. Every spell collapses in front of her because Desser keeps inverting the magic before it can form. Tatlina finally traces the disruption back to Desser and is horrified that a younger wizard is crushing her casting with pure speed. Before she can scream properly, it just ends the fight with a brutal punch to the stomach that folds the fifth circle wizard to the floor. They subdue Tatlina in under 5 minutes, but the victory feels grim because this shadow world proves the horrors in the lab really happened. Knowing reinforcements will come after all the noise, Desser starts wrecking the lab itself before they have to move. Later, the party regroups in a darkened hotel room they have turned into a soundproof interrogation chamber. Tatlina is tied tightly to a chair and glares at Desser, already beaten enough to stop resisting physically but not mentally. Desser tells her plainly that if she wants to live, she needs to answer his questions, but Tatlina answers with sarcasm instead of fear. Even when Desser brings up torture, Tatlina stays proud because military training taught her to expect ordinary pain. Desser does not argue. He tightens the restraints, gags her, and moves with the practiced calm of someone who has done this many times before. As gagged, Tatlina fumes and threatens him with her eyes. Desser stays unreadable, drawing on the brutal interrogation experience he survived in the Shadow Labyrinth. He places a hand on her back and forces her mana circles into violent resonance, starting a controlled circle break without letting it fully explode. The pain hits so hard that Tatlina screams through the gag and spits blood, realizing everything she built as a wizard is being torn apart. Desser coldly tells her this is only one circle, keeping Tatlina right at the edge where the pain is unbearable but her mana circle still has not burst. When Tatlina starts to black out from the pain, Desser forcibly wakes her up and sharpens her senses so she cannot escape it. Desser eases off just enough to ask his first real question: who led the homunculus research? She hesitates for even a second, and Desser immediately gags her again and restarts the circle break torture without a trace of mercy. That second round shatters her resistance, and this time she begs to talk before he touches her again. Tatlina finally reveals the official chain. The homunculus program was being carried out under the king's orders. But the idea did not start with the king. Tatlina says a foreign man arrived first and sold the promise of eternal life. That outsider won a private audience, presented his own research, and convinced the kingdom that creating complete life might actually be possible. She adds that the work stayed hidden because human experimentation was too monstrous to admit openly, and only a few people in the military knew the full truth. The quest confirmation tells Desser she is not just rambling, which means the real mastermind has already reached the center of power in the Magic Kingdom. One thing still bothers him, so Desser asks the question that matters most now: who exactly was that man? Tatlina can only give him scraps. People called the man the prophet. He was filthy rich, and his appearance was unpleasant enough to stick in memory. Desser pushes on and asks how the homunculus gained its impossible power to ignore causality. That reaction alone tells him he hit something real, and Tatlina admits the answer lies on the alchemy side, not the wizard's side. Following that thread, Desser suddenly asks what K. Hasmarian has to do with the homunculus operation. The moment Desser moves his hand again, Tatlina panics and blurts out that K is only a courier gathering rare materials under the king's orders. She says K does not even know what the materials are really for, only that he is obeying the king's command. That answer clicks with the strange exchange Desser overheard earlier between K and Commander Darren about successfully obtaining ingredients. Desser is relieved to learn K is not knowingly on the enemy side, because if he were, he would be a nightmare opponent. He also realizes both versions of the Shadow World's main quest were tied to the same hidden homunculus operation all along. Tatlina begs him to stop, but Desser is not done yet and begins going back through every answer from the beginning. As he checks the story piece by piece, Desser catches small contradictions in her repeated answers and immediately knows she is still hiding things. The instant a discrepancy appears, Desser puts her right back into torture, ending the excerpt with Tatlina trapped in a cycle of pain and forced truth. Back at their hideout, Desser gathers the party and shares Tatlina's answer. To clear the quest, they have to kill the foreigner inside the royal castle. Romantica spells out the ugly part next, before they can touch that target, for outsiders have to break through a whole kingdom's palace defenses. Even after raiding dangerous facilities before, the party can't hide how bad this sounds, because a royal castle is on another level entirely. Romantica looks out the window and sees what their sabotage caused. The city is crawling with soldiers, and even walking outside now looks dangerous. A shout from an alley makes the crackdown feel even worse, and Romantica snaps the window shut in disgust. Desser feels responsible for how fast Altia has worsened, but Romantica bluntly reminds him that everyone here is part of the Shadow World. The kingdom has started sweeping up wizards by force, and Desser realizes the missing lab subjects are now being collected openly through arrests. That makes mercenaries like them the easiest prey, because nobody important will come looking for foreign drifters with no one to vouch for them. Pram adds that the arrests are so brutal the mercenary guild is starting to resist, which means the whole city is sitting on a knife edge. Desser drinks the inn's awful lukewarm water and says the enemy's rush is obvious. With the whole nation backing the work, they are trying to finish the homunculus in just 5 days. Adjust points out how reckless that is, because mass kidnappings could expose the homunculus project to the entire outside world. When Romantica asks what they can actually do, Desser chooses the only opening he sees. They need K. Hasmarian's help. Romantica immediately objects that asking a senior commander to help foreigners invade the royal castle sounds like a good way to get arrested. Desser bets on K's character instead, saying the Grand Master won't tolerate what the kingdom has become if they approach him as mercenaries trying to protect civilians. His plan is simple for now. Hear K's view of the crisis first, then decide the next move from there. After slipping through the city under the Titan crackdown, and nearly getting caught twice, the party finally reaches K's mansion. K hears their situation, and without hesitation, agrees to protect them because he already believes they are innocent. Then K surprises Desser by offering more than shelter. They can either hide and wait, or join him and end this mess themselves. When Desser asks if K means rebellion, K answers plainly that he is already gathering people to correct what the kingdom has become. K admits mercenaries normally care more about survival than justice, but he still asks for their help because he trusts them. Desser realizes this is exactly the chance they needed, because K was already planning to strike the castle on his own. So Desser answers like a mercenary and asks for the exact job, making it clear they will only take a mission that can actually be won. K gives the mission in one line: protect the king and punish the so-called prophets who are misleading him. Desser accepts, asks for a fair price, and K welcomes them with a pleased smile, promising to bring them back alive. Soon after, K moves them in a carriage through Altia's filthy slums, using the city's darkest quarter as the safest place to disappear. Desser quietly respects K's choice, because the maze-like slums would let a small force hide, split pursuers, and survive even against an army. The carriage stops at a shabby bar, and the moment they walk in, every rough-looking customer turns to stare. A huge bearded man tests K with a coded greeting, and K answers with the right password to prove he belongs here. The mood flips instantly when the code is complete, and the entire bar rises to salute K as their major. Once K dismisses them, the soldiers melt right back into casual chatter, and Desser sees how carefully this resistance has been built. The bar owner greets K like an old street kid who made it big, then quietly confirms more soldiers can gather within 2 minutes if called. K asks for a private room so he can brief his new recruits, and the owner leads the party deeper into the bar. Inside the soundproof room, K starts with the past. Under the king's orders, he crossed the continent gathering rare materials after the prophet appeared. But somewhere along the way, the king became obsessed with collecting those ingredients and started changing into someone K barely recognized. When K says he has not truly spoken to the king in a year, Desser homes in on the key idea and asks if the king is being controlled. K agrees that control is the closest word for it, and the room goes still as the suspicion finally becomes explicit. K lays out the damage that followed. The prophet took the king's authority, drained the kingdom's wealth, raised taxes, and drove the people into fear and recession. That is why K formed this hidden force, and with the prophet suddenly acting in a rush, he believes this may be their only window to strike. K formalizes the alliance with a mercenary contract, and once Desser signs it, K officially becomes their helper. Next, K spreads out a detailed map of Altia and the royal castle, turning the rebellion into a concrete assault plan. K's first priority is saving the king from manipulation, even if Desser privately sees the king as just a shadow world figure. Because they cannot win a direct war against the capital's wizards, K says they must break into the castle first and kill the prophet before the defenders can fully react. He marks the airfield as their entry point, confident his forces can break through those units because they are skilled but still inexperienced. Then K names the real obstacle: the Rose Brigade, the king's elite force, and the most dangerous troops guarding the castle. Their route goes through the south gate under the Red Rose Battalion, so Desser immediately asks for the exact troop formation there. K gives the numbers: thousands of third circle wizards, hundreds of fourth circle wizards, and several fifth circle commanders. But when K says there are no knights or archers because Altia's wizards think magic alone is enough, Desser finally smiles. K asks why he is smiling, and Desser calmly says the enemy lineup is easier than expected because that kind of one-sided confidence is exactly what he knows how to break. Instead of explaining further, Desser leaves them with a confident promise: he would rather show them than tell them. At twilight, K's airship cuts straight toward the palace while his soldiers stand rigid on the deck, bracing against the brutal wind. K reminds them that even if history brands them traitors, they are risking everything to cut evil out of the kingdom for the king's sake. When K slams his weapon to the deck, the whole unit answers in unison, showing the fierce loyalty of men he personally saved. As the ship enters the palace defense zone, K gives the order to begin the assault and Desser steps forward with the strike force. From above, Desser sees 600 palace sorcerers and a magic cannon already aimed at their lone airship. The ground troops unleash a sky-filling barrage of fire, ice, and lightning that would wipe out a normal army. Desser closes his eyes, reads the old-fashioned spell work in an instant, and dismisses it as crude by the standards of his own era. He starts inverting the barrage one spell after another, and the glowing attacks crack apart into harmless mana before they can hit. A second wave fares even worse, because Desser now interrupts some spells before they are fully cast, leaving the defenders stunned. Then the palace fires its magic cannon, forcing the battle out of Desser's comfort zone because raw mana blasts cannot be inverted. K walks past Desser and casually cuts the cannon blast in half, showing why the palace can no longer stop this ship. After that display, the defenders give up on a fourth attempt and can only watch the airship glide past their broken line. Inside the palace, Colonel Darren of the Elite Rose Brigade spends his evening reading reports and drinking coffee in a luxurious office. The report says the palace communication arrays are down until tomorrow, a quiet weakness that has already crippled the kingdom's command network. When the lieutenant shows unease about civilians being detained without trial, Darren coldly tells her to sympathize if she wants, but never disobey authority. An explosion shakes the palace, interrupting the lecture and rattling Darren's office hard enough to make the coffee tremble. A subordinate bursts in without ceremony, and Darren is still scolding him for bad manners when the man reports that the palace is under attack. The messenger adds the real shock. It is not an imperial invasion, but a single airship led by Commander K. Back at the assault, K's airship lands smoothly on Wolfgang Tower, the only tower where an airship can touch down near the inner Bailey route. K's soldiers and Desser's party pour off the ship and reorganize at once, because the bridge on the 8th floor is their only path into the inner Bailey. The tower guards panic when they see K himself, and Desser's spell inversion leaves them too crippled to cast properly before the melee hits them. Desser reveals why their rush is working at all. He already smashed the palace communication arrays, so the defenders are fighting blind and cannot coordinate. Even so, Desser knows their small force will be buried if nearby troops converge, so they have to punch through before the palace regains its footing. When 3 wizards try to form third circle spells, Desser erases their techniques mid-cast and K's soldiers instantly overwhelm them. K gives Desser quiet credit, and Desser dryly replies that he has to excel somewhere since his own circle is low. They finally reach the 8th floor bridge, and the real wall is waiting there, the elite Red Rose Brigade in matching red uniforms. Darren says he predicted K's landing point and calls this attack a betrayal, but K fires back that real loyalty to the king is exactly why he is here. The moment the talking ends, both sides move, and the Red Rose Brigade starts high-level coordinated casting in rotating squads. 100 fourth circle spells roar down the bridge, and even Desser cannot invert all of them before the first wave lands. Ajest throws up Ice Crown to catch the spells Desser misses, but the barrage is still so brutal that some of K's men are blasted off the bridge anyway. Darren keeps the pressure relentless by rotating squads one after another, turning the bridge into a killing lane with no room to think. K steps to the front and says he will endure it, and that single promise snaps his shaken men back into a charge. Then K reveals the flower of the sword, shaping dense blue aura into a precise sword form so refined that even Desser is stunned. The elite wizards crash into K's sword form and crumble instead, letting his soldiers break through the bridge at last. With K holding the center, Pram and Ajess drive the left and right flanks while Romantica picks off casters before they can finish their spells. Darren feels the battle slipping and personally steps forward, which makes the elite formation even more dangerous. He fires powerful water spells at close range, but K charges straight through them and cuts apart both Storm and Wave without slowing down. As the battle on the 8th floor bridge starts slipping away, Darren abruptly changes targets and orders his magicians to smash the bridge supports instead of fighting K's men head-on. Desser instantly realizes Darren wants to drop the whole bridge, but he cannot risk using inversion carelessly because one wrong move could finish the collapse himself. K is pinned down protecting his soldiers, so Desser makes the only call left and shouts for Ajess to save the bridge. Ajess immediately understands, falls back behind the soldiers, and drives her sword into the ground to build a large support spell array. Darren finishes first and unleashes the 5th circle spell. Death stays in the river, flooding the bridge with a violent torrent like a man-made disaster. The torrent twists downward and starts ripping through the bridge pillars one after another, turning Darren's spell into a direct demolition strike. 3 pillars collapse in seconds, and the whole bridge lurches so hard that soldiers lose their footing as rocks and dust rain into the open air. At the last moment, Ajess completes Winter Crystal and freezes massive ice pillars into place beneath the ruined bridge to hold it up. The bridge survives, but Ajess pays for it hard, staggering pale and drained after pouring an absurd amount of mana into a spell big enough to hold the structure together. Darren instinctively retreats as K's force realizes the blockade is finally failing and begins pushing forward with far less resistance. Cornered against the end of the ground, the Red Rose Battalion gets one desperate order from Darren to focus everything on the Sword Grandmaster. Darren overlooks one fatal detail. By now the enemy is already inside K's attack range. K answers with a single range slash that detonates through the packed mages and wipes them out in one blow. When the dust clears, the battlefield is cratered and the precious 4th circle magicians are simply gone. Darren survives the blast by a thread, but he is sprawled on the ground in disbelief with both arms blown away and his command shattered. Seeing the enemy collapse, K roars for a charge and his soldiers surge over the ruined bridge with their morale fully ignited. The last thing standing in the way is the Red Rose Battalion's trainee swordsman, and the fight instantly turns into brutal close-quarters slaughter. K's men dominate the melee because they have spent their lives compensating for weak magic with hard sword training under the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. With Darren maimed and mentally broken, his adjutant can only drag him away and try to flee from K's advance. K carves a direct path toward Darren, dropping everyone who tries to block him until even the adjutant loses his head. Now completely helpless, Darren begs for his life and offers information about the Prophet to tempt K into sparing him. K gives Darren a flicker of hope by admitting the information matters, then kills him anyway because a commander who throws away his own soldiers does not deserve to live. K raises Darren's severed head and declares the battle over, and the last sounds of fighting finally die out across the bridge. The Red Rose Battalion is all but annihilated, while K's side stands in far better shape thanks to the key support from Pram, Romantica, and Ajess. K offers the surviving Red Rose soldiers a last chance to open the way to the inner bailey and live. Their senior survivor refuses, explaining that surrendering to a rebel would only get them executed as traitors anyway. The same survivor warns that Darren already planned for this route, and the Blue Rose Battalion should be on its way. Even knowing resistance is hopeless, the survivors choose to die as loyal subjects rather than live as dishonorable cowards. K genuinely respects their loyalty, but he still gives the order, and his men execute the last survivors as cleanly as they can. With the Red Rose Battalion completely wiped out, K turns and opens the way into the inner bailey. As K's force keeps advancing, the story underlines the insult to the Magic Kingdom itself. The nation that worshipped magic is being carved open by soldiers with swords and spears. The inner defenses have lost their meaning after the bridge battle, so K's group reaches the royal bedchamber far faster than anyone should have expected. Still acting as a loyal servant, K politely announces himself and asks permission to enter the king's room. When no answer comes, K opens the door himself and finds the king already dead on the floor in a spreading pool of blood. K immediately asks whether this could be an illusion, but Desser checks the room and confirms there is no active spell hiding the truth. Following the blood trail, K exposes the fatal wound and Desser realizes the cut was shaped to match K's own sword strike almost perfectly. The trap is obvious now. Once this murder is discovered, K's faction will look like the rebels who stormed the palace and killed the king themselves. K quietly lifts the king onto the bed, closes his eyes, and gives him a brief private farewell instead of breaking down. Without showing grief on his face, K turns back to the mission and says their only answer now is to find the Prophet and prove he was the real assassin. Troubled but knowing they have no time to mourn, Desser follows K out of the chamber toward the Prophet's likely position beyond the central inner hall. They expect a major military interception in the huge Hall of Knowledge, but what greets them there is far worse. The hall is a massacre, with soldiers already torn into chunks across the floor while hundreds of monsters feed among the bodies. Desser recognizes them as chimeras, banned creatures so dangerous that seeing this many inside the palace proves just how deep the Prophet's power runs. Desser and K both realize the Prophet has stopped caring about secrecy, because unleashing monsters that kill friend and foe alike means he is running out of safer options. One chimera notices them, a chewed bone hits the floor, and in the next breath the whole pack turns and charges. K snaps his panicking men into an all-round defensive formation and orders them not to give a single step as the monsters crash in. The first impact is savage, with steel cutting monster flesh while chimera claws and teeth rip straight into the soldier's line. The few magicians in K's force, joined by Dresser and Romantica, start bombarding the rushing monsters to keep the formation from being swallowed whole. At first K's tactics and the monster's lack of formation let the unit hold, but that small edge starts slipping as the chimeras simply refuse to tire. Exhaustion opens gaps in the shields, and the chimeras begin hooking soldiers out of formation to tear them apart in front of everyone else. Watching familiar soldiers get eaten alive makes it brutally clear to Dresser that this fight is far worse than anything he expected from a level 3 Shadow World. When a lion-like chimera lunges toward another vulnerable soldier, Dresser reacts instantly and blows its claws apart with burst fire. The rescued soldier gives Dresser a quick nod and throws himself back into the line, but Dresser's own expression stays grim because he knows this is only getting worse. Dresser admits to himself that the quest difficulty has spiked far beyond his forecast, and even having K here no longer makes victory feel safe. Then Dresser senses a large wave of incoming mana and realizes the Blue Rose Battalion is almost here, which means K's exhausted unit will be trapped between monsters and fresh elite mages. Knowing they have barely 10 minutes, Dresser breaks from his position and rushes over to K at the front line to warn him. Dresser tells K the Blue Rose Battalion will arrive in around 10 minutes, and K's face hardens because he knows they cannot win if that happens here. At that crisis point, Pennon steps in and asks K to transfer command to him, offering himself as the sacrifice needed to keep the mission alive. For the first time since the king's death, K visibly wavers, and Dresser realizes this request hits him harder than the sight of his murdered friend. Even so, K accepts the only path left and formally transfers all command authority to Ensign Pennon. Pennon accepts without hesitation and promises to do his best, fully aware that taking command here likely means staying behind to die. After blasting away 3 nearby chimeras with a burst of aura, K steps back from the front line and leaves his men with a farewell he knows may be final. With the Hall of Knowledge collapsing into chaos, Pennon splits the formation and assigns a small escort to K so he can keep pushing toward the real target. When K asks what Dresser's party will do, Dresser immediately chooses to stay with K instead of gambling their lives on holding this line. Dresser keeps his priorities cold and clear: protect his party, clear the quest, and reach the Prophet instead of dying for virtual soldiers. Pennon counts down a 10-second opening, and everyone in K's detachment braces behind the shield wall for one desperate break through the chimeras. At K's signal, the soldiers slam the chimeras aside, the mages blast the packed swarm, and a narrow escape route explodes open. K's team and Dresser's party sprint out of the hall, cutting down the few chimeras that chase them until the pack finally turns back to Pennon's doomed stand. At the 6-way junction inside the inner bailey, K chooses the third passage on the left without hesitation, which tells Dresser he already knows where the Prophet is hiding. Dresser confirms the corridor is a dead end, and K says the Prophet cannot escape the palace without coming through here. That answer locks Dresser's theory in place. The Prophet is cornered in his research lab because he is too desperate to abandon his homunculus work now. The corridor opens into a ruined garden where every flower is dead, every pool is dry, and the whole place looks like its life was sucked out. Romantica feels the mana first and says it is vile, while Dresser and Aegis recognize the same sewer-like taint spreading thicker through the garden. Dresser realizes this is the same kind of mana crow mask used, and that points straight at the outsiders even though the timeline should make that impossible. Even with that contradiction gnawing at him, Dresser pushes the team onward because every second they waste is being bought with soldiers' lives back in the hall. At the garden's center they reach a small dome pulsing with mana so dense it is hard to breathe, and K's 3 escort soldiers snap into formation while Dresser's party spreads out beside them. Then the Prophet appears by a glass tube holding a humanoid homunculus, looking half dead and stitched together but still speaking with cold confidence. K names him as the Prophet, and their first exchange makes it obvious they are past arguing about ideals and heading straight for an execution. The Prophet mocks K as just another man serving a kingdom that values magic over swordsmanship, but K answers by pouring king-class aura into his blade instead of taking the bait. When the Prophet stands and pulls out a skull-shaped mask, K strikes in a flash, but an invisible barrier stops the sword and only cracks the brooch on the Prophet's chest. The Prophet says K is not the only one in a hurry and summons Bryanak, a spear of Blankum that bursts apart into dozens of light blades orbiting around him. Dresser is rattled because the Prophet has already shown 2 artifacts, so K orders his own men to attack head-on while Dresser's party moves to surround him from the sides. The Prophet shuts that plan down by spearing the glass tube himself and forcing the homunculus out into the fight. As the homunculus rises, the Prophet coolly offers them a choice between dying to alchemy's eternal truth or a hero-killing mythical weapon. K steps back just long enough to reassess, and the homunculus immediately locks onto him as the strongest threat in the room. Dresser warns that this homunculus is even more complete than the one he fought before, and its mere second circle mana makes that even more ominous. Dresser says he knows how to handle the homunculus and asks K to take the Prophet, trusting K to win the straight duel. K closes in on the Prophet again, and this time his second clash shatters the brooch artifact outright even though the barrier still blocks the strike. The Prophet and K launch into a full-speed duel with Bryanak and Sword Aura colliding so hard the whole structure shakes. The homunculus jumps in to protect its master, so Desser rushes his own side into motion before K gets crushed by both enemies at once. K's escort soldiers agree to trust Desser completely, and Desser takes command of the anti-homunculus fight. Romantica opens with sniping magic, but the shots ring off the homunculus like steel and prove its body is absurdly tough. That painless hit is still enough to draw the homunculus off K and onto Desser's side, and Desser quickly warns everyone that destroying its body normally is pointless. One of K's men blurts out that the thing sounds unkillable, but Desser insists they can still win if everyone follows his instructions exactly. Before anyone can hesitate longer, the homunculus suddenly moves at bishop-class speed, reckless but terrifying as it crashes straight at the party. Desser's first order is for Pram to block it, and Pram catches the charge cleanly by driving his aura-coated sword into the creature's shoulder. The damaged arm snaps right back through causality, but Desser already has the next step ready and sends Agest in before it can settle. Agest's magic sword, Ice Wave, cuts deep and freezes the homunculus just long enough for K's 3 escort soldiers to rush in together and sever one leg. Even that heavy damage only triggers another clean restoration, but this time the reset is exactly what Desser wanted. The instant it restores, Pram cuts again, and Desser drives the whole group into a brutal rhythm of destroy, restore, destroy so the homunculus never gets time to learn its body. Desser realizes the real weakness is not damage itself but the mana the homunculus burns every time it reinforces and restores its body. As Desser's side starts shaving down the homunculus mana little by little, K's duel with the Prophet explodes into a battle far beyond ordinary fighters. Bryanak proves worthy of its myth as its Blankum shards regroup, divide, and fire like a whole army of autonomous spears around the Prophet. Even against Blankum, K's sword holds because his aura is so refined that it shields the blade itself, letting him clash head-on without shattering. K's movements stay graceful and brutal at the same time, but Bryanak still keeps pressing him with non-stop beams from every free shard. When the pressure peaks, K plants his foot and spreads his aura into blooming sword flowers that crash against Bryanak hard enough to shake the whole building again. Even while trading blows, the Prophet keeps needling K about the dead king and the rebellion, trying to shake his purpose without exposing his own final trump card. For a moment the Prophet and K stay dead even, both fighting carefully and still hiding what they have not used yet. Then the homunculus throws back its head and screams, and everyone in the chamber feels the air distort as if time itself just slowed for an instant. The Prophet glances across the battlefield and realizes Desser's team is crushing the homunculus by exploiting exactly how it works. Startled that someone understands the homunculus so well, the Prophet sends half of Bryanak's shards toward Desser's side. Desser feels the attack coming and urgently orders everyone around him to fall back. K charges in to pull the Prophet's focus back onto himself, refusing to let him interfere with Desser's fight. The Prophet gives up attacking and pours Bryanak entirely into defense, forcing even K onto the back foot. With K stalled, the Prophet reveals a second artifact, a huge floating bow made from wood-like material. At the Prophet's command, Yggdrasil's branch draws itself and condenses raw mana into a silver arrow. K tries to break through before the shot is ready, but Bryanak's full defense keeps him out. When Desser measures the power gathering in that arrow, he goes pale and yells for immediate defensive magic. Agest answers first with her strongest ice defense while Desser and Romantica pile on more protection. The silver arrow tears through the triple barrier almost instantly, but their last-second defense nudges it just enough to spare them. K's soldiers are not so lucky, and the silver shot erases them without leaving bodies behind. Seeing his men wiped out, K snaps into violent fury and rushes the Prophet at full power. To answer that charge, the Prophet blasts open the ceiling so moonlight can fall onto Bryanak. Under moonlight, Bryanak reveals its hidden form as the glowing shards turn blindingly solid and crush everything around them. K keeps walking straight through that storm of force even as his armor bends and blood opens across his body. The pressure finally blows K's left arm apart, but he still refuses to stop. At point-blank range, K lands a brilliant diagonal slash that cuts through the Prophet and finally knocks Yggdrasil's branch out. The cut leaves the Prophet badly wounded but alive, and he screams for his hidden treasures to free themselves. Dozens of lost artifacts burst into action at once, turning the ruined dome into a deadly barrage. K plants himself in front and takes the storm, buying Desser's party the one opening they need. Since the homunculus has burned through its mana and can barely move, Desser shifts his priority and prepares his strongest spell for the Prophet. Desser releases Flame Storm at full power, and the Inferno swallows the Prophet and his artifact wall whole. When the flames clear, the artifacts are wrecked and the Prophet is crushed half to death, but he is still breathing. Desser tries to finish him carefully, but the effort drops him to the ground from sheer exhaustion. In disbelief, the dying Prophet asks how Desser knows the Sunju people's language and realizes Desser even burns soul power into that spell. As his body starts cracking apart like fired clay, the Prophet tells K and Desser they have accomplished more than they understand. His skull mask crumbles away and reveals an androgynous face Desser suddenly recognizes. Desu remembers seeing that face in Wilhelm Evernaten's office and names the prophet as Ismail, the last pope of Artemis. Ismail calmly confirms it, leaving Deser shaken that someone from the fallen Holy Kingdom could still be alive. Deser asks the one question that matters now: why create homunculi at all? Ismail says it was all to fulfill a promise to the great goddess, then runs out of breath before he can explain more. He collapses into dust and dies with the truth still missing, leaving the room in a heavy, uneasy silence. Thinking the battle is finally over, Deser turns toward the helpless homunculus to finish the quest himself. Instead, Kay stops him cold by pointing his sword at him, and the final quest reveals Kay was the true mastermind all along. Even half-dead, Kay's fighting spirit has not faded, and Deser instantly knows lowering his guard now would be fatal. Trying to buy time, Deser calls out the truth he has pieced together. Kay had been hunting the homunculus from the very beginning. As Deser replays everything, Kay's calm reaction to the king's death suddenly looks more suspicious than his anger over his soldiers. Then Deser remembers the quest warning about Aldine Cepius, and realizes Kay's clue was not a person to protect but the alchemy in his head. The hidden truth lands hard on Deser. Aldine was one of the first homunculus researchers, and Kay had already taken that forbidden knowledge from him. Around them, the whole chamber keeps collapsing, and Pram, Romantica, and Adjust move in as the standoff turns into open confrontation. Kay coolly says his request is finished, and he will still pay them, as if this should be the end of their deal. Deser's team silently refuses, because as long as Kay wants the homunculus, they have no way to back down. Annoyed but resolved, Kay raises his sword and warns that if they interfere, he will cut them down. Deser realizes Kay's aura has thinned after the prophet fight, but even wounded, a sword master is still a nightmare to face. Both sides are spent, and that brief hesitation is all Kay needs to move first. Romantica reacts instantly and fires at Kay's forehead, but he bats the shot aside with absurd reflexes. Kay closes the gap on Deser in an instant, going straight for the commander. Pram throws himself in the way, and the first clash nearly rips his arm apart from the strain alone. Pram understands immediately that he cannot beat Kay head-on, but he still refuses to let him through to Deser. He pours everything into a blistering fast sword barrage, but Kay calmly reads every strike and breaks his rhythm. One heavy counter finally opens Pram up, and Kay draws back for a finishing blow that Pram knows he cannot survive. Deser and Romantica save him at the last second by blasting into Kay's line with fire and wind. Using that opening, Adjust dives through the smoke and meets Kay blade to blade. Adjust is driven back by pure sword skill, but she holds long enough for Pram to recover and rejoin the attack. Pram comes back with a rain of light fast thrusts, and the team finally starts turning the fight into a coordinated trap. Realizing this is becoming dangerous, Kay suddenly breaks away and sheathes his sword, forcing a tense pause. After catching his breath, Kay tries one last negotiation and offers to pay them even more if they walk away. Deser flatly rejects the money and says nobody else hired them to interfere. That answer finally rattles Kay, and he demands to know why they would oppose him at all. Deser fires the real question back at him. After all this damage, why does he still need a homunculus so badly? After a long breath, Kay finally answers that he wants a homunculus to change a world that discriminates by magical talent. He argues that magic is a privilege decided at birth, while the people without mana are doomed to be left behind no matter how hard they struggle. Kay's anger rises as he warns that a world built more and more on magic will only deepen that cruelty, and he vows to erase magic from the world entirely. In the ruined garden lab, Deser is horrified when Kay calmly says the homunculus might one day use causality to erase magic from the entire world. Kay admits the power only works on the homunculus for now, but he is still obsessed with forcing it onto the outside world someday. Romantica snaps back that wiping out magic would collapse every magic-based society and leave mankind helpless against shadow worlds. Kay refuses to bend, saying shadow worlds keep humanity united and that his real goal is to destroy the privilege only mages enjoy. Deser realizes talking is over, because Kay has spent his life chasing this dream and will never give up the homunculus willingly. He openly declares that he will stop Kay at any cost, and Kay answers by naming Deser his enemy. Even in his ruined state, Kay releases his flower of the sword again, filling the air with lethal aura blossoms that can kill on contact. Pram and Adjust rush him anyway, only to get shredded back by the spinning flowers before they can break through. Kay immediately dives past the others and comes straight for Deser, trying to split the party and kill its core first. Deser expected that move, so instead of panicking he calmly keeps stacking fast spell arrays for a trap. Kay reads Deser's casting speed and range at a glance, then steps just outside the expected kill zone and fires a ranged sword strike first. But Kay suddenly senses something wrong, because Deser never stops chanting even with death right in front of him. He understands too late that Deser's real target is the homunculus, and he wrecks his own leg, forcing himself to turn back into the blast path. Deser unleashes Flame Storm, and Kay throws himself into the inferno to protect the homunculus. When the fire clears, Kay is still standing in the crater, burned all over and barely upright, but still gripping his sword. Kay still tries to push forward, but Deser is out of big spells and the battle turns into a brutal test of who can hold out longer. Romantica keeps hammering him with compressed wind shots, and even though Kay can still cut them apart, He is now trapped protecting the homunculus instead of attacking freely. Then a new commotion reaches the garden, and Dresser suddenly declares that Kay has already lost. A whole force of Blue Rose Battalion magicians floods in and surrounds everyone, revealing that Dresser had been stalling for reinforcements. Kay can barely process the betrayal, because the Blue Rose Battalion he tried to use has arrived to destroy the dream he almost reached. A Blue Rose commander answers Kay's anger with pure cruelty by throwing Pennant's severed head at his feet. That sight finally breaks Kay's self-control, because he can endure death in battle but not seeing his men butchered like this. Kay stops caring about Dresser's group and turns all his rage toward the Blue Rose commander, while the battalion instantly prepares to kill him if he moves. While every eye stays on Kay, Prem quietly crawls out of sight into position. Kay spends the last of his strength on one final charge, bursting through the kill zone before the battalion's spells can stop him. In a single instant, Kay reaches the Blue Rose commander and beheads him for revenge. That last burst empties him completely, and Kay is left standing still as the rain of spells closes in to finish him. Before those spells can tear him apart, Pram cuts off Kay's head himself, granting his fallen mentor the clean warrior's death the enemy would not. With Kay dead and the conspiracy broken, the hidden homunculus operation is finally wiped out inside this shadow world. Far away on the frozen northern plains of Adenia, the war against the Outsiders opens with the biggest allied army in history facing a united criminal horde. What used to be an easy campaign has hardened into a 2-month stalemate because the Outsiders finally organized themselves under real leadership. When the trumpet sounds, both sides surge forward across the snow and crash together in a full-scale slaughter. At the center, Adenia's elite lancemen hold the line against towering half-barbarian outsiders who keep fighting even as they die. A frightened Adenian frontline soldier sees his section buckle, grabs a spear, and knows there is no room left to retreat. Then the sky turns into a mage battlefield of its own, with magical artillery crossing overhead and slamming into the plain. A far greater spell follows, as sparks rain down and monstrous thunderbolts start annihilating whole blocks of outsiders at once. The soldiers quickly realize the caster can only be Zod Exarian, and his name alone sends allied morale soaring. With Zod breaking the balance, the allied army regroups and drives the outsiders backward across the plain. The outsiders finally break and run, and the allied command raises the signal to chase them down for the war-ending blow. That victory dies in an instant when violent explosions suddenly tear through the pursuing allied formations from nowhere. Whatever hit them moves too fast to understand, shredding knights and collapsing entire sections before anyone can react. A terrified frontline soldier watches the line disintegrate before the unknown attacker flashes toward him and cuts his awareness off mid-battle. Back at the commander's communication network, the first reports sound manageable, but they are immediately followed by a flood of annihilation notices from every flank. Zod sees the Alliance's weak shared command structure buckling under an attack no one understands. A veteran Adenian commander forces order over the communication lines and stops the pursuit, trying to limit the massacre before it gets worse. Studying the speed and destruction, Zod guesses the attacker may be a chimera built for extreme lightness, reflexes, and absurd firepower. Then a warning comes in that the unknown object has left the battlefield and is racing straight toward Zod himself. The attacker crashes through the soldiers around Zod in a river of blood, and he barely blocks the impact with emergency defense magic. When the snow settles, the killer is revealed as a white-haired girl with dead silver eyes and a presence so wrong that Zod instantly knows she is not human. At Lagrium Plain in northern Aldina, the Outsiders exploited the Shadow World chaos and hit the Allied forces when a major chunk of Avalon troops had already left the front. The Allies were winning at first, until one terrifying enemy arrived alone and started wiping out entire knight units like they were nothing. Zod Exarian stepped in before the slaughter became total, and his intervention was so critical that the Alliance buried every detail once he vanished after the fight. Later in snowy northern Aldina, Zod sat in an Apopis University hospital room looking exhausted in the head more than the body, staring down a chessboard like it was another battlefield. As he moved a white knight, Zod pressed Dresser about the truth they had uncovered. If a homunculus really controls causality, then the nightmare at Lagrium finally made sense. Dresser answered calmly over the game that the shadow world he just returned from was set 100 years in the past, and the history inside it already clashed badly with what the present should have been. Zod added that the creature's mana alone was wrong for this age, with power on the level of the Sixth Circle, which only made the threat feel worse. Their board talk turned into strategy. The front had to hold for now, because both sides were battered, but killing the homunculus was the only way the Allies could finish the Outsiders for good. The reason was ugly. At Lagrium, Zod's duel with the homunculus left him so wrecked he could barely move, even though he somehow still managed to drive it off. That mutual damage forced the Outsiders to retreat with the homunculus, and the Allied forces had no choice but to pull back too and recover. Then the conversation shifted to the Prophet, and Dresser made it clear that Monster was still alive, still fighting for the Outsiders, and still one of the biggest dangers on the continent. Dresser remembered how the Prophet had already appeared across different ages and kingdoms under false names, which convinced him the man was surviving through artifacts and had been moving in the dark for far too long. With the Prophet active and a completed homunculus now in play, Desser quietly raised the outsiders to top priority targets before they became a disaster no one could stop later. Desser told Zod that Hebrian had finally started moving seriously against the outsiders, and the Starling party was heading north on a mission that might help break the current deadlock. After hearing they were going north, Zod looked over Desser's outfit and casually told him to stop by the nearby Magic Tower because he had gifts ready for the party. Soon after, the Starling party rode a train toward the far north, and the world outside Desser's window turned steadily wider the farther they went. Desser reflected that he had wanted to keep training the team after their level 3 victory, but the war had escalated too fast for that plan to survive. Principal Justin shut down Hebrian Academy because the outsider war made the school itself a target, especially after they had already shown they were willing to strike it. From his own information channels, Desser learned that the Allies had retreated from Legrium after a terrible mistake and that Hebrian was sending even students into the struggle to rebuild strength. He was jolted to hear Zod had been badly injured at Legrium, then eased only a little when the reports said it was not life-threatening. The mission itself was unusual. Instead of joining the general war effort, Desser's party was asked to win the favor of the northern barbarians. Desser was warned he could refuse, because the party had just dragged itself out of a brutal level 3 shadow world and was nowhere near fresh. Desser accepted immediately anyway, because bringing the barbarians into the war could strengthen the allies for the final fight against the outsiders. He also had a private motive. Heroin was home to Don Ape Aslan, one of the 6 survivors from the future Shadow Labyrinth, and the barbarian king Desser had long wanted to reach. Desser knew that earning Donate's trust now could help not just this war, but the much bigger nightmare waiting later inside the Shadow Labyrinth. As he worked through how to persuade Don Ape, Desser's thoughts landed on Ajest as the key person who might make the approach succeed. Then Pram broke his train of thought with bright excitement when he spotted their destination city through the window. The party arrived at a snow-covered frontier city built like a fortress, its walls and moat showing just how long this region had lived under the threat of barbarian war. After a light meal at the inn, Desser finally laid out the route ahead and pointed everyone toward empty Calcaris beyond the window. He explained that the easy mountain paths all fed into Legrium Plain, but the ongoing war had cut those routes off completely. That left the party with a dangerous detour over empty Calcaris itself, a place so steep and blizzard-ridden that most sane travelers never even try it. Desser ended the briefing with a blunt warning. The mountain was full of unknown dangers, so every step up there would have to be careful. 2 days into the climb, the endless blizzard finally eased, and the party's 4 trails of footprints stretched across the white plateau below empty Calcaris' towering peaks. Desser spotted danger first, and warned the team that a pack of werewolves was coming straight at them through the snow. Before the others were even fully set, Ajest fired Ice Blast and locked most of the pack in place in a single freezing strike. She walked through the frozen bodies and cut them apart with her sword, painting the white ground red almost by herself. The fight looked over for one careless second, until Pram shouted a warning as a huge surviving werewolf sprang at Ajest's exposed back. Before it could land the hit, Desser's new artifact Runel shot out like a silver bullet and caved in the beast's skull in midair, saving Ajest at the last second. Runel kept circling Desser on its own after that, darting out again and again to pierce any werewolf that came too close. With the big one dead, the rest of the pack folded fast, and Runel dropped neatly back into Desser's hand when the snowfield finally went quiet. Romantica admired the artifact openly, and Desser looked down at the softly glowing silver sphere he had earned from the level 3 shadow world. Runel was perfect for a mage under pressure, a self-moving shield and weapon at once, so the party had agreed Desser should carry it instead of Romantica. Even after surviving that skirmish, the mountain still felt relentless, and Ajest pointed out how many monsters were roaming an area untouched by normal travelers. The deeper problem was exhaustion. Without proper trails, with monsters everywhere and blizzards ripping at them, the mountain had drained the team's stamina to the bottom. What kept them alive was Zod's gift, the new 3rd-generation clothes line, whose heating function made this impossible climb barely survivable. As the climb dragged on, Pram asked how much farther they had left, and Desser judged that they were finally close. Around noon the slope finally eased, and the party stumbled onto the first real road they had seen since the climb began. Ahead of that road stood huge ancient pillars and ruins from the barbarians' golden age, a quiet sign that they were finally near Heroind. Before they could relax, Ajest stared at one pillar and coolly called out the hidden watcher she had already noticed. A woman stepped out from the ruins with half her face blackened by heavy markings, and even her casual voice carried enough menace to stop the whole group. Desser recognized the warrior at once as the Black Wolf, a brutal fighter who would later become famous as a mercenary at Donape's side. Keeping things formal, Desser announced that he had come under direct imperial order to speak with Don Ape Aslan. When proof was demanded, Desser held out the Emperor's golden medal marked with Hebrian's eagle to show they were real emissaries. Because she recognized what the medal meant, the marked warrior accepted them as real emissaries and told the party to follow her. She shoved aside huge stones near the ruins and revealed the hidden stairway down into Heroin's secret approach. When they came back up into daylight, the party found Heroind at last, a hidden city where nature and carved stone fit together with a wild, unfamiliar beauty. Pram could only blurt out his amazement as the group was led deeper into the city towards someone important. The party was brought into a dome-lit hall with a giant fire pit, where several heavily built warriors sat around a stone throne in waiting. The starling party bowed before the throne, and the ruler seated there ordered them to raise their heads. Desser looked up and finally faced down Ape Aslan, a massive, stone-solid king marked by the ruby earring that only the ruler of the north could wear. For a brief second Desser felt the weight of seeing an old future comrade again, but he pushed it down and focused on the mission in front of him. Desser formally proposed an alliance on behalf of Emperor Giltian, and Don Ape instantly stripped the wording down to its real meaning. The Empire wanted barbarian help in the war. Since there was no use pretending otherwise, Desser admitted it and argued that if the outsiders crushed the mainland, they would eventually bring the same chaos north to Harrowland. Don Ape made it clear he understood the danger, and even agreed the barbarians should fight the outsiders, which made it seem for one breath like Desser had won him over. Then, with the fire cracking between them, Don Ape shut the door anyway and flatly refused the Empire's request. Before the final battle at Prainapal, Don Ape Aslan starts telling his story because everyone here knows they might die soon and wants someone to remember them. He explains that his people have obeyed an ancient oath for generations, even though outsiders can barely understand why the barbarians would bind themselves so completely. As he touches his ruby earring, Don Ape speaks with deep pride about Meldra Khan, the hero who united the tribes and founded Harrowland. Then Don Ape reveals the missing part of the legend. A great unnamed man helped Meldra Khan build Harrowland's future and left behind one final request. That man handed Meldra Khan a sword meant to save the world someday, and asked the barbarians to guard it until the right owner appeared. Desser quickly realizes this oath is why the barbarians never left Harrowland in his previous life. Don Ape says the sword rests in the Chamber of Extreme Ice, a place so brutally cold that no barbarian has ever managed to reach it properly, much less draw the blade. His people waited in Harrowland for the sword's real owner for generations, but the Shadow Labyrinth forced them to think about breaking that long-held duty. At the end of the story, Don Ape admits he may have needed to search for that person himself, and his gaze settles on Adjust with quiet regret. Back in the present, Adjust, Romantica, and Pram are stunned when Don Ape still refuses an alliance, but Desser stays calm because he already expected this answer. When Don Ape says the barbarians cannot leave for any reason, Desser cuts straight to the real issue and asks if fulfilling Meldra Khan's oath would change that. The room erupts, but Desser catches Don Ape's reaction and knows he guessed right. The barbarian's hidden history still matches the future he remembers. One chief furiously mocks the idea of a mainlander touching their sacred legacy, and the mood turns openly hostile. Don Ape silences his people and demands one answer first. How does Desser even know about the oath? Desser claims he met a direct descendant of Meldra Khan inside a shadow world, using that truth as a cover for knowledge from his past life. That explanation is believable enough for Don Ape, because shadow worlds sometimes reveal the history the normal world lost or buried. Now interested, Don Ape says they can try, and the tribal chiefs protest even harder because they hate the idea of outsiders succeeding where they failed. Don Ape crushes their objections with one taunt, asking if they are afraid these mainlanders might do what none of them could. He admits he has long wanted to fight beside the Empire, but first the oath must be settled, and only someone truly qualified may challenge it. Desser has never heard of any qualification test, but he hides his surprise because he cannot afford to back down now. Don Ape makes the condition clear. He will personally test their worth in a duel. Desser does not hesitate and calls Adjust forward, because he already knows she is their best chance. Adjust accepts at once, and Don Ape turns to lead everyone out toward the snowy duel ground while the uneasy chiefs trail behind. The duel site is a huge snowy training ground where barbarian fighters stop sparring and bow the moment their king arrives. Watching the crowd, Desser recognizes many barbarians who will later become major fighters in the Shadow Labyrinth. Yuria clears out a section of the field for the match, and spectators crowd around to witness Don Ape fight with their own eyes. In the packed arena, Adjust and Don Ape ignore the crowd completely and focus only on each other. The silence snaps when Don Ape explodes forward and swings his axe in a brutal opening attack. Adjust barely slips past the axe, only for Don Ape to spin with shocking agility and drive a giant fist straight at her face. She gets her sword up in time, but the impact nearly wrecks her wrists, and shows just how terrible Don Ape's raw strength really is. Don Ape follows with another axe strike, and Adjust retreats fast, already realizing she cannot win by meeting him head-on. She switches to her real style, firing Ice Orb while layering Sigh of Kizzard so magic can cover the gap in direct swordsmanship. Don Ape simply roars through the barrage and keeps chasing, refusing to let her control the distance. His axe smashes through her defense, so Adjust changes the battlefield itself and erupts the snowfield into a prison of ice pillars with forests of crying white crows. Even Don Ape can only crack the nearest pillar at first, and the unnamed northern woman organizing the match watches with clear surprise at Adjust's strength. Adjust uses the pillars for clever hit-and-run attacks, turning the open field into terrain that finally favors her. But Don Ape proves why he is Don Ape, smashing down 6 pillars in one swing and tearing a path back toward her. Adjust fires the shattered ice back at him, and Don Ape answers by charging through the attack without even trying to dodge. The next clash drops Adjust to one knee, and even her sword is close to breaking under his pressure. To survive, she invokes Crown of Regret above him, forcing Donape to pull back from the brutal cold at last. Even after taking that spell directly, Donape is barely hurt, and the huge gap between them becomes impossible to ignore. Most fighters would break there, but it just only hardens her resolve because Desser trusted her to win. Donape notices that resolve, praises her eyes, and prepares something far more dangerous. The pressure from his killing intent alone nearly suffocates Adjust before he slams his axe into the ground. Mountain Stamp rips open the snowfield, hurls blood-red chunks of earth into the air, and shocks every spectator watching. Only Desser stays calm, because he knows this technique by name and realizes Donape is now testing Adjust completely seriously. As the flying landslide comes at her, Adjust answers with her own full power and unfolds Frozen Palace across the battlefield. Her visionary technique lets her raise layer after layer of ice walls faster than Donape can break them, stopping the attack in a roaring collision. The impact whips up a blizzard that hides both fighters for a moment, and leaves the crowd staring into white chaos. When the snow clears, the cold itself starts freezing around Adjust's blade as the north seems to bend to her will. She channels both magic and swordsmanship together with magic sword, ice blessing, and charges Donape head-on with her strongest attack yet. Donape meets her directly, hurling his axe with both hands and unleashing a beast-like surge of red aura instead of giving way. Their power locks evenly for a moment, and Adjust's freezing blade finally starts to slow Donape down by icing over his body. Adjust pours in all the mana she has left, but even then she cannot break through the red aura protecting him. Seeing that brute force will not finish him, Adjust suddenly steps back, and Donape instantly grows suspicious because her eyes still have not given up. Then the chill of the entire snowfield converges on Adjust, turning her silver hair pure white and wrapping her in silver light. For the first time, Donape's expression hardens completely, and he answers with Kuan-Lona, abandoning finesse for pure destructive power. Adjust's silver strike and Donape's disaster-level aura collide in one final impact that shakes the ground and sends snow out like a tidal wave. Adjust gets blasted away and buried in the snow, but she still forces herself back up with half of her broken sword in hand. She tries to keep the duel going, then realizes the result is already decided and lets the broken blade drop. Donape wipes blood from his cheek, quietly showing that she was strong enough to wound him before he turns away as the victor. The chiefs cannot believe a mainlander pushed their king that far, and once Donape is gone, Adjust finally collapses from exhaustion. Desser, Romantica, and Pram rush to her, and Adjust bitterly apologizes because she failed to win and finally understands the true gap between them. But Desser smiles and explains that Donape used Kuan-Lona against her, which means he recognized her as a real warrior and granted them the right to try drawing the sword. Relief finally reaches Adjust, because even in defeat she secured the one thing they came here for. The unnamed northern woman then steps in, admits Adjust is impressively strong for a continental fighter, but warns that trying to pull the sword may still be futile. Even so, the unnamed northern woman agrees to host them and promises that once Adjust recovers, she will guide the party to the sanctuary. Inside the borrowed heroine house, Pram is visibly relieved to find Adjust resting without a single physical injury after her brutal duel. Desser quietly judges the duel a success anyway, because Adjust was never expected to beat Donape outright, and the real point was proving herself and growing stronger. A day later, Adjust has recovered enough mana to stand again, and the group gathers as the question of moving on finally comes up. As the group is about to head out, Desser suddenly stops the departure and decides only he and Adjust need to go farther. Desser assigns Pram and Romantica to stay back and keep training, and Romantica instantly complains about getting more sparring instead of a break. Pram and Romantica grudgingly stay behind, and Desser leaves with Adjust to handle the sacred trial alone. At the stone temple entrance, the door opens and a vicious burst of freezing air slams into Desser and Adjust before they step inside alone. Once Yuria leaves, Desser and Adjust push deeper into the temple alone, and even their heated clotheslines barely slow the cold chewing into their bones. After a long march, they reach the chamber of extreme ice and find the sword at its center, surrounded by frozen human statues of every warrior who failed before. Seeing the dead end that claimed all those warriors, Adjust finally admits her fear and asks the question hanging over the room: is this really possible? Desser answers without hesitation, telling her to trust the method they practiced, and his confidence steadies her. With that, Adjust steps toward the sword and starts gathering the surrounding moisture exactly like she did against Donape, her silver blonde hair lifting in the frozen current. Desser flashes back to their earlier training, when Adjust first tried his new image-based method and the gathered frost collapsed before she could hold it together. Desser explains that her frozen palace needs to become a territory that pulls every escaping current of cold back inside instead of letting it spill away. He is so serious because he has already decided that if Adjust cannot master this spell, he will abandon the sword and the alliance before risking her life. Then Adjust suddenly gets it mid-instruction and seizes all the surrounding mana before Desser even finishes his sentence. Back in the chamber, Adjust activates Ice Empress, bathing the room in silver light as her hair whitens like frost and every current of cold starts pouring into her body. The chamber's killing cold slams against Adjust's own power like colliding glaciers, but she keeps her nerve and starts forcing that wild cold to become hers. Desser realizes she is surpassing even his expectations as she calmly absorbs the temple's cold and walks straight through the storm to the sword. The moment her hand closes on the hilt, the sword's own cold starts answering her, and the two freezing currents begin to mix under her control. But controlling the sword is not the same as taking it, and it just nearly buckles as the impossible pressure tears at her from inside and out. She grits through the pain and keeps fighting the invisible tug of war, while Desser watches in growing panic and almost steps in. Then the murderous cold in the chamber suddenly starts fading, and Desser realizes she has actually done it. Ajess stays upright only by using the sword as a support, and when Desser rushes over she bluntly admits she feels like she is dying. Even in that wrecked state, Ajess wears a rare trace of satisfaction as she tells Desser she thinks she pulled it off. With Desser helping, Ajess finally draws the center of ice free, revealing a deceptively simple sword with a smooth blade of solid unmelting ice. A light test swing is enough to prove the sword's power, because cold energy surges out of it even without Ajess trying to force anything. Now that the proof is in their hands, Ajess wants to go persuade the barbarians, and Desser praises her because she just secured the mission. Their calm walk back snaps into alarm when dripping water and spreading cracks reveal the temple was built over a lake frozen by the sword's cold. The instant he understands the whole frozen temple is about to melt apart, Desser scoops Ajess onto his shoulder and runs. As the ceiling collapses and water surges in, Ajess stays oddly calm while Desser carries her out, soothed by the simple warmth of his back and shoulders. They burst out just before the temple collapses, drenched and exhausted, and for now Desser can only wait for a proper chance to speak to Heroine's king. 2 days later, Desser and Ajess face Heroine's gathered chiefs again, and the hall is tense because the impossible already happened. When the chiefs demand confirmation, Desser answers with full respect that they truly retrieved the center of ice and can prove it. At Desser's signal, Ajess unsheathes the ice blade, and the hall can only stare because a mainlander is holding the sacred sword. The shock quickly turns into open rejection as the chiefs protest that mainlanders have no right to touch a sacred promise handed down by Melger. One of the chiefs pushes to the front with soldiers at his back and demands the sword be returned before the standoff turns violent. Desser fires back that they followed every rule and earned the sword legally, so the chiefs have no grounds to seize it now. Ajess makes the standoff worse for the chiefs by asking the obvious question: even if she handed the sword over, could any of them actually hold it? To prove it, Ajess loosens her control just enough for the sword's savage cold to lash the crowd, and the chiefs nearest her instantly recoil from the bone-cutting gale. Before the room can break into a real fight, the assembly's top authority cuts in and drags everyone back to the oath they were actually sworn to keep. The ruling voice reminds the hall that their duty was never to own the sword, only to guard it until the person who could retrieve it appeared. The chiefs clearly hate accepting it, but with the ruling settled no one can keep challenging Ajess' claim to the sword. With the sword issue settled, Desser immediately turns the meeting back to the real goal and asks for Heroine's answer on joining the fight against the outsiders. The answer comes as the hall's ruler declares their ancient oath complete and says their people will stop hiding from the world's injustice. A war cry answers the speech, and the whole hall flips from restraint into open battle fervor. The barbarian chiefs roar with the rest, because the oath that kept them isolated is finally gone, and they can fight as they were meant to. The final answer is clear: Heroine's greatest warriors will stand with the Empire, and the alliance Desser came for is finally secured. After securing the barbarian alliance, the Starling party comes down empty Calcaris in much better spirits, with Yuria guiding them safely to the city below. They arrive in Pyrium, a trade city open to foreigners, but the streets feel strangely heavy instead of lively because war has already dulled the place. Yuria parts ways with them in Pyrium, and says she will see Desser again on the battlefield, making the coming war feel immediate. Desser sends the others to rest at an inn, while he heads straight to the Hebrian embassy to report that the mission succeeded. Inside the embassy, Desser proves his identity with a gold plaque and contacts Hersenblanc through the communication device. Through the communication device, Hersenblanc is thrilled to hear that 7,000 barbarian warriors can now join the alliance, enough to match an entire western flank. But when Desser asks about the front, Hersenblanc's tone turns grim and Desser realizes the situation is worse than expected. Hersenblanc explains that after the Battle of Legrium, the commanders expected a lull, but the outsiders suddenly struck again before anyone was ready. The reason is simple and terrifying. The homunculus that should have been destroyed has already recovered and returned to the battlefield. Hersenblanc says the Allied forces had to create a special unit just to contain the homunculus, because almost no one can face it the way Zod did. After judging that the alliance is still holding, Desser steadies himself and accepts the order to bring Starling party to the Legrium plains at once. Once the call ends, Desser leaves the embassy and heads back to the inn with urgency instead of relief. Pram is already waiting outside the inn, and one look at Desser's face tells him this is bad news. Desser asks Pram to gather everyone, and Pram immediately runs to bring the party together. When the group assembles, Desser tells them the front has gone bad and Starling party is being sent into the war. The word war hangs heavy over them, but none of them backs away. Romantica says she hates war, but if the enemy is the outsiders, she will fight without hesitation after what they did to Deltheim. Desser, Ajest, and Pram understand at once that Romantica is talking about the Deltheim terrorist attack that destroyed her hometown and killed countless people. Ajest adds that the outsiders' indiscriminate terrorism is unforgivable, remembering the deaths they caused at Hebrian Academy too. Pram quietly agrees that if fighting now can stop more victims later, then they have to do it.